While I'm away, I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time and enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. 20% off, free worldwide shipping with my code NEST. Help yourself, help your boys, help the show. It's appreciated very much, and thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. Seahawks. 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 Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Game day, baby. Final game day of the season. And it's been a tough season. It's been a bumpy road, but you've been there with me every step of the way, and I appreciate you about there. Everybody can hop on the ride when it's simple. When you got the cruise control engaged, when all is well in the world. It's much tougher when we're going uphill, when it's a trudge, when we're getting stuck from time to time. But you guys have all been there. I'm sure you're going to come on in and be with me today on this final game and enjoy what we can enjoy with our last football for 7 months, our last enjoyment of our team for 7 months. And again, in a season that hasn't been super enjoyable, but there's been some moments, including last week's 50-burger the Seahawks put up on the lowly Detroit Lions, who I believe today are actually beating the Green Bay Packers. Maybe we can look a little bit. No, I think they took Aaron Rodgers out of that game, so we'll put everything in perspective here. Regardless, today we've got our Seahawks up against the Arizona Cardinals here in about 8 minutes, and we'll see what they've got as far as any last bit of life is concerned. We have already started to hear the rumor mill churn up here. I'm sure you guys are going to ask about, and I have indeed seen the rumors of Dan Quinn potentially Seahawks or one other team. If Carroll be followed, I don't think anybody really knows what's going on right now. I think you'll hear me say this probably about 20 times over the course of this show. I caution patience, and I caution mostly ignoring the clickbait. Okay, don't take the hook. Okay, you end up with a hook up in through your lip. It burrows back up out the other side. It's probably going to leave a scar. Don't take the clickbait stuff. You know, there's a lot of those people out there that are taking this time and opportunity to put 2 and 2 together, even if that's not really the case of what's happening. And I just don't think anybody really knows at this juncture. I think only Jody Allen really knows, or only the committee that she's got to head knows what's going to happen. Indeed, I do believe if something will happen, as far as the coaching goes, it should happen, in my opinion, within probably the first couple of days. You're not going to wait on a head coaching decision past that. You might on a coordinator, but I don't think you would on a coach. Not just because for the fact that you lose out on some great possible candidates who then go get hired at other places that are happy to hire them and not wait on the process like that. So it's been a great year again. I want to thank everybody out there. Thank the sponsor Manscaped. It's been a very good partnership with them. Loving what we're doing on this. We're going to do this again today. I'm going to go over here and just say hi to you guys here in the chat in a second. But of course, once I get going along in the game, I probably am not going to have much of a chance to interact with the chat. I'm sort of doing play-by-play and then analyzing it at the same time. And it's kind of a 1-2 thing that gets hard to kind of just keep both those hats going, much less, respond to the chat. But I will do as I can. Obviously, if you put a super chat in like Megan Roger just did, then I absolutely will respond it. And we do the post game as well. So if I miss your comment here during the game, I get to it in the post game. I do a couple hours after the game, so I'm usually pretty good about getting through everybody's comment there. But just during the game itself, I ask for some patience and give me some space on that. Definitely talk amongst yourself a bit in the chat, but it will be fast and quick and hot and heavy, I'm sure, with this action, especially with the Cardinals and Seahawks, who are going to run a lot of up-tempo today, both of them. We might see darn near 152 plays today between both these two teams. But let's see how the season can end up right. Can DK Metcalf get to 1,000 yards? Can Russell Wilson continue to look better within this offensive structure if he is indeed potentially going to remain here moving on beyond this season? Can Jake Hurhan hold up over there at right tackle? A much tougher test coming at him today. The Cardinals will no doubt align over there Chandler Jones to that side and attack him, I'm guessing quite a bit. Chandler is very comfortable from rushing from that side. He can kind of go both sides on that. Jordan Brooks continue his ascent, look good. Cody Barton's going to be out there. No Bobby Wagner today. So let's see if this pairing can look as good as they looked last week. And as we maintained, I think Cody Barton's best position is going to be at the middle linebacker long term. I'm actually somewhat hopeful. It's a little odd and then how it's going to sort of impact Jordan Brooks. And that's something for us to probably talk about after the show and after the game. And then finally, can Rashad Penny continue not just playing well, not just continue to play stellar, but continue to play dominant? This guy is putting up rushing marks that are just, he's not barely cracking 100 yards here. He's putting up 150 up over this spot where he's just, chunk run after chunk run after chunk run, 30 yards, 25 yards, 30 yards. And again, I know this is not against the toughest, most stiffest test of defenses. He's going to get that today. The Cardinal defense, while it's not maybe the best defense in the league, stopping the run, or even I would say top 5, it's still very stout, very good, a good test. We didn't have very much success at all in the last game when we tried to run against them, although I do believe that was the game where Rashad Penny started the game off with an 18-yard run and then got himself hurt on the first play, and so he was pretty much neutralized the rest of the game. So he did pretty good last game in that one carry he was given. But these will be some interesting things, I think, for you to check out and keep an eye on. Really going to be locking in a little bit on to, again, just if Russell's performance. Is he going to sit within this offense, continue to look like he's going to grow within it, which is what I've been hoping and calling for him to do kind of all season, but it's been a little bit slow to come around, but it is coming around now, which is encouraging to see because I do remain hopeful that he does remain here with our Seattle Seahawks long term. Megan says, greeting 12s, wearing my throwback 1985 Largent jersey with pride. Can we please beat the Cardinals so I can give my brother crap today? No, that's right. Megan comes from Dananda. It's good to see you again, Megan. I hope you're doing well. And her brother is an ardent Arizona Cardinal fan down there, and he gave it to her, I'm sure, once Colt McCoy beat us. So actually, he was kind to you, if I remember correctly. He didn't take you to the woodshed too badly, Megan, on the last loss. But let's balance it off a little bit. You can at least, he can say my Cardinals got the playoffs, your Seahawks didn't. But then you can say in the offseason, Megan, yeah, but we kept them from the division title, because that's indeed what's at stake today. We're going to get the opportunity to maybe play a little bit of the spoiler role in the respect of the Cardinals need this win to get this division. If they lose and the Rams win, I believe the Rams win the division and the Cardinals come in second. So we can play a little bit of that spoiler role, which, look, we take whatever we can at this point, right, folks? Whatever we can. All right, let me just say, hey, what's up the chat here? Ethan, hey, Magic Flongs. Go Hawks 05, what's up? This Ravens-Steelers game is awesome. Yeah, I was watching the Colts totally blew it today. As B. Russ said, the Colts blew it. It's like Copland style with De Niro talking to Stallone. He said, we gave you a chance, and you blew it. I mean, wow, what an epic. Oh, I can't even with the Colts on that one. My goodness. But good to see you, B. Russ. And I saw you jumped in on the Patreon train the other night. So thank you for that, man. We're going up on that. I'm going to be getting some more content over there. I'm going to be doing some all 22 stuff over there soon here. Little cut-ups on that. Go Hawks 05. A tie tonight gets both Chargers and Raiders in the playoffs. So this is what people were pondering before on this, which it's my goodness. This just tickles my little conspiracy brain. Do you dare if you're the Chargers and Raiders come together, AFC West foes, hated for years between each other, and you come together and say, okay, so what if we got a tie tonight? I mean, just, you get in, I get in. We don't even play each other in the first round. I mean, what do you think? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It will be interesting to see how it plays out. Ryan Osterson says, let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks, Ryan. Mr. Fantasy Football, holy S, the Colts actually lost. I can't believe they lost. It's unbelievable. Go Hawks 05. Achille Witherspoon has been so good. L of a trade for us. Big L of a trade for us. Go Hawks 05. An odd trade at that. You didn't even give him the chance to have the Trey Flowers failure. You just bailed out on him basically instantaneously. Go Hawks 05. Najee Harris, one-handed grab. Ethan, I see you got that Largent jersey. Nice. I think the next jersey I get either needs to be one of the retro jerseys, maybe Sean Alexander or Marshawn Lynch jersey. Well, me and Megan today are rocking the Largent jersey for the final game of the season. And I think, Megan, we will make this a yearly tradition going forward. But we rock the jersey. We're all hoping a little bit of that Largent power comes into play today. Maybe we can build on a little bit of that past spirit of dominance and Hall of Fameism. But yeah, it's a Largent day. What can I say? Every day is a Largent day, though, in my world. Go X05. I feel like Pete will announce his retirement in his post-game press conference. Man, we will have a lot of people in this chat if that happens. I don't know if I'll be able to stay with that. I ain't responding to all those comments in that chat. That's going to be too much. Yeah, that would be crazy. Jacob Kessinger, they gave the Steelers a chance at the playoffs, too. Yeah, unbelievable. Dom H, good evening from the UK. What's up, Dom? Good to see you, my guy. Herbicide says, we're in number 33. Yeah, I need a number 24 also. We all need another 24. I need to get 24 is probably my next jersey purchase next year. Kitty's ready. She's saying go Hawks right now. Ethan going with the DK jersey to finish the season, to go into the offseason with a hope to extend the big guy's contract and see into the future as he's just too good not to. I think that's what's going to happen, Ethan. That'd be one of, you know me, I like to have my bold predictions. Well, that's one of my bold predictions right now. So we'll see how it goes. And the game's just getting started up here, folks. So I'm just going to do a quick hello. ADL Williams, hello. Good to see you. Just make sure we got it. Corey Halbeck, good luck, bro. Hope you guys win. Thank you, Corey. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. All right, game on. Here we go, folks. The opening kickoff. And again, I will try to respond back over to the chat as I can. But right as we do this, I'm going to mostly be just here on the telecast. Seahawks are going to be receiving the opening kick here to begin things. DJ Dallas, let's go in the back of the end zone. Let's go. Let's go, Hawks. Let's get it today, huh? Let's get a little bit of fiery spirit. Let's let this roll. We got Brandon Poyer starting us off right with the subscription, man. Thank you so much. You're awesome for that. So I'm always tiddling with my mic here. Little. There we go. That's kind of right. That's kind of not right, but whatever. We'll fix it later. All right, Russell comes out 1st and 10. Thank you, by the way, Brandon Poyer, for subscribing. Russell goes right out into play action. He's looking deep right off the jump, and he does not have a man. DK got turned around on the play a little bit there, but there is no call. Perhaps it was considered not catchable. Kind of an oddity there. Okay, I got it. Shh. Bit of an odd play there. Russell looking deep to DK. Not a complete 9 route, but just a deep look like kind of a post route. I don't know what happened there. Russell in shotgun on 2nd down. First read not there. Second read not there. Third read he is sacked. Ball's popped free. Defender picks it up and runs into the end zone for a touchdown for the Arizona Cardinals. Russ looked to his first read. Wasn't there. Sort of had a little bit of that panic thing you see sometimes where he starts, my first read wasn't there. He looked at Colby. Let's see what happened here. And as I had said too at the top, Jay Curhan there gets attacked by Chandler Jones right off the edge. Chandler Jones causes the fumble. Curhan, for whatever reason, the Cardinals brought up the blitz look. Curhan blocks down on not Chandler Jones, who's on his outside shoulder, but the defender inside, leaving Chandler Jones to free rush towards Russell Wilson. Rookie showing not the best of times to have your worst moment. As I spoke about at the top of the show, this is the matchup to watch. The Cardinals are going to attack Chandler Jones with Curhan all day long. And you can, as a rookie there, let him have a free rush. I know 42's in the gap, but that's got to be Penny's pickup, in my opinion. I mean, and Penny went a different way, but that... I would love to see what it is Russ saw on that route to the outside, too. Whew. Well, the Cardinals get a scorer, folks. No, this might be rough. Oh my goodness. Good grief. Good grief is right. I couldn't see if the route on the first, Russell's got the first look to, it looks like Parkinson to the flat, and I didn't see if it was open or not, but Russ turned away from it really quickly for some reason. This isn't another one of my situations that just frustrates me about this coaching staff and this team. You know, the two really most impactful players as far as sacking, harassing, hitting Russell Wilson over the course of his career have been Aaron Donald and Chandler Jones. And this team just fails from a schematic perspective to find any way to deal with them outside of putting a man on the island and saying, block him up, guy. Block him up. It's not really very fair, frankly. Jay Curhan is an undrafted rookie free agent. I'm sure somebody blew their assignment there, but it's one play, but yeah. Jacob Kessinger says, grab the booze now. It's going to be a long game. I got to work tomorrow, man. I got to. I got to be productive this week. I can't start off hungover as much as I might want to after this game. All right, Russell under center gives to Rashad Penny for a nice little give up the middle for 4 or 5 yards. All right, you can sit on my lap, but you got to be quiet. You can't just shriek for constantly 10 minutes. Nobody wants to hear that. No, they don't. They really don't. Okay. All right, Russell back under center now. 2 tight ends. Give in here to Rashad Penny. Dances his way to the side. He breaks out in the open field. Rashad Penny's got a little bit of room to work. He's up to the 50-yard line where he is finally brought down. Cardinal defender on the ground grabbing his arm because the second you hit Rashad Penny with a tackle, he is going to break that arm. Just another nice job by Penny there to show a little bit of patience. A little bit of patience. Don't attack the hole too early. Don't press it too early. Nice little dance outside and gets out. Boy, he just continues to reel these big runs off. Russell comes back out in up-tempo, showing a pistol look. 2 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Cardinals are showing a blitz. Rashad Penny gets it again, flips forward for another 5 yards, twirls on down to the ground. Nice little run again. I think what we're learning here is feed the penny. Feed the penny. Showing a stat, Rashad Penny's averaged 130 yards a game over his last four games. Seattle again comes out in 2 tight end. Russell is going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 4 here. Play action to Penny, looking out there to Colby Parkinson, makes a nice little grab around his knees, turns back upfield for a gain of about 3. $12:54 on the clock, folks, and if you are looking at home to follow along with me, I have been told it's about 12 to 14 seconds behind me on the delay, so if you just pause your DVR for about 12 seconds, you will be right in step with me, and I'll try to read out the times accordingly to make sure we can get you on lockstep. 12:39 on the clock, Russell and shotgun, 4 wide receivers here. Russell back to pass on 3rd and 2. He goes deep on 3rd and 2. He's got Tyler Lockett wide open, deep down the football field. Tyler looks like he gets into the end zone. Twisting, twirling, touchdown, Tyler Lockett. He was wide open. Russell put it right on point. Dropped it right in the barrel on that one. It didn't have to be in the barrel. He could have thrown that anywhere from 5 yards on either side around Tyler. But Tyler did a nice job getting open, operating from the slot here. Comes up out of the slot and then just runs a little skinny post. Just a little kind of skinny post out there. And it looks like maybe they had the Cardinals in single high. The safety was trying to play a little more of the midfield side of things. Obviously a little bit of a broken coverage. But I'll tell you, it's one of the things that I do like about the potential Lockett's contract going forward. But this guy's been having his best year right now, so probably shouldn't be talking about it very much. But you know, the guy's done so much of his damage in the NFL within playing on the outside. And the possibility even with him, if he does get a little older, as we all do, if he does potentially have a little bit in him to operate from within that slot, and not just operate within that slot and be productive, but be dominant. And a nice job there by Tyler. Didn't even stretch the ball out, didn't even go, just kind of leaned over the pylon, and it was enough by the officials' merit there to get him in. It was a close play. And, maybe a smart move on that point, not to stretch that out there. You've got two defenders closing on you. We've seen so many times guys do that, and then you get a fumble caused. Well, Seattle answers right back after a tough opening start here. After the fumble recovery for a touchdown. We're going to be in for a wild one today, folks. Pack your bags. And Jason Meyer just about missed another extra point, but he managed to pop it through. 7-7, Seattle Seahawks. DK Metcalf's pumped up for his boy. Yeah. Tyler does a little bow to the Arizona crowd, which is mainly consisting of Seattle Seahawks fans. I'll be a little mean today. I'm gonna be a little mean today, just a little bit. All right, here we go, folks. Hey, it's gonna be a fun one today, right? It's gonna be a fun one today. And how about Tyler Lockett this year? How about this guy? Signs a big deal last season. Many of us, including myself, were wondering if that was the right way to go about this. If that was, you're going to this new offense where you need receivers to block, and you're going to have to be paying DK Metcalf money soon. And is this really the way you want to go with this? And indeed, as much as we hammered this team about not making the right decision here or there or in between, this was certainly looking in retrospect to be very much the right decision to sign him where they did. They're paying him $20 million a year. It's not some super team-friendly deal. It's also not super costly either on the other end of it. But this guy this year, after coming off last year where he had 132 targets, 100 receptions, 1,054 yards, this year on 102 targets, so 30 less targets coming into this game, had 68 receptions for 1,077 yards and 6 touchdowns. You got to be quiet, honey. You got to be quiet. Shh. Let's just be quiet. So look, Tyler's putting in that work and doing it well. And it's great to see because we're going to need him going into the future with all the other things that we have on this team that we need to address. D-Nugget says, Russ still throws one of the best deep balls today. He does. No doubt about that. There's never any doubt in my mind that he still always has that. A.D. Williams Steelers were 4-8, went forward on 4th and 8 and converted a 10-yard pass, then got their field goal to win. Wow. Steelers. Jeez Louise. All right. Let's get Curhan some chip help today. Okay? Just a little bit of chip help. Is that too much to ask? Mac Pacific Northwest says, Lockett touchdowns make me hit the like button. That's right. As it should of you all. Thank you, Mac, for reminding me. If you do like what you're listening to today, do please, even if you're listening to this on replay, hit that like button for me. I know it is a little bit of a thing I'm asking you to do. And it's like I said, not already enough I'm watching and listening. Yes, it's enough to do that. You don't have to do it. But if you do it, you do, I appreciate it. ADL, spend all our money on Chandler and Aaron Donald. Just bring them in so they don't kill us. All right, 12:26 on the clock. Myers kicks it through the back of the end zone here. And they're showing the replayer of the Steelers booting it through there to get the win against the Ravens. Boy, the Ravens lose the Lamar Jackson. They've been rolling that LJ dice now for a couple years since he entered the league with the way that they've had him play the position. It's funny, this year he's probably playing more safer than he's been playing in recent years past, but still that injury thing comes up after a while. You can only kind of play like that for so long. All right, 12:26 on the clock. Kyler Murray comes out in shotgun, 3 wide. Give is into Connor for a little gain of 3 yards. Puna forwards there to wrap him up. Nice job by Puna. Kyler coming right back up with up-tempo, signaling to his head here. 12:11 on the clock. Kyler having a good season, though he's tailed off as of late. Seattle coming out in their 4-3 look here. Darrell Taylor playing the Sam. Taylor drops back into coverage. Flip is back out to Connor wide. Quandre Diggs is right there to swallow it on up. Nice job by Quandre Diggs. Cardinals tried to run a little bit of play action, go back to the other side of the field, and Diggs was right there on it. Bring up 3rd down. Again, Cardinals coming out with a little bit of spread. 3rd and 7. Kyler in shotgun. Looks like we had a little false start. Wasn't called. That was a little bit odd, and Kyler just throws it in the dirt. Well, it looked like somebody was out. They did call it. They didn't signal offsides. It looked like we might have jumped on that one. Yep. We jumped on that one a little early. It's the rook on that one. Taylor jumped. He's trying to get a little start there. He's hyped. He's hyped up. All right, so not a first down, though. This will bring up a 3rd and 2. 11:25 on the clock. It's always the interesting modern NFL, 3rd and 2. The quarterback comes out in an empty shotgun formation spread on 3rd and 2. Not even the threat of the running play. Kyler drops back to throw. He's looking, throws it up deep. Woo! Ooh, it was a beautiful throw, and A.J. Green was right there, the defender, and I don't even know who 42 is. I'm going to call him John Smith because we're down to our 10th cornerback. But a great job on him. He stayed step for step with Green, and then when the ball came in there, got his hands active at the last second. I mean, you know, it wasn't the most beautiful coverage, but effective and got the job done. And how about both Kyler and Russell, faced with 3rd and 2 in this game, both deciding to throw up bombs on 3rd and 2, something that I know is just something that this is the modern NFL, I guess. Like I said, why you have a 3rd and 2 and you don't even have the threat of a running back? I'm not even saying playing under center, but don't even have it as a. Is there some call here? What happened? You are so loud today. I don't know what happened there. All right, 4th and 2. I don't know. There's some snafus on the field here with the officiating. They keep panning to the Cardinal special teams coach. All right, the punt is off now. Freddie Swain back, draws him deep. He's got a little space to work with here. Rolls around, breaks a tackle. He's up the field, runs right back into the arms of the defender about the 21-yard line. Still a respectable return after a very nice punt. And boy, yeah, just sometimes be better than lucky than be good, number 42. I will say this, he was running step for step with AJ. I know AJ don't have his wheels like he used to, but AJ's been taking the top off on guys at the quarterback position this year, including Trayvon Diggs last week. He kind of gave it to Trayvon a little bit. Mary says Cardinals 100. Haran says 42 is the answer to the question. Shh. Jacob Kessinger, John Jones for pass breakup. Oh, interesting. Boy, we've gotten deep into I've never seen a Seahawks team get as deep into their cornerback depth as our Seahawks have this season. I mean, we've had some lean years where it got tough, but I don't think I've ever seen it like this. Goodness. And props to Carroll, man. The cornerback whisperer is still alive in that respect. Because, you know, outside of Trey Flowers, nobody else has really embarrassed himself. Sidney Jones was a little embarrassing for like the first game or two when he was just figuring out what he was doing, but then he locked it in. And the rest of the corners have too when they've been in there. And I do think that that's a testament to the way the coaching staffs, you know, they have holes in their game, but they still have things that they can do, like understanding how to teach good cornerback play, especially within their scheme. I don't know if they'd be able to teach it as well if you're having them, you know, operating off of man principles or something. All right, let's see what our offense got. Penny starts us out hot, rolling off the initial gate. You theoretically bring that Cardinal defense up on a 3rd and 2, thinking about the run. You then are able to hit them over the top. Something that I think it was Tyler Lockett or DK Metcalf referenced last week was that the running of Rashad Penny against the Lions last week started to cause a lot more single high looks. Do we get that on this drive? You know, do you get a little bit more of Cardinals going, we got to bring the extra defender down. This Penny guy's a problem. And the Colts, man. Boy, Carson Wentz just went from, that's a game where you go from potentially being the answer there long term to now this whole offseason they're going to be like, can we do better than Rivers and Wentz, please? Goodness, he's that game alone, doesn't it? Doesn't that open that talk back up a bit? 10:56 on the clock here. 1st and 10 for our Seahawks, about the 21-yard line. The Rams are up early on the 49ers, a game with impact, not impact, but matters as it pertains to this game. All right. Russell back up under center. Looks like he's doing some signaling to get a guy in motion. You got time, Russ. He's in pistol, actually. Let's come out 3 wide. Penny behind him. Give is into Penny. Penny's got a man one-on-one. Breaks that tackle. Gets back out into the open space. Turns on the Jets a little bit and gets out for 10 yards. Showing you what he can do when you get him outside. He had a defender who had him squared up, one-on-one, dead to rights, in the hole, and Penny just kind of squirted free. Russell comes back out now, 1st and 10 from the 32. Shotgun look, 3 wide. Russell keeps it on a read option. Didn't look like that was what was planned to happen. I think the defender was crashing down there so quickly that Wilson didn't want to give it to Penny and have a fumble cause, so he just kept it and basically took a no gain on it. 10-10 on the clock. 2nd and 10. Russell squared up here in shotgun again. Cardinals are showing blitz. Seahawks recognize it, call out their line protections. Russ drops back, gets it right out of his hand into DK Metcalf for a gain of 9. DK with a little bit of a bobble before he's able to reel it in, and then kind of drag a defender forward a little bit to get right near those sticks. Yeah, DK started to turn and look and run before he had the ball in his hands. All the same, still a nice gain. Nice job by Russell there. You've got the blitz coming. You've got to get the ball out of your hands. Very well done by him. That's great recognition. 3rd and 1, Russell under center here. He takes it for a straight quarterback keeper. We've seen the Seahawks doing more of this year than they've done in past season and getting the first down. Again, this is a lot better of what I would like if I'm a coach, and I don't understand the theory and thought process sometimes behind you have a 3rd and 2 and you go to shotgun and empty and get under center, at least have the threat if you want to go to the pass. Make the defense have to think about it. Russ goes hurry up here. He's in shotgun. He's got trips to the far side of the field. DK to the other side. Drops back to throw. Goes to DK Metcalf, who makes the catch for a nice gain of 6 on a slant route. Very nicely done. The trips to the other side of the field probably do a better job of ensuring DK gets one-on-one coverage there. And Russell gets the ball right out. Russ continues to move with a pace and speed as Seattle is back to up-tempo. He's under center here, 2nd and 3, 8:25 on the clock. Line calls out their plays. Penny behind him. The give is to Rashad Penny. Cardinals have some penetration on the play on both potential gaps Penny could have hit. And Simmons makes a nice play for the Cardinals. That play just got blown up from the jump. Almost a little bit too much speed there, you feel like, from the offense, where you're going, okay, I think the guys probably need a little bit of a blow there, where you just run like 4 straight plays of up-tempo. This will bring up a 3rd and 5 now. 7:47 on the clock. Russell in shotgun. 3 wides. Boy, he's got, Cardinals are showing a gap pressure. He puts Homer up in the middle to deal with it. Russ spins away from pressure, still dropping, still looking, throwing it away. Not really away, tried to throw it to Homer, but sort of kind of put it back to the backside of Homer on the play. Interesting, the Cardinals came with 3 defenders piled up in the A gap, and Seattle put Homer basically right behind Ethan Posick and Gabe Jackson to deal with that quick pressure coming up underneath. And Russell there had to kind of put that ball to the outside shoulder of Homer in order to make sure that the ball wasn't intercepted. Ooh, get that snap off there. Ooh, if Seattle got the snap off, they would have had 12 men on the field for the Cardinals, but they were a little bit slow to get it off. Still, nice punt by Dixon. When does he not hit a nice punt? And that'll put them at about the 14-yard line or so. So a bit of back and forth, a little bit of tit for tat here with both teams to start things. Again, Penny looking good. Russell, I think, still playing pretty well here to start some things off as well. Not a bad opening. Not a bad opening. Randall says installing a new dishwasher in our kitchen. The play-by-play is clutch. Oh, thank you, Randall. I'm going to keep doing this course next year, and I want to get better at it. So I enjoy doing this. It's fun. It's fun calling these games and doing this kind of live. So hope you guys are enjoying it too. Daniel says, where are you watching this? I'm watching this on Fox, but I'm in the local area, so I can watch it online with just going to Fox online because I live in the local spot. But I am 12 seconds, Daniel, about behind what your live telecast might be. So you might have to pause if you're watching live. Megan says, Dixon, my boy. Dixon always delivers. When does Dixon not deliver? When does he not? Washington Fishquest says, man, this is only Homer's third year. Feels like his fourth. I know, he does. He feels like he's been around here for a long time. And it's funny, too, Washington Fishquest is he's still so young. Like, I think he's only going to be turning 24 this year. Something like that. Like, he's still a very young guy. But you got to give him props in this respect. He's going to be here long term. I don't think he's the answer as far as third down back or being a bell cow type back that you give a lot of carries to. But you can't deny the fact that he has beat out DJ Dallas, who was picked higher than him, as that third down back. And I think a lot of the picking of DJ Dallas was picked with the thought process of putting him as the third down back. I think it's a testament to how Homer's done as a blocker and receiver out of the backfield as to why they've kept him there. And they'll certainly probably tender him on some level this offseason. Watch Fishquest is good focus on that bobble by DK a year ago, probably turns and runs, and it's an incompletion. Very well said. Yeah, I agree. Suicide, I like it. Nice username, and thank you for subscribing. Jake Kessinger, Super Chat, $5. Who needs a lockdown cornerback when you have 10 guys that are average or below average? That's right. Exactly. Doesn't that add up to elite, Jacob? Isn't that the math on that? Isn't that how that math works? It feels like that's how the math works on that. Charles Riley, a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, thanks for the stream, Brando. Here's a little something for the effort. Freaking Colts. Well, thank you, Charles. You're always so kind, man. Thank you so much, brother. I really do appreciate you. And I love doing this, man. I love it. All right, we got Kyler Murray out here in shotgun. More of a pistol look, I guess. 7:25 on the clock. The give is into Connor, who cuts it outside. Seattle wraps him up. Jordan Brooks is right there to just pull him down by the shoulder pads. That looks painful. Brooks has got that tackling technique where it's not horse collar, but he goes up and grabs you around your shoulder pads and then bends you in half down to the ground. And it as running backs, they're trying to stay on their feet at the same time, which just makes it all that much more painful looking. 2nd and 9 now. More up-tempo here with Kyler and shotgun. 3 wide receivers at the far side of the field. Flips it outside there to Connor. DJ Reed actually is right there on it to swallow, just kind of hold him up a bit so Jordan Brooks can come up and finish the tackle. Play goes for basically nothing. Nice job by the Seahawks defense here to begin things. 6:49 on the clock. This will bring up 3rd down. And, of course, Cardinals coming right back at up-tempo, folks. It's going to be hot and heavy today. Kyler again in shotgun surveying the field here. He's got 5 wide, it looks like. Or 4 wide, sorry. Seattle shows a little bit of a blitz look. Comes with the blitz. Barton coming. Going deep again. Looking deep. And he's got his man, A.J. Green. And we've got a flag, though. Ugo's feels confident the flag seems to be on DJ Green, despite the fact it's a catch as it stands right now for 45 yards down the field. But it looks like offensive pass interference. Let's take a look at it. A tough matchup for Ugo in the slot with A.J. Green. He's given up like 6 inches to the guy. And yeah, just a subtle vet move. I saw him do this last week with Trayvon Diggs, and it didn't get called. I saw him do this with Diggs, and it didn't called. You're an older guy. You're losing a little bit of those wheels. You don't have the speed you once did. You gotta lean on those old crafty techniques. And Sometimes you get away with it. Last week you got away with it against Trayvon. This week you don't get away with it. Very good call by the officials there. That's what allowed him to get the separation to make the catch. It impacted the play. Surprised we got a call between me and you. All right, Kyler now in shotgun on 3rd and 14, operating from about the 6-yard line here. Seattle bringing their front 4 pressure. Kyler's got a lot of time to sit back in the pocket. Ertz makes the catch, but he will be indeed short of the first down. Close. Very close. They can't give him that spot. He's got to be short. 4th and 1. 4th and 1. Cody Barton in coverage there. Nice job getting up and making sure that he did not get anything forward. They're going for it. 4th and 1 from their own side of the field. Let's see if they try to get them to jump or if this is true. Kyler under center. The give is into Connor. Connor with the take. Oh, they're going to give Connor they're going to give it to Connor. Boy, that was a long time. They didn't call that whistle there. They didn't let that whistle blow for a really long time on that play. They kept letting him sort of fight, even though he wasn't getting anything forward, and he was moving his feet, but he was stopped up initially. Nonetheless, it is a first down. They gave it to Connor out of the fullback position there, and he was, I think his forward momentum was kind of stopped there a little bit, but okay. As Go Hawks 05 says, that's a ballsy call by the Cardinals to start this game. Oh my goodness. Kyler Murray in shotgun now. Again, 1st and 10 here from the 20. Drops back to throw. Pressures, flushes Kyler. He's going to scramble. Kyler moving around, drops down for a gain of 6 yards. James Tomlinson, thank you for the $5 donation. You're awesome. Thank you to everybody here being so kind on the chat with the donos. It says, I need to confess, I wanted to see the Steelers win with Ben Roethlisberger. I'd like Huntley if we happen to lose Russ. Well, thank you, James, for the donation. I don't think the Ravens are going to let go of Huntley at this point because, how much can they trust Lamar's health into the future, and they're going to want a solid backup there if he does go down, I would think. We'll see how it goes with it, but I would think that it's going to be hard to kind of pull him from them. I'm open to it, but it'll be hard to get. 2nd down, the give is in to the running back there out of read option. He only gets 2 yards as Jordan Brooks is again there to swallow things up. Brooks playing a very stout game here to begin things, especially in the run game. This will bring up a 3rd and 1. Let's face it, the Cardinals are in 2-down territory. Jesus. They're going for a 4th down in their own, at the 17-yard line in the first quarter. It's ballsy. I don't know. I don't even think the analytics would tell you to do that, would they? Really? The analytics would be like, you're crazy, man. 3:28 on the clock here. Kyler in shotgun on 3rd and 1. Drops back to throw. Got a man wide open there, A.J. Green, for a gain of 5, but a first down. Seattle playing that off coverage there on the outside, and the Cardinals attacked it with just a little curl route. Michelle G., thank you for subscribing. You're awesome, Michelle. We got some new subscribers in the chat. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Very nice of you. 2:54 on the clock. 7-7 here. Murray is 4 or 5 for a whopping 19 yards to begin this game. The give is in here to Connor out of read option. Rasheem Green has a chance at the tackle. He breaks Rasheem Green's tackle, gets upfield another couple of yards before he is wrapped up by a conglomerate of Seahawks. Seahawks rocking their wolf gray jerseys tonight, which already makes them 10% cooler. Some of you might wonder at times why I'm hard on Rasheem Green. It's like little plays like that. Little plays like that. I'm not, All right. The give is here. Play action. Kyler's under a little bit of pressure. Manages to find his man at the last second. Nice job by Kyler Murray under duress there to get the ball out and accurately to his running back as he was just about to get decked. Washington Fistquest with the $5 donation. Thank you, Washington Fistquest. You're awesome as well, brother. Appreciate you. It says, Brando, I'll give you a $5 if you'll be my driver. Thanks for the play-by-play. Hell yeah, dude. You better believe it. You better believe it, my guy. All right, Kyler and shotgun again coming up to the field here quickly now. They are not wasting any time, neither of these two offenses. The throw is out to Zach Ertz for a gain of about 4 yards. Cardinals are starting to attack to the sidelines and short on the Seahawks corners, perhaps doing a little bit of adjusting off, watching the off coverage that they're seeing when they're coming to the sidelines. Minute and 20 on the clock. Kyler in shotgun. More up-tempo here. 3 wide receivers. Seattle showing blitz. Seattle bringing blitz. Kyler looks right out to his running back. And it is only a gain of 1. Kyler's definitely been programmed where when he gets a blitz and he's sure it's a blitz, to just go right to his hot route. I mean, it's definitely, you can see that on a couple of these plays in the few moments Seattle has brought in the blitz. That is exactly where he goes. He just goes, okay, hot route. There's no thinking. There's no, almost a little like they've told him no improvising, no off-script stuff there. You just hit this guy to the outside. 3rd and 4 now, 46 seconds on the clock. Kyler in shotgun. He's looking around the field, trying to check out what Seattle's doing. Seattle's moving defenders around. Quandre Diggs is woofing out there a little bit. And we got a timeout by the Seahawks. Must have been Quandre seeing something he didn't like from, looked like he was yelling a little bit at Cody there for not getting in exactly the right spot he needed to be there. Okay. Well, they're young boys. They gotta get themselves right. Got to figure things out here. And James, I can't believe Steelers got in, and I'm just shocked. They're probably getting in because you're not going to probably get a tie tonight. Those teams will have to play. Like the NFL is going to warn those two teams. If you dare do a tie, I wonder how much money on Vegas is on a tie in that game now tonight. All right, 42 seconds here on the clock. 3rd and 4. Kyler comes back out in shotgun. Seattle showing a single high look. Seattle showing a blitz look here. They got both linebackers stacked over the A-gap. Safety's down there lurking. Kyler's trying to adjust. Watch for Zach Ertz here. Kyler drops back to throw. Ball is tipped up in the air and knocked down. Was that Dunlap? Nice job there by Seattle. Just the pocket closed around like a fist around Kyler Murray. And by the time he threw, there just was not enough space. Yeah, Dunlap knocked that ball down. There were no passing lanes. Nobody left their gap. Everybody got upfield and just kind of collapsed things. And again here, they're going to go for it on 4th down for the second time in this drive. Perhaps no surprise. Again, Kyler in shotgun. Seattle again shows blitz. Oh, and again, Seattle jumps at the line of scrimmage. It's a free play. And that will give them a 1st down. Undisciplined by the Seahawks defense there. This is the second time it looked like, again, to me, on that one, that was Rasheem Green. They've got to be more on this now through the game. This has been hitting out twice in one quarter for you. Yeah, this has happened to you as a defense. You got to go, okay, guys, now you got to be quiet, honey. Oh, my gosh. All right, Kyler in shotgun, 1st and 10. Long drive here by the Arizona Cardinals, really eating up a big chunk of this first quarter. It's a give up the middle for about a gain of 4 or 5 yards. Kyler comes back out with spread information, but hurry up again. 22 seconds on the clock. He wants to get another play in. Comes right up line of scrimmage, hikes it, pump fake, looks deep, look back around, scrambles, dances around. It's got a little bit of space up front, gets upfield and gets a 1st down, it looks like, depending on where they mark him on his slide. And that will be the last play of the quarter. All right, that will finish it up. That will be our 3rd and 1 because they're going to mark it where he began his slide and not after the 1st down marker. So, an interesting first quarter by the Seahawks. Russell fumbles on the 3rd play of the game, which the Cardinals returned for a touchdown. The Seahawks answered back with a bomb to Tyler Lockett. Rashad Penny is running really well, and the Cardinals seem to be threatening here now with a very slow, methodical drive up the football field. We're watching Kyler Murray just kind of dinking and dunking his way. He's taking a couple shots up the football field. But this is why I also say that part of me watching Kyler is part of why I do have some level of confidence that Russell Wilson could run this thing similarly, could execute within these routes similarly. because you see in this game Kyler's got like 13 attempts, but he's got 40 yards in that first quarter. He's not throwing it all over the football field, just dinking and dunking his way up the football field. And he gets a pass batted down, so that's going to happen. We'll call that the price of admission. That's going to happen. But, get lost in it. Nolan R. Vans, thank you for the $5 donation. Man, everybody's been very kind to the last game of the season. I appreciate you. It says, what is up, Brando? Just got done showing some houses on a beautiful Sunday. How's it going? I'm doing amazing, man. I got my Seahawks on for the final time of the year, final game of the year in 7 months. Loving live talking football with you guys. Get to consider all the possibilities this offseason and everything that could come down the track. And that's got me stoked. I'm hopeful here for the future beyond this year. I'm glad that, it's been a good year overall, and as far as just kind of been fun to watch with you guys and do this play-by-play stuff, but I am looking forward to the good. But overall doing well. I cut my finger up horribly the other day after I unbury my car out of the snow because we keep getting hammered by blizzards here on like a daily basis in Spokane. But other than that, doing good. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well too, and I hope you get an offer on that house. Here's to getting some offering on that house. A little bit of energy towards that. Tom Cox with the $5 donation. Thank you, Tom. Says, if you're Jody, would you take away Carroll's vice president job and only make him a coach, only so he can focus on one job? I would be open to doing that. If it's a matter of that, or he doesn't get fired and he just stays and everything remains the same, and my choice is that or that, I'd take that, Tom. So I think that it could be helpful. It certainly worked for Mike Holmgren. Part of the reason you did finally get to the Super Bowl with Holmgren after being here for 6-7 years was because of the fact that you had taken away the general manager duties from Mike Holmgren. And you need to get the right general manager in there, but it was a big part of what helped them get back over the top with that, in my opinion. So it could work again. If it's worked once, it can work again, right? And I don't think it's crazy to believe so. Like it's some crazy anomaly to make it go. You take a little off his plate so he has more time to concentrate on other things. All right, Kyler Murray in shotgun, 3rd and 1. The Gibbs up, the running back falls down on the Gibbs, still gets back up and manages to plow his way ahead for a couple more yards there to get the first down. Connor fell on his knees at the handoff. Looks like, look, Kyler tripped him. You get tripped by the littlest guy in the field. All right, 1st and 10. 14:32 on the clock on the drive that never ends. Kyler in shotgun. The give on a fly sweep to number 83. Takes it for about 3 or 4 yards. Who is 83 there? Born? I don't know this guy. Oh, no. Jordan Brooks coming up a little slowly after that tackle. I think Jordan Brooks the only guy tackling today. Him and Quandre Diggs. He's on every tackle. I say that more good about him than bad. He's in on every single tackle. It's pretty amazing. Jacob Kessinger with a $50 dono. My gosh, Jacob, you already came in hot with a 10. Thank you so much. This is Brando. Just wanted to drop this to show how appreciative of this content I've been. It's been a long season, and you've definitely made it more bearable. Thank you for everything you've done, good sir, and keep it up. Jacob, I will do so. Thank you so much, man. I think it just doesn't ever seem enough when somebody drops a donation like that, Jacob. So I really do appreciate it. I love doing this, man. If you gotten anything out of this, I've gotten triple the amount beyond. I'm talking money just in the enjoyment of talking football and diving into this and being able to do this 3 times a week talk with you, twice a week talk with you guys. But I really appreciate it. 2nd and 6, a little screenplay, which is swallowed right up. Again, Jordan Brooks and Cody Barton right there on the tackle. No problem. Goodness gracious. Great job. But my goodness, Jacob, we've had just so much donations even today and throughout this season, you guys. We're a small, vibrant channel, but you guys are so supportive in every way, from hitting the like button to donations to watching. So thank you, Jacob. I'm going to be expanding on this. I've got some big plans here moving into the next month and a half on stuff we're going to do to add to more of the content on this channel to start growing this further. So be ready, dude. I'm going to come with it. We're going to be getting it. 3rd and 1 here. Kyler in shotgun. Ooh, they come out with a heavy look. Seattle bringing a blitz. The give is up the middle. Connor, no room, manages to dance around and get nowhere. Nice job of the Seattle Seahawks defense there. They read that play from the start. The Cardinals came out with looked like an extra offensive lineman, a couple tight ends, a big body here, a big body there. And the Seattle Seahawks matched that energy. They brought everybody up on the line of scrimmage too. They said, we can do that too. And the Cardinals are going to go for a field goal. My goodness. A long, long drive here to just simply end in a field goal by the Arizona Cardinals. A drive that started out in their own 11-yard line, included 2 fourth-down attempts on this drive. And boy, if this field goal was a miss, this would be a huge stop by the defense, in my opinion. Kick is up, and he does bury it. So that will put us up at 10-7. Cardinals here with 11:44 on the clock. My goodness, what was that, about a 14-minute drive? Megan says big 50 by Jacob, and he also not his first dono today on this channel. So thank you, man. You are, just again, it just doesn't. It's not enough to say thank you. It just seems like you guys overwhelming, you guys on your support in that respect. And again, part of the reason why we're going to get closer and closer to me doing this full time. Part of the reason why too, Jacob, I want to keep expanding on this stuff, and I've got some things with this new studio setup I'm going to go into at this next place that I think is going to make this nice. So as well, I'm going to be getting a new mic here soon too. So we're getting an updated mic with some of that add some deep dulce tones here to the deal. Gosh, dang man, you guys are awesome. Awesome. Coax 05, Brooks is pushing the franchise record for tackles. He's going to get it today. The guy's going to have 20 tackles in this game at this pace. So, as I was saying at the top of the broadcast, between both these two teams and them playing up-tempo as much as they are, it's going to lead to a lot more plays, a lot more tackles, and boy, Robbie just reset his own record, and now the young buck's going to come in and reset it again. Megan got graduate with a $10 donation. Thank you, Megan. It says, I have often doubted whether I'm a true 12 due to being an Aussie, but UB and the gang have made me feel so welcome, and I'm looking forward to catching up with you all in October, COVID willing. Well, thank you, Megan, and indeed you are a 12. As I've said, we are worldwide here at the Hawks Nest. We're not just Pacific Northwest based. And one thing I will always do in this channel, I don't care who comes in. I don't like seeing people challenge other people's fandom or, oh, you're not this because you're not that. You're not this because you're not that. It's a ridiculous concept to have, and I think that the NFL is awesome. It is by far the most, I think somebody was showing the most watched sporting events in the U.S., like the top 200 are all football games. This is far and away the most popular sport in this nation beyond anything else. I think it's only really a matter of time before the rest of the world gets on this train. And the quicker, the better. And the quicker that we can gobble up as many fans, be it for Australia, South America, Brazil, Germany, that are a part of the 12 contingent, the better. The better, I say. The stronger we are. The bigger force we are. But thank you, Megan. I appreciate you. You're awesome. All right, so let's see how this goes now. 19-play, 66-yard drive that consumed 10 minutes and 41 seconds by the Arizona Cardinals. Boy, that is the most plays you'll see for a 66-yard drive. You almost couldn't have run more plays just about, other than them going for it again on fourth down there, which I'm kind of surprised they didn't almost. Cardinals have converted, I think, 3 fourth downs, two or three fourth downs this game. Maybe only 2. All right, once again, the kicker sends it in the back of the end zone here. We got 11:44 on the clock. Russell gets a final warm-up throw in before he goes out onto the football field. Carroll chomping on that gum. He's got a fresh stick in his mouth. Brian Goski says, hey, B, Canada too. Lots of 12 fans over the border. That's right, Brian. Most definitely Canada. That's why I would say we're more worldwide because of the fact we're not even just set up in a one city spot. I mean, you got some places that have 2 franchises in a state. We're the only franchise through 4 states, half a country in Canada, Alaska, Hawaii. We're more built to have more of a wider base is what I'm saying. First down, Russell under center, the give to Rashad Penny. Buda Baker just ran into that hole. He sprinted into that hole. So here we go, Buda Baker. What is he? A strong safety up at the line of scrimmage, pre-snap. Oh, look at here. If you've got a strong safety up in the gap, that means you only got one more safety on the back end. That means you can really only run like a cover 1, cover 3 type look thing out at the back end at that point, which they come right back out in cover 2 on the next play. And it confuses Russell Wilson, and he throws the ball away to Gerald Everett. Great job by the Cardinals there. Props to them on that play. That's some good chess plays. Because the previous play, you bring Buda down, Okay, you've got to stop. My gosh. The previous play, you bring Budda Baker down into the box to help out in the running game, and it does help. Now on this play, you drop him back out into the cover 2. Russell comes off a play action thinking he's going to have a nice, easy throw, and it's not there. Props to the Cardinal defensive coordinator. He did a great job in the last game against Russell, and this has been another game where he's given him some fits here a little bit. Russell drops back to throw again, looks confused, again dancing around. Russell breaks free, looking down the football field. He has time to throw, gets it out to Travis Homer, who's got some space to work. Travis breaks a tackle, still moving up the field. A nice little play there by Russell Wilson. Jacob Kessinger with another $5 donation. My goodness, my man. Jeez, that's like 80, 75 large or something. And boy, Russell just dancing around the pocket there, dancing around. He certainly was confused right off the snap there, managed to kind of get himself some space through there craftily. And it was just enough. All right, 1st and 10, 10:33 on the clock. Russell under center here. 2 tight ends. Tyler goes in motion, takes the fly sweep. Tyler gets back upfield for 3 yards and then falls down. Tyler. I can't hate Tyler for that. You know, I mean, I get it. He's like 4-yard gain. 5-yard gain. I hurt myself. 3-yard gain. I still feel all right. We'll take that on it. We'll call that good on that one. But Jacob, you're awesome. He says, I played Budda Baker, and his dude has always been amazing. He is a great safety. One of those kind of do-it-all safety guys. It's like because he doesn't necessarily have that one thing that strikes out. See how it goes deep down the field to Tyler Lockett there? Sorry, my stream cut out for a second on 3rd and 8, and DK Metcalf makes the catch. Russell coming right back up the line of scrimmage. Sorry, sometimes on the stream it cuts out here a little bit. DK went up out of the slot again. Seattle attacking out of the slot. And DK wide open running a post route up the football field. They got the mismatch. Is that him on a safety? It is. They got DK on a safety out of the slot, one-on-one, and nice job drawing that up here with Waldron. 1st and 10 now. Russell Wilson under center. Changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Seattle's right up the football field here. The give is Rashad Penny. No space to work here. Tries to break a few tackles, and takes a Herculean effort just to get back to the line of scrimmage, as he had about 3 or 4 Cardinals just staring him down right as he got the ball. And Budda Baker is underappreciated, Jacob. I think he's a big underappreciated guy. Randall McDaniel coming in with a $20 donation. My God, you guys, he's coming in hot tonight. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Randall. You're awesome, brother. He says we should do a telethon. Brando's kids. We should do a telethon. That's a great idea, Randall. I think we got to do that at some point. I'll bring him out like Jerry did. I'll get myself a toupee. Russell in pistol. Drops back to pass, looking around, rifles the ball right through the hands of Colby Parkinson as Parkinson tried to climb the ladder using his 6'7" gargantuan frame, and Russell threw it even a little bit beyond that. Russell put some steam on that to try to make sure that ball's got no chance of being intercepted. Only his man gets a chance at it. I like his aggressiveness, actually. There really wasn't any separation, so it had to be that kind of throw in that moment. He just put it a little bit above. I mean, it could have been an amazing catch, but it was a little bit outstretch of his hands there. Still understandable where Russell put that ball. Russell in shotgun now, 3rd and 10. Coming up, changing the protections here as he's seeing a blitz coming up off his right side. The blitz drops out of it. Russell looking, remain patient. Woo! Nice job by Russell Wilson staying behind the line of scrimmage as he continues to move towards it, keeping his eyes upfield. He gets Colby Parkinson breaking late open towards the sideline, whistles a fastball out to that edge, and boy, does he have to put that ball right at the right spot as the defender is very close to Parkinson on the play. He sort of signals Parkinson to go outside right before he threw it. Great job by Russell Wilson. 1st and goal here now from the 5-yard line. Russell in shotgun. Rolls to the right. Finds Tyler Lockett. Touchdown, Seahawks! Very well. What a well-orchestrated drive by Waldron, and absolutely magnificently played by Russell Wilson as he was in the zone on that particular drive. Absolutely locked in. Just great play calling. You get the Cardinals up there where they're bringing a lot of guys up near the line of scrimmage. So Russell gets out rolling right off of the snap. Get away from all that clutter at the line of scrimmage. Get away from all that. Get over to the edge of it. Tyler runs a little out route there. He's got a one-on-one matchup. Tyler's going to beat that all day. And some very well-thrown balls on that drive. I'd even include the Colby Parkinson throw, where if you're going to miss on that, miss a little bit high. Don't miss a little low, and throw it as he threw it there, which is you got to put a little bit of steam on it. You got a lot of close defenders. Parkinson on the play doesn't have any real separation, but nonetheless, what a great drop by the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, just right up the football field. I love, too, with both Tyler Lockett on his big play and DK on his big play, they got the damage done from in the slot. This is purposeful. They haven't done as much of this with these guys in the slot this year, to my eyes. And I think that they're doing it to attack the Cardinals in their secondary in that way, and the way that the Cardinals will play that, being, as we saw with the DK play, for instance, they will put a safety down into that slot. Very interesting. Very interesting. And Randall, thank you for the $20 dono again, man. You're awesome, brother. I saw your kid killing it on the slopes there on the Facebook, man. Though he looked like he got a little nervous when the thing turned around backwards. He started going backwards down the hill. He kind of looked back like, oh, I don't know. Not sure. B-Russ says Parkinson's looking solid. I don't know why we haven't been using him at all. I think they've been hoping that they could still get something tapped in with Disley, but Parkinson looks like a guy, especially as a pass receiver, who's a bit of an upgrade of what we've seen of Disley this year. And I'm almost hesitant to say it because Disley's never been bad, but I don't know if Disley's ever been back from an athletic speed standpoint or just to the player he was prior to those real two major injuries he had back-to-back years in his first years of his career here. But he's gotten some run. But I've I don't know, maybe it's just to my eyes on this one too. I'm not certain of this, but I think that they've just been trying to roll with him, and maybe Parkinson's more the answer. Jacob Ketzinger says, fun fact, Budda Baker played quarterback in his high school as well as safety. Interesting. Okay. Usually those former quarterbacks that become safeties become free safeties because then they can really use their advanced understanding of what offenses are trying to do sometimes. But he's so instinctive. I loved him coming out of college. I would have been very happy if our Seahawks had picked him. That would have been awesome. But instead we went for Malik McDowell. Megan Gog-Roger says, touchdown Seahawks. Holy catfish, gang. Electric Shark, let's go. Touchdown. Thank you, Electric Shark, for the $5 donation. I appreciate you. You're awesome. And let's go touchdown. That's the way, team. That's the way. Look, Russ looking fired up. Look, Russ looking engaged. He says, we're not done. We're not done today, says Russ. Yelling at his men on the line in a good way. Pumped up kind of way. So we had the Cardinals come with their 19-play, 66-yard drive. We said, oh, that's cute. Oh, you got a field goal? That's cute. Here's our 10-play, 75-yard drive. And we dropped it like two nuts right on their forehead. Like, how you like that? Huh? How you like that? What do you got, Cardinals? See if our Seahawks defense can build off this momentum a little bit. 14-10, 17-41. Myers puts it back into the back end of the end zone where the returner downs it right there. Herbicides brings up a good point. Says Disley can block, though. You need at least one blocking tight end. It's very true. I think he still is a better blocker than Parkinson, though Parkinson's starting to grade out better in that respect, but I agree with you. Disley is better in that element of things. All right. Kyler Murray coming back out here now. 1st and 10 from the 25. He is under center. One of the rare times the Cardinals have been under center today. Play action. Kyler drops back, looking deep. Comes back underneath to A.J. Green and breaks a tackle of Cody Barton open field. Breaks another tackle of Ugo Amadi until Sidney Jones can then wrap him up at the 36-yard line. A few very bad missed tackles there. And the Cardinals just kind of attacked the dead space in the Seahawks zone there. Just kind of attacked the dead space. Cody was on another guy initially and then was breaking off his coverage late to get to AJ. It's the tough part about playing zone. You got to have two responsibilities at times. And AJ coming up a little bit, leaning over, bend over, looked like he's hurting a little bit after that play. Kind of looked like Barton's leg whiplashed him a little bit accidentally when he broke that tackle, like across his shin. So that's what it appeared, at least. Kyler in shotgun now, 3 wide receivers. Seattle showing their 4-3 under look here. Robert Condici fluxes Kyler Murray. Murray out in the open, gets himself about a couple, 2 or 3 there. Nice job by Robert Condici to get up there and cause some pressure. The former Arizona Cardinal first-round pick. Pete Carroll is lobbying the official on the sideline, trying to get a hold call. Go 5 says such a hold. Yeah, I think that's what Carroll was probably talking about. Looked like the reason Condici didn't get to Kyler was because the Cardinal offensive lineman held on to him. Kyler back in shotgun. Quickly finds his target underneath for a gain of 7. Some of these Cardinal receivers, I'm not even recognizing them. They're kind of down on their depth chart in that respect. Boy, Steve Keim has gained some more weight. My goodness, man, he's getting big. Kyler with the give on 3rd and 1, right up the middle to James Conner, who gets the first down. Nice job there. Elliot Clark with a $5 donation. Thank you, Elliot. Everyone's so kind today. I appreciate you, Elliot. He says, last game, let's effing go. Let's go, Elliot. Let's get the dub today. Let's close off this tough, miserable, no-good season right. You know? Let's get this at least onto the right track as we move forward here into this offseason. Start the momentum for next year now, where it would have started last week with the 50-burger. Kyler in shotgun, 1st and 10, 5:07 on the clock. Guy goes in motion there. Kyler flips the ball out wide. Continues to, he just continues to dink, 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 dunk, 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 dink, dunk, dink, dunk, dink, dunk, dink, dunk, dink. I mean, I think he's thrown more flat routes to his wide receivers or to his running backs today than we have all year. Oh, my goodness. Hey, 10 of 12 for 49 yards, Kyler, in this game. He's going to have like 70 attempts and 123 yards. Kyler drops back to throwing shotgun here on 2nd and 9. He's looking, nowhere to find. Looks like we finally are going to get a holding call. It only took the offensive lineman tearing Taylor down to the ground by his neck for us to finally get a call from the officials. But it was on bright display there. It was right at Kyler's feet. So I guess that forced them to have to call that one. Officials are letting him play today, you know what I mean? Yeah, DJ Humphries. Yeah, DJ Humphries. Oh, that wasn't even as egregious as the last one. Taylor sold it too. Taylor sold it a little bit. Good on him. Do what you can to get a call sometimes. 2nd and 19, 4:08 on the clock here. Cardinals come out with trips to the near side of the field. Kyler throws it up to Nowheresville. Looks like there was a miscommunication between him and the receiver on that particular play. And now we get some of Kyler's great body language at display, where he shows that eminent leader that he is. I love when he starts screaming at people. Ooh. Dunlap played that one close. Dunlap did grab, almost pulled Kyler down there. D Nugget, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, thank you, Brando, for a great season. We with you thoroughly this offseason. Let's get a dub today. Well, thank you, D Nugget. You're a very kind on the donos as always, man. I appreciate you. And yeah, I can't wait for this offseason. We're gonna have a lot of fun content. We're gonna get some little more comedy injected in here in the channel a little bit. I'm gonna get another couple more great moment videos done. Got some big plans here for this offseason. So we're gonna be in the dead period, but by no means is the content not gonna be. Hopefully, some new good stuff coming out to you guys. So thank you for your support, D Nugget. You're awesome. Kyler Murray in shotgun now, 4 wide, 3 to the far side of the field. Seattle. What just happened there? Looks like the Cardinal offensive lineman jumped. Delay a game. Okay. Dunlap just kind of came across very casually, with no Cardinal offensive lineman false starting, and you go, wow. I hope that's not you just jumping there because even you could see there was no hard count by Kyler there. They just lost track of time. So that will bring up a 3rd and 24, 3:57 on the clock. Seattle bringing their front 4 look, trying to flush Kyler. He's staying in the pocket. Nice job by Kyler, working, trying to motion people open. Has a man down the field and sort of kind of overthrows him. Again, a little bit of a miscommunication between the receiver and him. Zach Ertz on the play there, and you got to wonder with Zach that, he's come mid-season to this team. It's understandable if they're not exactly right on the same page. Nice job by Kyler and Russ in this game of keeping their pocket alive, keeping their ability to throw live for a long period of time. And that will bring up a punt here. Seattle almost blocks the punt. Still a very nice kick all the way back to the 29-yard line. Good job of the punter there to get that kick off and still get some boom to it. Very good job on his part. This will bring Seattle back to the field. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, how does Keim throw on those LBs in that desert climate? Well, thank you, Charles, for the $5 donation. I can attest to that. When you're in a hot environment, you don't want to eat. Living in Hawaii, there'd be times I don't want to eat at all. I've got no interest in, I'm not hungry ever. You got to work to get up to it there. I might gather, Charles, I'm going to make a little bit of a guess here with Mr. Keimy. It's a little bit of liquid weight, if you know what I'm saying. Just look at just a little bit of, how was your breakfast? Oh, it was good. It was a liquid breakfast. You know what I mean? A little bit of those empty calories, you know what I'm saying? But that's a big boy. That's a big boy right there. He's taking up 2 seats. Tom Cox with the $5 donation. Thank you, Tom. Says, in your opinion, who do you think will be in the Super Bowl this year? Jeez, good question. It's a good question. I would imagine at this point I'm going to say I think the Green Bay Packers finally get in there this year. Though there may be some things that hold them out that are beyond certain other aspects with the way that there's some weird threats being lobbied this last week that would be a strange part of it. But I do think the Packers are going from that side of it. And boy, I'm not sure on this one. I'm just not sure on the AFC at all. It's so wide open in the AFC. Part of me just wants to be lazy and say Kansas City. But then I also feel like, man, 3 straight years, getting to the Super Bowl is so hard to do. Buffalo seems like one point or another they're going to click in and get it done. I mean, those are kind of my 2 teams. And then you have Tennessee. It's like they're the unknown factor with Derrick Henry coming back, because if he's fresh and he can actually get it done, that changes the whole complexity of that team and what they can accomplish, especially if they have both A.J. Brown and Julio Jones on the outside as those type of threats as we dealt with what we dealt with in the opening season with Tennessee. Not many teams have had to deal with that full arsenal. So I got to think about that, Tom. I'll give you an answer at Kansas City for now, but I might change it as we go on, because I wrestle with those 3 teams, one of those 3 teams getting there, and kind of for all different reasons with each one of them. So Russell now on pistol 340 here on the clock. The give is to Rashad Penny. He takes the carry. almost breaks it free. Boy, if he broke that tackle, he was going to be out in open space. He brought it back across the line of scrimmage there. Looked like it was not where the intended hole was supposed to go, but he was kind of freelancing on that one, and boy, he just about broke that tackle. Bring up 2nd and 10 now. 3:19 on the clock here in the second quarter. But thank you, Thomas, for the $5 donation. I'll give you a good answer in a second. Kansas City, I guess, feels like the answer to be what's probably going to be, but I just don't know. Russell in shotgun, 2nd and 10, looking around. You got time, Russ. You got time. Looking. Firing. I can't tell if he caught it or not. Tyler looked like he caught it. He feels like he caught it. He's doing a dance, so that must mean he caught it. They don't dance if they didn't catch it. Tyler just kind of doing that second route thing, leaking deep off of his first route, which is a little curl, and Russell threw it right in between the safety and the corner who was closing over the top. 1st and 10 now. 2:32, giving Rashad Penny out a read option. Rashad breaks it free, comes forward for a gain of about 5 or 6 before Cardinals come up and get their hands around him. Nice game by Rashad Penny. Russell, 9 of 14, 154 yards, 2 touchdowns. Again, doing a good job of staying alive in the pocket, not leaving it, not bailing, not trying to run. Now in shotgun, running again, hurry up here, out of read option again to Rashad Penny for a gain of about 8 or 9 yards. This will get a first down and bring us to the 2-minute warning. I like the up-tempo there. Get a last play in before the end of the 2-minute warning. Russell in full control here, moving this offense efficiently. It's not methodically. They're getting chunks of yards at times here, but it's not necessarily he's bailing out of the structure of the offense. For instance, the throw there to Tyler is he's gone through his reads. He's into his second, third stuff. He isn't like going to his first read 40 yards down the field and just chuck city. It's a matter of I've looked to the short stuff that's not there. Now let me go to the long stuff, including Tyler's short stuff, which was a curl route on that play before he broke it deep. So Russ doing a great job in this of staying in that pocket. Both Kyler's doing this too, I think, a pretty good job of, which is just both of these guys have an instinct built within them because they're good at scrambling to get out of that pocket. Go ahead and bail. Just go. Get on the edge. And they're staying within it, giving those receivers some more time to get open down the football field. And they're mixing it in between that with throwing on time. For instance, that DK play out of the slot deep up the field. That was Russell. As soon as that play broke open, he knew he had a mismatch and he hit it. He didn't wait. Man, Tom, I'm still wrestling with my question and your answer to your question. I don't know, man. I want to say Tennessee if they got Derrick Henry because I just think that they could be so dominant if he's fresh, his legs are fresh, if he's 100% good to go. And you got those guys like Kansas City can't stop that offense. Buffalo doesn't have Tre'Davious White anymore. They can't stop that offense. But it's got to be an offense running it kind of near full steam for it to be that scary. So I'm gonna go out just complete outlier Tennessee just to be countered to what everyone else is saying, which is the Chiefs, I'm sure. Electric Shark, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Electric Shark. You're awesome for multiple donos on the channel today. Says I first found you when trying to watch the Week 15 Seahawks versus LA Refs game. I see what you did there, man. That's awesome. But I'm looking forward to watching you all next season. Keep this up. Thank you, Electric Shark. I love doing this and I want to get better at this, so I'm going to keep trying to improve with it and picks up. As some people said, I need some trademark phrases like Rabel's got his holy catfish and Niaus had his grand salami. I got to come up with my own little thing here this offseason too, but I love doing this, man. I love doing the play-by-play even more than I thought I would in doing this. I was like, I'm going to do the play-by-play, and I got the post-game, but I really do enjoy doing this. It's a fun way of watching this with you guys, and it's also good for commiserating when the stuff has gone bad. I can have people here with me in this chat that were like, at least I know someone else is feeling that pain I'm feeling when it's bad, but it ain't bad today. Our Seahawks are up 14-10 here with the 2-minute warning just passed. Russell in shotgun, 1st and 10. Penny goes in motion. Russell looking on a bubble screen, and it just gets clogged up from the start there. I don't know if the Cardinals just sniffed that one out, but sometimes our bubble screen game is not strong. But thank you again, Electric Shark, for the $5 donation, man, and I'll look forward to seeing you next year, too. I'll be here all off season doing some vids as well, so. Russell now in shotgun, trips to the far side of the field, DK to the other side. Seattle's been drawing some single coverage to DK by this method. Buda Baker dancing around the secondary, coming up, backing up, coming up. Russell coming back up the line of scrimmage to change the play and get things right. I think he feels like a blitz is maybe coming here. Buda Baker back to line of scrimmage. Indeed, a blitz is coming. The give is to Rashad Penny on 2nd and 10, and he comes up out of read option and gets about 3. 2 or 3 there. 2.5. Split the difference. Call it 3. And the Cardinals will take their first time out, putting us at 151. Interesting to see Russell change that play at the line of scrimmage. I don't know if Buda Baker did a little bit of tricking him there because Buda started up at the line of scrimmage, backed kind of more into a typical cover 2 type look. Russell changed the play. Buda Baker was back up at the line of scrimmage. It went from kind of it went from clogged to unclogged to clogged. I don't know if Buda changed what he was doing there in that play to match Russell Wilson's change. Remember the time, the Titans are going to be a dangerous team with the first seed locked and Derrick Henry about to return. And it took me a while to get here. Remember the time, but I'm going to go with the Titans. I think that they're going to be too much to deal with. I think they get in. I think Green Bay gets in from the other side, and then my goodness, I don't know on that one because Green Bay can have it. That's the one place that defense can kind of have it taken to them, in my opinion. Is if you got a good running game, you can go after them. I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with that, but yeah, first seed, I'm with you on it. I think I'm going there. Tom, I think I'm going Titans on that other side. And I do like Buffalo too. So Buffalo, Chiefs, Titans are the 3 I do like. And Buffalo, you go, man, it does feel like maybe it's their time. It's like they've been knocking the door here the last couple of years, and it's time for them to bang through. But getting Henry back, not having 330 carries on his back this year, I know the foot injury is what it is, but theoretically they can get him back to near 100% at that point. He's only got to be good with that first seed. That at that point you only need him for 3 games. You are so loud today. What is going on? Chill out. And Tyler Lockett's doing it for sure, Mark. You ain't kidding, man. AI says Green Bay versus Cincy. Oh my gosh, if A.J. Burrow gets there in his second year coming off a torn ACL, he gets Cincinnati to the oh my gosh, Kat. Hi. Hey, how you doing? I know. Yeah, I know you're very lovely right now. I can appreciate that. I think she's going to face hug me here next. All right, Russ looking good, Tom. Russ is looking good. Gio says, will you stream tomorrow, Alabama versus Georgia? I hadn't thought of doing that. If you guys want me to, we'll take a poll on the chat. If the chat wants me to, I can potentially do that. I don't know if there's a lot of I don't know if there's a lot of hope for me. I don't know if there's a lot of interest in the Alabama in that matchup here with my fandom, with my subs. But if they say it's a go, I'll go. I'll be willing. 14-10 here, a minute 52, 3rd and 6 now. Russell Wilson in shotgun. Got an empty look behind him. 4 wide receivers. He's coming up the line of scrimmage to change the protections here as the Cardinals are showing an exotic blitz look. Looks like 5 men at the line of scrimmage dancing around. Russ in shotgun looking. Finds his man DK wide open. DK is surprised to see himself wide open on the catch. Looks around, nobody's there. Then says, oh, okay, I can keep running. And does so. Gets himself a first down. There is a flag on the play. Might have been a hold there. Oh, well, we had the offensive pass interference called against us earlier. I guess it's called on us now. Was that on DK? Let's see. What? What was that call? Okay. Okay. I don't know about that call, folks, at home. I don't know about that call. I don't know what that they called offensive pass interference. Looked like Gerald Everett just kind of collided. Not even collided. There was just a lot of traffic went around each other, and everybody just got kind of up in I don't even know. That was a weird call, and it does take Seattle a little bit out of field goal range here now. 3rd and 16, the Cardinals show a full house blitz, drop out of it. Russell gets the ball right out of his hands to Tyler Lockett, who makes the catch and gets upfield for first down. All right. You need 16. They got 16 and a half. That is nice work there by Russell and company. Interesting by the Cardinals. I think they were doing a little bit too much of the we're going to show you all this crazy stuff, and it got them out of coverage where you ended up with Chandler Jones in space trying to cover Tyler Lockett. Just a little bit too much of that. That's a little bit too much gadgetry. Russell now in shotgun here with 1:40 on the clock. 1st and 10 from the 24-yard line. The give is into Travis Homer. Gets through the line of scrimmage well there. A nice little 4-yard gain by Travis Homer. That'll do. Russell having a very fine first half here. 10 of 16, 171 yards and 2 touchdowns. Tyler Lockett matching him right along. He's got most of those yards. All right, Russell in shotgun here. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Travis Homer to his side. Drops back, looking, firing. Out to DK. Couldn't quite get it there to him. Nice job by Russell, though. Just get that ball, hit that back foot, let it rip. Again, this is the growth period you have with these kind of throws and learning how the best to throw them. It's, for instance, he's got to kind of get that off even a little earlier to where he got that off with DK. It's a little late, but I do like him just sort of hitting that, let it rip, even a little faster. Throw it when he's at the stem of his break, basically. Russell in shotgun now, 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Homer next to him. Cardinals showing single high. Russell throws it up over the top to Gerald Everett. Whoa, Gerald Everett drops it. Oh, my goodness, folks. Russell threw the softest, featheriest, most just, it was Charmin-like. He had Gerald Everett breaking wide open. Gerald didn't even realize how wide open he was. And Gerald looking at it, these are the toughest passes, they say, to catch, the easy ones that are just coming right down. And Gerald let it bound right through his fingertips for an incompletion. Oh my goodness. Russell with a beautiful throw. Absolutely a wonderful throw by him. Just lightly, softly, just right up over the top. And boy, Gerald Everett dropped it. My goodness. My goodness. I think Gerald just was so surprised he was this wide open. I just think he just was anticipating there was contact or somebody was closing. He just couldn't believe I can't be this wide open. I can't be this much open. Jeremy Cavazos says, thanks for the play-by-play. The game is blocked out here in Oregon. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jeremy. That's kind of one of the reasons I wanted to do this more and more is I'd heard that there was a lot of folks out there that do run into where they're just not able to see this game. It gets cut off from them, and this is the one way they can get into to get some play-by-play. So I'm happy to do it, man, and I love doing this. So appreciate you, and as I said, we'll be doing this all next season. I only picked up this about 6-7 weeks ago, but we will be doing this forevermore. Cheeseburger Man says, Kitty, show the cat. The cat's showing herself. She's definitely, I think she's finally given up. What are you doing over there? Let's get the kitty up here. Let's get some kitty luck. Come here. They want to see you. Yeah. Say hi to everybody. Tell them, are we going to win? Are we going to win? Mm-hmm. We gonna win? You okay? You still mad? She's having a day. She's having a day. Jacob Kessinger with another $5 donation. My goodness, man. Very kind of you. Says, besides Russ, which player do you want to see work on another part of their game? Good question. Probably Damian Lewis in pass protection if he's going to remain at left guard. That would be the kind of the number one thing I think I would gravitate towards. Jordan Brooks a little bit better in his zone coverage. I think it's coming along, but I'd like to see him continue to improve in that as well. So there's two for you. There's two. Mark Harbicorn says, at least we're seeing it in Montana for a change, laughing out loud. We should always be on in Montana. Like I said, Oregon, Montana, that should be just Seahawks area. That's our coverage area. Idaho, sorry, it's all ours. All of it is ours. Vancouver, somebody else going to have the high side of Canada, but then we get Alaska. It's all ours. Sorry, it's the way it goes. All right, Seattle does get the field goal through. We got 17-10 now. Seahawks with 229 total yards to the Cardinals' mere 88 yards. Kind of a weird outlier for our Seahawks defense, too, isn't it? Because this is a defense that's given up a considerable amount of yards throughout this year, but they don't give up any points once you get inside the red zone. Where today, they're doing good in both respects, right? I think the Cardinals got close to the red zone, but not in the red zone. Kyler's in shotgun now, minute 21 here in the half. Woo! Seattle bringing some pass rush on that play. Darrell Taylor leading the way, followed by Poona Ford, and they absolutely avalanche Kyler Murray. Kyler had a half second to step back and look, and those guys were right back in his kitchen sink. Running a little bit of a stunt by Darrell Taylor. Running that stunt, man, just lightning quick. Kyler now in shotgun on 2nd and 18. Cardinals trying to run a little bit of a hurry up here. Comes back up under the middle to, looks like, Christian Kirk for a gain of about 4. This will continue to allow the clock to tick. And is it the Seahawks? Somebody called the timeout. Seahawks called the timeout. Smartly done on their part. This is a 3rd and 10 at this point. Give Russ and company another chance. Cardinals get an incompletion. You maintain one more timeout. You should get the ball in an advantageous field goal position. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. All right, Kyler in shotgun here. Cardinals do look like they're going to try to go for the first down. 3rd and 10. Seattle just showing a 4-man front. Kyler drops back to pass, looking down the field, lets it rip, finds his man for a first down, Zach Ertz. Well, that is the one downside of making that call there, is that you do give the Cardinals then a chance to get a first down and still have some time to move up the football field. Boy, Seattle just dropped back into a very soft zone there. Surprising you don't maybe try to bring a little bit of a blitz there and force that action on Kyler. When he's been getting the blitz in this game and having that happen, he's really gone right to his check down instantaneously quick. You might have been able to force that as opposed to just running the front 4, but very good throw by Kyler. Nice route run by Zach Ertz, who absolutely killed the Seahawks in that first matchup in Seattle. Today's been targeted 5 times. He's got 3 catches for 30 yards. All right, Kyler's shotgun now, 41 seconds. Oh, he's under pressure. Swallowed up by Carlos Dunlap. He says, get over here. Carlos brought out his Mortal Kombat hook, grappling hook, sent it up around Kyler's legs and pulled, and Kyler went right down. Dunlap just walking Humphreys back into the pocket. That is sort of his signature sack type move when he gets a sack, is he just can bull rush like nobody else. Uses that 6'7" long frame to get those guys back going backwards. And that will be the final play of the half now. The Seattle Seahawks defense has put on, I would say, what we could call a dominating performance here in this first half against a very explosive Cardinal offense. Yes, they are down a couple of their playmakers out on the outside in this game. It would seem like no Chase Edmonds. No, I'm not seeing any Rondale Moore unless they're just not working it to him. And obviously no DeAndre Hopkins. But you still have Christian Kirk, who's their leading wide receiver. You still have A.J. Green. You still have Zach Ertz. You know, they've got some things to work with here offensively. And the Seahawks defense has put in as good an effort in this first half as we've seen. 3 points given up. You're not allowing anything in the running game. You only are allowing really Tyler to dink and dunk up the football field. You're not letting him break free of the pocket. I've got to say, very impressive, very, very impressive defensive performance in this game against more of a stiffer competition than our Seattle Seahawks have seen recently. Interesting first half. Choose first half. And let's face it, Russell Wilson absolutely playing phenomenally. The protection's been really, really there as far as the line goes. Jay Correan had that one play that went sideways where he kind of blew the protection a little bit, I would say. But other than that, he's been really good. He's been real good. And across the board, they've given Russell time to throw. And Russell is navigating the pocket more with that, less that frenetic, panicky kind of thing that we saw in the play where he fumbled at the beginning of this game, and more of remain patient, trust your protection, stay locked in. It's good to see. Very encouraging to see. These are things I think that we can take away from, again, these are things we take away that we can go with going forward, I think, in certain respects. And Rashad Penny continues to play pretty solidly. To my eyes in this game, he's not necessarily had as many big chunk runs as we've had recently, but by no measure has he not been very effective in this game. I'm just checking the box score right now, and let's see where we got him at. So Penny's 11 of 11 carries, 59 yards. Actually, it's kind of a quiet 11 for 59, but that's 5.4 yards per carry. That's pretty good. One reason I've said I'm willing to bring him back even for as much as a 1 year, $4 million deal. I think that that's a guy that I can work with in my backfield going forward. I'm not going to rely on him being a guy that I'm going to put 300 touches on that body throughout a season, but I think we got to look at this now as we go forward with certain positions and understand with the extra game added now in the NFL, with the high rate of injuries that we see are incurred. It's less about finding that one dude, less finding that one bell cow, right? And more now about finding the multitude of guys that you can assemble through to get it done over the course of the season. I think that that's just a smarter, more cost-effective approach, and one that protects you against that injury situation that can pop up. Charles Riley said with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Again, third dono for you, Charles. Fourth dono. I can't even keep track today. Thank you so much. He says, I got to hit the road, Brando, but I'll be listening with the AirPods. Go Hawks. All right, we'll have a good, safe trip out there, Charles. And thank you for all your donos to the channel, all your support on the channel. I do appreciate it. Man, we had a ton of donations here on the channel today. So thank you to everybody for doing that. I appreciate us closing out this season well, true, and right. Rodney says, what's your thoughts going into today about Pete and Russ? I'll only, Rodney, I guess I can only say I can take the indicators of what I've seen play kind of out in the background the past week. I have some reasons why I think this way, but there seems to be some indications here of things being run back with all parties involved as we go forward. And I've maintained if that occurs, then that means that Pete has given certain assurances to Russ that will be the case. The sources out there that we hear rumoring is that nobody knows what's going to happen as far as in the building, what Jody Allen's going to decide. I don't know if I don't know if I believe that, especially coming on the heels of just 2 weeks ago, Coach Carroll saying, me and Jody Allen have been in lockstep on this throughout this whole process and communicating throughout, and it could have been just lip service by Carroll, but I don't know. It seems to run counter to that. So I think it's really hard to say where this is going to go, but I do think that the decision is going to be decided quickly, and I think we'll know very fast how this is going to play out. But I think at this point, I can only go off of what both guys are kind of indicating, which seems to be more that they're going to come back. If Russ was going to be leaving, you would think you'd see more groundwork being laid by him right here, saying more a little bit of what he said like 2 weeks ago, where he's like, well, I'm a Seahawk now, and I don't know if I'll be here next year, but I'm going to be playing. I know I will be playing in the NFL. And then we heard a couple days ago or something that, no, I want to be a Seahawk here forever. I've got a no trade clause. I don't want to go anywhere. Blah, blah, blah. So it's like, let's face it. If Russell Wilson wanted to, if he wants to, at the end of the day, he can shut down all trade talk instantaneously by just saying, I'm not going to give up my no trade clause. I'll play out the rest of my contract and then you guys can do whatever. Maybe then I just get to decide where I go. So I mean, he does hold some power here in that element of things. And I'm going to lean to say that at this point, Rodney. But I mean, I'll change when I get some more information, but this has been pretty quiet in the background and we have not been given a lot of indicators as to what will happen. And Rodney says, I'm reading more and more stories about Quinn being a possible replacement. I've read them too, Rodney, but I really don't see when it's unnamed sources, that gives these publications so much room to work with as far as inventing stories out of the thin air. And I don't like reading unnamed sources. I'll reference them. I'll say this has been printed out there, but I'm not going to give them a lot of weight, because it's just, I think, a lot of people being very opportunistic about publishing these stories and putting two and two together to draw up clicks. Dan Quinn's a former Seahawks coach. Dan Quinn's having a great year with the Cowboys. Dan Quinn's earned the right to be a head coach again, being a guy who got to the Super Bowl at his first stint. So everybody goes, okay, I'm doing this math. Let me publish this story, and then I'll just reference an unnamed outside source, and now it looks legitimate. That doesn't make it legitimate. And it's part of why we were in the death rolls of modern journalism, is because of the unnamed sources and everybody unable to get any sort of references for anything of what they're publicizing. So I give it little weight at this point. Brando2345 says, you think Seahawks go after Vic Fangio for possible defensive coordinator? Heard he most likely going to the Bears, though. I think he's a former defensive coordinator with the Bears. I want to say that he's been there before, so there's a good likelihood he goes back there, and the Bears are going to be looking to do a lot of, I think, moves this offseason, so that makes a lot more sense. He'd be a candidate. He'd certainly be a guy that they'd want to call upon if he wanted to come here, but I don't know that, I don't even know yet if Carroll's going to be fired to be looking for a defensive coordinator, so it seems a little early to make that call on it. But yeah, he's a great defensive coordinator. He is the quintessential version, Brando, of that guy that you hear referenced about in football, who's a great defensive coordinator, great offensive coordinator, should never be a head coach. That's basically Fangio. There's a lot of those guys. It's not the worst thing in the world to be that type of guy. You just got to kind of know that that's who you are. And I think Vic's going to probably figure that out after this job, and he's a great defensive coordinator. Luke, all right. So bear with me, folks. I'm going to get some more coffee, and I will be back in just 2 seconds. All right, we're almost here to start up half here soon enough. We're almost back here ready to go. See if we can close this one out. I like playing spoiler role. I like the thought of kind of ruining the cards. I mean, they're going to probably get the plan, but whatever. I mean, tell you what, the Cardinals are not playing their best football right now. I'm just saying. A little rough right now. A little rough and rugged for our Cards. Brian Goski says, keep Russell Wilson by all means necessary. Well, that's been a common mantra for me, I think, throughout this year, as we've looked at how directions should go and what I'd prefer, and if I was in charge, what I'd say and how I'd guide this vessel. And indeed, that's the way I would do it. My decision-making would begin with keeping Russell Wilson, and then kind of in conjunction with that, building a great offensive line around him, truly a dominant offensive line around him. I've long leaned towards that being the method of approach that I would like to see undertaken. And we'll see if the Seahawks do. Like I said, if they do run this back with Coach Carroll going forward and Russell going forward, I've said that it's going to be done with assurances. And I think that those assurances begin with a true commitment to building kind of I'm not going to say super offense around Russell Wilson, but at least like a top 5, top 10 offensive line and maybe another playmaker on the outside, Jose Garcia, what's up, Brandon? If Pete isn't fired in the next couple of days, do you think it's safe to say they're going to run it back? Yes, I would expect that if you're going to move on from Carroll, you're not going to wait for deep into this offseason to do it. You're going to want to make that change now because there's nothing to really gain by waiting. Whatever assessment you make, you should have already made on whatever you're deciding to do first off. And second off, you lose out on good available candidates out there who you could want to bring to the team and have to start picking over the also ran group, over those guys that weren't selected by the other teams that have already picked their coach at that point because they have gone out there to go get their new guy. So you have to, by that, almost surely by the way the market drives you to do so. And so I would expect anything past Thursday, even if we haven't heard by then, I think Coach Carroll, at the very least, Coach Carroll's coming back and they're still opening then to move on from coaches within the staff. But I frankly just don't expect you're going to see any real major staff changes either. Pam Ogburn says Chicago Bears hire Nathaniel Hackett away from the Green Bay Packers. Okay, boy, his father was a hell of a coordinator. Hell of a coordinator. Wasn't his father like a Chiefs coordinator? Where's Randall McDaniel? He knows my FC West stuff. Wasn't Hackett? It's a great last name, Hackett. Oh. MSR Rook, did you hear Mike Garofalo report that the Seahawks are going to keep Russ, but Pete Carroll's future is the one actually in question? I didn't see Garofalo's, but I've heard a little bit of this in the last 24 hours, Rook. So I don't know what to make of it. I'm not too sure what to make of it. There's been so many rumors about this and that, and it's this or it's. I'm really kind of like at this point, I don't take it. I take it all with such a grain of salt, and I'm not sure. The thing I kind of landed with this, Rook, is that we'll know within the next 3 days basically what will happen, and if that's the decision that they're looking and driving towards making. It would be interesting if it was. I'll be live streaming if they do this and this comes down the trek with this. And we're certainly going to talk about a lot of this in post game as we're about to start off the second half here, but I'm not sure. Short low kick by Myers, kicks it to the up man at the 20-yard line, who's then tackled. Nice play there by Michael Jackson. Getting it done there. And again, folks in the chat, I will be breaking back now to the live stream here, just doing the play-by-play a little bit. So I'll try to respond a little bit to you guys in the chat, but as I get through the back end of the second half, I'll probably be more busy needing to do the play-by-play analyst stuff. We will be doing post-game here as well to any people that are new on the channel, so I'll be, after the game as well, we'll be doing a lot of discussion on this too. So if I don't get your comment here in the chat, and I do respond, of course, to all super chats, but if I don't get your comment down in the chat, we'll be doing the post-game too, and I do get to all comments in post-game. So that's just how I roll. All right, we got Murray and Shotgun here to begin things here at the start of the first half. Nice little run up the middle, 5 yards. Megan says, I'm scrapbooking my nephew and got distracted by how cute he is. And back now, I think. Sounds good, Megan. Hope it's a cool scrapbook. Modite says, if the Seahawks win, reload and run it back. Oh, we got a holding call in Humphreys on that play. This will take it back for take it back 10 yards. Well, I think there's a good chance they do run it back here at this point. I mean, I think that's a very real possibility. Why are you so loud today? I don't know why do you need to say so much? Just kind of don't feel good. All right, 1st and 20 now, 14:38 on the clock. Kyler again in shotgun here, 4 wide receivers. James Conner to his left. Seattle just bringing the front 4 here. Ugo shows blitz, confuses Kyler a little bit. Kyler comes back to his second target. Boy, Carlos Dunlap almost caused a fumble there. Kyler, 13 of 17, 71 yards. Stop. I can't do this, baby. I know. Second and 10 now, 13:57 on the clock. Kyler in shotgun. Guiding traffic out there. Flips it on over to James Conner, who catches the ball and breaks the tackle. Jordan Brooks again with his shoulder pad tackle technique. God, he's going to snap somebody in half doing that at some point. He's going to snap somebody in half or break them, one of the two. I mean, it's not really a horse collar because he's underneath the pads on the other side. It's like, I've never seen anybody actually do that type of technique, though. It's like wholly just Jordan Brooks in the way he does that. He grips up underneath the under part of the shoulder pads, and then he's pulling down and bending the guy in half to the ground. Kyler, 3rd and 3, shotgun, empty set. Drops back, looking short, going deep. Turns around, well-thrown ball, right on point. Oh, he's down. Come on. He's down. They touched him. He's down. Nice throw by Kyler. One of his only shot he's hit so far down the football field with any sort of kind of depth. And just gets Christian Kirk here on a little bit of a crosser. Jordan Brooks in coverage. It's a tough draw by Jordan Brooks. This is one of those plays people will go to and go, well, see, Jordan can't cover. And I'm a guy, I would tell you, yeah, I don't like Jordan coverage all the time. But that's a tough draw for him. He's got to cover a wide receiver 30 yards up the football field. All right, Kyler under center now, 1st and 10. Play action pass. Come back to the screen game over to Zach Ertz on the other side of the field. Zach breaks a tackle. Jordan Brooks gets up the football field for 15 yards and a first down. That's one of those plays I won't hit Jordan Brooks is for being bad in coverage. The Seahawks cannot go into dime this year. Somewhere around week 14 or so, they stopped with their ability to be able to run any kind of dime defense, and you've had to stay in nickel at times when opposition's gone with 4 wide receivers, and that's going to leave your linebackers really in a bit of a bind at times, and that's just what happened there with Jordan on that play with Kirk. 1st and 10 now, Kyler in shotgun, 3 wide. Connor to his left, the Gibbs to Connor. Connor dancing around a little bit. Seattle hems him up there. Maybe a half-yard gain. They'll give him 1. 11:39 on the clock, and if you're trying to tune this up with me, I'm about 12 seconds behind usually the live broadcast. Kyler, 17 of 21, 142 yards. Again in shotgun, empty. Comes up. He's changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Jordan Brooks in coverage. Beaten by James Conner for a touchdown. Now that is a play where I will hit Jordan Brooks for. Again, this was an easy play for Brooks to read at the snap. He's going to the flat for the running back. It's right there for him. And then he not only does he allow an easy completion there, but then again, doesn't get the tackle, allows Connor to then get up space and make the score. I mean, Connor didn't even run this route hard off of the snap here. You know, he just jogs his way out into the flat, and Jordan just kind of jogs with him there. There's not a sense of urgency by Brooks there to get upfield and to get him covered up there. And then just sloppy tackling technique after the catch to allow the touchdown. See, that's where it's where you get into that place of nuance on Jordan Brooks with people as they look at this past season and what he's done in that respect. And it's the understanding of there's times he's caught in a bind where you got to give him some room and rope. When it's Christian Kirk, 30 yards up the football field, I ain't going to hammer him on that. But when it's James Conner, a running back in the flat on an easy route to cover, you know, it's not like he had a flood zone concept run across his face. That's his man he's supposed to cover at the snap. That's the man he's supposed to stay with the snap. But a little bit of a laissez-faire approach in getting out there. You know, it's week 18. The legs are tired. And as Brian said, Jordan Brooks is a badass, just not on that play. Mark says, dude, Brooks is ass right now. Corey said, Montgomery says, please give what yard line it ends after a big play. I will, Corey, for sure. And I'm trying to improve on this. I'll keep trying to get better at it. But yes, I will. Robert, I bet that Arizona will win. Should I cash out? I know nothing about football. I don't know. They're playing at home. They might pull this out. It's tie score. Who knows? Who knows? Motorlight says Carroll's halftime speech made Brooks come out of halftime sleeping. He looks a little sleepy on that. That was a really bad. The first one's not horrible. That one's just, come on, buddy. That's linebacker one-on-one, you know. The running back's not running some weird route up the field where he's, you know, you at the stem of the route, he loses you. He's coming off into the flat right off of the snap. And he's doing it like with a half jog. Get on the guy. What's this? Oh, he's going slow. I'll go slow. Corey Montgomery says, I usually use ESPN app to track score, but this is better. Hell yeah, Corey. Thank you, man. You know, they're showing a shot overhead here on the telecast of Brooks. See how he's just so soft there off that? Why are you so casual there? Well, like, I think Brooks just lulled him to sleep because Brooks came off just kind of, oh, I'm just going to try it out here. I'm not even a target. You don't even need to cover me. Michael says, typical Seahawks. When our offense is bad, our defense is good. But when our offense is good, our defense is bad. Well, they got a half where they kind of put it together. But you're right. Yes, it does seem like that at times. Or it just doesn't get paired together. All right, the kickoff goes in the back of the end zone for no return. And just for you guys wondering out there, the Rams are now tied with the 49ers. After the 49ers did a little bit of a trickeration. 17-17 in that game. So we got tied there, tied here. Welcome to the NFC West. 11:02 on the clock. Russell Wilson coming out into the huddle here. Get things set up here. Let's see if our offense has got a little bit of an answer now. Nice opening drive there by Kyler and company. Russell in shotgun to start things off here. Rashad Penny to his side. Tyler Lockett goes in motion behind Russ. The give is into Rashad Penny. Not a lot of room to work in there. He's driving forward for a gain of about 3. Nice job by Penny to run strong. That's what they call the ugly 3. You just get that ugly 2-3 yards right up the middle. Doesn't get you much anything there at the up the 28-yard line. Adrian Peterson looking like a coach over there. Looking coach-like in Seahawks gear. I like it. Seahawks gear looks good on Adrian. Looks good on him. 2nd and 8. Russell and looks like Russell and pistol here. 2 wide, 2 tight end. Play action to Rashad Penny. Russell looking up the field. And the Cardinal looks like they got DK on the safety again, though there was some double over the top. And Cardinal safety knocked it away. Oh, man, they're running double on DK. They're running double on DK with Budda Baker there as a third guy over the top. Yeah, we're going to have to go somewhere else, guys. That was an obvious double team and an unusual double team that they ran on DK there. That wasn't just one under, one over the top. They were squeezing that route. Russell in shotgun, 3rd and 8 now. 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Drops back, looking, doesn't see what he likes, gets rid of it, throws it up over the top for an interception. Thompson brings it back. And it looks like down to the 1, it looks like. Whoo-wee. Well, the protection kind of broke down here pretty quickly. You need it to hold up for a 3rd and 8. Cardinals brought a little pressure. And it wasn't off. There's just enough pressure there to make it kind of weird. And, wow. Tough interception there. Tough Tough interception down the 1 yard line. My goodness. And Russell definitely got whacked as soon as he threw that ball. Whoo-wee. Voodoo Magic says, and that sums up the season. Yep. It's a pretty good summation right there with that kind of play, isn't it? Oh, my goodness. They didn't bring like a full house blitz. It was only one extra guy, but it made Russ uncomfortable. They ran some stunts with it. And I think it just got him a little off put there. I don't know what they're doing here. Am I reviewing this turnover? Is that what this is? To make sure, see if it's a touchdown? Oh, no, they're getting out there. All right. So they had him stepping out at the, I guess, the 4 yard line. This will bring up 1st and goal, of course. Murray has been very, very accurate today. 18 of 22, 157 yards and a touchdown. Barry's his first look. That was 100% on Russ. Oh, now they're bringing it back to the 1 yard line. Okay. Boy, the officials are struggling here a little bit with this one now. Thought it was at the 1. I was surprised to see him put it back at the 4. Oh, that looked like he stepped out at the 5. Whatever. 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 It's fine. All right. Kyler gives up to James Conner, who ducks the first man. Robert Condici's there then to grab him up around the shoulder pads and pull him back down at the 1. About a half-yard gain. Bring up 2nd down. Of course, there's a lot of people around here have moved to Seattle and have said it's a much better place to live in many ways. You won't get any argument from me, Corey. I've been a guy who said, I know Southerners love their South, man, but you guys don't know actually what you're putting up with until you actually left that part of the country to understand some of the awesomeness that exists in a few of the other parts. Not in the anti-South. The South's great, but just no more humidity, no more bugs the size of tanks. And gives now up to Connor on a 2nd and goal, and he goes right up the middle for a touchdown. Arizona Cardinals, they go up by 7. It's a brutal interception there on that play by Russ. Not a good start to this half. 14 unanswered points by the Arizona Cardinals. And they just pounded it right up the middle there on the Seahawks defense, which is now starting to kind of maybe wear down a little bit as this game goes on. They have been on the field, although they've not given up a ton of yards in this game. They have been on the field for a large period of this game, as we've seen throughout this year. And you do get worn down after a little while within that. Start to wonder about that during this game. But yeah, Corey's just different spot, different flavors in the I've lived all over the country, and every place has got its own little different vibe. And I ended up back here in the Pacific Northwest because I like the vibe up here kind of best. Moduli says Pete Carroll's halftime speech was bad. I guess so. What's the opposite of motivated? Demotivated? Randall says 2 turnovers by Russ equals 14 points for the Cards. Yep. 2 bad turnovers, Randall, too. Two not great turnovers. And Russell's played well in this game, so I'm not trying to tear him apart, but you play great, but then you have these 2 horrific plays within that. It starts to eliminate the good of what you did. It does eliminate the good of what you did. And it's a little outside of what Russ is normally at, right? I mean, Russ this year has been a guy he's not been very turnover prone this season. So it's a little bit of a strange outlier to what he's done normally this year, where he's actually been pretty good in protecting the football. Modulite says Wilson throws short for DK but throws high for Homer. Makes no sense. Corey, remembering the Seahawks-Patriots Super Bowl game when they didn't give it to Marshawn, who did amazingly throughout the game, made me think the NFL is rigged. The delayed slant pass was suspect to me. I don't land on that, Corey. I've gone deep into this play a couple of different times, and you do need to go into the depth of that play a little bit more simply than Marshawn was doing great that game, and Seattle didn't give it to him. They wanted Russ to be the star and not Marshawn, which is why they didn't give it to him. You had, I think, about, if you look, you can find this with a fairly simple Google search, Corey. Go online, you can look. There was that year, I think about 10 or 11 times they had Marshawn at 3rd and 1 or from the 1 yard line, and they tried to run heavy, And he was stuffed every time throughout the course of that season in those 10 different times. You would run that exact cross slant play, pick play, like 7 times that year at the goal line. And you were 7 of 7 for like 6 touchdowns running that play at the goal line. So every offensive coordinator is always driven to when they're calling a new play or it doesn't matter Super Bowl or any play, they're bringing in the data of what they understand has happened in their previous play calling, which is what Bevel did there. So he looks at it and he goes, okay, the Patriots just countered us by coming out with a heavy defensive formation. They're essentially bringing in extra defensive linemen on the football field to preclude us from running the football. On top of that, I've not done well running the football on the goal line with Marshawn Lynch this year. On top of that, I've been very successful at running this pick play at the goal line, which has gotten us a touchdown like 5 or 6 times this year. So rather than there being really a conspiracy at place on this, it's just more of a logical element that was brought into play. And let's face it, Brandon Browner did a great job killing the pick, and then Malcolm Butler did an even better job of jumping the route. But I'm a conspiracy-minded guy, Corey, so don't get me wrong. You won't find a bigger conspiracy-minded guy than me. But on that particular play, I've never really bought into they didn't want to give Marshawn the ball because they didn't want Marshawn to be the star. They wanted Wilson to be the star. It just doesn't add. I don't think that they can process that in that moment that quick with all you're trying to think about as a coaching staff. Barry Soetoro is celebrating 6 months as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler, and I dig that about him. Thank you much for that, Barry. He says his pink slip before the plane ride home. Maybe. You never know. I don't think they would do him like that. I tend to believe that it would happen probably Monday morning is your earliest that you'll see something like this come down, in my opinion. But yikes. I don't know, though. I don't know if we're going to see it, Barry. I don't know which way this is going to go as far as the upcoming direction of this team, football team, and coaching staff and quarterback and all that. I truly just don't know. Robert says, it's good to see I didn't cash out. That's right, Robert. Russell under center now, 1st and 10. That gives up to Rashad Penny. He takes the give up for about 3 or 4 yards there. 9:16 on the clock. All right, Seattle on the 28-yard line. Russell and pistol. Rashad Penny behind him. 2 wide receivers and a tight end to the far side of the field. The give is again to Rashad Penny, who takes the give. Almost broke out in space, boy. He's had a couple of carries here lately that have just been one man away, just one broken tackle away, and he might be gone. But the tackle was made by Marcus Golden, looked like there. Is that who that was? Was that Golden? No, Kennard. I'm thinking about last year with them. Nice play by Kennard. Good job by him. Got off his block, made the stop. 8:26 on the clock, a very key 3rd down here in this game at this point as far as the momentum is concerned. It's shifted all in the direction of the Cardinals at this point. Russell in shotgun. Again, Cardinals showing some of that A-gap look of pressure. Russell looking, can't find anybody. Looking back around, throws it over to Gerald Everett, who makes the catch, breaks a tackle, gets out into space, moves it on up the field to the 50-yard line for a 1st down. Nice job by Russell keeping his eyes upfield and again remaining patient in the pocket to find Gerald Everett. A good job by the offensive line to continue pass protecting well today. They're giving Russell time, letting him look through his reads there. Dwayne Brown, Chandler Jones on the outside. Handled Chandler, got him back inside, gave Russell a chance to get outside of the pocket there. Nice job. Nice job. 1st and 10, 7:39 on the clock. Russell back up under center here. Looks like DJ Dallas is behind him. Giving Rashad Penny a little blow here, I guess. The give is into Rashad Penny, into DJ Dallas, who takes it for a 1-yard gain. 1 or 2 yard gain. Luke 99 says your black cat made it into the Seahawks locker room. She's over my shoulder right now. She's over watching everything. Hey, baby. What you doing? All right, 2nd and 9, 7 minutes even on the clock. Russell back up under center here. Looks like Rashad Penny's back behind him now. We're going to give it back to the running back here. Just keep hammering it. Let's see. Give his into Rashad Penny. Man, nowhere to go, though. The offensive line is just, there is no holes. And the Cardinals are now starting to win at the line of scrimmage on the defensive line, at least in the running game. First half, you're opening some holes up now. And this isn't even a matter of Budda Baker or second safety coming and really making this happen. This is just their base front seven swallowing things up. Chandler Jones sitting at the head of that one. This will bring up a 3rd and 9, 6:19 on the clock. Russell in shotgun, 3 wide receivers. Cardinals in a too high look. Russell looking. Russell throwing it deep now. Down the field. Oh my goodness. DK Metcalf went up to make the catch. The ball was knocked free. Goodness. DK's got a mound of turf in his helmet after that one. Went up to Russell just tried to throw this as far as he basically could. Pressure was in his face. DK had the ball in his hands. He would have been out of bounds even if he made the catch. He wasn't going to get his feet down on that play. Was not able to maintain the catch. Boy, the pressure really starting to get back in there by the Cards now. And Dixon with a nice little punt. Gets it down about the 13-yard line. 17-24, Arizona. Kyler Murray will retake the field. Goodness gracious. Corey says, you may have 100,000 or more subs in a year or two if you keep this up and find ways to improve over time. Thank you, Corey. That's going to be my goal with it, man. So that's the dream, you know. That's the dream. So I think too, I'm going to be doing some more I'm going to be doing some more funny content, a little more bits and stuff here come up next month or so because I get to go into a bigger studio. I'm going to get a nice big green screen put up in my place and just roll with it. So I got some other ideas here as we're going along, but I appreciate that, man. I love doing this too. So I hope so. Kevin Klein, thank you for this. We moved to Texas. Glad we can still follow. Oh, I appreciate that, Kevin. That's number one heart reason I wanted to do this. Is I didn't think I was going to enjoy this as much as I do, but I really like being able to reach out to you Hawk fans that are out of Seattle. You know, you're outside the Pacific Northwest. You can't watch this game. I can appreciate that. I've lived outside the Seattle area too, and it's sometimes you'd like to still follow along however you can follow along. Since the NFL doesn't always make it easy just to buy allotment of your games to watch live, you know, you got to watch the rewind. So thank you, man. I appreciate that. Tommy Galante, we just need Pete and Wilson to gel with this team for one more season, and then we will make the playoffs. I'd add on to that. Let's add a little bit better offensive line and get a couple things in place that we need in addition to that. But I'm okay. It looks like that might be the place we go with this. Flag Sabbath says 75 likes with 190 in the chat. Let's go. Hit that like button, folks. Well, please do. Thank you for reminding me on that flag. If you guys are liking what you're watching, even if it's in replay or live right now, please do slam on that like button for me. It helps me grow tremendously on this channel, helps us get larger as a channel, as Mr. Montgomery was mentioning, and hundreds of thousands. Well, we get there by you guys hitting that like button. So please do if you like what you're watching. And do subscribe if you're not already, like Kevin Klein has just subscribed. So thank you for subscribing, Kevin. You're awesome for doing so. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Barry's, pink slip. Sorry. So I don't think so, Barry. I don't think they're going to give him the pink slip that quickly. Maybe Monday morning, no later than Thursday in my opinion, but I can't see it being on the ride home. I'm just going to Pete going, you're not even getting on the plane, Pete. What? No, you're out. You're out. All right, let's see if the Seahawks defense can kind of hem this up a little bit. Somebody mentioned it. Kyler runs like a little toddler who's got I think it was Randall says, he runs like a little toddler who's got a piece of cake that he wasn't being given permission to eat. He's always waddling around out there a little bit. Kind of funny. It always makes me laugh. Seattle showing a little bear front here on first down at the Cardinals, and they try to run into that bear front and have some success for a 9-yard gain by James Conner over on that right side. Seattle seemed to know that was going to be a run play and just couldn't stop it. Again, I'm starting to come back and wonder a little bit if maybe potentially right now this defense is getting a little wore down here. They've been on this football field for a lot of this game. And you start to wonder about that. It's not a team with a lot of depth right now. You're at week 18 of the season. Kyler with the give again into James Conner up the middle. He breaks it outside. Seattle is there to swallow him up and keep him short of the first down. Well done. Very well done. Cody Barton in there. This will bring up a third down. If you can get a stop here, I would imagine they would not go for it on fourth down with a 7-point lead. 5:05 on the clock. Carroll talking to the official, trying to work him a little bit. Murray in shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Drops back, back foots it, lets it rip. Throws a little wide of A.J. Green. Good coverage on the play by Sidney Jones. Sidney and A.J. just got up into a little bit too much of hand fighting. A.J. got a little bit too much into that himself. It was kind of both of them jostling. And Kyler had nowhere to really throw the ball. There was no separation, no space. Great stop by the defense, a 3 and out when you needed it, down by 7 points. Boy, you go down by 10 points, you go down by 14 points, you really feel like, oh man, I don't know if this ain't happening. But keep themselves in it, well done. Here's the kick out to Swain. He's going to have some room to work. Gets it up the field here and manages to return it up to about the 38-yard line of the Seahawks. They will work with some nice field position here. We do have a flag on the play. That scrum lasted a little bit longer. Brandon Benson, thank you for subscribing. Robert State, thank you for subscribing. Got a little bit of a subscriber train. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Love it, man. We're trying to get up here as we can to 6,000 here before the end of the year. We're getting right up in there. So thank you so much. You guys are helping me get there. Appreciate you. Looks like the Seahawks got called for a block in the back on the return. This will take them back 10 yards. All right, Russ. So first drive, they try to throw a little heavy at the start of this half with Russ. He throws the pick, a little pressure. Second drive, they try to run a little bit more. Running game kind of stifles out around midfield. Let's see what pathway Waldron goes here, on this set of downs. Barry Sotoro, thank you for the $5 donation. Barry, I appreciate you, brother. It says, Russ and company should varsity blues it. Just call all the plays on his own down the stretch. Oop-de-oop. I love it, man. Yeah, let's do it. What do you got to lose, Russ? Just run up tempo and call whatever plays you want. Close this off right. Especially if he knows he's leaving. Why not? Amanda Neal 55, thank you for subscribing, Amanda. Nice. A bunch of new subscribers. Appreciate y'all for that. You're awesome. You got the subscriber train. Let's keep going. Choo-choo. Whoop, whoop. Corey Montgomery says, nice cat. Thank you, Corey. I got a couple of them. I got 2 of them. Julio Maz. And by the way, I got to tell you, I still don't get most of the games, so it's been a really cool experience to hear it and learn with you since you've been sharing cool insights throughout the game and everyone. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I hope there's something I can show or learn. I'd love to do it, man. I love football, Julio. So whenever anything in any way I can talk football, I could be talking about rosterbation or just schemes or coaches or any of that. I geek out over this stuff. I just dig it. I love getting into the details of the sport. It's part of why I think it's the best sport in the world, is that there are so many layers of details and complexity to it that you don't always get with every sport around the block, which can sometimes just be a guy hitting a ball with a stick, and this goes so far beyond that. Nate 8 says, what seed are the Cardinals after this win? I believe that this would put them, I think that they're like the last division seed. So they got to play the toughest wild card team in the first round is how that would work. So is the toughest wild card team. So they might have to actually play the Rams if the Rams were in second place. Boy, Kyler is... my God. His body language just sucks. You know what I mean? His body language is just sometimes like, dude, you're a leader. Remember, you're the leader. He's over there right now throwing like a little hissy fit on the sideline a bit, slamming his helmet down. This is why nobody goes to your birthday party, dude. Russell and pistol now, 4:35 on the clock. 1st and 10 from the 28-yard line. Rashad Penny behind him. 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Russell goes right into DK, makes the catch, and gets upfield with some authority. I'll bring up a 2nd and 1. I like it. Back to the short passing attack. Not a bad way of approach of going here. Let's get Russell back into a little bit more of a rhythm like he was early on in this game. Good to see. And DK's got 4 catches for 56 yards in this game on 11 targets. Whew. Well, they're definitely trying to work the ball to him, that's for sure, huh? That is for sure. Russell under center now, 2nd and 1. Rashad Penny behind him. The give is into Rashad Penny. Rashad getting up the football field, being very patient behind his blockers. Very nice. Didn't force the action too fast there. Just let that thing kind of develop. Let it kind of develop. And that's what he did there. Nice job by Rashad. Get you a first down on the play. Rashad 16 carries, 74 yards. He's ran well again today. Ooh, he's limping a little bit, though. Yeesh. Yikes. 1st and 10. Russell in shotgun. DK comes in motion. 2 tight ends aligned to one side of the football field. Russell gives out to a bubble screen to DK Metcalf. Gets up the field for about 3. Penny staying on the field. You know he's in a little bit of pain with that leg, but he's staying out there. Props to Rashad. .249 on the clock here. Russ and company about the 46-yard line of Seattle. Tyler comes in motion. They get back into Rashad Penny. Takes up the football field. He breaks free. He's out in the open field. He's turned on the Jets. Folks, 1 man to beat, and he's dragged down at the last second there. Oh, my goodness. Almost broke that one. And, yeah, he's going to need a blow after that one. The guy pulled him down by that same leg he was just limping on. Good, that's got to hurt. But Rashad Penny, boy, when he turns on the afterburners, look out. He's got an extra gear that nobody else on the field has at times. When he gets out in space like that, it's kind of his one super skill. That put him over the 100-yard mark now. Russell in shotgun, 1st and 10. Russell looking. Boom! Freddie Swain down the sideline. Touchdown, Seahawks! Woo! They came out with a very unusual look where you had 2 tight ends and 2 receivers. You had a tight end and a receiver on each side of the field, aligned to the far sides of the field, each side, one stacked behind the other. It confused the defense a little bit. You haven't run that look out here very much this week at all. What that, of course, does is that puts those 2 defenders in a bind. Who you got? I got this guy. You got that guy. DK's one of the guys. Well, don't we double team DK? Freddie just ends up open because both of the defenders go to DK initially off of the snap. So great play calling there by Waldron. A little tricksy do to the defense. Throws them off a little bit in their alignment. Well done. Freddie Swain wide open. And touchdown Seahawks. Well thrown ball by Russell Wilson. This was a lot like the Gerald Everett throw where it's perfectly on point to Swain. As I said about Gerald Everett a second ago, the receivers will tell you those are the hardest footballs to catch, is the ones that are just the easy, gentle balls that are coming right into your arms. It's coming right in there. Toughest ones to let them go through your hands. But great throw by Russell Wilson, his 3rd touchdown of the day. And Seattle Seahawks tie this one back up. All right. Momentum swinging back the other way now. 283 says if Penny can stay healthy, he probably wouldn't be considered a bust with what he shows us when he's out there. Yeah, agreed. Megan says, sorry, gang, what delivery came? What I miss? Rashad Penny busted out another big run. Russell just made a nice throw down the sideline to Swain. Got us back tied, 24-24. Minute 57 on the clock, 3rd quarter. Well, it's been an entertaining final game of the year, folks. You got to give it that. You got to give it that, right? And it's busted coverage, but this is a little what we've talked about with, I referenced this stat a week ago where, Devontae Adams has been the most double-team defender in the NFL at about 28.5% of the time. DK's been right behind him at 27.5%. And when you see that stat, the one thing that should jump out to you is that somebody else should be open. Somebody else should be wide open when you're doubling a player at that kind of rate. And indeed, that's what happened there on that play with Freddie. A busted coverage is going to come out of that a lot of times too. All right, Murray back up onto the field. I guess he's had enough of throwing a hissy fit over on the sidelines and slamming his helmet down. He's going to come back out now and see what he can get done here. He has played a very good football game. And he's going to dab up everybody over there to let him know that the hissy fit, he's got it out of his system now. He had his baba, and he's okay. His blankie. All right, Kyler in shotgun here. 2 tight ends, 2 wide to one side of the field. Bringing up Quandre Diggs at the line of scrimmage, bringing blitzing Diggs. A blitzing Diggs, and it throws Kyler off, and then he goes into the waiting arms of Puna forward for the sack. Kyler didn't know what to make of Quandre up at the line of scrimmage as a blitzer. He said, what is the free safeties blitzing? They never blitz the free safety. Ugo Amadi was your single high safety on the play with Quandre blitzing off the edge. Wow, what a nice little call. It threw Kyler off. What a nice little wrinkle. What a nice little wrinkle. All right, Kyler in shotgun here now again. 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. Play action to Connor. He wants to go deep. Darrell Taylor just misses getting him, and Kyler's back out in the open field. He's got some space to run. Goes down and slides down there for about a gain of 6 or 7. Like Darrell Taylor had a free shot at Kyler Murray. Oh, Taylor made DJ Humphries fall down by just with one single step. Free run at him and just couldn't bring him down. Kyler's elusive. All right, 3rd and 13, 41 seconds in the third quarter. Kyler dropping back in shotgun. Dunlap walking his man to the backfield. And again, another sack. Kerry Hyder coming off the edge. Another sack. Seattle's pass rush taking a step forward here. Bringing it forward. Dunlap brought the initial pressure with just basically a bull rush, pushing his man to the backfield. Again, Kyler having to be aware of this guy being pressed really quickly back there. And then Hyder just looping around. Kind of looked like he stunted up around him a little bit there. Yeah, it wasn't your typical stunt. Kerry Hyder just made it a stunt, just by the way the natural flow of the play went. Nonetheless, great job by the Seahawks defense again. And we got a bad kick. The ball's up. Oh, it's fumbled. Back in the Seahawks end. Oh my God. Seahawks on the ball. End of the third quarter. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. The punter dropped back. Seahawks have gotten pressure today and almost blocked one earlier in this game. The defender went up, caused the punter to have to sort of double clutch. The ball fell out of his hands a little bit. He picked the ball back up. Looked like he had in the middle of the thought process of thinking that he was Michael Dixon. See, he thought he was an Aussie for a second there. He thought he came from the Outback right about there. But you didn't come from the Outback. You can't double punt because there's only one man that can double punt in this NFL, and his name is Michael Dixon. Okay? That's the only guy that can get that done. And when he tried it and picked it up and realized he wasn't Michael Dixon, he then got tackled, which caused the fumble. Our guy was right there waiting to pick that ball up. Woo, momentum is a sweet thing, isn't it, baby? Momentum is a sweet thing. It is, it is, it is. All right, let's go. Let's go. We're going to close this damn season off right. What William Leonard says? Did you guys see Buddha Gator Roll Penny? Yeah, it was close. He was pretty close on a Gator Roll in that one. I wasn't surprised to see Penny coming up a little limpy after it. But that's Buddha Baker how he tackles. He goes low. I mean, Buddha's that's his approach to tackling all the time. Is he just gets down on that ankle and twists and turns it. He's jiu-jitsu in that way. Yeah, he ain't no Michael Dixon. You ain't no Michael Dixon. You're not even a punter whose name's worth me knowing or remembering. Okay? Megan says, there is only one Aussie punter, and you are not him. You are not it. That's right. Hey, that's right. Great Cheeseburger Man, he thought he was an Aussie. Voodoo Magic says everyone's trying to increase their value the last day of their contract. As anyone would. Understandable. They wish they had Michael Dixon. They wish they had that big Dixon energy. They don't. They got that small Dixon energy. It's part of being a Cardinal. Just comes with it. Sorry. It's in your genetics. Just kind of born with it. Harry Murray says, man, this is old school Seahawks football. The momentum swings, big plays. Throwback to better times. Indeed, my man. Indeed. Yeah, the punter was feeling, if the punter just kicked the ball, he's fine. But he just feels Travis Homer bearing down on him, and it freaks him out. Again, he just doesn't have that I'm sorry to say, just you don't have that big Dixon energy. You start to feel a little unsure yourself. You know what I mean? You start to get a little like, I don't know if I'm going to be good enough on this. I don't know if I'm going to be big enough on this. And you weren't. You weren't. Look at him. He's even doing the little sad arms on his hips thing on the side. All right, let's see if our Seahawks can capitalize now. 1st and goal. 15 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. 24-24. It's been a back and forth affair, a typical NFC West contest where nobody's given an inch and everyone's given an inch. Seattle's about at the 10-yard line, almost exactly, of the Cardinals. Russell coming up, changing the play. Cardinals trying to listen to what he's saying. 3 seconds on the play clock. Russell gets it off. The give is into Rashad Penny. Rashad cuts it up the field. Nice little gain of about 5 yards by Rashad. Well blocked up by the Seahawks. Gave him a nice little hole that time. I wonder if Russ changed into that play too by the alignment he was seeing from the Cardinals. 14:38 on the clock. 2nd and goal. Cardinals bringing a lot of guys to the line of scrimmage. They feel like this is going to be a run, and Seahawks call timeout. If Seahawks had a run called there and they had a little bit of a light look as far as receivers go, then they probably... Carroll's talking to the officials about something. You have to call that. Okay. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I would guess that Carroll's probably mad because the Cardinals probably had 12 guys in the huddle and they didn't call it. Maybe that's what he's mad at. Carroll's mad at the officials on something. He's working them today. He's working them. He's not even chewing on gum. He's so mad. That's the one thing I guess what the only I guess that he's talking about with them is that they didn't call it when there was 12 men on the field. Even that though, you can't have, as long as you get the guy off the field, you're okay with that defensively. I don't know what Carroll's upset about there. All right. So 14:22 on the clock. Seattle was not called for a timeout there. Weird thing there. Russell's changing the play again at the line of scrimmage. He's got 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers, Penny behind him. Penny gets the carry up the field. Cardinals seemed to have that sniffed out initially. You didn't think looked like there was going to be some penetration there, but they managed to kind of hold on their blocks for a little bit there. Penny get about a yard or 2 up the football field. This will bring down 3rd and goal now. Very important play in this football game. You got to figure you're putting this on Russ's arm at this point. 2 straight runs to begin things here from the goal. Seattle comes out with, looks like they got 3 wide. Gerald Everett on his own on the one side of the field. Russell drops back to throw. He's looking, dips around, gets outside. He's moving around. He's going for the end zone. Hit, forward, touchdown, Russell Wilson. He said, I'm coming for it today, boy. You're not keeping me out of that end zone today. Come up and hit me. I'm going to bounce off that like a rubber band. I'm going to snap my way into the end zone. Touchdown, Seahawks. Russell was not going to be denied on that play. No, sir. Very good job there. Dropped back initially, went through his reads patiently within the pocket, but when the space opened up, as we've seen at times, and boy, Dwayne Brown just manhandling Chandler Jones on that play. Not illegally. No, not illegally. Just manhandling him like a big brother does a little brother. And Russell Wilson took the hit right off his thigh pad, bounced off of it well, kept himself falling forward into the end zone. Beautiful play by Russell Wilson, laying it all on the line. That's my quarterback. That's my quarterback. That's my quarterback. Nolan Arvance, thank you for the $5 donation. You're awesome. Says cards are small beak birds. They are. It's known. It's known. I mean, it's just in, it's in the genetics sometimes, Nolan. Nothing they can do about it. You can't take any pills for it. It just, you're born with it sometimes, it is what it is. Oh, woo! Let's go. Let's go, Seahawks. 31-24. Of course, Myers kicks through the field, the PAT, which I should note because he's a man who does miss those from time to time. Nice drive nice way to pound that in there. You get it at the 10-yard line, your defense gives you that, or your special teams gives you that little gift. You take advantage of that gift. And the Seahawks offense did. Couple runs get you into a nice makeable spot on that end zone there, a couple yards out, and then Russell, who's been at times a little hesitant to run, even when it's been open up space like that. Good on him there to make that decision. Smart choice to make. The space was there for you to go. Dwayne Brown had cleared Chandler Jones out on that left side and kind of opened up the pathway for Russ there. Buddha Magic Pete finally showing some fire. Pete and Russ showing some fire today. Seen it out of Russ too. Russ was screaming over the sideline in a good way, hyped up, like not just the let's go, but go a little bit with that edgy kind of stuff they had like last year through the first 8 games of the season. A little of that Russ edge when he employs it every once in a while. But yeah, Pete's over there chewing into the refs. Christina Finger says, what happens in the playoffs picture for the NFC West if the Niners and the Seahawks win? I honestly have not paid attention, Christina, because my Seahawks aren't included in the part of this process where they have a chance to get into the playoffs. So I've not been like paying attention to how all this stuff plays out as far as it affects the Niners, to be honest with you. So I'm unsure on that. Just because, I'm kind of like, Why are they showing Russ and Pete? What's this commercial about? Oh, they're just showing it was on the deal. Okay. Russ kind of like ran over Buddha Baker there a little bit. Like Buddha Baker went in, when Russ hit him, he dropped. Russ is thick though. Russ in the open field moving forward a little thick. If you're a smaller, undersized, strong safety, like he can take it to you. So I guess there's something up with Meyer or something because Dixon's kicking it now. Seattle's bringing the big Dixon energy out there on kickoffs, and it's working. As he's brought down at the 20-yard line on the kick return. Yeah, why wouldn't you want to bring that big Dixon energy out there whenever you can? Oh, team MVP, Michael Dixon. Megan Gock Roger, field the Largent jersey 12s. That's right. That's it. This is all because of the Largent jersey power, folks. We had a Largent contingent here on the chat where we all decided we're going to wear the Largent jerseys today. Those who have Largent jerseys and create that Largent energy. Tap into that Hall of Fame energy for this game. We can't bring it out every game next year, Megan. It's got to be rare moments here, okay? It's like your 12s jersey. You build that winning stride up behind it. You got to keep that momentum going. All right, Kyler comes back out on the field here. 13-11 on the clock from the 21-yard line. He's in shotgun, gives to James Conner up the middle, and Seattle swallows that right up for a gain of 2. Puna Ford, Brooks, Barton, all in on the tackle. Kyler having an interesting game on the surface of it with the stats. 18-23, 157 yards, 1 touchdown. He's played well within himself. .12:41 on the clock. Again in shotgun. Looking down the field, surveying, looking. He's under pressure. Carlos Dunlap is there, and he just grabs him around his hips, whips him around like a whirlwind, down to the ground, drops up with his signature sack celebration. More pressure by this Seahawks front four. And Dunlap has been there today, as he's been there the past 4 or 5 games, just throws Humphreys aside and makes a beeline right for Murray. Great job. I don't know why Murray's calling for a penalty there. I don't know. There's no penalty there. Murray has definitely been under pressure today. 5 sacks, 7 hits, 12 hurries. The Seahawks have definitely harassed this young man very well today. 3rd and 18. Murray drops back in shotgun. He's going to give the ball up to James Conner, who's making some yards. He might get the first down. He does. Oh, my God, folks. Nobody came up and wanted to make the tackle. Everybody just sort of was waiting for everybody else to come up and make the play. And Conner goes and gets the first down on a 3rd and 18 on a draw play. Defense just opened up around him. Goodness gracious. Somebody's got to come up there and not make a business decision in that moment. Somebody's got to come up. Everybody was sort of waiting for somebody else to do it. And boy, yeah, the guys just got into their pass rush there, decided that it had to be a pass rush. And yeah, my goodness. That's tough. That is tough. 3rd and 18. And it looks like maybe Connor got his ribs hit. He's doing that I just broke my ribs thing. Which would be a loss for the Cardinals. They're down, I think, Chase Edmonds in this game already. So they're down to their third running back if that is going to be the case. Whew-wee. 3rd and 18 and a 19-yard run. I guess that great call by the Cardinals. And again, sometimes the Seahawks defense, part of the reason why we get hit with the screen game at times, and it's been a problem for us, is that you're relying on your front four to generate pressure. And you know what, you want them getting upfield into that pressure sometimes, and they're doing it a little bit at times at the expense of you're doing it a little bit of the expense at times of leaving your gap to get upfield. And that's what they did there. It's a good call by the Cardinals. Very good call. Christina says Barton's been playing really well. He has. He's been playing really well. Did last week too. Christina says, I know the Seahawks won't make the playoffs, but it's great if they could play the spoiler a little bit. It is. I'd love to see it. I do know that it doesn't affect Christina. If you beat the Cardinals, they're out of the division, and the Rams win it at that point. Xavier loses. Our defense is legit today. They are legit today. Playing really well overall. They've had some moments where it's gone backwards, but Voodoo Magic, that's where Wagner would have helped. I think he would have. He wouldn't have allowed that to go 19 yards. That's the kind of play he would have been all over. Isaac, again, who would you go after this offseason to get a pass rush? I don't have some names necessarily. I've not necessarily dived into who's going to be the free agents and who isn't. So I need to look a little deeper at who's going to be available, to be honest with you. I don't have a firm handle on who's going to be the free agents. I will say this, it tends to be one of those units that tends to be the one of the deeper ones in free agency where you really can have that opportunity to, yeah, he looks like his ribs are broke. He's doing that I can't even breathe thing, which is usually you get your ribs broke that way. And the helmet just came right up into it at the right spot. I hear that's one of the more painful injuries that you can sustain is those rib injuries. That hurts. Hassan Reddick is one that's mentioned. You know, he's okay for me. I'd want to maybe go a little bit more than that. Cardinals lost a couple of guys here. 29's out as well. Cardinals are going down. They're losing soldiers. All right, Kyler now first down after the conversion from the 32-yard line. In shotgun, 2 wide receivers. Probably going to see a lot of them throwing here now with Connor and Edmonds out of this game. Nope, go to the run. It gives the tailback who is hooked up by Poona Ford there, who drags him down, and James Conner is indeed heading to the locker room, wincing. This has got to be his ribs. And he's had a very good game here against the Seahawks. Only 52 yards rushing, but another 41 yards in pass receiving. It's tough for them. If they don't, especially no Chase Edmonds. I think this hurts the Cards a bit here. 2nd and 9 now. Kyler again in shotgun. Play action. Seahawks got a little bit of pressure up the middle from Poona. Rolls out away from it. Finds Zach Ertz deep down the field about the 48-yard line of the Seahawks for a gain of about 13 and a first down. Nice job by Kyler navigating through the pocket. Gene Smith, thank you for subscribing, Gene Smith. You are awesome for doing so. Appreciate you. Barry Sotoro says, and now a 12-minute Cardinals drive. Thank you for the $5 donation. I hope you're wrong, Barry, but maybe. 10-10 on the clock. Kyler under center, 2 tight ends stacked next to each other on the far side of the field. Mayowa getting a little bit of pressure, flushes him back over the running back, who Murray flips it out to the running back in space for 11 yards. Boy, Seahawks have been on a little bit more of these little tosses to the running backs on the edges early in this game, sort of shutting them down after a couple yards. They're starting to get 9, 10, 11 yards on these type of little pitch plays to the outside. Okay. Need to refresh my connection here. All right, so we got 1st and 10. Looks like they just got some more yards here. Sorry, my connection had to refresh there, folks. And thank you, Sage K1. Thank you for subscribing. Wow, we got a lot of new subscribers today. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. And Barry, thank you again for that $5 donation. You're awesome, brother. Member of the channel and also very much a donator. Appreciate you. So the Seahawks did get another, Benjamin is now their running back. 1st and 10 now. They're into Seahawks territory here from the 37-yard line. Cardinals moving this well. The give is back into Eno Benjamin. He takes the ball up the field. Nice job of getting the tackle on the play. Looked like Jordan Brooks brought him down by the ankle. Somebody on the Seahawks is reaching for his ankle. He looks hurt right now. Let's see where this is. God, stop showing the coach and show the play on the field. I hate when they do this where they've got to let's show the coach and him looking at the field. No, show what's going on the field. Our guy was just injured. Can I see who's injured? They're so weird about that and showing that Somebody's hurt on the field for the Seahawks. Looks like Jordan Brooks. And I think he broke his foot bad. It's Diggs. Oh, no. I think he broke his foot bad. I think he broke his foot. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's sad. I hope it wasn't what it looked like to me. It looked like the foot was sideways. It looked like the foot was kind of sideways and all the players were on one knee. Oh, I feel so bad for the guy. Oh my gosh. And he's like making a play, giving out all effort, getting his hand on the guy's ankle to cause the tackle. Right? And brutal. Brandon Poyer, really appreciate this stream. Feels like I'm watching the game with family. Cheers. Oh, thank you, Brandon. I think it's a very great comparison to make. We are very much like family here in the chat. We disagree. We go at it sometimes. It gets fiery, but most of the time, we just revel in our love for our Seahawks, and that's what this channel's about, man. Everybody's gonna have different thoughts and perspectives, but we love our Hawks. We love talking Hawks in every manner. I've got some of the smartest folks in this chat you'll come across of any football channels out there. They like to use their noggin, which I appreciate about them, and I appreciate it, man. You are part of this family. We're growing here, and that's what I want to build here is a place that people can come to, and it's like coming and watching the game with family. Great comparison, man. Thank you for the donation. I love that. Love it. Well, prayers to Quandre Diggs, and I do hope that he is. It's not what it looked like initially. That's why I was kind of getting annoyed when the telecast wasn't showing him on the field, because I wanted to see if does the guy just get up. Is it that it looked a little weird there where the foot positioning looked a little bit strange. Oh goodness, yeah. Oh, Quandre. This just rips your heart out. It rips your heart out, not because it's just the injury that happens here at this moment. It rips your heart out, and that this is a guy who is due for a contract extension. He's earned a contract extension. The only reason he doesn't get the contract extension this year really has just only everything to do with Jamal Adams, and that you can't pay two safeties top money. You just can't afford to do it. And that's not his fault. That has nothing to do with him or anything that he can control as a football player. He's come over from the Detroit Lions and balled out, became even a better player than what he was for the Lions, which he was solid for them. It was even better from us from the day he arrived here. And he's earned his money. And indeed, Seahawks did a little bit of helping him at this preseason by giving him a little bit of extra money so he could buy the insurance policy that he needs to buy to protect himself against this very type of injury. I would imagine that he would probably be able to at least cash that in, which is a little bit of a silver lining on this situation. But it's brutal because there's no doubt about it. A broken foot like this is going to not just impact his free agent value now out there, but really, oh my God, my man. Oh my God. Oh man. That was a tough shot. They just showed him crying, and that was tough. That was tough. Oh. 2nd and 2 now. Kyler Murray takes the ball up the middle on a quarterback keeper, gets a first down. Boy, it's going to take me a second here to kind of get my head back on this one. That was just a brutal moment. Brutal moment. Jeez Louise. Yeah, that was a tough shot at Diggs there. For you wondering why I'm being quiet here, just a really tough shot at Diggs leaving the field. Just tears streaming down his face, and heart goes out to that guy. So much. 1st and 10, 8:22 on the clock. Kyler drops back to throw. Finds Zach Ertz over the middle for a 6-7 yard gain. 8:13 on the clock. Football is a violent sport, and it's a tough sport. You really do like to see the guys that go out and they're the guy like him that's not a highly picked player, has to go to Detroit, finally gets a shot to go to a better franchise in Seattle, takes every bit advantage of it. The one guy in our secondary who's consistently took away the ball since he's arrived. Done it at a better rate than almost anybody in the NFL. Tough. 2nd and 4, 7:47 on the clock. To give up to Eno Benjamin. He will squirt free through the line of scrimmage there to get about 4 yards, 5 yards, first down. Joey Enriquez, what happened? Quandre Diggs appeared to have broken his foot very badly, like the type of break where the foot goes sideways in the direction that it's not supposed to go. And he had to have the airsoft cast put on his foot to leave the field. I hate turf. I effing hate turf. I effing hate turf. It's so stupid. This is turf, right? It's not grass. All right, gives Benjamin, who gets the carry. Looks like Robert Kandiche shot off the ball there and knocked him right off of his feet for a negative gain on the play. That was Kandiche, right? Yeah, Robert Kandiche. Nice job. Blew it up, and Jordan Brooks cleaned it up. Megan says, turf is deadly, done knee and ankles. Yeah, I hate turf, Megan. It's the cheapest spot the NFL goes with stuff that just, it's like a multi-billion-dollar sport. This is the product on the field. Don't you want to keep your product safe, as protected as much as you can on a violent sport as it is? Seattle on 2nd and goal is bringing a pretty full house here, showing blitz. They bring it, and Kyler throws it away. DJ Reed in coverage. Nice job by him. Christian Kirk couldn't even get off the press. It wasn't even really press. Reed kind of got away with a little bit of being. That was right on the line, that 5 yard period, 5 yard spot of where you can lay your hands on him. That's right on that line. But they let him get through with it, so we're good. 3rd and goal now. 6:21 on the clock. Travis says, I'm here because my fantasy team depends on Murray throwing a touchdown to anyone but Ertz. Sounds good, my guy. 6:21 here. Kyler dropping back, shotgun from the 13-yard line. Looking, holds it. Looks like it was knocked down. The camera on the field got confused for a second. Went to go like he had thrown it, but wasn't sure. Almost kind of looked like he double clutched, too. Nope. He tried to throw it. Darrell Taylor knocked it down. Good job by Darrell Taylor to get up and get his hands on that ball. This will bring down 4th down now. I feel like the Cardinals are going to go for this? On 4th and goal? Is this? No, you go for the field goal. I was going to say, the 13-yard line, you're not getting that. They will go for the field goal here. The kick is up and through. So Seattle maintains a 4-point lead here. If Russ and company can manage one more nice long drive, we could close the book on this. Toy Piano says, who's playing safety? I would imagine they would move Ugo Amadi out to free safety at this point. I didn't get a chance to see for sure, but I think that's the case. Megan says, explain to me why the NFL thinks fake turf is better than the real deal. Someone mentioned in the chat a couple weeks ago when I was bitching and moaning about this, Megan. And I thought that they brought up a very good point on this, that the NFL doesn't do it not because they're not willing to pay the cost of maintaining grass, which I think does factor a little bit into it, but because on turf you get more of a faster sport, more points, more revenue. People want to see scoring. I think that there may be something to that. Kenny Sia says it's not the turf. Kenny, I actually have looked into this pretty deeply. I'd argue if you just do even a quick Google search, it's not the data on this is pretty succinct that would come back to you. And that is that the turf causes more injuries than grass. And specifically, it causes more injuries in the lower leg. And specifically, it causes more severe lower leg injuries than grass does. So the data doesn't seem to be able to back that up necessarily. It looked to me like his foot got caught in the turf, twisted, and it's kind of what it was, you know. It is natural gas in Arizona? Okay, then I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I take all that back then. It's just a freak play then, I guess. And I'd wondered, I think they did read that they like motorized that thing outside and whatnot. So, okay, my bad. I thought it was turf, but I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Everyone's well here. Yeah, Tony, they're right. That does sound right. I think I am wrong on this. So, my bad. False. Pray for Diggs, says Tobias. Yeah, pray for Diggs. He deserves a prayer. It's a good dude. Lewis Herndon says, what happened to that guy? It looked like the foot got caught and turned and looked like the foot, the foot should be going this way, and it was on the ground. The foot was going that way, and the cameras got away from him quick. Russ in shotgun now, 1st and 10. 2 tight ends, 2 wide. Russ rolls out to his left. Finds Tyler Lockett, running a little out route for 11 yards. Nice and easy. Love it. Nice, easy completion for Russ there. Give him basically a half-field look. And again, you're running away from a little bit of the pressure that the Cardinals are bringing there on the early down. It's a good way of countering it. 1st and 10, 5:52 on the clock. See if Seattle can't drain this sucker down a little bit. Just eat that clock away. It's like Spaceballs, Suck. 5:37. Russ under center. Rashad Penny behind him. 2 wide receivers. A tight end on either side of the line of scrimmage. The give is into Rashad Penny. And he will run right into a pile of bodies there for about 2 or 3 yards. Rashad having another tremendous game here today. Randall says, you think Jody already has her mind made up one way or another? I do, Randall. I think it was decided even a couple weeks ago as to what they were going to do. That's just my gut instinct, though. I don't have anything to really base that upon substantially. Lewis says, there a replay of that? You'll have to kind of look on YouTube because the NFL cut. They didn't show it on the game cast. You got the one play. They didn't show it again, which probably speaks to how severe it was. Russell and Pitstall, 2 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Rashad Penny behind him. The give is back into Rashad Penny. He's got a little bit of space to work with. And he's in the open field, and Rashad Penny's going. Oh, my goodness. Easy turn on the Jets. One guy's got him. Hands on him. He's running 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Seahawks. Touchdown, Seahawks. Touchdown, Seahawks. Let's go. Rashad Penny putting those big Jets up on display. Closing this Cardinal team down. The division is not yours today. It will not be yours tomorrow. You had your shot, and you blew it. Seahawks, let's go. That was for Diggs. That's for you, Quandre. Q. For you, Q. Rashad Penny took the give right up the middle. He saw right from the start on that give that he was going to have a big, big lane, and he attacked it. Full force, no hesitation, launched himself through that hole, and once he got in the open field, it was a foot race. And only Rashad's going to win that foot race. 38-27. Seattle Seahawks on fire. And Rashad Penny might be earning himself some money here. He's eventually going to arrive at a spot where he's going to start earning his money here. What a run by Rashad Penny. What a run. What a day. What a close the season by this kid. Absolutely showing off why he was picked in the first round by the Seattle Seahawks. Woo! 50 burger last week, 38 points this week. Against a playoff team that's playing for something, wants this game. Let's go. Let's go. Another 50 burger. I'll do another 50 burger, Megan. And remember last time we did the 50 burger in 2012? It was the Buffalo Bills and who? It was the Buffalo Bills and who? The Arizona Cardinals. That's right. They say history repeats itself. Or if it doesn't repeat itself, it speaks in rhymes. Carolyn Lysot says, what was the injury? So Carolyn, brutal injury on Quandre Diggs. He was being blocked on the play. The running back ran past him. He was driven to the ground. He stuck out an arm as he's being driven to the ground, tackled the ball carrier by just whacking his ankle there. But it looked like his foot got caught in the ground and turned sideways as Quandre Diggs was going down. And Rashad Penny putting up back-to-back 170-yard games in back-to-back weeks, averaging 8.3 yards per carry this week, averaged 6.8 yards per carry last week. What a performance out of this kid over the last 5, 6, 7 games. I mean, just amazing. He's been the best back in football over this time. He's been the best back in football. And Sidney Jones coming in and making a play on A.J. Green on a nice little post route there. Breaking on the ball well. Another guy who probably has deserved the right to be looked at as far as trying to give him maybe a little bit of a contract. AJ kind of dropped that ball, but Sidney did a good job of not letting him tip that back into himself. Sidney's played pretty solid. Luke 99 says, all right, let's start the season over. Yeah, let's just start. Can we start again fresh? Kyler in shotgun now. 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end. Finds A.J. Green back underneath the middle now. Stops him just short of the first down. A.J. is so kind of like, he's a good receiver, but he plays the position like a ballerina. And both good and bad. 3rd and 1, 4:12 on the clock. Kyler in shotgun. They're running hurry up into Eno. Eno gets the first down. Nolan R. Vance with a $10 donation. He says, boom. Boom, Nolan. Thank you for the $10 donation. You're awesome, brother. Multiple donations to you, by the way. I appreciate you on that. God, we've had a lot of folks on that in the chat today. So thank you to all of you for that. You're awesome. Will, thank you for subscribing. Kyler in shotgun, again, running hurry up a little bit here. Dinks it down to his running back underneath for a gain of 9.5. Up to the 49-yard line, it looks like, of the Cardinals. Again, they're going to run more hurry up here. 3:35 on the clock. Kyler trying to get this score in quick. Pressure by the Seahawks up the middle. They get a hand on Kyler. He rolls away from it, throws it late. And another drop there by A.J. Green. Kyler put a little bit of mustard on that mayo. And A.J. couldn't get his hands up quick enough. A.J.'s so weird. He's so weird. Oh my God, what is going on with A.J. Green, guys? God, what weird just body language on those last couple of plays to him. All right, Kyler Murray in shotgun with the give up the middle of the running back. Benjamin takes it again here for a nice little 6-7 yard gain, drawing inside the 40-yard line to the 38-yard line now. Rasheem Green and the lineman going at it back and forth a little bit there. Brooks coming up slow on that play. A little limping, a little tired. 3 minutes to go. Kyler and company coming up here set. They're trying to get this ball up fast. Drops back to throw. Looking. Finds a man deep up over the middle. Zach Ertz down to the 23-yard line of the Seattle Seahawks for about 15 there. Cardinals are operating a very good drive here. And the Seahawks defense is just saying very soft, very passive. They're just trying to run the front 4 defense at him and not getting a lot done. It's a screenplay here on the edge now. Smoked out by Jordan Brooks. He was all over that screen. And an odd call by the Cardinals. The Seahawks are playing soft. They're running a front 4. They're not bringing a real blitz-heavy look. What are you going to do with that screenplay but just run into the teeth of the defense at that point? 2:15 on the clock. It continues to roll here. Kyler drops back at the 28-yard line. He's looking. Hits his man underneath A.J. Green with the catch. A.J. then drugged down at about, 18-yard line or so. This will bring up 3rd down and take us to the 2-minute warning. A fast-moving drive here. Good job by the Cardinals getting right up the football field. Megan Roger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, so buying my nephew a 12s jersey to annoy the F out of my brother. Yes. And it will become his favorite jersey, Megan, and that will make it even more. And even more, our plan is coming close to being complete. We're bringing another 12 into the fold. Yes. Excellent. Barry Zoritoro says, I hate seeing LJ dropping in zone. Well, I hate seeing LJ. I start with the first part of that sentence, Barry, and I ride with that. I hate seeing LJ. But you want to add dropping into zone on that too? Yeah, I'm with you on that. Dropping on the zone too is another one of those I could do without that. I could do, if the Seahawks could go ahead and just throw away the defensive lineman dropping into zone in this offseason, that would be perfectly good with me. I would be okay with that. Dropping a lineman into zone so that you can rush 3. I especially am okay with them bailing on that. Totally good with that. Travis says every play that isn't Ertz makes me happy, makes me smile. Well, I don't know, man. He's going to look to Ertz here down by the end zone. Clara, be calf. How you doing, Clara? Says, yes, hope Ken Norton is gone as well. Some changes don't to the coaching staff. I would like to see some changes too, Clara. I don't know if we will, but I'd like to. Isaac, again, is Brooks playing middle linebacker today? No, Isaac, Cody Barton is playing middle linebacker today. Spiral play games, says Rashad Penny has 2 minutes left as a Seahawk. No, we're going to sign him to a nice little low-end deal. Low prove-it deal. Voodoo Magic says Seattle kicking themselves now for not picking up the 5th-year option on Penny. Maybe. It was going to be hard to pick up that option on him as it stood. You know, to make that call at that time with his injury situation where it was at, I support their decision there. The data that they had to go off of was one that would say pretty succinctly, you don't pick up that option. And you have to make the call on it very early. You don't get to make the call on that late. And with that being the case, I'm more understanding of them not going in that direction of things. And who knows? We'll see what they do with it. Luke 99 Brandon has become Dr. Evil. James Barnes has invested in an offensive line. Agreed, James. That's what I'd like to see. That's the number one thing I'd like to see them address this offseason. Corey says, forgive me, I live in Bama. What is Seattle's biggest rival? Probably the Rams or the Niners. Niners have been the longest rival. Rams are the current toughest one. All right, 3rd and 5. Seattle drops back in his zone after showing blitz. Kyler rolls out, finds his man there. Cody Barton allows him to break the tackle, and it's a first down. I think the Cardinals would have gone for it on 4th down regardless, but Cody had him there wrapped up before the first down marker. 1 minute and 42 seconds left on the clock here. The Cardinals are at 1st and goal from about the 9-yard line. Kyler drops back to throw in a bubble screen. A.J. Green is wrapped right on up instantaneously by Sidney Jones. No gain. Clock continues to roll. 1:28 on the clock. And it looks like Darrell Taylor is down. And the first thing I just read his lips, he said, I'm good. Probably just a little tired. Long game. Little beat here. This does stop the clock, though, for the Cardinals. And I do think the Cardinals are a good, if we were in any other division, the Cardinals were any other team, we didn't have the rest of the division we played, that it's such a tough matchup for us with the Niners going back for 10 years and the Rams just kind of doing us dirty here the last few times we played them for about the last 3 or 4 years since McVay's arrived. I just think Rams are a little bit more of a deeper one. With the Cardinals one, it just seems like it's always a tough game, but it doesn't seem to have like a deep hatred embedded within it. Like you kind of have with some of the other rivalries. Almost right in the chat. Love it, man. Welcome, Seahawks fans in the chat. Let's see if we get this win. All right. Caliber in shotgun, minute 30 to go. Drops back to throw here. He's looking around, falls back, twists, turns around, seems to have a man down there at the end zone, drops the ball. A.J. Green again. He's had a couple of drops on this drive already, at least 2 drops. Sidney Jones there in coverage. Sidney might have made a play on that ball late. Let's see if we can see on the replay if he did. Looked like just a pure drop by A.J. on the sideline. Sidney got away with a little bit of a tug there. A little bit of a tug by Sidney there. It went uncalled, and then he did get his hands in there late. But boy, that could have easily been a hold there if the officials, because he got his arm fully on, both hands pulled on the arm. 3rd goal, minute and 24 to go. Kyler in shotgun. He's signaling to his 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. He's got AJ matched up single over there with Sidney to his near side. Seattle brings their front 4. Kyler back to throw. Zach Ertz looked like he just rolled over Cody Barton, but it looks like they might call that on Cody Barton instead. Our guy's clapping his hands like he thinks it's on Zach Ertz. It looked like Ertz just rolled right over the top of him. That looked like a... And it looks like Carroll's trying to decide if he's going to take this call or not for 3rd and goal, because you could bring this up to 4th and goal. That's a tough call by Carroll of what to do here. I probably take the penalty, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's pass interference on the Cardinals. And the Seahawks take the penalty, so it'll be a replay of 3rd down. I like that. Get them going backwards. It'll just make them eat more time off the clock at that point. Matthew Silverstein, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, you're number one. Thank you. I love the emoji, Matthew. I appreciate you too. Donated the chat. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. All right, Kyler, 3rd and goal from the 18-yard line in shotgun. 4 wide receivers. Throws it right up the football field over the top of Zach Ertz. Nowhere near him. This will bring 4th and goal. And the Cardinals are actually going to attempt to do a field goal here so that they get the ball back, do a score, and go for 2. I guess I understand why they're doing this. Very good job of coverage here on Zach Ertz in this game. Ertz absolutely decimated the Seahawks in the first matchup at home, and Seattle has definitely been able to sort of cap him up a bit, hem him up a bit. All right, Mr. Prater comes out on the field to attempt a 36-yarder. The kick is up, drifting left, and just gets in through the upright on the left side. That will bring the Cardinals within 8 points. 1:13 on the clock. The Cardinals have 3 timeouts. What this, of course, does mean is the Seattle Seahawks could essentially just run 3 straight times, but all they will have done at that point is just eaten up the timeouts of the Cardinals, and they would get the ball back with about 1:21, no timeouts, and needing a touchdown. So you know, a first down here closes this game out. You probably are going to need to do more, though, than just running it 3 times in a row outside of Rashad Penny, just again continuing to decimate this Cardinal defense. An interesting call here from Waldron would be to, be it on 1st or 2nd down here, actually to throw the ball off of play action. Because you know, especially after that last run by Rashad Penny, that the Cardinals are going to be selling fully out on stopping the running game here. You know, they're going to go, this guy's killed us for 180 yards today. Can't let him do that here. 170 yards today. You know, we've got to let's force and see if they have the guts to throw it. Simba says Hopkins back next week. It's a question. That's a big question mark still, Simba. Nobody knows for sure. They weren't sure if they were going to get him back. I think it tends to be a no on that one, where he's at. And it looks like the Cardinals are actually going to onside this. Wow, that just speaks to how little confidence they have in shutting down Penny in the running game right now, doesn't it? If you're the Seahawks, call a timeout. Call a timeout then. Call a timeout and get your hands people on the field. Don't mess around. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, that's the right call, Pete. Smart by Pete there. They weren't ready with their hands crew on the football field. They showed the deal, but wow, Cardinals have no faith in that defense stopping Rashad Penny. As you stop him, you get the ball back with a minute with relatively good field position. Interesting. Very interesting call. Travis Fletcher says, I'm temporarily at 12. We're just bringing you slowly over to this side, Travis. It's a slow process, and they're not letting Ertz touch the ball, so you're looking okay so far. This is an interesting call, though, on their part. If I'm the Cardinal coach, I would not be doing this, I don't think. Even though I know you haven't stopped Penny today, Seattle runs it 3 times, they kick the ball, you're going to be operating from like your 10-yard line, and you're going to need to get up the football field in 60 seconds. That's okay, now he's dropping back into more of a traditional look. And Jordan Brooks makes the catch. Nice job by Jordan Brooks. Hands crew, Jordan Brooks. Nice job by Jordan. DK was next to him. You think DK would be getting that, but nope. Jordan Brooks picks up the onside kick. So the Cardinals with an interesting... I hate that call by the coach. I really do hate that call by the coach. I understand why you don't have a lot of faith in your defense to stop the running game with Penny at this point, but all the same... Seattle runs this 3 straight times. You got 60 seconds. It's hard to get up a football field and score a touchdown in 60 seconds from like your 10 or 11 yard line, especially when you're missing your most important pass receiving target on the outside. You're missing 2 of them at least. They're down both Hopkins and Rondale Moore in this. 2 guys that have certain roles in this offense. Russell under center now. The give is into Rashad Penny. Rashad gets it up the field, and he's still running it up for a 9-yard gain by Rashad Penny. Again, showing great patience on the play, picking his way through traffic, finding the hole, and then running right, igniting himself right through that hole. Well, maybe the Cardinals are right to onside kick it. They just said, we can't stop this guy. We can't do nothing with this guy. We've got no answers for this horse. Megan says, damn, I can finally say it, friends. I love being a 12. It's good being a 12. At least for a day. All right, well, this is what you like when you need one first down, is you get the 2nd and 1, which means you get to bury a few of the timeouts out, and let's see if we can just fall forward here. Get this yard. It's about a yard and a half. Cardinals bringing everybody up at the line of scrimmage here. Russell under center, Nick Velour in at fullback. Yes, we have a Nick Velour sighting. Little I formation look. Gives into Rashad Penny. Penetration in the backfield. Rashad Penny gets free. Rashad Penny still on his feet, rolling, twisting, turning, falling forward for a gain of 7 and a first down. And our Seattle Seahawks are going to win this football game to finish this year out right. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Take it to them, team. Take it to them. Another nice little run there by Penny, keeping his feet, twisting through traffic, keeping both of his hands on the football, protecting it. He's got blood churning down his elbow. His ankle's hurting. With the gator roll by Budda Baker, he don't care. Having his best game of year to finish it off with 23 carries, 191 yards, and doesn't the victory formation look so very pretty? It's a pretty look. It is indeed, that victory formation. Well done by our Seattle Seahawks. A nice closeout to the season, a tough season, but we're not going to revel on the tough season today. We just get to enjoy this win. Is this going to be the final game in the Seattle for Coach Carroll, the final game for Seattle for Russell Wilson or John Schneider or Bobby Wagner? We don't know. But for a moment, we get to enjoy this. We got to play a little bit of the spoiler role because indeed the 49ers, well, no, we don't get to really play the spoiler role, I guess, because I think the Niners are going to beat the Rams again. Boy, the Niners have the Rams number. I'll tell you what. Rams have our number, and the 49ers have the Rams number. Very interesting. So, Cardinals lose out on their chance to win the division on this one, and it looks like the Rams, even though they're going to lose against the 49ers today, will still maintain and win this division. Interesting. Megan says, the power of the large in jersey strikes, B. We make the large in jersey wearing a thing. Not all games, but ones we must win. That's right, Megan. We just bring it out when we need it. You don't want to get greedy with it, right? You don't want to destroy that power in your greed. You want to take advantage of that power. And today, folks, we have the Largent jerseys we were all rocking in mass. And we kept that Cardinal team from winning the division. And that feels nice. The Rams are going to be able to talk a bunch of junk to us this whole offseason, and we just have to take it. The Niners, we got to say, hey, we still beat you twice. So what does that say about you? And then with the Cardinals, we got to say, yeah, we kept you from winning the division. So what? So what? What a hell of a game there, folks. What a hell of a game. Rashad Penny continues to just come alive at the end of the season. He might be at a point now where some team is willing, even at this point, he's being so amazing in how he's running right now. Some team might throw him some money now, might throw him a couple-year deal. I'm not saying significant money, but he might be pushing himself past that prove-it-end type deal and how he looks at it. So you got the Rams here against the 49ers. They're closing out their game here. It's interesting. The Rams are still kind of going for it because they've got the division at this point. I think they've just run this out and go, okay, it's a loss, whatever. Maybe they're trying to do it for positioning. But a good game. Russell Wilson, I thought, played really good in this game. He had a couple of plays that were the turnovers were horrible plays. But outside of the 2 turnovers, really almost all of the rest of his plays, he was on point, making the right decision, going to the right man, staying through his reads, keeping himself alive in the pocket, throwing with anticipation. I thought Russ really played well today. He played well over the last couple games here this year. Fit himself well within this offense. Tyler Lockett was good for a time. DK was good for a time. They showed why they're such a good 1-2 punch in this game overall. The offensive line held up okay today overall. The big test for me was going to be what could Curhan do opposite Chandler Jones, and I think he did pretty good. The one early sack had me worried for him throughout this game, but that was basically about it. There was a couple times they had pressure here and there, but the offensive line for the Seahawks held up over the course of this game, which was really good to see. Defensively, there was times where we were dominant today. Started to slide back a little bit in the second half. The Cardinals made some adjustments. The defense started to go backwards a little bit as we went along. But overall, the defense has improved over the course of this season as it's gone along. And for many people that are wanting Norton fired or Carroll fired, they're going to, whether we want to see them continue here or not, they are going to be able to go to management and say, look at how our defense improved. Look at how it got better over the course of the season. And I'm saying this, of course, in the back of here, the last 2 games, they're giving up 30 points. But of course, there's a couple reasons for that. In this game in particular, you basically had 2 offensive turnovers that put our defense on a short side of the field. So there's a little bit of you got to kind of take into account the perspective of it, I think, a little bit. All that being said, a good close to the end of the season by the Seahawks. I think we will find out here very soon as to what is going to happen with this team. As far as any major changes are concerned, we won't maybe know as much about the Russell Wilson situation until we maybe hear something for certain, to where you can absolutely, like Carroll does a press conference here after this game, and he says something like, you can read my lips. There's no way that Russell Wilson is traded this offseason. I mean, maybe that's what we find out from that. That gives us an understanding of where this goes from that. I certainly would like to keep Russell Wilson here. I've been more often open to wanting to see move on from Carroll, but Carroll may be back at this point. So we may see them just run this thing back, and in which case, if they do, they will have a lot of money to spend this offseason to fix some parts of this team if they want to go in that realm. So appreciate you all watching here. We're going to be moving into now the post-game discussion here just a little bit. If for you guys are on here, we got 200 people in the chat, so we have as much as we kind of get in the chat here, just to let you know. I try to respond to as many people as I can as far as comments go. So that keeps me just kind of a little bit behind the chat to a degree, but that's because I'm trying to make sure I get to everybody's comment or question that they might have. So if I don't get your comment quickly, bear with me. It does take me a little bit of time, especially when we get a lot of people in the chat like today, final game of the season. Keldon coming in with a big $20 donation, my 49er fan. Hello, Keldon. Hope you're doing well. You guys got a win today, so I hope you're feeling good. It says, I can come celebrate with my favorite Hawks fans. Niners just beat the Rams. Well, congratulations, Keldon. You finished it off, I just saw, with an interception of that secondary that was what? You guys are missing like 6, 7, 8 guys. I think both of our secondaries between the two of us, Keldon, were missing about 20 people collectively in our 2 football games, but that didn't stop either of our 2 teams from getting the win. And now about the Niners this year, a team that, I think is very much this season in a little bit of transition, waiting for Lance to take over the reins from Garoppolo. And, you got to wait on that a little bit, but they still are, might find themselves, I think you guys still have a chance, right? Sneaking your way into the playoffs here, the way it plays out, doesn't it? I got to look at this again. Admittedly, Keldon, I've not been paying as much attention on the playoff picture once my team is out of it. I'm kind of like, whatever. But it does look like he eliminated. Well, they're not eliminated, so 9-7. Yeah, it looks like you guys get into me. Right? Yeah, it looks like you get in. I wouldn't want to play you. I wouldn't want to play our Niners in the first round. That offensive line that can run block might be a tough team. But thank you, Kellen, for the $20 donation, and congrats, man. If you guys get in, that's well deserved on your part. And again, just why you, as I maintain, Keldon, stick with Shanahan. You guys will be rewarded for that in the long term, in my opinion. Not for sale, $2 donation. Thank you. Not for sale. You're awesome as well. So after a BS season, this team showed heart today. They showed heart. And look, I will say this: it's a team that knew it was kind of out of the playoffs about 5 weeks ago. This team could have easily have gone in the tank. This team could have become dispirited. Could have already started looking at their Cancun vacations, but they did not do that. They stayed in it this year. They stayed in that pocket. They kept fighting. Even when it was ugly, even when it wasn't going right, it wasn't from a lack of effort on this football team. Carroll never did lose this football team as far as their spirit and their energy goes. You might lose because of schematics. You might lose because you don't have enough talent, but you're not losing because these guys aren't trying. And that has been an encouraging thing to see when your team has kind of gone sideways like they went this in the back end of the schedule, because a lot of teams give up. A lot of teams do just roll over. But that was not the case from this team, not for sale, and it was encouraging. Voodoo Magic with the $5 donation. Thank you, Voodoo Magic. Says, time to get drunk. Voodoo, I would, man. And I've got a work day like nobody else tomorrow, man. So I get drunk, and it's gonna be a really long day for me tomorrow with one eye open and nursing a big headache. But we'll get a drunk stream going here soon. So we'll get this off season. We'll do a drunk stream here, and looking back, especially if we get maybe even firing or whatever. If we get some changes this week. Kevin Getchell says, thanks, Brandon. No problem. My pleasure. And thank you, Voodoo Magic, for the $5 donation. We will be doing Drunk Stream, so I'll be doing another one of those. Many of you guys are like, why is he saying Drunk Stream? Because I did a Drunk Stream back in the Ram game, the first Ram game we played. And a lot of the folks in the chat liked me getting super sloshy drunk in my anger at that time. So there will be another one, Voodoo, I promise. I gotta work tomorrow, so I can't go that sideways on it. Jonathan Salazar with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate you. Says, if Carroll comes back, we'll be in the same boat. This is one of the reasons that I've driven for change. It sits at the heart of why I've driven for change. I respect what Coach Carroll's done as a coach. I think he's a good head coach. I still think that there's some things he can do very well. The problem I have with Coach Carroll as it stands right now really lies with correcting mistakes. Being aware of mistakes, accepting you've made mistakes in the past to then correct them into the future. And there have been a myriad of problems with this team that have dogged this team over the last couple of years, that dogged him in the past. Very same things are dogging us in this current season. And I have a hard time not believing that they will continue to dog you into the future. There's no reason to believe that those things will be fixed. Like, for instance, building up a good pass protecting offensive line. It always seems to be something they just don't want to change off of. Changing players from their natural position to the detriment of the player and to the detriment of the team. Something that they've done in the past, something they've done this year, and something they will continue to do. So it's a little bit of that lack of trust I have for why I would like to go for change if in the future myself. But I know that there's some people that are still on Team Carroll, don't want to see him go anywhere, wanted him to remain forevermore, and I understand where they're coming from on that. This is his first year of having a losing record in 10 years. That's facts. Can't deny that. The team has been competitive and good for years. Having one bad year, is that enough to get a guy ousted? Maybe potentially not. I can kind of see both standpoints on it. I just happen to lie on the other standpoint of looking for change. D Nugget with the $2 donation. Thank you, D Nugget. Says this one's for Diggs. Hey, shout out to Quandre Diggs. A sad moment to see him go down the field like he did. A really tough injury, those injuries. Luckily we did see with a guy like even Dak Prescott, 2 years ago, looked like he had kind of a similar type of injury, and he's been able to bounce back. Diggs is a little bit of an older player, and it just hurts too because unlike Dak, who is guaranteed to get his money at that point, you wonder what Diggs is going to be able to now fetch on the open market with this type of injury. Hopefully that insurance policy with the Lloyds of London or whatever he went through can pay off and get him something on that. But what a tough moment in this game, which was a really great game and a fun game to come away from. But boy, your heart just goes out to Quandre Diggs. He's been a warrior for our Hawks. He's been an outstanding player in that secondary. And you just wanted to see this guy go out and get rewarded, whether it was with our Seahawks or whether it was somebody else. You want to see players who improve themselves, who get better as their time goes along in the league, and then who get due to be paid a big deal, get paid that big deal. Tough to see for our guy Quandre. Really tough to see. Joey Mendez with a $20 donation. Thank you, Joey. I appreciate you. You're awesome. You guys are so kind today on the chat. Says, let's go. Imagine if this was a month ago. Penny or Carson, let Russ cook, Pete or a new head coach. So many questions. Great game. You're my boy, Blue. You're my boy, Blue. Keep it up, B. Thank you so much, Joey. I really appreciate you. Thank you for the kind donation. My goodness, you guys have been on it today on the donos, so thank you. Very kind of you to do, and very kind of you to say. And yeah, imagine if this was a month ago. Imagine if you had maybe gotten this kind of rolling in this direction a little bit further prior. It just took you a little bit too long to kind of get this thing figured out as this year went along. Hopefully, though, within that, Joey, that maybe you can build on the back of this momentum going into next year, if indeed they do run it back, if indeed we are not looking at a rebuild, because that could be the case too. And when you're sitting on $53 million, that with a couple of releases can easily get you up to $63 million, with even more restructuring and release with Bobby, you get even up to like $75 million of cap space. That's a lot of ammunition to go out there to improve your team. A lot. And they could get a lot of work done out there if they really want to do it. If, again, the intention is to run it back. But it feels good to win this way, Joey. It feels good to at least close this tough year off, at least in this fashion. Just to not completely make the whole thing miserable from start to finish. Get a little glimmer of hope at the end, a little silver lining at the end. And it does feel good, my man. Feels good. Thank you for the donation. Roxanne, how you doing, Roxanne? Good to see you on in the chat. She's dropped a big $20 bomb as well, and I appreciate you. It says the 80s on the 12s in full effect today. A toast to Quandre Diggs. Well, a toast of my water here to Quandre, but thank you, Roxanne, for the $20 donation. And yeah, heart out to Quandre, but a little bit of 80s on the 12s in full effect today. I like that. I like that. Sounds good to me, Roxanne. Sounds really good to me. And, it's always good to see you on my chat, girl. One of my OGSs. My OGSs. But thank you guys for all the donations. Very kind of you. Roland Connor says Russ and Pete both coming back. I would say Roland, if I was making a guess right now, that seems to be where the indications are headed towards on this. And this has been an ever fluid situation that if you checked me at one point in time in this year, I'd say Russ is definitely gone and maybe Pete too. And then maybe a point where I would have said that, well, Russ is gone, but Pete's going to stay. I'm kind of at a spot right now where it seems like they're kind of going to bring the whole band back. And I don't know anybody really knows for sure. We'd have to be inside the head of Jody, I think, to know, but that seems to be where it is. Brandon Poyer, something about this game felt like 2019. Good times. Good way to end the season. Well said, Brandon. I agree. Just kind of a nice way of like, okay, if you're going to have a bad season, that's a good way to end a bad season. Megan says, using the power of the jersey sparingly, B. That's right. Only when we need it, right? It's like that backup, it's like your backup generator on your house, only when the power goes out. Herbicide said, one with my Tatupu jersey on. All right, well, future to keep this congruent, Herbicide. Megan and me and the crew got to wear our Largent jerseys on Largent Day, and then you got to wear your Tatupu jersey. So maybe we go Largent or Tatupu. It's ubiquitous. It's got to be one of the two. But we've now created some momentum for that into next season. Brian says, that's a lot of points in the past two games. Maybe Waldro does have a chance. I've long maintained, Brian, I think it's hard to be Keenan Waldron after 1 year. Really hard to do that type of situation. The guy, as we know in the past with offensive coordinators, it tends to take them 1 year to fully implement their scheme and get everybody comfortable with it. Say nothing of the fact that you didn't bring the offensive lineman that fit his scheme appropriately. Say nothing of the fact that he still, I think, through a lot of this season had to go up against Coach Carroll as far as his play calling was concerned. And Coach Carroll having a little bit too much say on that side of the ball. I think he's fought through all of that. He's found his way. There's been ups, there's been downs. But through the back end of the schedule, the last 4 or 5 games with Waldron, I found myself nodding on some plays going, yeah, that's a great play call. That's a really smart play call there. Oh, you got an easy completion to Russ there on the edge. Oh, that's a nice design there to that. Oh, it's got a little bit of trickeration there to it. I've been more and more impressed as we've got along with Waldron. And at this point, I think you should run with him again next year. Let's get some of the returns now of having the guy in his second year as an offensive coordinator. And usually that leap that you tend to see from those guys in year 2. Voodoo Magic says, that's a lucky Largent jersey. You have to wear that every game now. Well, you asked me to wear a Largent jersey every game. You're not going to have to sell me on that too hard there. But we're trying to also think, the theory here though, does go, Voodoo, that we're trying to create the Largent win when we need the wins. And you have it kind of you got in the closet normally. You're wearing your normal stuff. And if you have to call on it one day, you can call on it. So that's the theory me and Megan are working on with this. Modite System says, what happens if they tie? I think both of these two teams get in tonight, right? If they tie Modite. So all they got to do is just come together before the game, the coaches, and say, okay, look, we'll make this look good. We'll put on a good show, okay? But this ends in a tie. I'm Not Racist says, why are you making it sound like we ain't going to the playoffs? ADL Williams, rest in peace, Diggs foot. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Luke 99, so who are we putting at running back next year? Well, if we can't bring Rashad Penny back, we're probably going to look to the draft. I don't know if there'll be anybody in free agency that really appeals to him. Bob Saget died? ADL Williams, Bob Saget overdosed on fentanyl? Brian Myers, which playoff game we watching next week, Brandon? It's a good question. I don't know. We'll take a poll on Wednesday, Brian. We'll take a poll on Wednesday, maybe. See which one we're gonna watch. Modite says rather have Lambs win, so both Niners and Seahawks miss the playoffs. Well, they didn't today. Lester Cross says, let's go Bucks, I suppose. Kevin Getchell, thanks, Brandon. Thank you, Kevin. Mike T, before the season, I would never have thought that 3 teams of the NFC West will be in the playoffs, but we're not one of them. We're not. Goes to show you again how tough this division is. And, when you look to the future of building your team, you have to not only build it to think about how you are able to do against the rest of the NFL, the rest of the NFC, but you've got to think of how well you can do within your division. And I would argue that you almost have to build a little bit extra onto your team to build within that. We tend to be a division full of teams that are all going for it, all being very aggressive, all trying to build out the fattest roster they can. The Cardinals this offseason put big money behind J.J. Watt. A year ago, they traded for DeAndre Hopkins. They indeed went out and made a trade for Zach Ertz mid-year when Max Williams, their number one tight end, went down. The Rams, don't have to tell you how aggressive they've been in recent years, right? With the Stafford trade last year and the 2 first-round picks with that and Odell Beckham and Von Miller, they've not stopped. They've not stopped. And we've got to kind of adopt, I think, that same approach if we really want to be in competition with these teams. That's just the nature of the beast in this division. It sucks. It'd be great if we could beat up on the lesser Rams, if we could be like the Packers, who always get 2 crap show teams that they get to just kick the snot out of every year to build up their record. But that's just not the case. We don't get that feast factor. Mongo1209 says, Seahawks. Hawks. Keldon, yeah, if they win, they are in, or if the Falcons win, the 49ers are in. Okay. J3 Dub, Quandary made me shed a tear. I got a little choked up on that one too. That was a little rough watching that when they cut back to him and he's in tears like that, and you know what is going through his mind. And I mean, you know, he's made a little bit of money in the NFL, but he hasn't gotten that big contract he'd get this offseason. He wouldn't get that, you know, he'd get 15 to 20 million guaranteed this offseason, and that just went down to like 5 to 10. Maybe. Tough. ADL Williams, was Diggs crying from pain or crying because he was going to get paid next season? I'm sure it hurt like hell. Broken legs are supposed to hurt a bunch, but I would tend to believe that he was probably crying more for what that just cost him. And I mean, it's a valid reason to cry. That's a valid reason to cry on the football field. You know, this guy's not sitting on like $100 million he's earned in the course of his career. He's made like what, 16, 17 million in his career or something. So, you know, tough. Shane, I remember when Earl Thomas broke his leg at versus Arizona. Yeah, it's weird. This is what I was talking about. The universe is very like this. It's like sometimes like that where things are, you know, Earl suffering that injury when he did in a free agent year that he was going to have. And hopefully at least, look, Earl was able to go out and sign a pretty big deal with the Baltimore Ravens. You know, wasn't maybe as much as he's hoping to get. No, but he still got paid pretty well coming off that broken leg. So maybe somebody out there will look at Quandary similarly and be willing to give him some money as well. Keldon says, I wish I had some alcohol. So Jose says, just saw a slow motion video of Diggs' injury and damn, it's really bad. I feel for him. Yeah, it looked bad. The foot's turned sideways in a direction it should not be. Luke 99 says, UFO conspiracy streams. I'm down. Well, we got to do some conspiracy streams at some point. Shane Hafner says, stat Padford with the game-losing pick. Ha, ha, ha. Niners got incredibly lucky. They did. They did indeed. Isaac N says, I stopped drinking a month ago. Miss a nice glass of wine. I'm sorry, Isaac. It's rough, brother. Isaac N, what are your plans with Brendan? Seahawks Brendan, Isaac? We're going to be doing kind of specialized streams as we go forward. So me and Brendan are still going to be doing our weekly streams on every Thursday at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We might be going later, actually. We're probably going to be starting to go to like 5 or 6 o'clock at night. I think there's a little more people available and around to watch at that time. But the plans are we're going to make them more specific to each stream. So if there is a firing of the coach this week, we might be talking about coaching potentials as to who would replace him. If it's not that, it'll be something more into a specific line of every show being concentrated on kind of one given element of the team. We'll do streams kind of based on position breakdowns of the team and how they've done this year. What's in need. Free agents we should look to re-sign on our team. Free agents we should look to re-sign out in the open market. We'll be kind of going through all of those different topics as we go through. Juan Lopez says, drunk stream, good sir. Guys, I'd love to do a drunk stream tonight. I would. But my God, I got to get up and work tomorrow, like early. I'll kill myself. Flag Sabbath says, I say we need more UFOs conspiracies. Hell yeah. That's that's like one of my favorite topics. So I'm going to do another channel with conspiracy. I don't know if I can do it on this one. I don't know if everybody on the channel would love me doing my conspiracy talk. But Juan, we'll do a drunk stream soon, I promise. Drunk stream soon. Shane After, Everett has had some blunders this season. 3 fumbles for San Francisco and today's easy touchdown drop. He's got some bad moments at this time, Shane, during this year. He's been one of those guys. He's been the one guy along with Penny and TJ Reed that I've looked at that I would be willing to re-sign of guys that'd be free agents coming off this team. I'm not going to sign him to a tremendous amount of money, but I still like what he adds to this football team. He is an H-back tight end, which you would not have on the roster if you got rid of him. You'd need to go find that somewhere else. I don't think he'll cost a lot, especially with, having a couple of warts to his game. But I like what he brings in his yak. I think he's got good enough hands, and they tend to be pretty solid. He's played better than he's played worse for most of this year. I like what he brings. B-Russ says, has Myers shown enough to close out the season to not look to replace him? I think I would lean more to replacing him, B-Russ, but I would be open to talking with him about just doing maybe not an extension, but maybe a renegotiation. You can save $4 million by cutting Myers. That's a significant portion of money. And I don't think that he's done enough to justify you paying that significant of a cost for him. He's kicking it basically below league average at kicker this year. He kicked below league average in his first year, and then he kicked Pro Bowl level the prior year. I think when you put that all in, you go, I think you're going to need to take a couple million less if you want to remain with the team. That'd be the direction I'd look to go. Cambron family. How you doing, Cambron family? Woo! Jeff Lowe, Penny is going to get paid next year. Somebody might give him some money here after these performances. He stacked enough of them together, even with his injury history. I think somebody might just do it. Flag Sabbath says, Drunk Stream was my favorite stream. We'll do another one, I promise. I swear, we will. Sean Proper says, say what you will about Pete, but players do play hard for him. Personnel Pete stinks, though. Well said, Sean. Very well said. That's succinctly put, and I think it's right on. And yeah, I never doubt that the players play hard for Pete. That's never a place that I think I would ever attack Pete for and say that he doesn't get guys out there really selling out for him. It's never a matter of that. It's other things, just not that. Tim Mahagan, how you doing, Tim? Says offensive line's got to be a top priority. I agree with you, Tim. That's been the place that I've said, and hell, I've said it the last 2 off seasons, and they've ignored me at every turn. If you want to go in this offseason and make the highest priority the offensive line and put a majority of those available assets into that positional group, I would be okay with that. I would be in favor of that. I think that would be a smart trek to take. Analytics tell us build from the offensive line, build there. That's the best spot to build in the team. It has an effect on every single play, as opposed to spending all that money for the running back or the receiver or the tight end who might only have a couple catches in the game or a couple targets or a couple times that they lay a good block. I think the offensive line is the way to go this offseason, Tim. At the top of that, I'd put Teron Armstead as my number 1 free agent target. Shane Hafner, Rams clinched, but they don't look very stoked. No, they don't. Not when you finish your season on an interception. And Stafford's been a little bit dodgy in this back half of the schedule. He looked very good to start things off, and it's looked a little more, especially once Robert Woods went down, that was a big hit to their offense. Even once they brought Odell Beckham back into play, that hurt them a bit. Robert Woods was their do-everything receiver, and I think it's been tough. Motor Light Systems, when Everett screws up, they win, though. There you go. And rest in peace, Bob Saget, man. Herbicide says Lockett's leg break was awful also. It was. That was a bad one, too. When the players are like on a knee staring at the player and their eyes are this big and there's just that sad look on their face, you know it's bad. Giant Opinion Sports, I take it Seattle won. They did, Giant Opinion Sports. Luke 99 says, Roxanne, you don't have to turn on the red light. Nice reference. Herbicide, TJ Watt with 22.5 sacks for the year. Yeah, I kind of feel like with TJ, same thing with Cooper Kupp, who mentioned this. If he was going to break the record this year of Calvin Johnson's single season record, receiving record, like you get the extra game, it's hard to be like, you beat the record. You kind of want to do it in 16 games. But TJ is a beast. There's no doubt about that. Elliot Clark with a $5 donation. Thank you, Elliot. You are awesome, man. He says, effing yes. Lots of great positive takeaways from the last couple of games. Cap space for free agent spending, and we are in business again. Let's effing go. Let's go. And you're right, man. You got the money to do it. The Seahawks have the money to do it this offseason. I mentioned you're sitting on $53 million of cap space right now before you do a single move. Clear out some guys that you plan on clearing out, like LJ Collier, like Myers, guys that are just kind of eating up cap. Clear out another $10 million of space right there. Oh, now you're up to $63 million. And if you rework Bobby's deal, / if you just wanted to move on from Bobby Wagner completely, that's $16.6 million of additional savings on top of that. That's $75+ million you can go out and spend if you wanted to go that hard in that direction. That's a lot of players you could fit under the cap. Everybody go out there, everybody said, now I can hear some people, Elliot, out there that a few in the chat are already saying, well, you can't spend your way into winning. You can't spend your way into being a good team. Oh, you can't? Patriots went out and spent $300 million this offseason. What do you think the Patriots fans would be saying about that right now? Yeah. We're not in the age of the free agent period of 2010 or the free agent period of 2000. You go out and spend money on guys and you do your proper work, you do your proper investigation and research on players, you can get yourself a good player. What it really comes down to is spending the money. What it really comes down to sometimes is the bonus money in the multiple years. And where Seattle has been hesitant over the last couple of years is they've given out a lot of 1- and 2-year deals. They've not been giving out those multi-year deals. They've not been putting out a lot of money out there. Maybe this is the year where we finally see some change in that, and they have positioned themselves to implement that change. So many people dying, Giant Porn says lately. Yeah, man, a lot of people dying. Joey says 89 points in 2 games. Not bad offense. Shane says Saget died from depression after losing his bro, Norm. Yeah, we lost a couple this year. Tough. Andrew Rokop, Seattle going to the playoffs? No, Andrew. We're not going to the playoffs, but it was a good year nonetheless. Not a good year, but it was a good close to the year. Mark Habercorn, very interesting game, but Pete and Ken still need to go. Prayers for Diggs. Agreed, man. Agreed. Agreed on all accounts, Mark. Cambron family, I love your channel. Thank you, Cambron family. Appreciate you watching. Giant Opinion Sports, I just read an article that Seattle will not trade Wilson. Huh? Giant Opinion Sports, I think that we've got to be hesitant at this point on any rumors of paying attention to any of this stuff at this point. I think a lot of people are clickbaiting heavy right now. Heavy bit of clickbaiting going on right now. Chris Redfield, 12, I wish Seattle got into. It would be nice if all 4 teams in the NFC West got in. That would be just a nice little feather in the cap of this division. Brian Myers, thanks, Brandon. You demand. On to the draft, baby. Oh, yeah, we got some draft coverage coming up. I'll eventually get my Abraham Lucas video breakdown done this week. I was working on it the other night. Man, that thing has turned into a monster. Eddie Owens, Saget died in a Florida hotel room. Screams fentanyl overdose. God, what a tough way to go in a lonely hotel room. Oof, all by yourself. Drugged out. Dark world sometimes. Jaboy Michael, wide going on? Wide going on? Wide going on? Wide going on? Megan says, how long did Shoddy have in his role before he got canned? Technically, it wasn't a canning, Megan. Technically, it was a mutual parting of ways. That's how it was. That's how it was told to us as the fan base. So Shoddy wanted to leave every bit as maybe potentially as much as Carroll wanted to get a new offensive coordinator. So, but it was, I think, 4 days after the season. Isaac, again, would you credit Waldron with Penny's improvements? No, Isaac, I wouldn't. Quite frankly, they're still not really utilizing Penny in the correct manner, which is getting him to the outside on outside runs. It's still too much to me on the inside stuff. He's helped him a little bit, but I think it's just mainly Penny just getting back to full health and back to his full speed and not having these nagging injuries that were coming up from his torn ACL. I think that's been the biggest thing for him. There's been some more holes in the offensive line that they've been opening up recently than they had to start the year off. I think we got to credit the line a little bit with the two. So I don't know if you can go all of it onto one thing or another. It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Shane Hafner, I really don't think people understand that if Pete leaves, that's a ton of dead money. Pete is under contract for the next 3 years. Give Pete one more season. Shane, the coach's contract doesn't count against the salary cap. You would have to pay all of his money if you moved on from him. You'd have to, coaches' contracts are guaranteed, but they don't count against the salary cap. Shane says, sign AB as an assistant running back coach. I'm good with it. Yeah. I mean, that might as much has been the reason for Rashad Penny's resurgence as well. He talked about AP arriving and how big of an effect that had on him. Maybe that had a little bit to do with it too. ADL, does coach money count against the cap? No. What was the score? 38-30? Cap breath? Jamoy Michael, pick ends up being the 10th pick. Thought it was higher a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it was higher a couple weeks ago, but you were able to put a couple more wins up. You were up as high as, I think, 7th with it like 2 or 3 weeks ago. So that Jet pick doesn't look as bad. Still isn't great that you gave him a 10th pick in the first round. That's not great. Certainly be nice if we could have been having that pick right now, but it's not as bad. Noah Milky, IMHO, Russ Peter okay to keep, but need to seriously invest in defensive line, whole defensive line, and center and left tackle on O. New defensive coordinator, defensive scheme. Don't give up everything short with more refined play calls offensively. I don't know if Pete's going to be here. I don't know if Russ is going to be here. No, I've got no idea on those two. I mean, it's really a question mark of who stays and who doesn't go. There's so many weird rumors in every different direction on this. If you made the offensive line the number one priority in this offseason, I'd love it. I'd be happy with it. I would rubber stamp that all day. If you made the second priority addressing the defensive line, Noah, I would love that as well. That'd be a great 1-2 punch plan approach to this offseason. Beef up both your trenches, because the game is still won in the trenches. Make no mistake about it. It is. It's a cliche. It's a long-held cliche that probably goes back to the 50s, but it is a cliche that is true nonetheless. Cliches are cliches for a reason, as they say. So I'm okay with your plan on that. I'd love to see that. I think it's going to be hard to do a different defensive coordinator or a new defensive scheme with Coach Carroll here. You can move Ken Norton out, bring a new defensive coordinator in, and everything's going to still remain the same way, because really Coach Carroll runs this defense at the end of the day. You would need a new coach to go to a new defensive scheme. With that said, I've long been an advocate for looking to more of a 3-4 attack-based scheme that was less about bending and not breaking and more about attacking. But that's just a personal preference thing at this point. I can't deny that Coach Carroll's defense, for as bad as it was in the realm of giving up passing yards, for as bad as it was in the realm of time of possession, at the end of the day, you didn't give up a lot of points. You were doing a good job of keeping the other team from scoring touchdowns, and that's what this game's about. Zoran76 says, don't change anything for me. Pete Carroll is not the guy for the future. New head coach next year, hopefully. Oh, the win doesn't change anything for you is what you meant, Zoran76. Me neither. None of what was going to happen over the next couple of games was going to change what I would prefer either. Shane Hafner says, Carlos Dunlap always goes insane the last 4 to 5 games of the season. He did. He went off. He's probably kept himself up on the roster into next year because of this performance this season, where he'll be a rotational guy next year. You don't save a tremendous amount of money by moving on from him this offseason. And look, he's been really good over the last 5 or 6 games. It would have been nice to see more of this performance early on in the year. I think he was fighting through a little bit of a toe injury during that time period, but he did at least better to turn on at some point than not turn it on at all. Dupree Squid, Seahawks should have ran it at the end instead of kneeling to get Penny to 200. Yeah, I mean, it would have been maybe nice. I think Penny had a little bit of he was beaten up over the course of that game. He had last carry, he had blood running down his elbow. He was limping a couple points in this game. You know, he's already had a lot of carries over the last 4, 5, 6 weeks. He's had a lot on that back. I think you probably just go, okay, you done enough today at that point. Cap Breath, trade Russ. He takes up too much of the salary cap, and he's washed up has been. Well, there's some folks out there that are in that stance of it, Cat. I don't land there myself. You look at Russell Wilson for the season here. When it's all said and done, where he stands and whatnot. I'm bringing up the stats right here. Russell Wilson for a year where he got injured for the first time in his career. Kind of slowly bringing it up. Sorry. No, I don't want to hear that. Okay. So we got 13 games played this year. 244, 374 for 2,875 yards, 22 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 102 rating. Still took a lot of sacks this year. I mean, he took 47 sacks last year in 16 games. He took 32 sacks in 13 games this year. Still way too many. But I mean, I don't know if those are washed up stats. 65% completion percentage, 100 rating, 7.7 yards per attempt. 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. Was this not a good year by him? Was this his best season? No, it wasn't his best season. I don't know if I could say he's washed up necessarily, but he might be traded, Cat. He might be traded. He might want out of town too. So Shane Hafner, trade Russ and get who for quarterback? Y'all crazy for wanting to trade Russ. And of course, Shane, I don't. So of course you're not referencing me, but Cat breath. Riverside, I think Carlos was playing hurt most of the year. I agree. I know he had a toe injury after the first 3 games. I know for sure. And those turf toes can be fickle little injuries. 312, Seahawks own the Niners, Rams own the Cards and the Hawks, and the 49ers own the Rams. Yep. It's about right. I call it the paper, rock, scissors approach to the division. Kelly, let's go. Let's go, Kelly. Dupree, Seahawks can reasonably sign him now. Rashad Penny. Dupree, is that what you mean? 312, I have a feeling that the Rams will lose in the divisional round. I just don't buy him yet I've never been kind of quite in on the Rams this year. Maybe I should have been, but I'm just not quite in on them. Mariah C says Bob Saget's dead. Sad to Bob Saget, man. Full House and America's Funniest Home Videos. And that's that was must-watch television in my youth. You know, that was before YouTube. You guys have YouTube now and all this. We couldn't even watch these funny videos, home videos, unless you had to watch that show every week. There was no YouTube. And he always had a funny crack for it. ADL Williams, my wife replayed Diggs' foot breaking in slow-mo like 5 times. Oh, your wife is a masochist. I don't want to watch it again. I saw that foot sideways. I'm like, that's enough for me. Because I'm getting older now. You know, you get older and you just have a bad fall and something can get broke sideways and then permanently hurt. It sucks when you just... Joy Michael, want to resign Diggs, but hard to pay 2 safeties. You just can't do it, your boy. And I've maintained the same thing you've said on this, which is, look, he's earned the right to be repaid. He's earned the right to make good money. He's outperformed his prior deal. And I think if it wasn't for Jamal Adams' presence, you would have done so. But Jamal Adams' presence is here. And you just can't pay $30 million to the safety position. This doesn't work. And so it's tough, but that's the way it is in football, man. It's a brutal sport in that respect. Joaquin Aguilar says, trade Bobby for a second or third or cut him. Jordan and Cody are going to be fine and develop greatly. Anyone agree? I certainly think that's I'm basically in agreement with you in that respect of, look, you're paying $16.6 million for Bobby. Was there a big difference between Cody Barton playing the middle versus Bobby playing, and Cody making maybe $1 million versus Bobby making $20 million next year? I think that alone kind of drives that decision a little bit. You can put those assets in other places. Maybe Bobby's willing to renegotiate. He spoke to that about a week ago in a press conference as to being a businessman and being well aware of the situation and what it is. So that may be a possibility that you're able to re-sign him, or not re-sign him, just restructure him. But that's $16.6 million you save, just flat out moving on from him. I will also say this, Joaquin, I don't think that you get a second or third rounder back for Bobby in a trade. I think the best that you probably can expect in return from him is maybe a 5th round pick. Maybe. He's an older middle linebacker. He's making a lot of money. There's not a lot of teams that are just chomping at the bit to go jump on that. It's not a highly sought after position in the NFL. Shane Hafner, can we trade Jamal Adams? You can't, Shane, because you'd have to eat $16 million to move on from Jamal Adams. And as well as in the trade of Jamal Adams with $16 million, you have him at his most depressed state as far as an asset goes. So not only do you eat the $16 million, but it means you almost get nothing back in return. And now you have created another hole then at strong safety. I just don't think you could pull that one off or that it makes sense. Impact Fitness NG, thank you for the $5 donation. You're awesome. Says this was a great glimpse of how fast our defense could be without Bobby in, sadly. Brooks and Barton were lighting it up. They look fast. They look quick. They were on it in coverage. I was very impressed by those two guys for the last couple games. And I think that you can impact fitness. It's well said. I think you can look at this, as someone else was just saying above, Joaquin, you can look at this game and go, okay, what is the difference-making situation that Bobby's given you at this point? And I love Bobby Wagner. He's going to probably be an all-pro again this year. He played pretty good football overall this year. Was he great? Was he vintage Bobby? No. Was he bad, which is another narrative that's out there? No. He had some poor games, but most of his games were really good. But at the end of the day, what kind of impact is that good play having versus the cost he's costing, which is going to be $20 million next year? And that's the math. That's the math that's got to be done. That's the calculation that's got to be done. It's not just Bobby Wagner and a vacuum player, good player or bad, keep or no. It's Bobby Wagner and his cost versus taking Brooks and Barton out there versus filling out the rest of the linebacker core with a couple of other guys, younger, talented guys, fresher legs, all that type of stuff. So I can get behind it. I think you got to do whatever. If you're going to run this back next year with Russell and Carroll, if you're going to come back to this team next year and say, we're going to give another try next year, then you got to have an all-in approach. And if that all-in approach is going to be, then you need to maximize out the salary cap as much as you can because you don't have a first-round pick. Yeah, you have your full assemblage of the rest of your draft picks through this draft, but you don't have a first-round pick. So you got to get the job done in other places. And you've got the place to do that in with the salary cap space that you've created and that you're sitting on. Jenny M says, let's go. Hawks looking formidable, and the Niners come in clutch to beat the Rams. Today's a good day. It was a good day. Didn't have to use my AK. My Rams lost in L.A. Oh, look at that rhyme. Look at that. I'm rapping there. I'm rhyming. Shane, it's nice to know we still have Blair and Trey Brown to help the secondary. It does. Hopefully those guys both coming off, I believe, ligament injuries, which are scary injuries, scary surgeries, but they're hopefully they can come back from it and give us some juice next year. Shane says, too bad it didn't work out for Disley. I hope he has a healthy career going forward. Me too. He played all right this year. Not great, not bad. Jaboy Michael, why would we trade Adams? That's just dumb. I don't think we will. Mad Wolf, is Bobby Wagner going to play for the Seahawks in the 22 season? I am going to go on a limb and say Bobby is going to renegotiate with the team and come back on a much lesser deal, which will allow him to remain with the Seattle Seahawks. That's my prediction. Brian Koski, I've seen a couple of UFOs. They're pretty cool and very interesting too. We can go into UFO talk. We go into some conspiracy talk. Cat Breath, trade Russ. He's overpaid and washed up. I don't know, man. Shane, look how good Seattle is without him. I'm just playing, but the trade really is rough. It's a rough trade, no doubt about that, Shane. It's not looking good in retrospect, that trade for Jamal. Jamal Michael, man, Russ has really improved since the injury. He will be back and ready next year. Agreed. That's where I hope it goes. B. Russ, we saved close to $4 million cutting Myers. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, B. Russ, you have to at that point, right? Like you can afford to maybe pay that kicker at that point if he's truly a difference maker at the kicking position. But you're already now, let's factor this in, you're already going to be paying Dixon at $4 million a year. You know, can you pay both your punter and your kicker a cumulative $8 million on the roster? I mean, it seems a little bit much. Seems a bit much. Joaquin, we should fire, I missed something there. Sorry, Joaquin. We should fire Pete and hire Kellen Moore or Eric Bieniemy and definitely fire a defensive coordinator. Bieniemy doesn't do much for me. I like Kellen Moore, Joaquin. Caprat, Seattle will give up on Randy Johnson with no salary cap, but stick with Russ when he takes up way too much of the cap. What the heck? Yeah, that was a bad choice with Randy Johnson back in the day, Cat. That was. There were some worries with Randy Johnson as far as his back goes, and he was a guy getting up there in age where, you know, to give him the kind of contract you do in baseball, which is guaranteed deals. It's not like football where you can kind of get out from under a bad deal whenever you need to. You had to sign up for that one. But Mariners should have signed Randy to a contract. He went on to have another 8 or 9 years of really dominant play in the sport. I think it did help him going to the National League, though. I'll say that. I think that helped elongate his career, getting to have pitchers going to bat against him, through the order every time. Keegan Jack, I feel bad for Diggs. Me too, Keegan. Took me a second to get back into my play-by-play duties here on the channel as the injury happened, especially when you saw the tears rolling down his eyes. You feel for the guy, a good guy, funny guy on Twitter. He's a great follow, and a guy who's earned that money, earned that new deal that he should get that he probably won't get now. Shane says, I think DK needed 20 more yards for 1,000. Well, they threw it him 13 times today, so they tried to. They gave it a shot, just couldn't get it done. Jamal Michael, TJ Watt did the sack record in 15 games. Oh, okay. I thought he was one behind coming into this week's action. I don't know. I wasn't paying close attention to it. Megan says, Megan's going to give her nephew the 12 jersey. Boy, your brother's going to be quiet this week, Megan. He's going to be a silent man this week. AI says, my buddy in college had a similar foot injury in a game. He had surgery the next day, but played the following year with no issues. It's good to hear, AI. And this is one of those places medical science is getting along much further in that respect. And hopefully it was just a clean break and they can put it right back and it's no problem. I hope so. I really do on that. That's good to hear, though. Shane Hafner, Lockett could go down as Seattle's GOAT receiver? No, Shane. No, Shane. That's sacrilege. That's sacrilege. That's go check Largent stats, my guy. No. Nope. Isaac Fisher, am I bamboozled or should we bring Penny back? Isaac, I've been a long supporter of Rashad Penny as far as the player he's been. And when he's been on the football field, he's produced. Getting him on the football field has been the biggest question with him. Finally got on the football field last year and he showed you what he could do. I would love to bring him back. I've been saying I'd like to do more of a 1 year, $4 million type deal. If I've got to do a 2 year, $8 million deal, I might even go up into that realm of things. I'm certainly not going to give him a significant portion of cap, but I've also got to recognize what he's done over this back half of the schedule. He's had last 5 games, he's averaged like 135 yards a game, put up 2 games back-to-back of 170 yards plus. This performance is not bamboozling you. It is legitimately impressive. That Cardinal defense is pretty good at stopping the run, and he took it to them today. Flag Sabbath says Watt still had 21.5 sacks in 16 games. That's pretty gnarly. It is still pretty gnarly. It was. And Watt's a beast, man. No doubt about that. Shane, I love Largent, but Lockett is doing big things. Hopefully DK has a big season. Well, don't forget this too, Shane. Tyler Lockett's had Russell Wilson throwing him the ball. Okay? Steve Largent had Jim Zorn and Dave Craig. So just a little bit of a difference. Itty bitty difference. And I'll tell you this, Largent never had anybody like DK on the other side of him taking away attention from him either. That's how I say, perspective matters. Shane After says, Isaac, I think Penny owes Seattle to sign with them. Sign him to a 2-year, $7 million deal. I like it, Shane. Like it. Cole C., how you doing, Cole? Good to see you. Keldon, the celebrity deaths often come in sets of 3. It's a strange pattern, but happens. It is, man. And it's proven out again and again. It's an odd one, but it is true. Nas says, the Seahawks look like the Seahawks today. It felt nice. It did. I was a little bit more like it, wasn't it, Nas? A little bit more like it. Cole C. Penny had 48 fantasy points. He might have won somebody some fantasy leagues this year at the end of the schedule. Somebody smartly picked up Penny on their roster at the end of the year, and he probably won some fantasy leagues. Jose Garcia, on behalf of the 12s, I would like to wish Pete the best of luck on his future endeavors. Shane says, imagine if Russ didn't have a fumble and throw a pick. That would have been incredible. Almost a perfect day at that point if he pulled that off. Just about perfect. Because I can't pick anything away from those 2 plays. There's not a lot in Russell's game today that I can pick on outside of those 2 throws. AI says, do you realize we finished the season winning 5 of the last 6 games? You can build on that, AI. You can build on that in the next year. I really do think you can. Flag Sabbath, one thing is for sure, keep Barton off the damn field. Special teams, he's okay, but not a linebacker. He looked better these last 2 games than he had prior, I think, at the middle flag. I do. But look, he's still not the most consistent tackler, and sometimes the coverage stuff comes and goes with him in space a bit. Your boy Michael, imagine if we go out and sign Chandler Jones. You could. Certainly just to take him away from chasing after Russ constantly would be nice. I don't know if that's going to be something that they would look at, though, because they've had a couple of chances at Chandler in the past, and they've passed on him. You had a chance when you drafted Bruce Irvin to pick Chandler Jones. You didn't. You had a chance to get him a couple years ago when the Patriots had him out there and available and open on the market. I do tend to believe that Chandler Jones does his best work as an outside 3-4 linebacker, which he has been his entire career. Moving him into a 4-3 defense and having him put his hand in the dirt, I've got some hesitancy to believe that he'll be as effective as an aging player, asking him for the first time in his career to transition to a down lineman as opposed to a stand-up outside 3-4 linebacker. Bill Bosco Nanovich says, please stay, Russ. I'm with you, Bill. I am with you. I hope he does remain. Nas, moving on from Pete means we'd have to make a decision. Get a new quarterback in the draft class that doesn't stand out, or rebuild with an already older Russell Wilson who will likely won't want to stay for that. Seems like the best move is to keep Pete and Russ, go forward from there. Had Russ not been injured this season, who knows where we sit now. They could eventually land with that logic and reasoning in this, Nas, to your point on that, where that's how this plays out. I would not be surprised if that's the way that this plays out. I think that there's a pathway here you could look at of moving on from Carroll, bringing in an offensive-minded coordinator. And then when you do that, you're also doing that, going to Russell Wilson on the side and saying, okay, we're not going to trade you, but we're going to give you all the things that you've been asking for and wanting the last couple of years. More superstars, a better offensive line, more input on the personnel decision-making. I think that would bring Russ back into the fold if that's what they wanted to do. I don't know that that's what they want to do, but if they did, I think that would be enough to bring Russell back over if he's landing in the stage of thinking about wanting to be traded, to saying, okay, I will remain if you're going to build this around me. Kevin Klein, will Dan Quinn be available and should we go after him for a defensive coordinator? Kevin, he will not be available as far as a defensive coordinator. Coordinators do not tend to go laterally across the league. He's already that for the Dallas Cowboys. He's going to want a head coaching position. And quite frankly, I think that if you look at the guys that are going to get a job this offseason, he's one of those. He's probably the coordinator that's the number one or number two most likely to go get another head coaching job somewhere out there in the NFL this offseason. Somebody's going to give him another chance. And so I don't. You're not going to be able to give him for a coordinator role. But if Carroll moved on, he would be, as was released as a story this past week, he would be one of probably the number one targets for the team to look at as the next head coach. ADL says the Russ injury set us on a really bad 7-game stretch. It did. Very well said, yeah. Hope you're doing well, Cole. Good to see you in the chat, buddy. Adam Barney, Niner GPS was in the Madden Pivot game 2022, but I feel or knew they were going to make it a 49er Cowboy game. It makes the most money. That makes sense. Herbicide, Chargers, Raiders, last game of the regular season. Who you guys got? I'll go with the Chargers. Flag Zabbath, Penny ends the season with 749 yards and 6 touchdowns. Not bad at all. Not bad at all, huh, Flag? Not bad at all. He turned it around, man. He turned it around big way at the end of the season. Adrian D, it was nice to end this sad season on a hopeful note. Now, I'm going to hear the talks about keeping everyone. I just don't buy it. They treated this as the Super Bowl. Why? Why not the other games? Well said, man. Well said. I do think we're going to see some kind of change coming down this offseason somewhere. Maybe not coaching staff, but they're going to do something as a sea change, even if it's just a different philosophy in how they approach free agency, but in a big way, to be how aggressive they are. I would expect something. Megan says, move on from Russ, maybe, but from what I understand, there are no decent quarterbacks in the draft, so what do you do then? I don't want to move on from Russ myself, Megan, of course. I don't think that's the direction the team wants to go. But I don't think if you move on from Russ, you necessarily look at this draft class of quarterbacks and say our answer has to be there. It could be somebody else on free agency or trade, or they could hold off for a season to finding their next quarterback in the future. Army Black Knights FF, this team can't win a game at home. Yeah, we were bad at home. We need to get back our home field dominance next season, Army. We got to get that back to front. No doubt about it. B. Russ, how soon do you think we will know about Pete? I saw he meets with Jody next week. I can't imagine they would go past 3 or 4 days into next week, B. Russ, without making a decision. And I would expect that if it's really going to come down, it's going to come down probably on Monday. You can wait a couple more days beyond that, but you need to get the show on the road with looking at the next coaching candidate if that's the direction you're going to go. So we should have some news of this pretty doggone soon, I would estimate. Army Black Knights is us Cards, our first round exits. You never know, Army Black Knights. I think it hurt you guys too when you lost DeAndre Hopkins. That was a very important player, maybe the most important player for Kyler Murray on that offense. And to lose him, I think, kind of set Kyler back a little bit in a big way. Megan says, the foot injury had me having a PTSD flashback to blowing out my ankle, dislocated and broken, rolling it, playing cricket, and then walking out for 8 weeks thinking it was a sprain. Those ankle injuries hurt too. I've done in football and in basketball where you roll your ankle like that. And that's just even like a half bit of pain that he must have suffered. And man, I can't do anything for when you first roll it. You got to spend just 6 seconds looking at your ankle and letting the sweat cascade over your forehead as you wait for the pain to subside. Herbicide, Cowboys suck. Watch, they're going to get exposed in the playoffs. They just might. They just might. They've been a weird team to look at this year. They've overachieved, in my opinion. And I think they were playing a little bit of their best football earlier on in the year, but then I thought they would take a step forward when they got Lawrence and Randy Gregory back. I thought that defense was really going to be helped by those two guys. It hasn't been quite helped as much as I thought, but they're dangerous. They are a dangerous team. Megan says, I was on crutches for 12 weeks and now I have arthritis. Ow. That sucks. It's a bad place to have arthritis. Nas, who would your candidate to replace Pete be as of right now? I don't see any situation where getting rid of Pete would work for us. How about making a trade for Sean Payton or Mike Tomlin or Jim Harbaugh? Those are my 3 candidates that would be the top 3 guys at the head of my list if I was assembling a list. And kind of in that order, I guess, Nas. Sort of in that order. And the way that it could work for us by moving on from Pete is that you fix issues and problems now by moving on from Pete that now are no longer issues and problems. So if you get an offensive-minded head coach, I no longer have to worry about my defensive-minded head coach trying to tell my offensive coordinator what to do at every turn, right? That goes out the door. I no longer, with a new coach, maybe get a coach who comes in and says, oh, you know what? Right guards are the same as left guards, or a guy that constantly moves players from their natural position to the position that's not most natural to them. It's not going to be the position they get their best production out of. That gets to leave. I get to stop having a head coach having say on personnel matters and trades. So rather than having a coach drive a Jamal Adams trade because you didn't do enough in the offseason to get your pass rush beefed up, that gets to go away. So, you might have new problems that get raised with a new coach, new issues that come up, but there's a lot of things that also stop at that point as well that have been problems that have hounded us in years past, problems that are hounding us right now. And if Coach Carroll remains, quite frankly, there's no reason to think that those problems won't hound us into the future. There's no reason to think that Coach Carroll is not going to continue to go in the future, changing players from their natural position to the player's detriment. He's done it throughout his time here in Seattle. He's done it at a high tendency this year. He did it with Jordan Brooks. He did it with Damian Lewis this year, right? You see it over and over again. That's where I think you could get some improvement. It's no guarantee that it's going to fix things or you'll be better as a team, but you would fix things that have been problems going back a couple years now. ADL Williams, nobody from the NFC West will make any noise in the postseason. All are frauds. I don't know if it's as much as frauds. You can make the argument that you beat up on each other a little bit to the point where, you've grinded each other out down to the bone and you don't have a lot left for the playoffs. I've often said getting to the Super Bowl, and you guys know I have a lot of pet theories here on this channel, right? I've got my 4 pillars of a problem child, right? But I've also got one theory I call my feast factor, okay? And that's the theory that to get to a Super Bowl, you've got to feast on a couple of lesser Rams within your own division. This is really almost standing at one of the main points of how the Patriots got to all those Super Bowls over the years as they did, is they were able to dominate their division every season. And because that was the majority of that time, that division was an absolute crap show. Those teams were just, Brady and Belichick had gotten up into their heads and they were just broken teams for years on end, like 20 years. And I think you do have to get a little bit of the benefit of that as a team if you have Super Bowl aspirations. The Chiefs getting the Super Bowl, it's helped that the NFC West has not been great for them, right, the last couple of years. Tampa Bay getting the Super Bowl, well, it helps when you've got Carolina and Atlanta that you get to play twice, right? The feast factor, I think it's a real thing. AI says, I wonder if the Hawks will match Penny's offer. Somebody's going to offer a multi-year deal, but I can't see it being for more than $5 million per year for a good team. Me either, AI. I think his top-end deal is like a 2-year, $10 million deal at the very most. At the very most. At the height of heights. At the height of heights. Tony M says, the Hawks Nest. Seahawks offense at full power is the best offense in the league. I love the confidence, Tony. And there's no reason that they can't be eventually. I mean, hey, if you put an offensive line together that's really on point next year, that's upper level next year, I believe you could be the best offense in the league. I do believe that. You've not done that at any point in time in the last 10 years. And you pair a great offensive line with Wilson, you bring back Penny, you got DK and Tyler on the outside, Eskridge coming back into form now another year, maybe growing a little bit more. Adam Barney, Harbaugh is the only solution. You see squirts, Herbs are Herbs. I don't know how they're to justify 10-year of lies. Sorry, Adam, I can't read that, man. That's a lot of acronyms. Nas, $20 million for a veteran guy who knows the scheme and is a leader of the team and mentoring his future replacement. Oh yeah, and he's still playing like the best linebacker in the NFL. Sign me up. I don't know if he's playing like the best linebacker in the NFL. He's getting a lot of tackles. I certainly think he's taken a little bit of some steps back in coverage. He doesn't get you the TFLs, doesn't get you penetration as a linebacker anymore. He's going to usually catch the play 3 or 4 yards up the field. He'll make the sure tackle. But I don't know if I can go to the place of saying he's playing the best linebacker in the sport. Still playing really good though, Nas. I'll give you that. ADL, the Harbaugh bros are turds. Well, they may not be good guys, but I'm only interested really in what they are as coaches. Megan says, you better be paying Dixon or I will leave this team be. Oh, we're paying him. We signed him last year, Megan. He ain't going nowhere. Nas says Myers played really bad this season. He did. You can't pay that kind of money for a kicker like playing like that. Tony says Russ looked really good today. His vision was on point. I guess Pete let Russ and Shane do their thing on offense, and well, look at that. Russ did great. They ran up tempo pretty much all game long, which was great to see. Russ was in command, guiding things to the line of scrimmage, changing plays. He was patient within the pocket. He was going through his reads. Even when he was getting flushed from the pocket a little bit, he still kept behind the line of scrimmage, kept his eyes upfield, looking for a play to develop. Great patience on his part. The accuracy was there and on point. 2 bad plays, but the 2 bad plays do not maketh his game and his day. And overall, a very, very good day by Russell Wilson. AI says Patriots lost to Miami today. Oof, tough loss by Patriots. I think they still get in the playoffs, though, so I don't know if they had a lot on the line in that particular game. Keldon says if the Hawks get Doug Peterson, he may get Nagy for offensive coordinator. Nagy did a good job with Trubisky. He may bring in Jim Schwartz as defensive coordinator. Schwartz runs an attacking defense that Brandon wants. Could be interesting if they went that direction. Boy, I wouldn't get super excited, Keldon, but you can't deny that you got at least some, you have guys that know what they're doing, to a degree on that with that kind of setup. I can't deny that. So that's true. Bear with me, folks, on the chat. I will be right back here. I just got to use the bathroom real quick. I'm going to just do a quick shout out here to the sponsor as well. So bear with me on this. Just run a quick ad. I'll be back in 90 quick seconds here for you folks. So bear with me, please. Thank you for bearing on with me, folks, there. Appreciate you on that. And thank you, everybody. Jump in the chat. We had 300 and some people here today on the show going live. It seems like, you guys, again, the feedback's been really good on this. You guys seem to be really appreciating this. Thank you to everybody joining us today on the stream. We finished this season out strong. I love it. A lot of new subscribers and whatnot, so hell yes. So, Keldon, I'm okay with your position on that. Nagy, Peterson, Schwartz. It'd be interesting. And Schwartz is a little more attacking defensive coordinator. He's got a pretty good pedigree overall. Another one of those weird dudes. A lot of weird coaching personalities, you know? Kind of in that, like, Greg Williams weird personality mold of defensive coordinators, you know? Deadly content. What's Penny get from us? Probably an offer of like a 1 year, $4 million deal or 2 year, $8 million deal with a couple million guaranteed if he wants to. Probably a 1 year prove it deal. ADL Williams, I was watching the odd NFL play compilations last night, and John Harbaugh is a hypocrite crybaby doing dirty stuff to other teams and bitching when teams do the same S to him. We all know Jim. Well, like I said, they may not be the most genteel personalities. I'll give you that. But both of those guys are good coaches, and both of those guys get their teams to play hard for them. And, you know, in Jim's case especially, everywhere where Jim goes, he makes the teams better, and when he leaves, they are worse. And at the end of the day, I don't care about style points or personality points. Give me wins and losses, and that's all I care about. AI, Hawks finished winning 4 of 6. We lost 4 of games by a field goal. We won those games. We are in the playoffs. Very true. Nas, I think it's safe to say Russ isn't going anywhere with that no trade clause. He has all the recent stuff he said about how much he loves it here. Leaving would be bad for his image, and he knows that. I agree with you, Nas. I think he's giving us some indications in what he's saying. I do think that there's a little bit of you show your hand a little bit, because I think if Russ had an intention to leave, it'd be very slight, right? It'd be subtle, but he would still be showing you the signs of my intention's probably going to be go somewhere else. And his recent comments have not seemed to be indicating that, to your point. Agreed. Megan says, no, he won't be. He'll still be giving me crap about beating us at home. Well, fair enough, Megan. You just show him your mallet finger. Hopefully it's your middle finger, Megan. Hopefully it's the middle finger you get to show him. You just say it's mallet finger and you just say, explain that, big bro. Explain that. B-Russ, I think he meant TJ Watt only played in 15 of the 17 games to tie the record. I don't know if that helps his case for tying the record. Oh, I mean, he's going to win it. Here's the thing with this, I think on this, with TJ Watt, getting the record or not, if you got it, which I guess they played. I don't know if he got it today or not, but you tie the record with it, but you're still getting that extra game. So it's hard to give it. But this is the thing too. The NFL once had 14 game seasons, right? And we went to 16 game seasons. And at the initial point, you would have said, well, this guy's still more impressive with his record because he only got to play so many games in a year. That eventually goes by the wayside after a couple of years, and all the records end up just basically running together. And you'll get the credit, you'll get your full credit for it, even when these records do get broken, and they will be broken. Both of them will. We'll have all the records across the board, seasonal record wise, will get broken, and probably in short order with this extra game. Especially with offenses going wild and all that. ADL Williams, the final stretch of success has made me tolerant to us running it back. We were on the cusp of success, and Russ's injury really screwed us. It hurt. It did hurt. Flyboy 1960. At his age, if Russell doesn't get a solid O-line, he will be through in another year or two. Agreed, Flyboy 1960. This is a part of the reason why I want to make it a priority to building an offensive line. I think it's a solid methodology to apply anyway. But to do so for a quarterback that's getting older, for a quarterback who's losing a little bit of his mobility, for doing a quarterback who's your most valuable asset, just seems kind of like a smart approach to go with it. And one they haven't done yet, Flyboy. They've not yet really in his whole time here really gone behind that approach as a football team. Megan says, I was so close to picking up Penny in fantasy, but let him go. Should have grabbed him. Standard champion. And don't forget, Lockett plays in an era of the NFL that favors offense. Largent was out there when it was still the Wild West. Yeah, you could basically just maul guys. You could go upside a guy's head with a forearm like Largent had done and have your jaw broken, and it was just a clean play, just a good football play. You always got to factor in all of what goes on when you start matching up players like that. And I love what Lockett's done. He is right now the number 2 wide receiver in Seahawks history. I think he's absolutely separated himself from Brian Blades, Joey Galloway, Doug Baldwin. But at the end of the day, he still's got a far, far road to go to get to Mr. Largent. Storm 76 says Barton's not a legitimate linebacker, special teams only. I'm good with that. I don't know. I didn't think he was, I guess, as bad as maybe you're thinking on this, Zorn, but maybe I wasn't concentrating enough on him today in this play. I thought he was solid last week. I thought he did all right. And I hate him at the Will. I hate him at the Sam. But, I mean, he's okay at the middle, isn't he? He's all right. Impact Fitness. Everyone have a good night. Thank you, Impact Fitness, and appreciate you on the donations as well. You have a good one. Herbicide says, speaking of old school, Easley is up there with Cam as the best safety in Hawks history. I think Easley's better than Cam Chancellor as a safety. I love Cam. I love what he brought to the Legion of Boom. But Easley hasn't beat. And these are two players that both had truncated careers, where injury got both of them caught up a little bit too early. They should have a lot more years to play. But Easley is a big separator from Chancellor, in my opinion. ADL Williams, if we draft a receiver, but I love Chancellor, Herbicides, so don't get me wrong. I love Cam, and I know a lot of his impact goes beyond statistics, but Easley's statistics are eye-opening. ADL Williams, if we draft a receiver again, I'm going to throw my phone in a lake. I want a 100% line draft. Me too, ADL. Me too. Get the line. Just do the line. Kyle Mulkey, Diggs has a broken fibula. Ouch. Shane Hafner, at least it's not a tib and a fib break. That's true. At least it's not both. So maybe he can come back off that a little bit easier. That's what Dak got, says Riverside. Okay, so it's not as bad as Dak's injury. That's good to see. Megan says Raiders for me, but only because I had the Chargers slightly less than I hate the 49ers. Berg Show, I would run this back. Adrian Peterson, maybe a coach, or he will retire. Probably got to retire at this point if you're Adrian. I mean, yeah, it's been a good run, my guy. It's probably time to retire, though. Though, if to get Penny back, we got to just bring Adrian back in the fold. I'm good with that. To get that version of Penny, okay, I'm good. And Penny was awesome, Bergs. ADL, yeah, he lucked out, only breaking one bone. Hopefully no ligament or tendon damage. That would be the secondary key. No ligament, no tendon damage. Herbicide says a plate and some screws will be good. It's good to hear. Megan, we need the dominance at home by October so I can be a part of the 12s. Army screaming at home. You're damn right we do, Megan. We need to get our home field advantage back. And frankly, look, the players need to be better. The team needs to be better. We as fans need to be better in that stadium too. We need to come back and recapture that spirit we had back in the 2012-13 when we were as loud as we caused an earthquake in 2011. We need to get back to that same state of mind as far as fans go. Stop being so placated and content with our Super Bowl championship in 2013. It's time to get back to being back in a hungry state again. Eddie Williams says titanium leg like Terminator. I like it. Bergshow, Russ and Pete aren't going anywhere. It doesn't seem like it, does it, Bergs? Doesn't seem like it. Shane Hafner, sometimes I really hate Pete's bend but don't break mentality. On 3rd and 18, they could have sent the blitz. The blitz was working well. They went soft coverage and Kyler shredded them down the middle. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either at this point, Shane. I can't deny its effectiveness over the course of this 10-year period. I have to acknowledge that. But at the same point in time, I can also acknowledge it without sort of saying, okay, but I'm kind of done with this. And I've seen all type of defenses here in Seattle over my time as a fan of this team. And at the end of the day, with where offenses are going, and I think the league is building offenses more towards allowing them to succeed at every turn, that the calls are going to lean towards the offense. And if that's going to be the case, to me, there's less of an onus on building up a super defense and more of an onus on building up a super offense. And getting more of an opportunistic defense than one that is than seeking one that's going to be dominant. Herbicide, defense spent too much time on the field this year, IMO. That's why Books and Wags had so many tackles. They were on the field more than any other linebacker this year. Very true. By a wide margin, to your point, Herbicide. Megan says, B, can you explain what Blitz is, aside from our beloved mascot, of course? I don't know too much about Blitz, Megan. I'm not a big mascot guy. So, he looks like a Seahawk, I guess, or an osprey is what a Seahawk's supposed to be. But that's about all I got for you. I certainly don't know him too well. Shane, San Francisco versus Dallas will be wild. It will be wild. It's a tough draw for Dallas to pull in, by the way. But Dallas does have a bit of an advantage, too, on the other side of that, where, that's actually a good draw for Dallas. It's a good draw for Dallas. Dan Quinn's defense is going to come off of, even though they run 3-4 stuff, even though he's added a lot of wrinkles, they're still going to try to stop the run first and foremost and force you to pass. And then the other side of the ball, Dallas has got enough wide receivers. They're really going to be able to test that thin 49er cornerback depth. ADL Williams, Diggs dislocated the ankle as well as breaking the fibula. Hope the legs and tens are okay. Yeah, me too. That's Brian A. Wilson, number 15. If number 54 ain't going out like that, I expect B-Wags to restructure his contract and stay put. Russ and Pete most likely to return. Agreed, Brian. I agree with all of that. Very well said. Megan Gock Rogers says, no Harbaugh ever be. I will hand in my 12 membership card and burn the all-powerful and all-Marty Largent jersey. I said he was my third priority, Megan. I'm going to try for 2 other guys before I get with him. So he's not the top of my list. He's just on my list. You know what I mean? Shane, hopefully AZ pays Kyler the loot. Oh, they're going to have to now. He's coming into his 4th year. Is Kyler, the personality type Kyler strikes me as, he's not going to be a guy that's going to want to play through the 4th year of his deal. Just doesn't strike me as that type of dude. So, do the Cardinals pony up for this guy? Do you pony up? And it's an interesting call on their part. Very interesting call. Do you pay him $40 million? Boy, and once they do, good luck, Arizona. Good luck. Tony M, lucky that we are going off season so our players can rest. I guess, Tony, I'd like to be playing more in the playoffs, but okay. Shane, a healthy Dunlap paired up with Taylor and Puna is pretty beefy. It's good, Shane. You got to go more, though, right? Don't go just good enough. That's good. It's a good starting place to operate from, right? But we need more. We need more. I'd like to add at least 2 more pass rushers in addition to those guys. Flip me out Rasheem Green's useless reps this season. I'm okay even with running with Kerry Hyder as more of that run-stuffing defensive end type, but give me 2 guys. I want 2. They don't have to be upper level. They don't have to be prime time, but just 2 mid-level good pass rushers. Herbicide says Brooks finished the season with 182 tackles for the year. That's a franchise record, I believe. Great job by Brooks. Jace, it's more likely now that Wilson could go to the Broncos with them firing their head coach, especially if they hire an offensive head coach. I asked earlier, but I had to go. Yes, it brings them more into contention than it would. There'd be no chance, in my opinion, Jace, with Vic Fangio there, that Russell would be willing to go to the Broncos, but I think they will probably bring in an offensive-minded coach, and if they're not looking at Wilson, I think they'll be looking very strongly at Aaron Rodgers, and that will be something to bring Aaron into that fold, having a head coach like that. So very well thought of, Jace, and yeah, I believe so. ADL Williams, I saw Pete's full head of hair, and it angered me. He's more than twice my age and has more than twice my hair. # fire Pete. Oh, I love it. Elliot Clark with another $2 donation. Thank you, Elliot. Multiple donos on this channel today, as always, and you're awesome for that. He says, put a package together to trade up for Fa'alele. You may not have to, Elliot. You may not have to. I sure feel like Fa'alele is going to be right there at the top of that second round where you're going to be picking. Maybe there's a bit of a run on them, but I'm good with it. If they trade up, and if you trade up for an offensive lineman in general, from my standpoint in this, Elliot, I'd have to hate the film at this point. I'd have to absolutely admonish the film of the guy to not love the Seahawks making that kind of move. This is merely as much as anything for me about intent, will. Put your will behind building a good offensive line. You can't, there's no guarantees, but you can put the assets behind it. And that's what I'm calling for. King Blue 123 says, do you think that the Seahawks should sign J.C. Jackson? No. We don't have a very long, prodigious history with the cornerback position in signing free agents. It tends to be our scheme, a tough one to bring in guys from the outside who have not run in the scheme before. I wouldn't want to go that direction. I think I'm more open to re-signing DJ Reed to a low-end contract, bringing back Sidney Jones, bringing back Trey Brown, and maybe drafting another guy and kind of calling it good almost on that alone. So, maybe a couple other, get some other picks you make in the draft maybe. But I don't want to spend money on the cornerback position past maybe DJ Reed. Shane Hafner says, sucks we signed Carson for $14 million 2-year deal. Shitty. It is a tough one, Shane. You can get out from another contract this offseason, so you can save about $4.5 million, I believe. Let me check my notes. You can save $3,425,000 by moving on from Carson after this season. So there is a little bit of space to clear, but there is some dead money too. ADL Williams says, Pete reminds me of Jack LaLanne. I don't know Jack LaLanne. Tracy's baby. Well, that's what elite quarterbacks do. That's right, Tracy. You better believe it. Says, why do y'all get surprised as if Wilson is some rookie? I don't know. I'm not surprised. Good to see. Shane, Russ fumbling on the first drive and Everett's drop touchdown pass in this game is a blowout. Well said. Yeah, easily could have been. Tony M says, breaking news. Brooks sets franchise record and Wilson continues to break records. There you go. Megan says, need to get some lunch. Be right back. Sounds good, Megan. Shane, did you see Carson playing next season? Do I see Carson playing next season? Not in Seattle, Shane. I don't think there's any reason that you ride with his contract at this point. I know there's a large contingent of Seahawks fans out there that love Carson, don't want to see him go. I can't stack up injury-prone running backs into this backfield anymore. I can bring back Penny to do so maybe on a prove-it deal, on a 1-year deal. But I do think Penny gives you an upside element that I don't know that Carson can give you that same upside element that Penny provides for that money. Your running back room has been decimated the past 5 years every single season. I don't think that you go far towards correcting that by bringing Carson back. And we know that the neck injury is a chronic one, i.e. it's not going to fix itself this offseason. You can't fix it with surgery. It's just going to be there and a part of where, how he's operating from going forward. I think all of these things point in the direction of you just got to move on at this point from Carson. Rashane after Russ broke Peyton Manning's record for most wins in 10 seasons. Nice, Russ. Congratulations, Russ. Herbicide, Carlos finished with 8.5 sacks this year. Should have been 9.5. He finished good. Finished strong. Shane Dunlap was trying to get his 100th career sack today, laughing out loud. He's 4 to 5 away, I believe. He'll be back next year. Leslie Cantor. How you doing, Leslie? Good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Herbicide says defensive DT and Green got 6.5 sacks this year. Yeah, Green got the quietest 6.5 sack year you'll ever see. It's very quiet, 6.5 sacks. Shane, I hope we see much more bull rush or casino blitz from Seattle next season. Sign me up for casino blitzes. I'll pull that slot down all day. All day, Shane. All day, all game. Shane says, and just like that, DJ Reed has become a major priority to bring back. Rest up, Diggs. I do think he's a priority. He's probably the number one free agent priority you have in-house right now, above and beyond Diggs. Herbicide, if Diggs has no ligament tears, he should be fine. It's good to hear. Alexander says Diggs will be fine. Look at Dak. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of the difference of position plays into this a little bit. Dak and what he needs to do from a mobile standpoint versus what Diggs needs to be able to do from a mobile standpoint are probably two different things a little bit. But guys have come back from this injury, so hopefully he'll be all right. Shane says Seattle has a very young secondary. Hopefully they can get enough rest and recover. Hopefully. Randall McDaniel asks, can Pete lead us to another Super Bowl? Yes, he can, but two things basically have to happen for that to take place, Randall. Number one, Coach Carroll has to learn how not to micromanage so many things. He needs to step away and let people do their jobs at times. Take less of the reins at every single turn. The second part of that is that he's got to correct the mistakes that he has made prior to this season over and over again in order to fix those for the future. I spoke about, the way that they look at offensive line, the way that they change players from their natural set position, bringing in a player like Jamal Adams and trying to fit him into what you do rather than getting the most out of what he does, right? Stopping making these kind of mistakes you've made in the past. Fix those mistakes, and they are correctable. They are correctable. But it's been that stubborn lack of mobility, lack of change that's existed in Coach Carroll that has driven this team to where it is currently this season. Make no mistake about it. And I often reference Bill Belichick and I often reference Nick Saban because I think Carroll's got a lot of claim to be mentioned up with those same names. You know, is he as good as either of those two coaches and what they've done? I mean, maybe. Saban was never good in the NFL. He washed out in the NFL. Carroll was great in college and great in the pros. You know, but both Belichick and Saban made a transition in their career. They transitioned away from being their old mindset, which is the same mindset Carroll operates from, which is a defensive-first mindset, play great special teams, and offense, you just don't mess it up. But Belichick realized when he had Brady halfway into his career. Saban realized about 5 years ago when he realized just having this dominant defense is not enough. Teams are still scoring on us, and I need an offense that can score. So Saban became more offensive-driven, more spread concept-driven. Less we're just going to pound the ball over and over, play after play after play. And it's helped revitalize Saban through the back end of his coaching career there in Alabama. Carroll's got to make that same kind of transition. Shane, after Alexander, I could get that. Also look at Alex Smith injury. Like, yikes, that ended very badly. Yeah, that one was a real bad one. If Quandre's got to go through like 12 surgeries in 14 days, we know it's not good. Megan says middle finger, both hands be. Yeah, so you could flip the double bird on him. You could have flipped the double bird when he talks about that first Cardinal win. TJ Watt missed 2 or 3 games, so it's more impressive that he did it. Yeah, but you're getting that extra game this year to come back and to play it after you got over those injuries. So it does help you, you know. Herbicide, I'm liking our cornerback for the future. They all showed promise. Hope to get Reed back. Jones, Brown, Reed, Warrior. I like the talent we acquired. Me too. And I do think if you, as I've said, my 1-2 attack of offensive line, defensive line, if you make this pass rush even more ferocious, I think it does help to protect those corners all that much more. Shane, even with the Bears win 2 weeks ago, an 8-9 team doesn't make the playoffs. Hopefully Seattle gets back to winning records. Hopefully, man. Yep. Bears win wouldn't have been enough. You would have needed to done more than that. Jacob Kessinger says all our corners have looked at least competent this year once Trey Flowers was gone. Yeah, only Trey Flowers was really the sort of the clown show situation going on out there. Everybody else has been at least solid to decent. Sidney had a rough couple of first games out the gate, but he corrected it really fast. And everybody else down to Michael Jackson, has been pretty good. Shane, Russ injury was tough, but this backup option is what screwed us. Geno did the team a disservice. I mean, Geno was all right. I don't know Geno was bad. I don't know if I could put much blame on Geno this year as being our problems. Bill Bosanasovic says, what about Darrell Jackson and Bobby Ingram? Very good receivers. I do think at this point Tyler Lockett's had better careers than both of them did in Seattle. Bobby Ingram was probably the best slot receiver that we've had in Seahawks history. Both him and Doug go back and forth on that one probably a little bit at times. Doug played some outside though, where Bobby was exclusively a slot guy. But good receivers, probably top 5, top 6 receivers in Seahawks history, but not in the top 3 discussion on either of them. Raiders. And yeah, easily was no joke, Herbicide. You're right. Jacob, 100% line, defense, and offense, but prioritize the offense. Yeah, agreed, Jacob. That's what I want to see. Offensive line, defensive line, in that order. And highly prioritize both of those sides of the ball. Brian Griffin says, I have a feeling Diggs' injury is going to end his season. I see what you did there. Herbicide, I thought Geno looked decent, passable. Yeah, I did too. I think he was a problem. Jacob Kessinger, AP running back coach of the year. Yeah, exactly, man. What he got out of Penny, whatever he told Penny, it worked. Whatever he told Penny worked. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Sorry, Paul, a little late on acknowledging you on that, but thank you, sir. Says, Cowboys or 49er fans, tears are equally as satisfying. But what I saw when the Cards run game did to the Dallas D, I think the 49ers are going to upset them. Well said, Paul, and that's going to be the key on this game. Even beyond, to me, what Dak can do against the backup corners for San Francisco is can the 49ers, who, when they can run the ball, they're very tough to beat. And this Dallas D is a little up and down on stopping the run. I think Dallas probably got a little bit spread out by the Cardinals a couple weeks ago, and they couldn't stack up the defensive line as much as they want, to create enough traffic down there to where there weren't enough open lanes for the running back to run through. But with that said, this Niner team can kind of run on anybody. It's one of the benefits of building a really great upper-level run-blocking unit with a lot of talent, right? Alex Mack, upper level as a run blocker. Trent Williams, very upper level. Laken Tomlinson, upper level. I mean, you stack a group up like that, even McGlinchey on the outside, and they can move some people off the ball. Go Hawks 05. I really want Reddick. He's just hitting his prime as a pass rusher. I'd be okay with him and just one other guy, Go Hawks. So I want two. I don't want to just get one guy, but I'd be okay with two. Maybe we go find another 3-tack defensive tackle from someone. Aaron Zhang, laugh my ass off. Y'all hate Everett. I like Everett. I'd re-sign him. Shane, DK got a good amount of targets, but not the best balls today. Too bad he couldn't get a touchdown and 20 to 30 more yards. I had DK at 1,400 yards and 14 touchdowns this season. I was a bit off. I had him at that as well, Shane, and I was a bit off as well. But, boy, you sure felt like he was going to get there, and there's just times he wasn't getting targeted very often this year. Kind of strange to see. I also think he ended up getting so many double teams, which was hard to anticipate when you have Tyler Lockett here, but he just got a ton of double teams. Go Hawks 05. I want to go running back in the third, re-sign Penny, and pick up a guy in free agency for our backfield, as well as retaining Dallas and Homer. I love your plan, Go Hawks 05. I love that. Get Penny back in, get your talented guy in the third round under cheap club control for the next few years, a little maybe the future, and then go out there and get your Dallas and Homer. Love it. Love it. Aaron Zhang, Everett is a good player. His PFF grade went up again today. I like him, Aaron. So I think maybe people like him on the chat. People have knocked him on a couple of games where he's had some boneheaded mistakes. But I think, Aaron, if you took a poll in here, the majority would be willing to bring you back on a low-end deal. On a 1-year deal or on a 2-year, something smallish. Jacob, dude, I feel like DK got shafted in terms of targets this year. A lot of air balls and bad shots into double coverage. You're right on that, Jacob. I've got the same feeling in watching him this year. Agreed. Was a tough one for DK this year. And for all the people that say he's a big diva, he was just the good soldier. He just kept his head down and he worked this year. Yeah, early on there was some chippiness. He was playing with some edge, but that was just him just trying to get a little bit of an edge on the competition, not him playing out of control, in my opinion. And I think he's been a good soldier this year. I still pay him a big contract this offseason, Jacob. I got no trepidation about doing that, and I think the team will. VBO Gamer 67. What do we do with Penny Peterson? Because if we bring back Penny, we got to bring back AP as either a player or a coach. Personally, I retain Penny on a highly incentive-based deal. I'm willing to bring back Penny. If you can talk him into an incentive-based deal, that'd be great. I would love that. I don't tend to think that a guy like Adrian Peterson, who's made all the money he's made, is going to want to come back and be a coach now, a running backs coach in the NFL. Maybe he just loves the sport that much. But I would tend to think that he calls it a day and rides off into the sunset. The players that tend to be those star players that made all that money, they don't tend to come back as coaches. There's not a lot of really driving them. It's a hard life being a coach. It's a lot to sign up for. Not a lot of players want to do that, Shane, after some ESPN analysts had Seattle at 5-10, I was baffled when I heard them in August. Rigged. Maybe so. Aaron Zhang saw some Pete ball today in the first half, but most of the second half was Waldron ball. The team seems a lot better when we see Waldron ball. What do you think, Brandon? I think it was more Waldron ball than Carroll today. I think that Carroll's given up more and more of the reins to Waldron as the year has gone along, but it seemed was more Waldron. I think he was very impressive today. Last couple of weeks he's been at his most impressive of this season, Aaron, in his play calling, in his inventiveness, in his ability to create easy completions for Russell Wilson, easy throws for Russell Wilson to get him in rhythm. I like those aspects of things. Certainly the team's run blocking better in recent weeks, which has helped, but Waldron has also been more creative, less predictable, which I've been encouraged by, Aaron. So yes, agreed with you. Shane, after Quentin Jefferson just went down, I hope Q and KJ can get back to the playoffs with the Raiders. We shall see. ADL Williams, DK in the slot look good. He's a huge dude. He needs to be in the slot at least some of the time. I'd be okay with it. I think it gets tougher too at times to lock guys down in double teams when you got a guy in the slot. I think it's harder to double team than it is on the outside, where you can kind of bracket the coverage between the outside corner and the safety. Whereas you get a guy in the slot, now it's a little bit harder. You're going to bracket the safety down and then leave the outside open for the outside receivers. As we saw, for instance, on the broken play to Freddie Swain, right? You got DK in the slot. Both of the two defenders end up taking him in coverage. Nobody takes Swain on the outside for the touchdown. Yeah. I like him in the slot too, ADL. I think he'd be a weapon there. You see the backers do that with Devontae Adams as well. You really can create some mismatches. And again, I think it's no coincidence that both DK and Devontae Adams are basically double teamed at the exact same rate in the NFL. So that's what you do. Offset that by putting them more in the slot. Shane says, what's crazy is how efficient Russ was with a low number of attempts today. Very efficient today, yeah. He's very good. And boy, if he ever doesn't drop that ball, he got 4 touchdowns on the day. Saturn Champion, I love this team, finished strong, but I'm really worried that they learned all the wrong lessons as they seem to have in the past. It's a valid worry, Standard Champion, because as I was speaking about a few moments ago, that's been what's plagued this team in recent history, is that it's not that you make mistakes. Everybody is going to make mistakes. Even the best teams make mistakes. Bad contracts, bad trades. But what you do is you learn from your mistakes. And it's the where I lose my patience is when you continually make the same mistake over and over again. That's when I'm out. That's when I check out and I say, okay, you lost me. That's when you lose my support. And that's been where this team has landed recently. Megan says, I think buying my nephew a 12's jersey and putting him in it will be sweet enough payback, B. Payback is a bitch, and I bite hard. I love it. It's got to be surprise, Megan, and if you can, take a picture, have the phone ready for when you put it on him, and then have him go back and go say hi to your dad. Go say hi to your dad. And have him come and get a picture of the Cardinal fan brother as he's watching his son run back to his arms in the 12 jersey. That'd be a pretty epic shot, Megan. That'd be an epic shot. VBO, last offseason was a Pete Carroll offseason. I know Russ wants to stay, but if this isn't a Russell Wilson offseason, you think he gets traded? I do, VBO. I think the only way you keep Russell Wilson in the fold as it stands right now after this game, the only way he doesn't drive to want a trade this offseason is that he has given certain assurances. And at the head of those assurances would be, you're going to build a great offensive line around him. I think there'll be a couple assurances, but I think that would stand at the head of the chart, or the way that you put it, where Pete Carroll, it was a Pete Carroll offseason. I would expect this to be a Russell Wilson offseason if he does remain. Yeah, well said. Name. Next year, right? Always next year, but not inconsistency. But as a fan, always hoping their year will be next year. Next year, always next year, but not inconsistency. Not realistically, but nice to dream. I don't know on that name. I'm not sure what you're kind of meaning on your first statement there. You sort of lost me. Always next year, but not, period. Inconsistency, period. I don't know what you mean on that. Sorry, buddy. Just kind of don't quite understand that. We all are hopeful the next year can be better. We also, many of us in the chat name are wanting change drive because we don't want to do the same thing over and over again because we think we need to do something major to drive that change. But yeah, you are hopeful for next year. And the NFL is a sport unto itself. Hockey, baseball, basketball, these sports are sports where when you get a bad roster or you make bad choices, you get stuck in purgatory and there's no guarantee when you're coming out of it. You know, you end up in this dark abyss and you're stuck. You have bad contracts that you can't get out from under. You can't make a trade to relieve yourself of it. The NFL is not that way. You can dump, you can pare down. Really, it's about having flexibility. And if you don't have any flexibility, then you're going to be stuck as a team the next year if you're a bad team the year prior. If you have flexibility, if you have an ability to make major change, then that story changes with it. And when you look at the Seattle Seahawks, though they don't have a first-round pick, they have the full complement of the rest of their selections, as opposed to last year when you only had 3 picks going into the draft. And not necessarily a ton of cap space to spend, right? You're kind of up against it both ways last offseason. But the big point here is that you have cap space to spend. You got somewhere up in the neighborhood of anywhere from $64 million to $75 million to spend this offseason. That's what we call flexibility. That's what we call flexibility. And with that flexibility, you can go out there and buy a lot of different guys. It just takes a willingness to squeeze as many guys as you can inside that cap. It just takes a willingness to go for it. Push all those chips to the center of the table. The comparison on this, I always say, name names. You had the San Francisco 49ers not 2 years ago were the worst team in the league. Worst team in the league. One offseason, one selection of Mr. Bosa, Garoppolo staying healthy for a full season, and they get to the Super Bowl the year after. This is a bounce-back sport. This is a sport of parity. This is a sport of fixing yourself quickly. There's no reason you got to be locked into Loserville for years on end. TJ Wilburn says, we are undefeated in 2022, 2-0. 2-0, TJ. That's right. 2-0, baby. And it is realistic. Dream and be a realistic name. I think it is realistic. Name says, Flowers sucked. I knew by his third game. The coach didn't see it. Fail. Definitely a fail on that one. Herbicide. I still got a problem with how the coaches handled the quarterbacks. Why did it take so long for us to move on from Flowers and put Reed back at the position he excelled at? Massive coach failure. Again, this is where we land a little bit, Herbicide, on lessons not learned prior that still they take a long time to learn. And I don't like that either. It's trouting Trey Flowers out there versus going with somebody else. I think that they were a little bit caught at that point in time. You could say Witherspoon, I guess, would have been a better option than Trey, no doubt. But at the time, I think you had Trey Brown coming off an injury in camp. Sidney Jones was just coming aboard to Seattle with an injury from Jacksonville. You had to kind of roll with Trey for a little bit of time. They did move off from him relatively quickly when they had somebody ready to take over for him, I think. But yeah, the way they handled the cornerback room this offseason was not great. Was not great at all. And I don't know, man. I don't know. They do sometimes struggle to change quickly on things. They just stick with stuff when they should be a little bit more mobile with it. Shane, is Green Bay screwed once Aaron leaves? Jordan Love looks rough. Some of this, Shane, is a little bit of the fact that I don't have a real lot of amount of love to throw at Jordan Love's way. I didn't like him as a prospect. I don't like what I saw of him this year when I watched him play against, the Chiefs in Green Bay, and he looked completely lost like a deer in the headlights, despite the fact he had already had a season of sitting down on the bench and watching Rodgers play. I do think that Aaron Rodgers is out. And Jimmy Crackcorn, thank you for subscribing. Jimmy Crackcorn, you are awesome. A gentleman and a scholar. I appreciate you, my guy. Tom Cox with a $5 donation. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate you as well. Multiple donuts on the chat today, Tom. Awesome on your part. Says, if the Seahawks decide to fire Ken Norton Jr., if you can pick between Fangio, Zimmer, Bradley, which one would you be happy with? All right, let's cross off Gus Bradley. He feels overrated to me. I guess I'd probably go for Vic Fangio. It's very close between him and Zimmer, though, man. I'm very, very close between those two, Tom. Like it's like the space at the pyramids between the two 20-ton granite blocks that have been like laser carved out, and you can't put a piece of paper between the two of them to show their separation, like the line. That's like picking me between Fangio and Zimmer in that respect. Because I think Zimmer is almost exactly like Fangio, which is just, he's been able to hold on as a head coach. He's gotten the Vikings into the conference championship. But for me and my money at the end of the day, he's a better coordinator than he is a coach. And the work that he got done with the Cincinnati Bengals was awesome. And I like what he does as a defensive coordinator, but Fangio, I think, has got a little bit more of some modernized approaches to how he goes at it. Split safety looks, still implementing being aggressive with the zone-based approach. I'll go with Vic. Vic's got it. Anderson, what's up, man? Good to see you. Long time no see you in the chat, buddy. Hope you're doing well. I know you're sometimes lurking, not always in the chat, but good to see you nonetheless. VBO Gamer, Dwayne Brown is 35, going on 36. Do we go left tackle, especially the guy from Ohio State, or pay Brown $11 million? Well, I don't think you can pay Dwayne Brown at this point. His play really fell off this year. He righted the ship for the most part in the back half of the schedule to get to probably like an average state as a left tackle. But given the state of his age, given the fact that there's three left tackles in the sport playing beyond the age of 35 this season, I think that's telling. I think you've got to go a different direction. The top priority on my list, my number one free agent target this offseason would be Teron Armstead, the very talented, very productive left tackle for the New Orleans Saints. He's a guy who's pretty mobile. I think he would fit in that respect with this scheme. He would probably be my number one guy to go out there and look at, and I would throw a buttload of money at him. Shane says Seattle just needs to clean up their scheme versus the Rams, and we're good. Oh, and they also have to not get destroyed by backup quarterbacks. Oh, just that little thing. Very true. And Anderson, I don't know why your message got accidentally deleted out. If you got timed out, Anderson, it'll bring you back in here. Randall, didn't AP lose a bunch of money on investing on something? I think he did get taken in a bit of a scam. A.D.L. Williams says Dwayne Brown needs to go sit in a lazy boy and chill. He's earned his money. He's played a lot of years. It's time to retire, my guy. I agree. Shane says Dwayne wants to try to pull a Whitworth, but I just don't see that happening. I think that's what he wants to do. I think he'll get paid by somebody, but he's going to have to go play at another team. You're going to get significantly less than you got paid this season. Do you want to do that, Dwayne? And that's the question at play. Randall says, I'm not looking forward to running it back. I know, Randall. We've had so many discussions on this, and to think that's where we've landed at, it is a little bit tough, isn't it? It is a little bit tough. Brian Koski says, if anybody cares, Bob Saget died at 65 years old in Florida. We did see that a little earlier, Brian. Rest in peace, Bob Saget. Rest in peace. Shane After, running it back refers to bringing back the same group and getting back to it. Yeah, I don't want to see it either. Some dudes got to go. Well said. TJ, it's sad our defense was so bad that we're making Hall of Fame numbers the worst way possible. Go Hawks 05. That's right, TJ. Go Hawks 05. Cooper Kupp plays exclusively out of the slot, and you see the season he's having. Yeah. I don't know if he plays just exclusively out of the slot. Doesn't he move to outside at times? He plays out and in, doesn't he? He's kind of got a little bit of those Doug Baldwin splits to his snaps at receiver. That's how it feels, at least. He's used a lot. He's great out of the slot. Make no mistake about that. But yeah. And that's probably to my point on how hard it is to double a guy when he's in the slot. It gets tough. It challenges the defense first when you get the guy on the outside. Herbicide, that was the best move we made this year, not to extend Dwayne. Yep. That was smart. No, I mean, again, the team shouldn't have. It was one of those ones, I don't know if I even want to laud the team for doing it, because it's like, yeah, you shouldn't. When are you? No team in the league is going to pay big money to a 36-year-old tackle outside of what the Rams gave Whitworth at 40, and he had established such a great level of play with them for years that they didn't have any other options to go find another left tackle to replace his production, whereas we kind of are in a position to do so. But it's also that's the type of decision they should make. We shouldn't laud them as that's a smart decision. That's the sort of no-brainer decision, Herbicide, Russ didn't look that good at the start of the year. He played efficiently, but he wasn't consistent. It's kind of an understandable why would the Herbicide too. He's taking on a new offensive scheme for basically the first time in his 10-year career. Truly a new scheme. I don't think when Schottenheimer came in and he had to reportedly inherit 70% of the playbook, we would call that implementing a new scheme. So for the first time, you had to really bring in a new scheme. It was going to take Russ a little bit of time to acclimate. Shane, I'm not sure why Seattle's D has slow starts in the beginning of the season. It seems to be a trend. I'll blame that on the Trey Flowers experiment. I think it's some of that, Shane. I think some of this is historically the way that Coach Carroll coaches his teams, and rather than taking the whetstone to the team in training camp and grinding them down to where they're at their sharpest at the beginning of the year, playing their best at the beginning of the year, but maybe wear down over the course of the season, he builds them up slowly over the course of the season to get them playing their best at the end of the year. I don't think we've gotten to see as much the returns of that lately. Some of that has to do, I think, with really the injury situation. But that, I think that it's done a little bit purposeful, I guess, is what I'm saying. Shane After says, do not sign Zimmer or Fangio. No way. I think they're good defensive coordinators, Shane. I wouldn't do them as a head coach, but if we're talking about new coordinators, they're good coordinators. A.D.L. Williams, the Trey Flowers experiment sounds like the title of a crappy YouTube series. It does. Yes, it does. Very well said. That's very true. Brian, last year the Hawks had 3 draft picks. D. Eskridge was on the IR for weeks. Trey Brown was IR for months. Stone Forsythe even effing play. Not much. He had a little bit of time out at right tackle and did okay in that role, I think, in the game, the Cardinals game. But not much of Stone this year, Brian. Though again, you're paying the money you are to Dwayne. You're not gonna trot Stone out there when you're paying what you're paying to Dwayne, just to let Stone develop. So we'll see maybe he's got something into next year. He certainly didn't fail at the times he was put out there, even though there were rare times. King Bloop, what free agents do you want the Seahawks to sign? Armstead and Scherf would be nice. Armstead's my number one target, King Bloop. I'm out on Brandon Scherf. That's another right guard. You already have 2 right guards on this team. We don't need to flip out Gabe Jackson for another right guard, in my opinion. I would linger away from Scherf. I would look to try to probably try to get a right tackle in the draft, sign Teron Armstead to left tackle, and then see what I can do with the center position out and about, either trade or free agency. I honestly have not done a great big deep dive into free agency yet, King Bloop, in anticipation for eventually preparing for this to come down. So I don't have a great answer for you as far as who are my secondary options. Some of this is a little bit of taking care of in-house and then going outside of house. So DJ Reed, Rashad Penny, Gerald Everett, can we get those guys back on contracts? What are we doing as far as restructuring Bobby goes, or does Bobby remain? Is there people out there outside of that I'd look at? I would really like to target center. It's more about just targeting than an exact player at this point. So let me give you just positions I target. You sign Armstead. Let's say you look at right tackle in the draft. You try to make a trade for a center, like maybe a Jason Kelsey of the Eagles, if they're willing to move on from him. I would try to get another receiver, though it's not a high priority. I'd get two pass rushers. I'd ideally like to find a 3-tech defensive tackle, and then it'd only need to be 1 pass rusher. So a big body that can pass rush from within. If you bring back DJ Reed and Sidney Jones, I don't think that there's as much an onus on needing to get a cornerback, though you need to address the free safety position. So we probably got to figure out what we're doing with that. There may be a couple players out there that are interesting in that respect. Again, not necessarily in free agency, but maybe even via trade. Or even in the draft. You never know. Because you could theoretically draft a free safety and then have him and Marquise Blair compete it out when Marquise comes back. But, they need to address first and foremost for me, King Bloop, left tackle, center, right tackle on that line. And if they could really get around to it, move on from Gabe Jackson, move Damian Lewis back to right guard and find a left guard too. It's probably too much to get done in one offseason, but that would be a dream scenario. Tom Cox says, it's a crazy idea, but things need to change. They do, Tom. I don't think it's that crazy. Shane says, Brandon, I can't be mad at Eskridge for the concussion he sustained in week 1, but it hurt for sure. I'm not mad at him for that. It did hurt him on that, Shane. I do hold it a little more accountable when he's back, he's healthy, he's available, and the team still is not getting him on the field. You're seeing guys like Freddie Swain and Penny Hart still getting snaps over the top of him. That does speak a little bit about his preparedness at that point to get on the field, and that is a little bit of something I think we can be mad at him for. You made this kid a 2nd-round pick. He shouldn't struggle to overtake an undrafted guy and a 7th-round guy, but that indeed was the case. Anderson says, hey man, been a while. This offseason should be interesting. It's become clear that if we can't protect Russ and run a proper scheme, it's become clear that if we can protect Russ and run a proper scheme, he can stay elite. Still hope Pete is gone. Can't beat a dead horse. Very well said. I agree with everything you just said, Anderson, and it's good to see you back in the chat after a little while away. I'm with everything you said on that. And I've been in this lane for probably about 2 months. And I've had times where I've been shaken on my confidence of taking this stand. But I've taken the stance of I'd like to see Russ remain, Pete go, bring an offensive-minded head coach, bring a 3-4 attacking defense into play, or just an attack-based defense if it's got to be a 4-3 in play. But that's where I've landed, Anderson, because I always there's this tickling that I've got, and just this little tickling of suspicion I've got that Russell Wilson, if you give him that great offensive line, if you truly build it around him, not asking him to overcome, but excel with what you provide in addition, that he can find a new peak, he can find a new level of production. And I still do fall and land in that spot of things. But well said, man. And it's good to see you again. Shane, damn. It would be nice to have a first rounder and hope to get a Creed Humphrey. There is a couple of centers in this upcoming draft scene that are very interesting. Got a Limberg, a couple of L guys, I think. But both of them are very good players. Both of them will be improvements at the center position on this team. Don't know. I think the Lumber guy is going to go in like top 10 or something. The other guy will probably be available in the second round. But it would be nice. Would have been nice. All right. Roxanne, roll with the $10 donation. Nothing said there, Roxanne. Just a $10 dono. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Anderson, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. You're awesome, brother. I appreciate you. And do keep an eye on your community tab of your YouTube page, because you'll see I've been posting weekly, bi-weekly articles there for the channel. So I try to put a lot of work into them, and do keep an eye out over there on there. But thank you for becoming a member. You're awesome, brother. Looks like Charles got a super chat in. Charles, the $5 super chat. Thank you, Charles. Says, if Pete gets the axe, can he come on your conspiracy stream? I hear he's a 9/11 truther. I'll bring Pete onto my stream. Heck yeah. I'd love to interview Pete. I'd love to have a nice, long conversation with Pete Carroll. I don't think Pete would want to talk to me for very long, but, I'd enjoy it. I'd enjoy it, Charles. That'd be a fun interview. But I wouldn't be shocked if Pete was a truther. Wouldn't be shocked. And that's one of my little conspiracies that tickles my fancy too. Aaron Zhang says, really hoping on a Pete firing tomorrow, but not looking like it. Laughing out loud. Yeah, Aaron, I think the likelihood is everything's being run back. The second most likelihood is that Carroll stays and Wilson goes. And Wilson asks for a trade. But I think that the likelihood is that they run it back. ADL Williams taking Eskridge instead of a lineman that went to the Chiefs hurt bad, though. Hurt really bad. It's one of the key bad decisions of your offseason you made. You made some bad decisions this offseason. That's at the head of them. It really is, in my opinion. It didn't make any sense at the time. Has not made sense in one moment in retrospect. And I don't think it will going forward either, because I think that Eskridge is going to be a little bit of a limited receiver moving on into the future. He'll still be productive. He'll be a good slot receiver for us. But I don't think that he's going to be all-world dynamite like Creed Humphrey is, who's already ascended to being one of the best, if not the best, centers in the sport in his first year. As Brian Kosky says, Creed sounds like a badass. Creed Humphrey's just, like, that name alone should have got him drafted. Tom Cox, I think the offensive line needs younger and also talented. Brown isn't the same player like he was when Seattle traded for him. The Minnesota tackle, Armstead, Abraham Lucas. Daniel Fa'alele from Minnesota. Teron Armstead from the Saints is a free agent. And Abraham Lucas, Tom, on my Seahawks scouting channel, which is my alt channel. Please go over there and subscribe right now. I'm working on right now, hopefully this week. I've been trying to bear through it. It's going to be like a 30-minute video, but I'm doing a breakdown on Abraham Lucas for the channel. So I love Abraham Lucas, love Fa'alele. They'd be like, I couldn't pick between them. They both have different things they do well, but I like them both kind of equally. I'd be very happy if we landed either of those two guys on draft day. Herbicide says, Phil Haynes looked good. Looked good for a second straight game. Another one of those head-scratching decisions where you say, why did it take to week 17 of the season to insert Phil Haynes into the starting lineup at left guard? He looks like the best left guard on this team. Just a question. TJ says, all of our defensive backs get hurt in Arizona. Yikes. Cam, Earl, Sherm, Diggs, etc. It has been a wasteland for our cornerbacks. Well said on that. Yeah, Cam with the neck injury trying to tackle, I think, David Johnson. Earl Thomas breaking his leg. Sherman tearing his Achilles. And then Quandre Diggs breaking his foot and dislocating it today. Name. Seahawks. Should the Seahawks let Russ call more plays from the line? I think so. I think it's less on the calling the plays is giving him the control, right? Name. So Seattle completely embraced the hurry up offense today, essentially up tempo all day long. And within up tempo, you're going to give your quarterback more control at the line of scrimmage because they're getting up to the line of scrimmage faster with more time on the play clock, which just gives him that much more time to control the action around him. He's not being, out of the huddle and given only like 6 seconds to get a ball snapped. He's got his whole time to kind of look over the defense and see what he wants to do. Russell was very good today about assessing the landscape and changing things when they need to be changed. I think that's more of the key, is committing to up-tempo and then letting Russ control the flow of that action. And within that could be changing plays. You give him the initial play call. You just give him that freedom to change the play. And we could be just speaking in semantics here. But I like giving Russ that kind of control, 100%. And he was really in control today in that respect. This is a Cards team that really confused the hell out of him in that first matchup in Seattle, where I think something like 95% of the pre-snap coverages that they showed was not what they went to post-snap. Today, Russell was able to attack a little bit better. Tom says, Aaron's saying, yeah, Debo and Kittle are so good. They are good. And thank you, Charles, for the donation. TJ says, should we re-sign Everett? I think we should. Again, not a big deal. We gave him a 1 year, $5 million deal this year. I'd do something like similar next year. I might do a 2 year, 10. I'm not giving him a lot of money, but I think he adds an element to this team. I think he's a vast improvement off what you had out of Hollister last year. Randall, new league year is March 16th, 65 days by my calculation. Oh, right around the corner. Right around the corner. And Lockett is awesome, Megan. You're right. Thank you, Roxanne Roll, for the $10 donation. Very kind of you. ADL Williams, Arizona the turf to the Seahawks is like the Washington football turf to the rest of the league. I guess so, ADL. And I look like an idiot on live stream because I was like, man, I hate the turf. And everyone was correcting me and let me know that it's actually real grass they have in Arizona. So I don't know. Maybe they use some sticky grass down there in Arizona, you know? Some of that gacky grass. Whatever it does, it hurts our players. Hurts our defensive backs. Shane, got Rashad too, by the way, guys. Rashad tore his ACL on that Arizona turf. Grass. Randall McDaniel says, rumor is a $60 million to buy out Pete. Holy crap. I didn't think it would cost that much. He's only got $44 million left on his contract, Randall. So I don't know why it would cost $60 million to buy him out. Unless they're just trying to give him a golden parachute. You know, like, here, thank you for what you've done. Bye now. Bye now. Gox05 says, I'd love Fangio as a defensive coordinator. Me too. I think he's a legit defensive coordinator in this league. Legitimately good defensive coordinator in this league. I mean, wasn't he the Niners defensive coordinator for a while too when they had their great defense in the 2012s? I like what he does. Tom Cox says $60 million isn't going against cap. Nope, not going against cap. Would I cut or trade Jackson? Tom, the only way I'd cut or trade Gabe Jackson is if you've got the replacement readily at hand. I'm not going to do it so I can move Damian Lewis to right guard and put Phil Haynes at left guard at this point. I don't think I would do it from that standpoint. But if we're talking about I don't know. Yeah, but if we're talking about you've got a readily better improvement at left guard to move Damian Lewis back to right guard at that point, absolutely would be open to it. Herbicide says, I say we roll with Curran and Haynes. Man, I just don't want to do that, Herbicide, because I think you're going to make the same problem and mistake you made in past off seasons is you're going just enough at the position. Why not bring those guys back with the depth they provide and then get good frontline guys or good competition in addition to that? I think you got to, I'm okay bringing them back, but we got to, to me, go harder than just that at those two positions. Aaron says, I think we need to cut Bobby to rebuild the offense and defensive line. That's where I would put those assets, Aaron, and $16.6 million in savings of moving on from Bobby is a significant portion to save. That could help you out quite a bit to go in that direction of things. Randall says, outside of Russ, who on the roster is a trade piece? Well, obviously DK, right, Randall? Because you got to make a decision on whether you're going to pay him or not. Gabe Jackson could be if they went to look for another guy out there to replace, the left guard, move Lewis back. Bobby Wagner obviously would be in that. I think he would be in that mold as well as a potential. I don't think likely, but potential. Those would be my main pieces, Randall. That'd be about it. Aaron says, easy 3 technique and another lineman. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that'd be beautiful. ADL says, get Armstead, put Stone right guard, move Curran to the left side. Stone Forsythe can't play right guard, ADL. No, that ain't going to work, man. I'm sorry. Stone's not a guard. He already struggles with the leverage game at tackle. It's going to be put even on brighter display at the guard position. He's not, run blocking is where he's going to struggle. So, I love Curran. I love Phil Haynes. I love Stone Forsythe and what they've given this team. We can't rely on any three of those guys as some frontline guy moving forward. We need to do better and more than that. The mistake we made in the past is that we go just good enough at positions and go, okay, we'll go cheap and just good enough. And then it comes back and slaps us in the face week 4, week 5 of the season. I think we've got to correct that mistake. And you got to do so by going harder than you've gone in prior years at the position. I'm good with Armstead, but Stone can't play right guard. He's your backup left tackle. And Jay Curran, ADL, can't play left tackle either. He's not athletic enough. So he's athletically deficient, which you don't want to put over at left tackle. He's got to stay at right tackle. Randall, I read that Pete said he's in a great spot to retain his job. I think he's been given an indicator on this one way or another, Randall. That's as I've said. I tend to think that he's been already told that he's going to be coming back or he's going to be fired. I don't think that they're going to just surprise him here at the end of the season. I've never bought into that was going to be Jody Allen's approach. She may very well indeed fire him. She's not going to do it just willy-nilly and just, blindside him. There's too much respect that Coach Carroll has endeared himself to in this organization for that to be the case, in my opinion. So I think he's coming back. Berg Show says, how much money do you think Penny will get from us? I think a 1-year, $4 million deal, maybe a 2-year, $10 million deal, Berg Show. But I don't think he gets past a 1-year, 4, maybe 1-year, 5, but that's I can't see it going higher than that. Randall, can Ugo replace Diggs? Yeah. Randall, if you want a fun exercise, go and counter match Ugo Amadi and Quandre Diggs' basically pro day combine scores. Like just cross match them up across the board. They are almost exactly the same athlete. Almost exactly the same. Now Diggs is probably a little more of an instinctive guy. But Diggs also started his career out as a slot corner and eventually transitioned to a free safety. So can Ugo do the same thing? I think he can. And he played some free safety at Oregon where they moved him all over the place as well. Herbicide says Armstead, Lewis, Curhan, and Haynes. I'm good with those guys coming in, but that's not my starters. I need to go more than that. Well, you got Curhan at what, center there? DM says, are you a fan of bringing back Diggs? I'm not a DM, but this is a tough conclusion for me to draw to, because this is one of the rare situations where I'm a no on the player, and I'm a no when the player has earned a contract extension, when he's outperformed his prior deal, when he's been one of the better players, if not the best player in your secondary for the last 2.5 years. But the problem comes into play is this. You've made your bet with Jamal Adams, and you cannot afford in the NFL to pay 2 safeties top of the market money. And if you're going to do that, frankly, the only way you can do that is if you have some Legion of Boom type defense that's this historically legendary defense to be able to kind of excuse doing that. If you don't have that, which the Seahawks defense is not that, then you cannot afford to be paying 2 guys that kind of money. We'd be allotting at that point nearly $30 million to only the safety position alone. You got to build the rest of the roster out. I just don't think you can do that at that point for a guy that's going to be going into his 30s who already was reticent to bring him back before he broke his foot. This only leads me more in the direction of saying I just can't do it. I feel bad for you, dude. You've been awesome, dude. I think you're a hell of a player, dude. But I can't write that check. Tom Cox says, if Curran is a starter, he needs to stay at right tackle. Agreed. Remember what happened to Lewis? He wasn't as effective as he was when he was at right guard. It's again, learning. This is what I hammer on, Tom. Great point. I hammer on this over and over again. Learn your lessons. Learn your lessons. One thing to make a mistake. It's another thing to be unwilling to learn a lesson. The big problem here as it's pertained to offensive linemen here of late is that you constantly move these guys around, and it's always to their detriment. You took Ethan Posick for the first couple of years, a guy that was drafted to be a center, drafted to be your center of the future, and you kept bobbing and weaving him between two guard positions. You got Jermaine Ifedi, and you first started him in at guard, which probably then held him back in his ability to then develop at right tackle, but then he really wasn't that good of a right tackle, and you probably should have just kept him at right guard. You got Justin Brady. You move from right tackle, he washes out there, then you move him to right guard, then you finally move him into center. They bounce guys along. Damian Lewis has nearly a Pro Bowl level year for you in his first season last year. What do? The first good lineman you've had in 10 years who's giving you a first good season right out the gate. What do? You move him to left guard, of course, naturally. You take all of his strengths and you reduce him down, and you take his limitations and you raise him up. They've got to learn that lesson. Herzhead says, I still wouldn't pay Penny. Too much of a health risk. That's fair. Megan says, okay, 12s, my shoulder is aching and I need to step away from the computer. Thanks for the fun. Maybe back later if you're still around. If not, talk soon. Sounds good, Megan. Have yourself a great night. Rodney, I did like some of the play calling in this game. We look so good when we keep a defense on its toes. We do, Rodney. And that's what they did today. That's why I do point that to the, well said, that's why I point to the offensive coordinator in this game, because you were keeping them on their toes. They didn't know what you were going to exactly call. You weren't predictable. I love that play calling from that element of it this year, which it sometimes has been a little predictable at times. Bergshow says, Russ and Pete aren't going anywhere. Doesn't look like it, Bergshow. Doesn't look like it. Roxanne says, thank you, Brandon. Best chat on the net. Here comes the offseason, or as I call it, into the great unknown. Optimism slowly returning, so I never forget. Go Hawks. That's great, Roxanne. That's right. Don't ever forget. Never forget. And now it's just the beginning of an offseason to a great Super Bowl run. That's all we're doing now. They just made us wait an extra year. We're just 1 year off. That's all, Roxanne. You have a good night. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all your donations to the chat. Thank you for being a member of the chat. And thank you for being one of my longtime OGs on the chat. OGSs on my chat. You're awesome. Bergshow says, if Russ stays, do we extend him this offseason or next? I would imagine it would be next offseason, Bergshow. Usually they're going to wait till the final year of a deal. There tends to be the policy of the Seattle Seahawks that they don't negotiate with a player with 2 years remaining on their contract. Now, Russ is a special case. They have made exceptions for that rule in the past. But I would expect them, with still some of the question marks moving into the future, that doesn't necessarily happen this offseason. TJ, if this was my team, I would re-sign Reed and Jones at cornerback. Me too. Then bring in a pass rusher. Me too. Then go to the offense and bring in a third wide receiver, a left tackle, and then draft a halfback. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. I think you can do more than that, of course, TJ. You got a lot of money to spend, so you can still fit more than that in it. I still do put, in my opinion, too. I still go offensive line first, even beyond re-signing guys or anything else. I don't want to re-sign guys if it comes to the cost of getting that offensive line set up right. But I'm fine with everything you said. I'm good with going that direction of it. And Anderson, thank you for becoming a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. You're awesome, brother. Tom Cox, unfortunately, Patterson from Notre Dame is staying in school. Oh, yeah. Well, they're getting paid now. Not as much of a push to need to get out of school as quickly. Shane Hafner says, hopefully Parkinson can figure out how to get 50-50 balls and high point the ball and become a red zone threat going forward. Well, you need the opportunities to do that, Shane. I mean, he had one throw in this game, but it was a little high. The guy's 6'7". He's hard to overthrow. I don't knock Russ for that throw, though. That's kind of how he had to throw it. But it could have been about 3 or 4 inches down a little lower, and I think Parkinson catches that. If you want a little encouragement to your point that Parkinson has this in his game, go back and watch his Stanford tape in college, because he's going up and high pointing a lot of balls in college. He's got it in his game naturally. He's just got he's got that element to him. But you've got to give him the chances to do it. You got to give him the opportunities. And the Seahawks just didn't do that this year with him very much. Anderson says, might as well renew that membership while I'm here, buddy. Bit of an off-topic question. What do you think about the state of our uniforms? It's been a decade since change. Well, thank you for renewing your membership, Anderson, which I appreciate. I guess I stand pretty happy with our uniforms at the moment. I'm not a fan of the lime green, all green, action green stuff. I hate that look. And at times there's a little bit, sometimes I think a little too much neon on the jersey. But overall, I kind of like the jersey right now. It's my favorite one of our history. And I don't know. I kind of dig it, I kind of dig it. So I'm still good with rolling with these jerseys for a little bit longer. I think we got one of the cooler jerseys in the NFL. Anderson says, should we opt for more of a classic look with the same color scheme, not as flashy? Well, I would love to see some of our old jerseys. I'd like to see a week or two during the year you bring back the 80s jerseys too. So I'd like both, Anderson. Can I get both? But if we went that direction and change back to a little bit of the old jersey, I'd be okay with that. A little more of the old jersey elements into it, like the silver, a little less neon green. I'd be okay with going with maybe more of that scheme. D-Nugget says, Pete moves to the front office. Maybe. That's what Bill Walsh did with the Niners. Moved to more of an advisory capacity. Max, what should we do with B-Wags? I think the natural way this goes, Max, is he probably restructures. There's no way I believe he comes back next year at the $20 million price tag he is due to cost. So you probably end up restructuring him down to a 1-year deal, 2-year deal, whatever, low-end deal. He goes from $20 million a year to maybe makes $7-8 million a year at that point. Something like that. Shane Hafner says, did Swain do better than David Moore as a wide receiver 3 option? No, not in my opinion. Corey Sprang, thank you for subscribing, Corey. You're awesome. Appreciate you. Hell yes. Thank you for jumping aboard. Yeah, we're about halfway into the year, Shane. I was looking into Freddie Swain, and my eye test didn't like what I was seeing from him. He's a guy that's basically got to be wide open to make the catch. As we saw again today, where he was wide open, made the catch. There's times he's been able to benefit from just straight busted coverage, where teams are doubling somebody else and he's wide ass open, buck naked open. But when I checked in with him about midway through the season, he was ranked 100 of 120 receivers in Pro Football Focus by their grades. He hasn't done a lot to push himself up that board. He's probably going to land at like 106 out of 120 wide receivers, which was, once again, one of the reasons why I take a little bit of umbrage with the fact that Eskridge, just gets off the hook for a complete season loss due to the concussion he sustained. I go, well, wait, when you're back healthy, you couldn't unseat the guy who's ranked 110 out of 120 receivers in the sport. You weren't even good enough to get over the top of that guy. And maybe it's just Freddie's such a great blocker, I guess. But the Pro Football Focus scores take that into account, even for receivers. So, I think Freddie Moore was a better wide receiver 3 option in that, at least for David Moore, could give you the occasional, he'll beat a guy one-on-one. He'll go up and high point a ball. He'll create a play for himself a little bit. I don't see that same ability within Freddie Swain's game. Megan says, Creed Humphrey sounds like the villain from a Rocky movie. It does, which is why you need to draft him. You got to draft those players with the great football names. They always produce. ADL, Swain and Moore were basically the same. Maybe Moore was a little bit better. I go a little bit more with Moore. I mean, Swain might be a better run blocker, but David Moore was a little more flashier, had a little more of an upside to him. Just my preference. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. You're an awesome guy. I appreciate you. He says, I'm sure I've asked this before, but in my defense, I hit the sauce hard. Hey, no, I get how it goes. I know how that goes. Where can I see an all-22 film? I watch the college games on ESPN Skycast, which is live, all 22, but NFL Game Pass doesn't have. NFL Game Pass does have it now, Charles. So I know it's a little bit buried in the NFL Game Pass. But what you do is when you go into the game replay and it starts out playing the game, you will see, obviously on the right side, you see the condensed version or full game version. Just to the little bit of the left of that, you'll see where it'll say sideline camera or end zone camera, I think, one of those two. And that's how you select between the different all 22. I will tell you this, it is rough. They've not set it up to make it easy to utilize because it loads every single play prior to the play. So you don't get to just the plays just going succinctly. It's like it loads the play and it's all blocky, and then you see the last half of the play out, and then it goes to the next play, and you have to like stop it and pull back the slider on the play chart and then hit play to be able to see the play go, which gets very annoying, frankly. It's just how they've set it up, but it's part of what's actually prevented me from doing any all 22 videos because it's just so annoying for me to try to get it to work. But that is how you can see them, is in that fashion. So load the game sideline camera. Thank you for the donation though. You're awesome, brother. Mad Wolf says, y'all going to see the USFL? I haven't planned on it. Randall says, I heard Pete on the DMT. Tom says, I get the feeling if Russ wasn't injured, he would have picked up the offense sooner and more than likely made the playoffs. Probably. It's hard to see this team not make the playoffs with a healthy Russ. Agreed there. Yusuf Alatrash, sorry. You think Pete and Russ are over? No, I think at this point, Yusuf, they're probably going to run it back for at least one more year. That's my instinct. I could be wrong, and it's not, I don't have a very good feel like I know it's going to be this way. I feel confident it's going to be like this. I have no confidence in the way this is going to be going over the next couple of days. But my instinct is that they're going to run it back at the point of where we stand right now. Nathaniel Martin, Freddie Swain is the greatest busted coverage wide receiver ever. Very well put. Well put, Nathaniel. Very well put. That's exactly right. Randall says, it's baffling to me that after last offseason, the 4 teams, Russell Wilson being public about issues, we had the worst offseason of Pete Carroll era. Was there a good move? The Gerald Everett move, I think, in retrospect, was pretty good. I guess that's about it, Randall. To your point, I guess that's about it. Everything else was kind of meh or not good. From the move of Gabe Jackson to where the draft went for the most part, Head scratcher to me too, Randall. Part of right, Randall, I thought through some of the season that there was a silent intention to more set the stage for next offseason because you had your quarterback basically telling you if this season didn't go right, there's a good chance I push my way out of town. You would think that would draw some desperation, that would draw and motivate them to get off their butt behind and go after it. But at the same point in time, Randall, they still left $13 million of cap space off the books this year, right? So they didn't show you that was their intention. Very strange, and another one of those things doesn't make a lot of sense, Randall, because they didn't take a given track of what they wanted to do. Especially if we come to find in retrospect that they are going to run it back. Well, then what the hell was the purpose of holding on to the $13 million, right? Megan says, B, golden parachute? No, you mean a golden handshake for Pete. Tom says it's a rumor, but UCLA may look at Coach Carroll to be their coach. I don't think Coach Carroll wants to go back to college. I would say that's just not going to happen. I don't think Coach Carroll had a lot of intent to want to go back to college in the recruiting trail again at his age at this point. I think that's even less the case now when you factor in all of this NFI stuff where the players can get paid and now you have to recruit players on a yearly basis. I just don't think that would appeal to Coach Carroll. I think there's already a lot of coaches like even Coach Peterson in Washington seeing this come down the track, which is going to make more and more of these college coaches probably bail out of college quicker because it just adds another layer of complexity and difficulty to the job. Randall McDaniel, Phil Haynes, he of the big old back. He's a big boy. Voodoo Magic, maybe we have a bi-weekly movie night commentary stream during the off-season where the fans can watch along. First start with True Romance or Leon the Professional. Well, I'm okay with it. If I don't end up filling up too many people's, the only thing I'm worried about Voodoo Magic is I put up too many videos that aren't what people want to watch content-wise and make them unsubscribe. That's my only worry, but I'm definitely down to do that if we want to go long-term. I'd be up for it. We can expand this channel in a lot of different directions, so there are no rules here. Shane Hafner, what's the vibe in Indy's locker room after the Jacks game today? Clowns. Inexcusable loss for Indianapolis. You're a much better team than the Jacksonville Jaguars. Much more to play for than they do. I guess the Jags got all motivated by the fact that they brought all the clown outfits in the stadium. For you that don't know out there, of course, there was a weird viral thing that took place between all the fans in Jacksonville where you're going to get a large contingent of them dressing up in clown outfits in the stadium for game day. So maybe that was enough to motivate the players. They seemed to kind of bristle when people were talking about it with them. But the Colts absolutely crapped the bed on this one, and they no excuses. You're a better team than that. And you cost yourself potentially getting in the playoffs with this loss. Horrible loss. Horrible loss the final game of the year. Colts are hoping right now. Colts are like just cursing that extra game of the season right now. Berg Show says, do you think Bobby would take a pay cut? Berg Show, I do. Bobby talked about this last week, I believe, speaking about being a business decision man, that he's going to have some conversations with the front office, some slight indications on his part that he would be willing to do so. So I believe that, yes, you are going to see Bobby at least coming to the front office willing to take that pay cut. I don't know if the front office is going to be wanting to do that necessarily, but it depends, I guess, on how much of a pay cut he's willing to take, too. Shane says, sorry if you answered it earlier, but who would you replace Disley with at tight end? Colby Parkinson. You know, you re-sign Gerald Everett. You probably bump up Colby Parkinson at that point. There could be some guys open on the market that may be interesting. Evan Ingram, David Njoku, OJ Howard. You could maybe look from outside, though I'm not big on trading for tight ends after our experience with Mr. Jimmy Graham. And who knows, maybe they even look at bringing back Disley on a low-end deal. That's also a possibility here, Shane. AI says Ugo was a safety at Oregon anyway. Yeah, they kind of used him. He is a lot of safety, but I think they used him, if I remember from my scouting on them, he was used a lot all over the place a little bit coming out of Oregon. Randall says, I'm 6 hours into installing this dishwasher. Just got back from Lowe's and Home Depot. Oh, no. Isn't it just plug and play? And you just hook up a hose and hook up the power and you're good? I just pissed off Randall so bad with that comment. Nothing worse than your 6 hours troubleshooting and somebody just says, just flick the switch on and off. Just flick the switch. It's easy. Come on. Resk 11, we won a game. We did, Resk. We're undefeated in 2022, technically. Undefeated. Herbicide, Ugo will never be Diggs. Dude, you're silly. No, I'm sorry. Hooper said, let me just be clear on this. I thought I was being clear on this. I'm not saying Ugo Amadi is going to be Quandre Diggs. And as I said, Diggs has got more instinct, better ball skills, a better feel for the game. What I was mentioning, Herbicide, was if you go back and you match up their pro day numbers, right? You look at their 40, you look at the amount of times they put up 225, you look at the short shuttle, look at their vertical leap, go look at all of their athletic metrics. They're almost exactly the same. So I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I'm not calling them the same player. I'm saying that their athletic numbers and scores were very similar. So athletically, I guess what I'm intoning is that Ugo has an ability to play free safety, but I do not expect that he would play free safety anywhere near as good as Quandre Diggs does. Eddie Williams, we get harmless black house spiders and they terrify me. They only get a couple inches across leg to leg. Yeah, those Australian spiders, though, I don't know. Tom Cox says, with the possibility of Carroll being back, it might be a mistake because I'm not 100% sure Wilson wants to be back, and I feel Carroll and Wilson are still at odds. I think your instincts are pretty correct on this, Tom, but this is also why I've said if you're going to get a run-back situation between Carroll and Wilson, then that is going to be built on the back of giving Wilson assurances, i.e. we're going to give you a great offensive line. We'll give you another playmaker where we said no to this guy that you wanted over the last couple of years. Now we'll say yes. So I don't think Wilson comes back, but without some assurances. But Seattle may be also willing at this point to give him those assurances. TJ says, I love Swain TD. It was so good. It was. We've called upon. Look, DK gets double teamed. There's got to be somebody open at that point. And indeed there was. Wide open. He's had a couple of those this year. Consumer 114, DK has bone spurs in his foot. Probably needs surgery. That's pretty amazing. They are as painful as a dude. That's pretty amazing. They are painful as dude has a pain threshold. That is hard. That's to fight through that stuff. That hurts. And good on DK to keep fighting through it. So, yeah, that doesn't feel good. That does not feel good. I think he had through most of the year, Consumer. I think he's been fighting through that foot injury through just about all of the season. Average Brendan Nelson fan. I got Armstead at left tackle, Gabe Jackson at left guard, pick up a center in our free agency, or draft Lewis at right guard and Curran at right tackle and draft another right tackle as competition. Your opinion. I'm okay with everything you said. And Brendan's also brought this up about putting Gabe Jackson at left guard. I think you've got to consider the past as to why Gabe Jackson was moved at right guard in the first place, right? Gabe Jackson, a left guard in college. Gabe Jackson begins his career with the Raiders as a left guard and a very good left guard. Then Gabe Jackson gets into a little bit of the latter half of his career and the Raiders move him to right guard. Now, the question comes into play, Brendan, why did they do that? What was the impetus that caused Gabe Jackson to be moved from left guard to right guard? I would garner to make a guess that the reason you make that move is the left guard, which needs to be a little more athletic than the right guard, needs to move a little bit better than the right guard, probably got a little less athletic, probably got a little less mobile, and so that necessitated the draw to the right side. So moving him back to the left side wouldn't really be an answer because of the fact that those deficiencies are now going to be even on wider display than they were a couple of years ago when the Raiders made Gabe make that change. So I understand where it's coming from. Gabe's played more left guard than Damian Lewis has, but I think you got to go out there and actually just find a legitimate left guard. Everything else you said, though, I'm completely good with. So I'm all aboard on everything else. Megan with a $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, B, you knew Largent's nickname was Yoda, right? Megan, I know everything about Steve Largent. Remember, this is my hero growing up as a kid from a football standpoint, from a sports standpoint. Him and Ken Griffey Jr. Those were my guys. So when you're a kid, you study all that stuff. But yeah, and Yoda's the right name. Absolutely apropos for Mr. Largent. Absolutely apropos. Merg Show, is Brett Myers coming back? He made all of his kicks the last 2 games. He has, Berg Show, but I think it's been too many bad kicks, too many game winners he's missed, and you're paying him so much money. You know, he's making top of the line money for kicker right now in the sport. And if you can get equivalent performance while saving $3 million off of what he would cost, I think you do it, and I think the Seahawks are going to do it. You know, he will be cut, I think, when it's said and done, or restructured. Tom Cox, until I see aggressiveness and using intelligence with free agency and draft, my optimism is not great. I think keeping Carroll is a big mistake. The last 2 games was what the Mariners do in September. Well said. Well, Tom, I'm not a Carroll believer, man. So I'm with you. I would have rather for change. We just may be left in the situation where they decide they are going to run it back and there's nothing we can do about it. But I'm with you. I've made my assessment far beyond these last couple of games of determining where this team needs to go and what needs to happen, and I'm right along with you. Maybe a little more excited, but right along with you. ADL, we need to draft Airbud, golden receiver. Airbud 2, Airbud 3, golden receiver. I love it, man. We got the cam girl coming in. All right. Frank Buckner says, time to bring back Rashad Penny. My opinion is his body had to recover from multiple ligament tears and ACL. I think he is finally healthy and body finally back in football shape. Frank, very well said. This has been my common refrain as well into Rashad Penny. It's been a little bit of where I've pushed back up against people that put Rashad Penny in the same place that Chris Carson's at. Chris Carson was injury prone in high school. Chris Carson was injury prone in college. Chris Carson has been injury prone in every year of his five-year career here in Seattle. He has had every single injury in the book. To me, if you want to call a player injury prone, that's an injury prone player. With Rashad, he has had 2 injuries here really at the end of the day. And this is again to your point on this, Frank. He broke his hand when he initially walked in the door, and then he had the torn ACL with the ligament tears as well. And as I've said in the past, that the very next year you can come back in another season. He did suffer the injury very late in 2019, so it's understandable why it took through most of 2020 to even get back on the field. But when he got back on the field in 2020, it was a lot of those soft tissue injuries that you get in conjunction with major lower leg surgeries that you've just had in the past year. We've seen Richard Sherman suffer from this with his some of his calf injuries and stuff that he sustained after having the Achilles tear. I think it's just a little bit of what you deal with. But when you have a young player that gets 2 years removed from that surgery now, they should start getting back into that, as you say, finally football shape. And I think that's where he finally has landed now, 2 years after that injury. Because it wasn't the beginning of 2019, it was the end of 2019. Makes sense why he's rounding into shape, and it's why I'm with you as well in the final point on this, Frank. I want to bring him back as well because of that. I've got a lot more optimism for him being healthier than Chris Carson going into the future by a wide margin. ADL Leavenworth is completely cut off due to snow. They are needing emergency food deliveries right now. Also, an Indian reservation just got flooded. Oh my gosh. It's been brutal in the middle of the state this year. We've gotten it tough here on our side. I just ripped my freaking thumb up under my car this last week trying to dig it out of the snow. My thumb looks so bad right now. Oh, it looks so gnarly. But it's been a brutal winter. Tom Cox, it's funny the Cards fans want to get rid of Kyler Murray. I kind of could see where some Card fans come from. I mean, I think they got the smart choices to stay with him, but you watch him and there was this rumor that he had a birthday party and none of his teammates showed up. You see him on the field at times with his body language and the way he acts at times, and it's like, you can't act like that as a quarterback. You can't be that demonstrative, and it's not him being a great leader. It's him like throwing a hissy fit as he did on the sideline in this particular game. I think that turns a lot of Card fans off to him. It really does. And, he's a slight guy. He gets a couple balls knocked down a game. He was really coming on in the early part of the season when he had the full complement of his receivers on the outside. When he started to lose those receivers, you lost Chase Edmonds, started to reduce down a little bit of his effectiveness. But they're going to ride with him in the long term, I think. 8283-128 says, feel bad for Diggs. It hurt even more when he started crying. Yeah, the tears one really hits you. When the players are in that point of emotionality, you go, oh man, that really hurts. And you feel for him. You do. This is a good guy. He's earned his money. He shouldn't have to take $15 million less this offseason because he's got a broken foot there. Hopefully some team is out there is willing to throw him some money. He's earned it. Sucks for him though. Just brutal break for him. Andrew Tobias says, Diggs says he likes Seattle because he loves gray days. Well, boy, between playing in Detroit and Seattle, he's had a lot of that for a kid that comes out of Texas. He's transitioned well to it. Very well with it. Because he has... B. Ross says, I seriously don't understand why anyone wants Swain to be our number 4 wide receiver, or for God's sake, the number 3 wide receiver. I swear I've almost never seen him make a play that wasn't off of a blown coverage. Well said, B. Russ, and this is where I land with him. I don't even think he's a Jag, right? A Jag to me would be at least like just an average guy that you put out there. I think he's below that. And I think you can do better. You can do better. I think sometimes B. Russ fans do fall in love with guys. They get endeared to them. They just like them for whatever reason, but they sometimes are kind of wearing their Homer glasses a little bit, and not looking at the players really for what they are and truly what they bring to the football field. Freddie Swain's a 7th round receiver. He's been on the field quite a bit. He's got a lot of run. I'm ready to go better than that. I'm ready to go bigger than that. And frankly, I would look at the wide receiver position this offseason, and I would not count on Eskridge to just be that de facto guy. In fact, I'd run into the start of next offseason, into next season saying, D, you're our 4th guy you're the 4th guy on the depth chart. Earn your way up. As Andrew Tobias says, the Hawks can't pay 2 safeties over $15 million. No, you can't. That's just too much. Herbicide says, with Diggs hurt, he might be cheaper. Sucks to say out loud. It does, but it's the truth, Herbicide. It is. He's a guy heading into his 30s. That's a serious injury. It's going to hurt his value. Just real talk. Caden Peters, trade Russ for Hurts and a couple first-round picks, or to the Steelers for picks and a pass rusher or a linebacker. They don't have really much. The Steelers doesn't interest me at all. That trade interests me not at all. You get a first-round pick, multiple first-round picks for them, great. What are they going to be picking in the 20s in this draft? Low 20s. That's the highest pick you're going to get for Russ at that point. They're not going to give you TJ Watt. So what, I get Hightower? That doesn't do a lot for me. And none of the other linebackers do a whole lot for me either outside of that. Eagles would be an interesting one because they got 2 first-round picks, I think, in the top 15. Hurts would be an interesting stopgap quarterback, I believe, as well. So that would be interesting, Caden. I think the Giants are the number 1 team, but I think the Eagles are number 2 as far as the likely ones to look and try to trade for us. Kevin Klein says, I hope they keep Metcalf. I do, Kevin. He's the guy that I would look. There have been some reticence in my chat to sign this guy to a contract extension. I signed him to that contract extension, and I don't have any misgivings whatsoever in doing so. DK Metcalf is maybe my favorite player right now on the Seahawks. I really like his game. It's not perfect. Yes, I understand the hands thing is still a real thing. But I think he has also rounded out his game here over the last couple of years. He didn't get the return on the field of it this year, but that was mainly due to the fact that he was being doubled as much as any wide receiver in the sport of football. And that's going to impact pretty much any guy when he gets doubled that much. So I pay him. I pay him happily. TO83128, how would the Saints manage a Russ trade with the negative $50 million in cap space? Explain it to me on that one too. This is one of the reasons I've long said I don't see how the Saints thing makes any sense on bringing Russell in there. They don't have any playmakers on the outside. They're going to deal Michael Thomas this offseason. They're sitting on negative amount of cap space. Russell's going to want a new deal. They're going to lose one of their offensive linemen, which is one of the things that makes their team good. Maybe their best offensive lineman in Terrell Armstead this offseason. That defense is getting older. Yeah, they got Sean Payton, but that basically becomes the only draw for Russell Wilson. I mean, does Russell Wilson look like that's the equivalent of him going to the Saints at this point in time of Tom Brady going to the Buccaneers? No, that's what he would look to replicate if he's looking to be traded. So I just can't see the Saints one making any sense. It just hasn't to me for a long period. Megan, Colts got complacent from what I saw of that game, and the Jags played all over them. I describe it to that, Megan, without even watching. You should beat that team. You're better than that team. There's no way any universe should exist where that Jags team is beating you in this game. That is the worst loss of the year of any football team in this sport, in my opinion. Even beyond like I think the Lions beat somebody a couple weeks ago, surprised them. Yeah, there's been some surprise losses, but they're none bigger than that because it was all on the line for the Colts. They had everything to play for in that game. Tom Cox says, A.D. Williams says by going negative $90 million. Tommy Cox says, if Paul Allen was alive and he's seen how this team played throughout the season, would he eat the $60 million and fire Carroll? I tend to lean in that direction and believe so, Tom. Yeah. He fired Mora after 1 year. He ate money on that deal. It's not as substantial, but he was fully willing to do it. No trepidations, while at the same time having to pay Carroll a boatload of money to bring him into Seattle at that point too. So yeah, I do believe he would. Randall McDaniel says there's no sense of urgency with the front office, resting on their laurels. It's irritating. Pete doesn't think anything is wrong. Nope. And you mentioned again, Randall, one of those points I lock in on realizing your mistakes from the past. Everything gets always explained away. Everything is always glass half full rather than a realistic view of the situation, because sometimes it takes more of a realistic view of the situation to fix the problems at play. And if you always constantly look at the problems at play and say, well, we just got unlucky this time. Oh, the ball just didn't bounce in our way this time. You never end up fixing the problems because you're always counting on luck to break back in your direction. And I don't have to tell you guys, if you're counting on your team being good on the back of luck, you're probably not going to be very good. Caden Peters says, trade Russ to the Eagles for Hurts and 3 first-round picks or to Miami for picks and a defensive player. Could be that, Caden. I tend to think the Giants sit at the head of this stack, right? They've got 2 first-round picks in this draft to offer. They have a need at the position. They have 2 higher first-round picks than the Eagles have. They could throw you a Danny Dimes as a stopgap if they wanted. I think they're number 1, but again, I do think the Eagles are number 2, and I think Miami's right there with it as well because, again, another team that has a quarterback need, and they have multiple first-round picks. Voodoo Magic, if Russ wants Hawks to sign AB again, would you? No. AB has blown his chances out. He had one more shot, and he blew that shot. That is, to me, the only way you can say it at this point. You know, the media tour stuff, and I was on AB's side here with some of this stuff initially with Tampa Bay. The going in the media tour, throwing Tom Brady under the bus, the wondering why he's not being paid more money than other wide receivers on the team. Just shows how out of touch he is even right now after all he's gone through. And I'm done with him. I'm done with him. Even if Russ wants him, I'll tell you, Russ, we'll go get somebody else. Anybody else. Not that guy. You want Odell? Fine. Odell. Not AB. I can't ride with AB moving forward. And he's still a very talented player. Just can't do it. Can't win with him. I'll do the Singletary. Can't win with him. Jose Garcia, if Pete Carroll is fired as head coach, would he remain as vice president? No, Jose. It would be everything. He'd be all gone. All of it. Tobias says, Seahawks losing season, Pete staying in town equals Hard Knocks coming to town. Let's effing do it. No, I'm okay if we can get Hard Knocks. Carroll's fought against that in the past of any possibility of that happening. And I think he'd be fighting it to the nail. But you don't make the playoffs. You are one of those teams that'd be eligible to be put out as Hard Knocks. And Seattle has certainly got enough interesting personalities that they could potentially draw it in their direction. Maybe. Maybe Tobias. Tom says, what drives me crazy, there were 3 guys on DK and Wilson still threw it to him. He's thrown it to him a couple times in double coverage. That's for sure. And again, this is the very same game where we saw DK draw double coverage and Freddie Swain break wide open for a touchdown. I think that happens very often when DK is getting doubled. It's very hard to double guys in the NFL. And if you do, you're going to leave places open somewhere else. It's up to the quarterback to find those other places. Megan says Belichick is the new Darth New England. Largent is Yoda, and all is well in my world. Yep, we're on the right side at that point, Megan. We're on the good side. That's what I take away from that. Andrew Tobias says check out Paul Allen's Music Museum, walking distance at some places. Oh yeah, Megan, you do have to check out Paul Allen's Music Museum when you come. It's worth seeing. It's an eyesore. It looks like somebody vomited up a building, literally vomited a building up into the middle of Seattle. But with that said, it's really cool inside to go check out. Paul put a lot of love behind it. I think you can still even go in there and play some instruments and stuff, which is kind of cool. I dug it. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Took me a second to notice it, but I did notice. Says, have you heard the conspiracy that the Pats knew what play was coming on the Super Bowl goal line due to filming or something like that? Let me know the details if you do. Yes, let's make no mistake about it with the Patriots. And I think you can think multiple things about Bill Belichick at the same time. I think Bill Belichick is a fantastic coach, one of the smartest coaches to come down the trek in the last 50 years. I also think he's one of the biggest cheaters to come down the trek in the last 50 years of the sport. They have been caught multiple times over, even as of recently filming the Bengals sideline, not like a year and a half ago, and they got penalized for it. I think that the balls indeed were being deflated by Tom, and I do think yes they were already not only accused, they were caught recording other teams' practices, filming other teams' practices. And I think they just happened to get caught there, right, Charles? This is how that old saying goes, you know. It's if you guys ever saw the Ozarks, they used this story in the Ozarks in the story of this kingpin's asking about a woman his father catching a woman stealing from the register of the store. And he goes through the room asking what each person should do, and every person has their own excuse. They say, well, it's the first time, let her off. Well, it's only $20. Well, basically every person's sort of saying, give her a break. And then the last guy gets asked and he says, you fire her because this is, you just caught her this time. You just caught her this time. She's been doing it many more times before this. This just happened to be the time you caught her doing it. you fire her. And that's the right answer. And just like the right answer is, yeah, the Pats did do filming of the team's practices. You know, no team has pushed that envelope like the Patriots have, and Bill's at the head of that. It is gonna mar him a little bit in retrospect. It won't keep him from the Hall of Fame. It won't keep him from being a very highly revered coach. But it is something that is not a conspiracy. It's valid. I think it was LaDainian Tomlinson said after a playoff game against playing the Patriots 10 years ago, 15 years ago, he said, you know, it's the Patriots. If they aren't cheating, they aren't trying. And I think that that's continued to be a pretty common sentiment that's been spoken about by many different players who's had to go up against them. Thank you for the $5 donation, all your donations to the channel. Charles, probably put $1,000 on the channel this year, if not more. Appreciate you, my guy. Jeff Evans says, you said no on Gus Bradley. Did we forget he was the architect of the Legion of Boom? Well, as I've always said, I tend to look at Coach Carroll's defenses. I'm pretty consistent on this. I see the Coach Carroll defenses less about the defensive coordinator that Coach Carroll's hired, and then being more about Coach Carroll and him running the show. I think defensive coordinators do their things under Carroll, but I don't think that they've got this full control and ability to just do whatever they want, and they get to go wild and free. I think Coach Carroll's really running this. So it's more about that for me, Jeff. I don't look at Gus Bradley and what he did with the San Diego Chargers. I don't look at what Gus Bradley did with the Oakland Raiders this year and feel like he's done all that much special stuff throughout the league in his time as a defensive coordinator. I don't. He happened to arrive at the right time here as a defensive coordinator for our Seattle Seahawks. He had nothing to do really with that talent that was assembled here. He got the benefit from it a little bit. His scheme at the time was not asked to be highly complex or him to do a lot of things. This was when you were running cover 3 like 75 to 80% of your plays. So I don't know that I see a lot from a tactical standpoint that Gus provides that gives me a lot of confidence. And if I want to make the comparison between Gus and Dan, for instance, Dan Quinn is a much better teacher of defensive linemen in pass rush, which of course is wholly important in this 4-3 defense. I also think Dan Quinn's done more to alter and change this defense as it's been solved throughout the rest of the league. Moving away a little bit from the 4-3, going to 3-4 principles while still operating within the 4-3 scheme, a little bit more blitz heavy. I just think that he's been willing to innovate a little bit more than Gus Bradley is, who's just caught me as more of stagnant. You know what I know. I know what I took from Carroll, and this is what I am. But Gus just never did a whole lot for me as a defensive coordinator. Voodoo Magic online strips. Hopefully they're ADL Williams. Climate Pledge was built in the old Key Arena building in Seattle Center. Chris Hansen tried to build a new arena in Soto, but the city decided on Key Arena. Climate Pledge. What a stupid name. God, the dumbest name I've ever heard in my life. I hate that name. ADL Williams, Key Arena is now known as Climate Pledge. They kept the iconic roof lines, so they dug deep down underground to make the arena big enough for NBA, NHL. I guess that's cool. They should have probably just built a new. It's like the third time they've rebuilt that damn thing. Caden Peters, FYI, Seattle had a chance at Patrick Queen, Derrick Henry. Also, did you see when Taylor was drafted, he said his dream team was going to Seattle? Guess what? We passed up on him. Yes. I don't know if Patrick Queen would have been a good positional fit here, Caden. I think he strikes me as a guy who's probably best operating out of a 3-4 scheme that he's operating out of in Baltimore. Derek would have been great. Seattle had him in on a visit pre-draft. I think they wanted to get him in the second round as opposed to having to pick him up in the first round. But that would have been awesome. As far as Jonathan Taylor, yeah, I did see that he loved the thought process of coming to Seattle. I was very much in favor of even picking him, Caden. And this is coming from my standpoint as a guy. I don't ever want to take running backs in the first round. But at this time, we were right in the heart of Coach Carroll being absolutely obsessed with Marshawn Lynch mold type running backs, and specifically hammering up over the A gap in the running game over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Well, you looked at the tape of Taylor at Wisconsin, all he did was run inside. That was it. It was over the back of Tyler Baidez, his center, play after play after play. So it would have been a really perfect fit, I thought, in Seattle, even coming on the heels of picking Penny and having that basically blow up in the Seahawks' face in the first round. But, yeah, they've had some bad passes in recent years, guys. They could have gone a lot better in drafts. It's some of the biggest issues with this team is the drafting. Rodney Breshno says, I think Curhan has got himself a starting spot for next year. I'm willing to bring him in competition, Rodney, but I don't want to go with the approach of just good enough. There's certain positions that you've gone just good enough on. We're fine with Mike Iupati left guard, right? Brandon Shaw at right tackle will be good. We need to get some competition for Curhan. So I'm good with giving him a true, honest competition in training camp. Let the best man win. But let's get another very talented guy up beside him who can really push him and let the best man win. And whoever loses, you got a solid backup. Tom says, I was extremely mad that Seattle passed on Jonathan Taylor and Derrick Henry. Henry's a younger Lynch, and they run the ball, but it is also Chubb, Baker, etc. Yeah. And then the one guy you draft high as a running back is basically, really the two high guys that you've drafted high at the running back position, being both Rashad Penny and Christian Michael, are outside of that normal mold. You know, you've almost gone outside of your rule of thumb at the running back position to draft high at the running back position, which has been one of those oddity decisions of this front office a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, the homeless problem in Seattle is bad. It's getting bad over here in Spokane, too. I mean, it's awful over here. Both places. Tom, if they do re-sign Penny, I would still draft at least 2 backup running backs. Yes. You've got to build up the position. It gets decimated every year, Tom. Decimated every year. You got to, do more than just good enough. Build it out. You know, if it's at the expense of having one top-end frontline guy, fine. You just got a lot of good guys along the line, fine. But build it out. Herbicide says, I don't think Henry runs like Lynch at all. No, I don't think Henry's a Lynch guy. They're different running backs. He runs strong. He runs hard, if we're making that comparison from Lynch. But they are two different type of guys. Henry's more of your straight line speed guy. Lynch is more of your side-to-side, sidewinder type dude. Charles says it's going to sound bad, but this running back ain't been the same since Mike Davis left. Hawks led the league in rushing with him and Carson Russ. Mike was good. He's got a little older, not quite as productive this year as he was last year, but he was fun running back to watch. And Tom, there's maybe some certain comparisons between Lynch and Henry. Henry's more of a get-up-to-speed guy through the hole when he gets at his toughest, whereas Lynch could fight off guys in the backfield. There's something just definitely different at the start of them, but there are some things that they have in common. To your point, wearing a defense down, hard to bring down. Rodney, I wish the Hawks would run more read option like they used to. Well, to run the read option, Rodney, you've got to have a quarterback who's a threat to take it. And as I think you've seen Russell Wilson lose his speed and a little bit of his athleticism, teams don't have to account for him in the read option run game as much anymore. And I think that has an effect. He kept it once today, and it was like a negative -1 yard gain. Tom says, yeah, he may not be Lynch, but what if Derrick Henry was the Seahawks? Would Seattle be in the Super Bowl? No, because I think there was other problems that would have ended up upending them anyway, in my opinion. Charles Early, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Largent was traded for an 8th round pick. What player was selected with that pick? Thank you for the $5 donation. I don't know that. I know about Largent. I don't know about who was picked for him. My memory's good. It ain't that good. It ain't that good. Herzai says Lynch was a power runner, run you over. Henry is a fast finesse runner with a wicked stiff arm. He can do a little bit of running over. A little bit, not as much as maybe Marshawn. Andrew Tobias, would you make Penny running back 1 and Carson running back 2? No, Andrew, I can't run with both of those in my backfield next offseason. Carson's got to go. Carson's got to go. He's just flat got to go. I'm sorry. I can't keep him. I can save like $3.5 million, move him off from this offseason. He's not available enough. And there's no reason to believe that the injury situation, which has plagued him going back to high school, is going to improve anytime soon. Jace, from personal experience, when crying because of an injury, it's not from the pain, it's because of can I still play? How does this affect my future? The pain kicks in after about 15 minutes. Agreed, Jace. I don't think he was in pain. I think it was the situation. And I think understandable, Jace. Completely understandable. I'd be probably crying in that situation too. Tom, did you see Henry against Baltimore 2 years ago? What about what he did against the Hawks in week 2? I think you got a point, Tom. He's a strong, hard runner. I think he's not necessarily a finesse runner. I think the only place Henry's finesse in the respect of he's not going to create kind of his own stuff, right? If you ask him to create his own holes, if you ask him to bang through and do it on his own, it's not as much that is his game. He kind of needs that hole open. He needs to get up to speed. But once he's up to speed, he runs every bit as strong and powerfully as Marshawn did. Tom Cox says, I would re-sign DK. I can't believe it's a discussion. Look at what he goes through all season. I can't either, Tom. There are some debates we have on this channel that are great, that are understandable. You know, there isn't really a wrong answer. You know, I can see where both people have a perspective on it, or multiple people have a perspective on it. I don't get the DK and the reticence to pay him. That part I don't get. I'm with you on it 100%. That's one I just don't understand. And Red Charles, thank you for the $5 donation. I don't even have a good guess on that 8th pick. I don't. I can just throw a name out maybe. Ethan says Derrick Henry needs to get to his second or third or fourth gear to be the monster that he is. Marshawn could get away with the offensive line failing. He could go and be difficult to stop from his first gear. Well said. That's very well said, and I agree. Tom Cox says, I could see Sean Payton leaving. It's outlandish, but you never know. There have been rumors out there that he might be looking at other organizations that all may not be completely simpatico down there in New Orleans. So there has been some smoke to this fire over the last couple of years. And it wouldn't shock me at this point because of those rumors that have existed prior. Herbicide says, Henry is a stud. I agree. He has a different style than Lynch. I think of Henry like Eric Dickerson to Lynch, Walter Payton. I do too. I think Eric Dickerson is the best in a historical context. It's like Derrick Henry's like a little bit of a bigger version of Eric Dickerson. I think that's kind of the apropos comparison to make. Go Hawks 05. I think the Eagles are 100% out of the Russ trade. They are in the playoffs with Jalen Hurts. Very well may be the case, Go Hawks. Very well. And look, they've got a couple first-round picks. They could build that roster up very nice. That defense that's kind of failing, they could rebuild with those 2 first-round picks. So it's possible. But one thing I do go to that a little bit is, well, I guess they've kept their job now getting the playoffs. So to your point, both Roseman and the coach probably keep their jobs getting in like they have. ADL says, personally, I would rent an SUV and go on hikes outside of Seattle. Oh, you're talking to Megan. Megan says, if Carroll is fired, does his son Nate stay in Seattle? No. He would move on as well at that point. Hawks 7-10. Does this season change the way they spend on free agency or how they approach the draft if Pete, John come back? Yeah, I would think so. Just because you have so much money and you're a team, you can't just lean back and say, well, we're a team that got to the playoffs. We don't need to do a lot. Obviously, based on your record, you need to do a lot, and you got the money to do so. If that doesn't draw you out to change your ways in the way that you spend money, I don't know what would. You save $13 million from this year that you get a move into next year's cap. I would expect it. It would be very shocking to me if it didn't happen. Shane After, who gets MVP? Aaron, TB, Jonathan Taylor, etc. I would give it to Aaron Rodgers. I think he deserves it. Tom Cox, you're right. Marshawn Lynch could do that. I'm talking about when they both were rolling. They both are hard to stop when they were playing at an elite level. I kind of get what you're trying to say there, Tom. I get what you're saying. I can see the comparison on it. So different types of running backs, but what you're saying is they accomplish essentially the same thing, even if they do it in different ways. Megan says, okay, just got an update on Diggs' injury from the coach, dislocated ankle and fractured fibula. Ow. Yeah, that hurts. That hurts a little bit. Get well, Quandre. Hawks of the Ace. Hey, Brandon, how are you doing, bro? I'm doing amazing, man. Doing awesome. Are the Rams screwed with cap, money trades, etc.? Are they going for broke Super Bowl or just screwed? Just curious. I tend to like the moves they've made and being aggressive as they have. I don't know that it's going to work out for them. I think they've got some holes on that roster that they're trying to fill in by getting Von Miller, by getting Odell Beckham in there. They do get Cam Akers back, I think, for the playoffs, which I don't know what state he's going to be in coming off of a torn Achilles at the start of the year. But They're going to get a home playoff game. They're dangerous offensively. They've got a lot to work with on that side of the ball. They've got enough pass rushers to get after you, so they've got a puncher's chance. I will say if they don't get it in this year, into the future, they are screwed. No first-round pick, no second-round pick, no third-round pick. They don't have any money that they can spend. I think they have a couple of free agents. It's going to put them behind the eight ball going forward as far as roster building that team. They didn't just go all in. They didn't just take all the chips they have right now in their stack. They took their watch off and put it in the middle of the table. They brought out their house, their deed. They put that on the table, right? They're sacrificing money and cap they don't even have yet. So, after this year, they've set themselves up to make it very hard. They've got to be perfect in the roster construction moving forward after this year, in my opinion, or nearly perfect. Randall, I heard the EMP design is supposed to be the inside of an ear. I guess. It's hard to see ear. It's like different colored. It's an ear that's like swollen, I guess, Randall, because it's got some purple parts to it. It's a melted guitar when you view it from the sky, says Herbicide. Okay. I've never actually think I've looked at it down from above. ADL says, I've heard it's supposed to be an abstract representation of a smashed Jimi Hendrix guitar. Well, you can pretty much be anything at that point, right? A smashed guitar looks like kind of anything. And then you're making it abstract. Like, kind of you could say it's anything at that point, right? Megan says, anything Paul Allen was involved in I want to see in while I'm in Seattle? Well, that's definitely one you got to check out. That one's a for sure. Anders says, also needed Ivers, Megan. Ivers is a must. Tom says, my problem is that why Jody won't fire Pete is a couple things. If you push out Carroll and then Wilson leave, the franchise won't be as valuable. Plus, I don't think she has Paul's pulse of the team. Maybe not. I don't know if Carroll or Wilson's moving or leaving is going to change the value that much. I think the team's going to be worth well over $1.5 billion. I think Paul bought it for a couple $100 million. So that's a substantial profit for the Allen family on that one, kind of regardless. Maybe. But I just don't think it would affect the value that much. But I guess it's possible. I do agree. I don't know if she's got the pulse of the team yet. We haven't seen any indication that she does. Tom says, look at what Dan Quinn did with Dallas. Dallas was one of the worst defenses in the league. Look at them now. Yep. I like him a lot better. That's what my respect. I like him a lot better than Gus Bradley. I just think that did a better job. Just a better defensive coach. Paul Third says, how'd the Colts lose? They literally just didn't get up for the game, Paul. You think they should have. This is why I say it's inexcusable, in my opinion. Nothing the Jaguars have from a talent standpoint that shouldn't allow the Colts to beat the doors off of them. You have no business losing that game. There's no COVID injury, COVID and epidemic going through the Colts locker room. To lose that game like they did with the Jacksonville team that had nothing that they were playing for, there's no excuses for it, frankly, other than you just didn't get up for the game. Herbicide, I personally only spent a couple of days in Seattle before I would go on a road trip. No, Megan, you're getting some good suggestions here, Megan. Hope you got your notepad out. ADL, try the nickname Climate Pledge the Greenhouse. It's the crack house. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I don't know if I like any of those three names. The crack house. It just seems wrong. DJ, I don't know why the Rams don't have the best offensive line in the NFL. They have to block the best defensive line in the NFL every day. Iron sharpens iron, TJ, right? ADL Williams, the bowl is made of sourdough. Oh, no, sorry, you guys are talking Seattle food here. Shane After, luckily Russ has some thickness to him. Those hits would have done some damage to them. Russ can absorb more blows. Look at the touchdown he ran for today. Buddha looked weak when he tried to stuff Russ. They showed a live action over the top to your point on this, Shane, and Russ hit him and Buddha went in to make the tackle and it just, like Buddha bounced off the turf off of Russell. Like it was a pretty violent collision there at the goal line and Russ just walked right through him on it, to your point. Yeah, Russ is thick. He's got 3 C's in that thick. 3 C's in that thick. A big 3 C's. Russ is a tree stump, dude. He is a tree stump, man. Randall's got Henry as Eddie George. Yeah, I could see that a little bit. I mean, Eddie had some Marshawn to him a little bit in the same. They had I'd almost go, if you want a similar guy between Henry and Eddie, I'd go Eddie to Marshawn than Henry. But I can kind of see it a little bit. Well, I'm going to go to bed for work, says Tom. See you in a few days. Go Hawks. See you in a few days, Tom. Have a good night of rest. Hope your work day and work week goes fast and easy. AI says Russ was 204 at the draft. He's 225 now, at least. Yeah, at least. He's a bit big. He's a little bit bigger now. A few more LBs. Jacob Kelsey here with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jacob. You're awesome, brother. Says, hopeful for Waldron in the second year. I am, Jacob. It's basically proven at every turn with offensive coordinators that you need to give them into their second year to get the returns back on a change from an offensive coordinator. This ran a little counter to what we got out of Schottenheimer, who was actually his best in his first year and then went downhill after that. I would say some of that has to do with the fact that you didn't actually change much of your offense when you brought Schottenheimer in versus Bevel. But I would expect you to take a leap this next year under Waldron into next season. I think especially, Jacob, if you actually go out there and get some mobile offensive linemen this offseason who can run the screen game a little better, who can hit those reach blocks a little more consistently. So I've got a lot more faith in the next year. I'd ride with him another season, Jacob. He started to show a lot in the last part of the season and enough flashes throughout the year of inventiveness and ability there as a play caller that I like what I'm seeing. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, at Megan Gockroger. I always like when you give me a $5 donation to respond to Megan, Charles. That's always awesome. Says, at Megan Gockroger, I think there are tours you can take of Lumen Field and T-Mobile Park. That might be fun for you and the gang. It might be, Charles. I don't think that they would do it during season when she comes in October. But maybe Mariner Park, though, they usually do that stuff in the spring. The tour stuff that they do on that, if I'm remembering that correctly. But if you can get in, Megan, those would be awesome. Thank you for the donation, Charles. All your donations. Don CJ, y'all stay safe. Rams fans is being very toxic. Rams fans being toxic? No. Dupree Squid says Sean Payton to the Seahawks. There was a rumor of that weeks ago, Dupree. I love Sean Payton. If you flipped out Coach Carroll for Sean Payton, that would be what we call the best case scenario for a change that we could see, in my opinion. Just my opinion on that. But I like him. Seahawks 76, Bam Bam Cam 31. Awesome to get payback revenge on the Cardinals for knocking us out in 2017. Hell yes, it is. You better believe it. He says redemption feels so good. Ooh, revenge is best served on a dish cold, as one Spock once said. I love it. TJ says Shane, year 2 is going to be a lot better. Yeah. Herbicide says, I'd keep Collins. I'm going to probably move on from Alex Collins at this point. I want to go a little more talented. I want a little less of the guy that's been on the street for a year and a half that you bring into the fold, a little bit more of a talented guy at the position. Especially, again, understanding under my model of running backs moving forward, the number 3 guy on the roster is almost as important at the running back position as the number 1 guy, because injuries are going to set in. You're going to need to have a deep crew. Hawks of the Ace says, Russ and Pete look like they were in good spirits. What percentage you think he's going or staying? I think right now where we stand, I think it's 65% that both Russ and Pete remain. 65 to 70%. I got to leave myself a little room on this Hawks of the Ace because there's been so many rumors flying in every different direction, and we've gotten nothing with any sort of tangible, something I can sink my teeth into as far as information and go, oh, this is an indicator of that. It is very much still a question mark. But it seems to be with some of their talking points in the last week and a half or so seems to be drifting towards running it back. I like the Chains at 80-20. I like Shane's confidence on the matter. Shane Hafner says Raiders to the playoffs. Well, how about the Raiders? That's a team that's had a lot of adversity and gotten through it to get in the playoffs. That says something. That says something about that team. Jacob says hopefully tickets for the Hawks since prices have gone down a bit this year. I'll hopefully get tickets. Yeah, they should go down next year too a little bit, I bet. They're going to have to earn back a little bit of their sway from the fan base. Megan says, I'm not sure how I feel about Russ staying. Of course, being the coach fan I am, I want him to stay. Not sure about Russ, though. Understandable. There's people in all different camps, Megan, folks that landed all different sides on this one. And I can kind of get where everybody kind of makes their bed with that a little bit, Herbicide says he'd rather keep Russ over Pete. I land in that span. I land there as well. TJ says, I love how the LOB numbers turn into running back numbers. Andrew Tobias says Sierra will decide if Russ stays or goes. Maybe. Wives carry a lot of weight. Ethan Tech World, according to Rappaport, DeQuandre Diggs' injury is a closed fracture with no ligament damage. Woo! Good job. Love it. Love it. Not love the injury, but love that there's no ligament damage. That's awesome. Back on the field in 4 months. Well, that should get him back in time for the start of next year. So good on Diggs. Good on Diggs there. Hopefully he can still get some money out there in free agency. Hey, it's MSR Rook. Hey, Brandon, was just wondering what's your thoughts on the Major League Baseball since our season is over now? Personally, it's my favorite sport. It's definitely the most relaxing sport and the easiest to consume. It is. And I will probably be doing a few Mariner streams if it's something that's well received by the fan base this offseason. I met Brendan Nelson said he did a few last year, and it wasn't a lot of a turnout for that, but I think we're going to get a lot more people hyped up for the Mariners this particular season. I'm stoked for Major League Baseball. I'm a guy, baseball is my original love, MSR Rook. I played a lot more baseball than I even did football going back. And I would love to see the Mariners back to being good so I can watch them again. I think that they asked a lot out of its fan base to say, okay, the last time we were good was 2001. Now you guys need to ride or die with us through 20 years of crappy baseball. 20 years of crappy baseball where we don't seem to even be really trying to go for it. We're just trying to put a barely competitive product out on the football field, and the fans recognized it. Now they've finally bought in, and they've done the slow approach, and they built this thing slowly, and they've gotten their farm system right. They're being smart in their approach too with that. They've now got some money to spend here. Once the lockout ends, I think they'll end up signing a couple guys still in addition that are out there in free agency. So I love what the Mariners are doing. They've got me excited. There's nothing funner than watching a young baseball team coming up and coming together as we got to see in the early 90s with Griffey, with Buhner, with Randy Johnson, with Edgar Martinez, Omar Vizquel. Joey Cora. You had so many fun personalities coming up at that time. We're kind of back into that same realm of things. We don't have the same kind of upper level, I think, talents yet that we had with Griffey, A-Rod, and Randy. But you've got more of a collection, more of a stack of them, I think, of just guys that are just below that mark, but more than you had back then. Jacob Kessinger says, NFL should have expanded the roster by 4 to 5 players by increasing the game count. Injuries have been plagued around the league in a lot of positions. Jacob, I agree with you on this, and I've long said the NFL should have done this before they expanded the rosters. It makes no sense that teams are left in a place of having to sign guys off the street with no familiarity of the organization. I know that they did expand the practice squad rosters, but we're talking about active rosters, game day, when you can get decimated at a particular position. The NFL would be smart to do so. It would help the product on the field. You help the product on the field. You make it more entertaining. You make it more entertaining. You get more eyeballs. That's where I go from it. But the NFL does get a little bit cheap with this because 4 to 5 players on every roster is, $3 million, $3.5 million, $4 million less in the pocket of the owners at the end of the year. Andrew Tobias says Russ joined the Yes Dear Club. Yes, dear. I like it, Andrew. Nice. Herbicide, Sierra's best years are behind her. Well, she's lost a little mobility. Can't land those dance moves like she once did, Her knees are aching a little bit. I've heard it's bone on bone. Shane Hafner says, hopefully Taylor can get double-digit sacks next year. I hope so. He started out like a man on fire this year, and then after that neck injury against the Steelers kind of quieted down a bit. Still got himself a couple sacks at the back end of the schedule a bit. Still looked good at times in generating pressure. But let's face it, it was also his rookie year, right? First time seeing any kind of action on the field. And I was encouraged by what I saw of him. You know, we don't have a lot of pass rushers riding within the future here that we really can land our hat on. Rasheen gave you not a lot. Alden Robinson's giving you some flashes, but not a lot of consistency. Here we got a guy that is bringing it. It's good to see. Just as long as our Aussie punter is here next year, I'm all good, says Megan. He'll be here, I promise you. I guarantee on that, Megan. I guarantee it. Herbicide says, hey, man, if Wags is the heart, Diggs is the brain. I like it. I like it. ADL Williams, I'm excited to see who else we add this offseason. Also to see this Robbie Ray guy pitch. Hopefully it should be fun. Yeah, former Cy Young Award winner this last season for Toronto. It was a great pickup by the Mariners. Not your typical Cy Young guy you'll pick up where it's just like, oh my God, he's one of the best pitchers in the game. He kind of had an outlier year with it. But I think he's going to fit really well pitching to contact in that stadium in Seattle. And I think it was a good pickup on their part. They need to do more. They should have more money to spend. But I think that the lockout situation also kind of held the Mariners back from being able to freewheel as much as they wanted to spend. Ethan says, baseball is also my first love as much as I enjoy football. Yeah, me too. Let's go Mariners baseball. Let's go Mariners, baby, says Ethan. 2022, the year of the Mariners. I love it. Let's get that World Series. Andrew says, will the baseball lockout end before spring training? Yes, Tobias. Don't forget they already lost a boatload of money in the vid when they had to cut down the amount of games a couple of years ago. They need to make that money up. You're not going to do that by cutting down the amount of games this season. So they'll figure it out. It'll take to the 25th hour, but they'll figure it out. MSR Rook says, not an M's fan, but would definitely watch you do baseball stream and we'll be watching some Mariner games this year for sure. Well, love it, MSR Rook. If you guys want me to do it, I'm down to do it. You know, so I'd love to do a few Mariner games in there. So we'll sprinkle a few in. We'll try it out. We'll see if you guys like it. If we get a good show out for it, then I'm down to do it some more. Ethan Chamberlain, Kyle Lewis is that guy. Injury. He's a good talented guy, rookie of the year. And yeah, the injuries were tough on him last year. Just couldn't get himself right. And hopefully you can get him back in the fold because if we do have any hopes this year of being a really true contending team, I think Kyle Lewis has got to be one of those guys in the middle of that lineup that's slugging to make that happen. 283-128. Would you cover basketball if Seattle got a team? 100% I would. Yeah. Yeah. I love basketball. I've only bailed out on basketball recently in the last 10 years because you stole my team. You know, you kind of kill my spirit as a fan when you take the team that I've been watching since I'm a child for no good reason. It wasn't for a lack of support locally. We supported that team. As I was speaking about the Mariners, you give me bad basketball for 10 to 15 years, it's no shocker that we don't fill up that stadium. That's on the ownership to put a competitive team out there on that court. And then if they don't show up, then you have a little bit more of a reason to bitch and moan. But that was not the case with Seattle Sonic fans. And really it was wrong of the NBA to move the franchise like they did. I will say the thing that makes it a little tough with baseball and basketball both have this going on a little bit, where analytics is sort of strangling both of those two sports. You know, the 3-point show that has become basketball is making basketball a little lame at times. And in baseball, the strikeout or home run approach to swinging the bat is also not always the funnest for action to watch. But with that said, I still love basketball. And someday I'll show you guys a video of me. I got some handles with the basketball, man. I got some handles. I'm nice with the basketball. I'm going to say that. I'm nice with the basketball. And 283, we will get a basketball team back eventually. We're the first team on the list once they do expand or move a team. Jacob, diehard M's fan. Go to at least 3 to 4 games a year, regardless of how good or bad they're. The reason I played baseball as a kid, Ichiro Suzuki for the win, though too young to see Griffey as an M. Fair enough. And look, Ichiro was an awesome player, Jacob. So it's a great player to be your favorite. I loved Ichiro. Fantastic. There'll never be another player like Ichiro Suzuki. And to watch Griffey play, man, it was such a joy to be able to watch him work out there. He always did. It seemed like every game something incredible, something just amazing. He had that magical essence to him that not a lot of other players have ever had. He had that Mickey Mantle-like essence to him, you know. There was something extra special about him. Something of just something extra there. But yeah, maybe we'll, Jacob. Maybe we'll do some live streaming on the Mariner games here. Ethan says, bring back the Sonics. Bring them back. It's time. We've waited long enough. You've made us wait long enough. We'd support them. You guys know we'd support them. You know we'd support them more than Sacramento. You know we'd support them more than New Orleans. Those aren't bastions of basketball. You know? Remember the time watching the Mariners and they look fun. That stadium sounded like a Seahawks game. Hopefully the lockout don't mess them up like the Supersonics back in the day. Yeah, that lockout, especially Mr. Kemp, who gained about 45 pounds in that lockout season. As did a lot of basketball players, man. You get them sitting on the couch for any length of time, and those diets just go out of control. And they look fun. Young team on the rise, building it right, not taking any shortcuts, just slow building it through the process. I mean, one of the ways the Houston Astros got as good as they've been the last few years, on top of being absolute incessant cheaters at every single turn, is that they also slow built their roster in the proper way. And you get the rewards from that, not only in a one good year, but you get good sustained success. You get a good 5, 6, 7-year run off the back of doing it correctly like that. Ethan Techworld says, got to go and get a big-time bat, though. Get me Chris Bryant, and I'll go insane. I would like the signing Chris Bryant. I do wonder a little bit about bringing him over to the American League and how that's going to look with him. You know, you take the National League hitters and you bring him into the American League, they do tend to dip down just a little bit, and especially for a guy like Chris Bryant, who's maybe, kind of gone a little bit down from where he was at his height of his heights with the Cubs. You maybe worry a little bit about that, but he is probably the best bat that is available out there, and Seattle certainly would have him as one of their number one targets that they would look at in free agency once we get back up into running again. Charles Riley with the $5 donation says, Brando, you got to extend the M's coverage, and I will also say it might be a risk doing conspiracy talk on your channel because YouTube doesn't dig it. Yeah, Charles, if you guys, we're getting enough people that do like the conspiracy talk with it. I'll eventually do a conspiracy thing, but I'm going to do it probably over on like BitChute if I do it. So if I do a conspiracy live stream or something like that, we'll do it over there or some other spot. I won't do it here because, yeah, YouTube doesn't like the conspiracy stuff. Not as much as I do. And again, I'm not a right-wing guy or a left-wing guy. I was in this conspiracy realm before it became, taken over by one party or another. You know what I mean? I'm just into just non-political conspiracy. I just like it. It just tickles my imagination for whatever reason. But thank you for the donation, Charles. And I'll be willing, man. I'll expand into some Mariner stuff. And I think that there's enough, I think that nobody will be bailing out on the channel if I just happen to talk a little bit of Mariner stuff here. I'm with it. I'm with it. ADL Williams says Sonics are gone forever. No, they're not. Yes, they're in Oklahoma, but they're the Oklahoma City Thunder. We still keep the name. That's the one thing that Clay Bennett left us, that son of a bitch. And Howard Schultz, I almost got clickbaited by Howard Schultz. If you guys don't know, I'm giving you a little heads up. There's a guy on Twitter who uses he takes the pictures of Seattle reporters and then takes their name, but then changes their name and their last name to a bread. So I almost got taken by Eric Chabada on a Howard Schultz is expected to buy the Seattle Seahawks football team a couple days ago. He almost got me. Luckily, I was up to his shenanigans in his games, but yeah, Schultz, F him, man. He did his own city dirty. It's one thing for Schultz, for Bennett to be a Southern guy to steal the team. It's another thing for, our local son to do it to us. A guy that's already rich so he can make another $100 or $2 million more. To hell with him. Andrew says nationally they want Seattle to have basketball again. Everybody does. They know that we support this club. People remember the Sonics and remember them fondly. And they know the fans love that team. I mean, it just speaks to it that there's so much nationally behind getting a team back in Seattle. If you took the team from Memphis tomorrow and put them in Seattle, does anybody in Memphis notice? I don't think so. Megan, honestly, B, do you think that the Seahawks will spend the $13 million they have back in their back pocket this draft? Well, of course, you don't spend the money in the draft, Megan. You spend it in free agency. But yes, I expect them to utilize that money this upcoming season. I think some of the reason why potentially they ended up rolling over some of this money is that they thought there would be a player that they could do a deal with or sign with after you got past the start of the season, but before the trade deadline. And no deal came to be, no deal presented itself. I think partially because there was more contenders deeper into the season this year, which just left fewer teams in sell mode. But I do expect them to roll that money over, Megan. They're going to roll the money over. And yeah, I do expect them to spend it. Hawks 7-10. Who are the Seahawks fans rooting for? Cowboys or Niners? Cowboy fans are hard to deal with, and I don't even need to explain the 49ers. It's kind of a lose-lose on that one, isn't it? Hawks 7-10. It becomes insufferable either way. Let's go with, I guess I'll go with the Niners if I got to, but it's hard to pick one on that. I don't have a good answer for you on that one. Go Ox05. Do you have any interest in a Calvin Ridley? I'd assume he has decreased value with his whole mental health break. I guess he would. He's probably going to still make a good amount of money, and I don't think you can afford to pay 3 receivers really good money. You can't pay, you couldn't pay Lockett 14, DK, what are we paying DK at this point? 26, 27, and then having to pay Ridley at 10, 12. That's, you couldn't invest that much in the receiver position, unfortunately. Love Ridley, but I think he's going to go somewhere else. I think one of these teams that really, really values a purified route runner within their scheme, a Patriots type team, would lean towards trying to pick up Ridley more than anybody else. ADL Williams says, YouTube loves conspiracy videos. Joe Rogan gets 5 million views per vid and talks about conspiracy 9% of the time. He does. I don't know. You can touch on topics though can get you banned, and I certainly wouldn't want to get banned on this main channel talking about stuff that would get me into some trouble. So you got to be careful. I also think Joe got to a big enough place where he sort of became uncancelable by YouTube a little bit. He got into a little bit of rarefied air. Seahawks 76, Bam Bam Cam 931 says, I don't drink Starbucks anymore after Schultz sold us out. Never again. Never again. Shane After says, Diggs just tweeted he's good and will be back about an hour ago. Love it. Love it. ADL Williams, I can't enjoy basketball anymore. Too woke, not fun. Football started going that direction, but luckily they scaled that back. Yeah, I don't want any politics in my football or basketball or anything else. This is the place we escape from that stuff, in my opinion. This is our, that's everyday life. We got to deal with that stuff, This is the one place where, in my opinion, we don't. And I like that about sports. V-Tiger says, this might not be a popular, but Travis Homer deserves a contract. I don't know if I can pay Travis Homer any money. I think you can still tender him, V-Tiger, at like a mid-tier deal. You can give him like $1 million on a 1-year tender or something, I think. $1.5 million maybe. But look, he's been the best third down back we've had the last couple of years. When he's gotten the chance to run the ball, he's run fast, he's run hard. But I think his top end is basically a third down back only. That's his upper end. Herside 73, Ichiro was amazing to watch. Never saw Griffey hit a dinger. Saw A-Rod hit a bunch. Was at the game where McGuire teed off that the big unit for 538 feet, third longest home run in Major League history. Yeah. Well, with those guys, those power pitchers, you hit that ball off a power pitcher, it's going to leap off your bat. It's just it's the thermal dynamics, right? Yeah, he put that thing up in the way deep part of that kingdom over on that side of the field. Just a launch. And you missed out, man. I got to watch Griffey in person. I got to watch Griffey hit home runs in person. There's nothing like it, man. Nothing like it. I think the night he hit like his 6th home run in a row, I was in the stadium, put it off the second deck with authority. That thing smacked off the second deck. And Mazar Rook, what's your thoughts on the Major League Baseball making owners? What's your thoughts on the Major League making owners who don't spend money either sell the team or spend money to make the team competitive? Teams like the D-backs or Pirates, it would reignite the sport. Yeah, I agree with it. It's the way it should go. Right now with baseball, you have a little bit of a no cap. They can spend anything. I know if teams spend over a certain money, there's like a luxury thing or something, but it's really, really what I'd call a soft cap. And yeah, you should force these major league franchises to spend money. I agreed on that. I do. And those are some of those two teams. There's been some other teams that have been historically teams that just won't spend any money. And I'll knock the Mariners over the last 20 years, but part of their problem wasn't not spending money. It was just spending money on bad players. Adrian Beltre, Richie Sexton, Robinson Cano. It's hell, even Big Maple this offseason, giving him $15 million on a 1-year deal. That's really where you've gone bad. But there's been plenty of teams that just don't spend money. And if you're not going to spend, sell it to somebody who will. I think it's a good way for Major League Baseball to go. They need more of parity in that sport. Charles Riley, the $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. As I brought this up before, but my favorite conspiracy is the Eisenhower meeting aliens at Edwards Air Force Base in 1954, I believe. So fun to speculate. And an Amazon documentary exists until it doesn't. Oh, was it up? And then was it up, Charles, and they took it down? But yeah, that's one of my favorite ones. He met with the Pleiadians, Val Valorian. Who knows what they told him? Who knows what technology they gave him? Thank you for the donation, Charles. You're awesome, brother. You are awesome. And I like that one too, man. I like that one too. Eisenhower meeting with the aliens. It seems so ridiculous, but sometimes the most ridiculous stuff is the truest stuff. Watch VisQuest. Another thing about the NBA, the players can't touch each other no more. I say this seriously. There's no more contact on my second graders' basketball games. Yeah, it's gotten a lot softer in that respect. They did a decent job this season now of eliminating some of those fouls that have been called where the players were instigating it, like what James Harden would do with his hook maneuver to cause a foul, or kicking their legs into a defender to cause a foul. I hated that stuff where it was obviously bait stuff and penalizing a player for playing good defensive play. The 3-point show, the lack of defensive effort, NBA just going all offense, it's been to the game's detriment. And they should institute more rules to bring it back in, back around to where it was. I think basketball was at its best more in the 90s and whatnot. I don't think that this version of basketball is the best version. Jacob Kessinger says, shout out to the Seattle Storm, though, one of the best teams in the WNBA and completely underrated. Yeah, multiple championships. Sue Bird playing, what did she play, 22 years or something? Yeah, they've been very good for a very long time. Shane After says, fun fact, the last 5 games, Rashad Penny has 80 carries for 654 yards or 8.2 yards per carry and 6 touchdowns. He has been on fire. Yeah, he has. He's been good. He's been real good. Randall says, I'm 100% with you on basketball. Once the Sonics left, so did I. For me, a weekly stream to talk M's would be great. All right, I'm open to maybe doing it here, man. Randall, I'm looking to expand the channel. This would be an easy, quick way to do it. So I'll see if maybe we can do a little bit of Mariner talk here on the channel a bit in that respect. So I'd like to do it. I'd be enjoying doing a little bit on that. But yeah, Sonics left. You take my franchise, and happened Randall after we'd had they tried to take our Sonic franchise. They tried to take our Seahawks franchise. They tried to take our Mariner franchise, right? And then they finally took our Sonic franchise. About the time you get to a bitter state of things. Well, fine, take them, fine. That's the way it's got to be. We support them, but whatever. So I that one left me bitter as hell. Washington FistQuest says, you like conspiracies when they were still fun. Yeah, that's why I say I'm a non-political on it. The best conspiracies are the non-political ones. Those are my favorite ones. I like those ones. Because there's so much to dive into in that stuff. A cricket fan could easily transfer to watching baseball. I think Megan could get on with a little baseball. Yeah, I agree. Shane Hafner says, why didn't Penny play versus the Rams? Dinged up a little bit, I guess, I think. Something like that. Ethan says, Houston Astros are pieces of garbage, stupid, awful teams. Well, they're definitely dirty cheaters. D-Nugget says, Clay Bennett's a lying garbage can too. He is, but I can't hate evil for being evil. Howard Schultz knew better. Howard Schultz knew better. Clay Bennett was going to try to steal him from the jump. I can't blame that. Schultz was the sheepdog to watch the herd, and he let the wolves in through the back gate. Andrew Tobias, do you believe in UFOs? I do believe in UFOs, yeah. Do I know for certain whether or not they're alien aircraft or whether or not they're secret advanced government technology? Do I know that for sure? No, I don't. But I do think that maybe there's a little bit of overlap between the two. But it does seem like there's some moments here where they're trying to sort of prep us for soft disclosure. You just heard, I'm sure there was a story out of NASA hiring 50 theologians and holy men, essentially, and to consult with them on how to better prepare humanity for the potential reality of there being UFOs. Kelly says, let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks, Kelly. Ethan says, boycott Starbucks. I try, but there's every once in a while I need my quad grande peppermint mocha. And I just can't not have it. D-Nugget, we had KD as a rookie. Probably would have kept James Harden and Russell Wilkes too. I don't know if we would have kept him because the same general managership that remained in place when they moved to Oklahoma. So those guys probably would have moved them nonetheless on that point as well. But you did have a couple of good, interesting pieces there early on. Megan says, Cowboys, B, never the whiners. Never the whiners. Okay, Megan. I'll ride with the Cowboys on it then. T-Mobile Park is one of the best baseball stadiums in the Major League Baseball. Very well designed to have great views from every part of the park, including the walkways. It's a pretty stadium. I'll give it that, yeah. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate you. Says, Brando, you're going to have to get some M's merch in the background if they do well this year. I will. Maybe I'll have to rotate my background a little bit, Get one of those things where I can just turn something to the side and it's a different one facing. It's a Mariners game. I'll leave an open side for the Sonics when they eventually return, Jacob. Thank you for the $5 donation, though, man. I appreciate you. And I'll probably have to go green screen with a little bit of Mariner background on that one. Seahawks 76 Bam Bam Cam says San Francisco 40 whiners plus Cowboys equals a whiny girl. Don't forget stuck up, though, right? A stuck up whiny girl, right? Bam Bam. Shane After says Chargers always tend to choke at the end of games, it seems. They do. They do. Boy, that team's an underperforming team if they miss this playoffs this year, as they have. There's no way that the Raiders with that roster should be getting in over the top of them. I mean, they knocked it out of the park with their first pick with Rashawn Slater. Odd that team didn't do better this year. They got Derwin James back. They just didn't take a step forward. I'm not going to root for Jimmy G. I'm not rooting for Cowboys or the Niners. There's no way I can't even tacitly. I can say this one should win. But you're not getting me rooting for either. Ethan Chamberlain says Homer is an all-pro special teamer. Now, that is true. And he did cause that block, kind of ghost block today. Kevin Klein says, what's your schedule? Kevin, my schedule is this right now as it stands. So we do, of course, we'll be doing always here Sunday. As we move forward, we'll be doing Sunday, 5 o'clock. We'll do a 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time live stream every week going forward. I still will be doing my Wednesdays, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. We're also going to be every other week. I oscillate between Brendan Nelson being on here and me being on Brendan Nelson's channel. And then I'm going to be looking to expand with a little more upload content here as we go forward, but we'll see if we have a little bit more room to do some more live streams within that as well. So if there's more of the thing that we saw a little bit last offseason is we get in the offseason and the viewership falls off a little bit. There's a little less interest, which is understandable. But if that's the case, we probably won't be dialing up the amount of streams at that point. We'll probably wait till the regular season and we'll just do more of the uploads. But I for sure will be we'll continue to do the twice a week schedule for sure. And with an eye to trying to expand beyond that, Kevin. But 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, Wednesdays and Sundays. And of course, we're going to be doing it 5 or 6 o'clock on Thursdays, which isn't interacting with the chat, of course. That was just me with Brendan. Edwards Bias says lots of UFO encounters here in the Northwest. I sure have been potentially wanted to have one in my life, but I've never had one myself. And I lived out in Montana for a long time. And at Montana at night, you can see the whole sky. I mean, everything just perfectly clear. No lights from the city to drown anything out. Never saw nothing. Never saw anything. Riley Daniel says Titans vids gets taken off YouTube too. That's why it bounced. Yeah, if you're going to do anything that's content-wise, it's a little gray area. You just go to BitChute or go to one of these alternative other places. YouTube just doesn't let you do any of that stuff. It sucks. It'd be cool if it was more of a free and open platform to just talk about whatever, but they got their reasonings, and it's not censorship. It's a private entity. They're a private company. They can choose what they want to have on the channels or not. I don't hold anything against them on it. There's always alternatives. But I might eventually do more of a conspiracy alternative show thing over there on that side. I've definitely been playing with the notion of it. I just need to get more time in the days. I already run out of hours. Already run out of hours as it is a little bit. Though I will say too, Kevin Klein, if there is any breaking news this offseason, I will be going live. So if there's a firing of Carroll, if there's a trade of Russell, if there's a big signing or a big re-signing, I will go out outside of my normal schedule to go live on those days. ADL Williams, the first UFO encounter with Kenneth Arnold flying over the Cascades happened here. He coined the phrase flying saucer. All right, well, let me look that one up, ADL. Sounds vaguely familiar, but let me look. It's not ringing any bells necessarily. But there's been some great sightings. There's been some great, to me, there's something behind them. Again, it just comes down to, is it advanced aircraft or is it truly foreign of this world? Andrew Tobias says Bigfoot's not an ape, but a dimensional creature. I will say this, Andrew, if Bigfoot is real, I think that there's got to be some element to an interdimensional nature to him. It's the only way that we don't find a Bigfoot body or we don't we're not able to get even a real good clear picture even in this iPhone era now, right? With real, it's one thing when it was the 70s and 80s and it's a little bit of a fuzzy VHS, but we got 4K cameras now and we still don't have a good clear shot of Mr. Bigfoot, which either speaks to the fact that he's not real or speaks to the fact that he's got some sort of extra way of keeping clear of the sight of man, at least as keeping clear as far as being able to prove. Ethan Deckwald says baseball is an unfair sport. But yeah, spending money is the incorrect way and pretty much solely relying on the big names instead of taking time to develop. It's a much longer process than football. It is. It's slower in every way in that respect. And I think it's become harder in baseball as well to spend in free agency because they're having to go back to the old rules. They're having to leave the steroid era, and the steroid era created its own rules, like 35-year-old sluggers hit better as they get into to getting closer to 40 years old than they did when they were in their 20s, a la Rafael Palmeiro. But then once their steroid era ended, once the greenie era ended where they couldn't chew on the uppers throughout the game as well, take the upper pills, I think that dialed back the hitting at that point in time. And then analytics came in at the same point in time. All this has caused very much these changes in baseball that have all these general managers, I think, a little bit on their heels a little bit of the proper way to build a baseball team in the modern era because you can't really apply the same old rules. TJ, 3 wildcard games on Sunday is so draining. I'm brain dead by the end. What if your team plays in the early slot and loses, and now you got to watch 2 more games? I don't know. I always used to get bitter with that, TJ. If my team lost in the playoffs, I just said F it and I stopped watching anything. So, I don't know. I get very emotional about that in that type of way. I can't help myself. I'm a little better about this year, but Dupree Squid, who do we franchise tag if we use it? Well, they don't like to use the franchise tag Dupree Squid. They've only used it twice, and even in Frank's Clark case in which they used that, they only used it to trade him to a team that was then going to pay him. I think that the front office tends to look at the franchise tag as more of a punitive thing that you put on a player than actually being in their benefit. And I don't think that there's any player that they'd be willing to put that franchise tag on. Maybe if there's just no market for Quandre Diggs out there, that they give him a franchise tag as a little bit of a reward or something to him. But you certainly wouldn't want to put it on Penny. That'd be like costing $15 million for Penny next year, if not more. There's nobody else beyond that, though, that makes sense to do it with. There just isn't. Megan says, okay, gang, now you're talking about UFOs. I'm out. 3 p.m. here, and I've been on the computer since 6 a.m. Talk to y'all soon. Have a good one, Megan. See you on Wednesday. Does anyone watch the Seattle Storm? Herbicide says Lockett almost got 1,200 yards. Best year of his career after signing the biggest contract of his career. Not bad when that works out that way, huh? D-Nugget, I like the Golden State Warriors until the Seahawks come back. Blazers, eh? I am more of a Warriors fan than I'm a Blazers fan. I can't get behind the Blazers. I like the Warriors, though. Rye Guy says Montana's big sky country. I was hoping, Rye Guy, when I moved there that I'd get to see a few crazy things up in the sky, but never did. And I looked up. 283, what position do we need to look at in the draft other than offensive line and maybe defensive line? You're going to need to look at the running back position. You're going to, depending on what you decide to do with Everett and Disley, probably need to find another tight end. You could look at, you're probably going to release Ben Samayoa, and you're probably going to need to look at something at the Sam linebacker unless Darrell Taylor is the long-term answer there. You need both cornerback positions if you don't re-sign DJ Reed and Sidney Jones, and then you're going to need to find as well a free safety. Chargers are alive? Okay. Uma was a spaceship. Right guy. For example, in baseball, your first overall pick isn't going to make their debut in the majors for another 3 to 5 years. Yeah, it's a harder sport to shortcut your way in line. And it's especially too because I think it's you now have kind of a smaller window with players because they used to play into their mid-30s when the steroids eras was rolling, when the greenies were around, and they just can't do that at the same rate, I think, anymore. It's just changed the game. Everybody's still trying to adjust, I think, to what the reality is of the sport a bit, with the analytics, with the post-steroid era, all of it sort of together. In the Tech World, Mariners season last year was a success. If you go off their win projection, they were projected for 72 wins, ended up getting 90, and 1 game out of the playoffs. Yes. I don't know, too. They definitely had some... unsustainability as far as their plus minus ratio, as far as how many runs they put up versus how many runs were scored on them. But it was a fantastic year, one of the clutchest teams you'll ever see in baseball history, which won't get talked a lot about because they didn't make the playoffs, but still clutch nonetheless. Randall says, agree on Bigfoot. I like a Native American spirit. Yeah, there just seems something extra there. If he was just this, basically what would be a link in our evolutionary chain, as some people say, then somebody would have found a carcass of the thing, right? We'd have more of a clearer picture of it. But there is something extra in play here if it is really real. Right, guy. The final series against the Angels still stung. Yeah, that was a tough one. You controlled your own fate, just couldn't bring it home. Kevin Klein called Ken Griffey Jr. the kid for a reason. He was so much fun. Oh, he's just great. My favorite baseball player of all time to watch. He made watching baseball as a young man growing up. I copied his swing when I played baseball. I was a lefty too, so I would copy his swing. I could still do it, by the way. I could still do Griffey's swing perfectly. But he was just a great defender. He could cover so much ground in the outfield. His father playing with him, hitting the back-to-back home runs. Amazing player. Amazing player. Well, the Mariners make the upgrades to the lineup. I got us for 96 wins, and I'm standing with it. I love it, Ian. I'm with you, Ethan. I'll stand right there with you on that one. Right, guys, says apparently Brendan lost power. Did you lose power? Nope. Brendan's over on the west side of the state, though, right, guy? So I think I'm over on this east side here in Spokane, which they're a little bit better set up over here for the power lines to go down and whatnot. So, nope, still going strong over here. I still got my lights. 283128. Mac Jones and Tom Brady would be very interesting Super Bowl. That would be very interesting. Oh my gosh, the stories. Oh my gosh, the stories. GoX05 says Chargers down 7 with 2 minutes left. The tie is still alive. Okay. Can you imagine if they just tied this out? You know it's purpose. If this is a tie, it's purposeful. No one, my conspiracy brain just can't take that conspiracy. I don't believe in coincidences. I do not believe in coincidences. And the Chargers and Raiders tie, I do not believe in that coincidence. Andrew's bias, can the Hawks seriously have a Super Bowl team in one offseason? Yes, they can, Andrew. I mean, my reference to this is look at the 49ers a couple of years ago. That was the worst team in the NFL in 2018? The worst team in the NFL. Worst team. Number 1 overall pick in the draft, right? Right? Come back the very next season, you get back to the Super Bowl. And what held them back in that 2018 season was, of course, a torn ACL to Jimmy Garoppolo, their number 1 quarterback at that time. Guess who just had an injury to our quarterback this offseason, right? So I think in the NFL, you can turn your hopes around a lot quicker than anywhere else. I think you just need to have the resources to get it done. And though we're down a first-round pick, we're sitting on somewhere between a de facto $65 million and $75 million in cap space. That's almost half of your cap space to go out there and reconstruct your roster. And more in the NFL, there have been teams that have been able to go out in free agency and build their team through that method a little bit. Round that team out, spend a lot of resources, and then field a very good team the next year. We saw the Broncos do it after they lost to us in the Super Bowl. They went back into the offseason, spent money on TJ Ward, spent money on DeMarcus Ware, bought a couple of other guys in there, right? Spent some money, spent some cash, right? And they got themselves a Super Bowl because of it. Same thing was true a little bit with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They spent some money last offseason. Tom Brady, obviously, Gronk, obviously, Antonio Brown got themselves a Super Bowl. This last offseason, the Patriots spent $300 million in free agency cumulatively. Did pretty good for them too, didn't it? So it is a pathway you can take. Just because we lost this year, just because we're a little in the can this year, does not mean that we don't have some chance next year, especially if we choose to run it back and not rebuild. And if they did make the choice to rebuild, obviously I would bail on this a little bit more. But if they choose to just go to more of a retooling, more of a reloading, then you absolutely could accomplish that. Washington Visquest says, what position did you play in baseball? I played 2 positions. I was a pitcher. I was a pitcher that had no velocity. Okay, but we nearly got our team into the, at the time, the Little League World Series. They called me the junk man because I knew how to throw every pitch in baseball. I could throw a fork. I had a 9-6 curveball that I threw that I could just put in the black on the outside corner, but I had no velocity. I mean, my ball would loop in there as a pitcher. It would just loop in there. And they'd be laughing at me, the opposition, but I'd be getting them out. But that was that. And I played first base, obviously, as a left-hander. Had some good dexterity. I could do the splits. I can't now. I would tear my butthole open if I did that now. But back then I could. I was a damn good first baseman too. ADL Williams, the Griffey's back-to-back home runs will likely never happen again. Legendary moment. I can't see it happening again. No way. Yeah, it was an awesome moment. It was awesome. TJ says, I'm a Blue Jays fan, so I'm not on your side. Hey, it's okay, TJ. No worries. Nice little rivalry going between the Mariners and the Blue Jays. Kind of an odd rivalry, but still a good rivalry nonetheless. Megan says the most UFO-looking U.S. aircraft in history was the SR-71 Blackbird. Look it up, kids. Effing awesome and still holds all the speed records. Yeah, couldn't it get like across the United States in like something stupid, Megan, like a half hour or 20 minutes or something? Something like that. I don't know, though. I'll tell you, the stealth was, for a lot of years too, Megan, the stealth aircraft was thought to be a UFO for many years before they finally disclosed it was a real thing. You had a lot of reports of triangle aircrafts all over the place. A.D. Williams, the B-2 bomber also looks pretty alien. There we go. Like something Darth Vader would travel in, but yeah, the Blackbird's a cool plane. Blackbird does look really cool, though. It's the coolest looking plane, probably. They both look alien-like. Right guy, I don't know if I trust the Carroll Schneider regime. I don't, right guy. I don't. They've made mistakes in the past. Those same mistakes were made this year. Hard to believe that those same mistakes aren't made on into the future, in my opinion. I don't have a lot of trust in it either. Absolutely not. Part of why I've said I'm willing to move on from Carroll. I'd like to keep Russ. But it does look like they're going to run everybody back at this point. GoAxo says, Chargers with a 4th down conversion. Is this going to be a tie, folks? Are we really going to get a tie? Oh, they're not going to do that, are they? A minute 17, 4th down, they get the conversion. I can't believe it if it's the case. No play, 4th and 10. Herbicide says an hour for the SR-71. So 1 hour to get across the entire United States. That thing was smoking fast. God, imagine if plane rides were that quick. Of course, we'd still be stuck in a freaking airport for 3 hours going through security. LA to Washington, 3 hours. ADL says Mariners just need a couple of pieces to get the playoffs. Those so freaking close. So freaking close, ADL. And the good news is they got the money to spend. And they do have a couple of prospects they could dangle if they can't get them in free agency. I don't want them to offload any of these prospects. I want to keep everybody together. You've built up such a good core. Just ride with the core. But yeah, I think they will make those moves. They've got the ammunition to get it done. They will do it. Voodoo Magic says Brendo, aka Tim Wakefield. I could not throw the knuckler. That was the one I could not throw, Voodoo. The knuckler was the one I could not throw. But you have to change your whole arm action to make the knuckler work. It's all, you have to come from here and press it forward, and you have to hold the ball on your fingertips, and it's so foreign to try to throw a ball that way. It takes a long time to get the feel for it. And even then, I think, you had to like consult with like Necro or something, one of the old guard that used to throw the ball a little bit, but Wakefield was awesome at it. And boy, those knuckleballers, they can have a long career because they don't need that arm velocity. They can play till they're 52. Megan says Mach 3 and am friends with one of the Blackbird pilots, BC Thomas, very cool guy. He had some guts to get in those planes too, man. You're going that fast. I mean, shoot, I imagine you hit a bird going Mach 3. Probably not so good for the plane. Kevin Klein, remember when Griffey left into the wall to catch a hit and broke his hand wrist? I saw that game and his rehab shiny at Rainiers for one game. I do remember that. That's the Spider-Man play where he reaches out and he has basically both of his feet dig into the wall and then both of his hands end up into the wall. But he broke, I think that's the one too, where he broke his hand going kind of sideways into the wall as he hit it. And that's the part I love about Griffey, is that you have this guy that's this uber talented guy who is as talented a baseball player as the game has ever seen, and who absolutely would lay out. He didn't make business decisions. He's playing on this AstroTurf at times, which we've heard plenty of stories from football players about going across that AstroTurf and the rug burns you could get. Griffey would lay out continually for balls. He had never any hesitancy. He'd run full speed into a wall to his detriment. He'd break himself doing it. But just part of why I love Griffey so much. The kid was absolutely a gamer on top of being one of the most talented baseball players we've ever seen. And you usually don't see those two combinations go together. Daniel W. says, Kellen Moore as the head coach, Vic Fangio as the defensive coordinator, please. I'd love that, Daniel. That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. Right, guy says, don't forget the Blue Jay fans come down from BC and take over T-Mobile Park at least when the border is open. Yeah, I do. They do that. I know. It's stupid. Go away, Blue Jay fans. You got your own stadium. Go away. Go Oxo 5. Defensive holding saves Chargers. NFL wants the tie. Yeah, it's probably more interesting for the NFL if they got it. Herbicide says the black triangle is a legit plane. They don't release too many facts on it. I tend to think that as well, Herbicide. It's the part that I wonder with all these UFOs at the end of the day. Megan says the Blackbird was created in the early 1960s with a slide rule, no computers used, and made out of titanium brought from the USSR. That's epic. That's an epic building to a plane, Megan, right there. Coax 5. Herbert recovered his own fumble for a first down, but looks like it'll be overturned. Okay. Well, they don't let the ball usually be fumbled forward if that was the case. Daniel, I see what you mean. I don't think Chandler Jones would fit our team. He belongs in a 3-4. It seemed like 70% of his rushes were from the standing position, but I still wouldn't hate adding him. I wouldn't hate the addition, Daniel, and I think he's a technician as a pass rusher, which if there's a guy that could make the transition to being more of a down lineman and to get that done, a technician would be able to do it because they're more about they're using their hands and less about the natural. Maybe like with a 3-4 end, you'd be about maybe natural quickness off the snap because they're standing up, so they're getting a little bit of a head start around the defensive end. But I think you play that long also, there's certain habits and tendencies that you lean towards in playing the position that way that he'd have to sort of relearn a little bit. It's a little late in the game for him to be doing that. And I think he's going to want to be paid big money. Which I don't know if he's going to get a lot of money, but someone's going to give him maybe at least like the deal that J.J. Watt got last offseason. And if we're talking about giving the guy $15 million and have a year and having him have the questions at hand of, can he make this transition to a new defense for the first time? That's a bridge a little bit too far for me to go. Just a little bit. Anders Bias, the Black Triangle is an anti-gravity vehicle. I've heard that as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if we come to learn that. That seems to be where the next leap in, whether it's already been solved or not, but what we hear in whispers is that the anti-gravity, magneticism at times, using magnets in opposite to each other. There's some of that seems to be the technology at place in some of these vehicles. Ethan Tech World says, remember R.A. Dickey? Yes, another knuckleballer. Yeah, he had a grip. His grip he had for it was so cool. It's an awesome grip. It looks hella cool in the hand. It's hard to throw, and especially because you can't throw it like a baseball. You got to come up here to right here at your arm level, right? And then you're pushing the ball forward. That's how you're supposed to throw it, is to sort of push it forward rather than let it rip right around over the top to get that proper arm action on it. TJ says, was Griffin like Russ in football or better? Was Griffey like Russ in football or better? Griffey was a better baseball player than Russ is as a football. I'm sorry. I'm going to piss off a lot of my Russell Wilson loving. I'm sorry, but Griffey was a better baseball player, in my opinion. Russ is an amazing football player, first ballot Hall of Famer, in my opinion, but Griffey just missed being by one vote, and the only guy who didn't vote him was just being a dick. But Griffey was a nearly unanimously first ballot Hall of Famer voted in. That's how widely respected he was. Random again, no, Charlie Huff. Yeah, that's the original indoctrinator, but Charlie Huff, the originator of it, of the knuckler. Another guy that played to be like 52 years old. You can look back some of his old baseball cards, and he's like completely bald, gray hair coming out his sides, fat. 283-128. We may not have made the playoffs, but at least we handled the Niners. At least we handled the Niners, and at least we served a dish of revenge on the Cardinals for knocking us out of the 2017 playoffs, right? 283. So hey, if you got to go out of the playoffs, but you get to hand out a little bit of pain on the side of it, it ain't the worst way to be, is it? Go Hawks, third down conversion. Chargers near midfield. 52 seconds left. Or is this we can get a tie here? Random Daniel says the greatest catch I've ever seen was the Spider-Man. That one's right there. His Jesse Barfield catch in New York was pretty good too. The ground that he covers on that play and how shocked Jesse Barfield is that Griffey gets to that ball was another one of those just amazing catches too. But the Spider-Man's got to be right there with it. I watched one in person with Griffey where he took a home run away out of dead straightaway center field on the run, literally jumped from the wall. He must have gotten up 10 and a half, 11 feet up in the air and just covered so much distance with that jump. I've not seen nothing like it in person as a catch before. Amazing. A.D.L. Williams says YouTube channel Secret Base has 6-part history of the Mariners, making the case that the Mariners are the most interesting team in all of sports. It's a very, very good watch. You should watch it. I'll take a look, man. I'll check it out. It sounds cool. For sure. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says Megan got weird. She was hesitant to go this route, and now I know why. Well, she can't let the non-disclosure agreements and all the classified stuff she signed, and can't speak on that stuff. So, she's a little worried right now. Voodoo Magic, Charlie Huff looked 50 years old on his rookie card, and he looked 90 when he retired. Facts. Big facts. TJ says Griffey retired in 2011, right? Was it 11? Has it been that long? Seems like he played like 13 or 14, came back for a quick spell. I could be misremembering it, though. I'd kind of checked out the Mariners at that point a little bit. David Phillips says, please give us a tie. Timeout by LA. 15 seconds left. They're on the 15-yard line. Herbicide says Ichiro was better. The Griffey Ichiro IMO was a starter for the best ever team. We'll have to agree to disagree on that one. I think Griffey was a better player myself, but they're both very complete baseball players. Ichiro didn't have Griffey's power. Ichiro had a little bit better of an ability to maybe a little bit of a higher average, but we can't forget that with Ichiro as well, he didn't draw very many walks, which hurt his on-base percentage considerably. So, which kind of reduced some of the effectiveness of being a good high average hitter at that point, right? Takes a little bit of a dent into that. Ethan says Griffey's one of the greatest to ever do it. Some think he's the very best, probably top 5 in the last 30 years. Yeah, I think he's probably top 5 in the last 30 years. I don't think he's the best to ever do it, but I think he's definitely up into that, Willie Mays area of things, Mickey Mantle area of things. I think I think his name belongs with those guys. Randall says, I was 9 when Griffey got drafted. Remember the Griffey bar? I do. I tried to save it for years, Randall. I might still have it somewhere in my records where I saved that bar somewhere. Things got to be nasty as hell right now, but I do, man. Everybody was trying to get that bar when it first came out. Like, this is going to be worth so much, and you get chocolate. Like, you eat chocolate, and I get like a card that's going to be worth a lot. Probably is, too. It's probably worth something. Right, guy, is Mariano Rivera still the only unanimous first ballot Hall of Famer, right? Yeah. So it pissed me off about the one guy that didn't vote for Griffey. Like, the hell with you. And the guy didn't vote for Griffey because he thought every player in the era should be under a steroid pall somehow, as though anything in Griffey's career at all spoke to steroids. In fact, it spoke to the opposite of that. I think while I'm okay with writers holding certain players accountable who obviously are roid heads, like Bonds, like Clemens, like McGuire, Griffey should have been a unanimous. Should have been unanimous. Megan says, my dad was a huge fan of the SR, and I got all his books when he died. And like I said at Charles Riley, I'm friends with you, so it explains a great deal. David Phillips is hoping for the tie. Hoping for the tie here. Plays under review. Something happened. We got another player to review. A lot of excitement here at the end. Herbicide, I so disagree. Man, Ichiro better offensively and defensively. You can maybe make the argument defensively, maybe on that one. Though again, Ichiro was a guy that didn't want to dive for baseballs ever, right? So that was going to hurt a little bit, I think, of his range area. But I might give you a little bit of an inch on that Herbicide with Ichiro being a better defender. But in my opinion, Griffey's the better hitter. Griffey brought power along with average, along with the ability to draw a walk. And you've got to factor in with Ichiro the fact that he just didn't draw very many walks in the course of his career. And for a guy that's a leadoff hitter, not drawing walks is a detriment at that point. Doesn't mean you're a bad player. Doesn't mean he wasn't still a sensational player. Doesn't mean he is maybe the second best baseball player in Mariner history even. But Griffey's a cut above. Right, guy. I know one guy didn't vote for Derek Jeter. Watch FishQuest, I just checked. Looks like Griffey retired in 2010. That was the falling asleep in the clubhouse season. Yeah, not his best look. Not his best moment there. But boy, that was just a crappy team. So Justin Herbert with an incomplete pass. Looks like, do we have a game over here? 10 seconds left. Still some time left. Voodoo Magic says, Brandon, please replace Chris Collinsworth. I'll take the job if they're offering. Who knows? Maybe we build up a big argument here on YouTube, Voodoo. Keep doing the play-by-play, and it just keeps building up more and more. This is the new frontier, man. The old guard is going away. GoX05, 2 seconds left. Hail Mary attempt incoming. See what they can do. See what they can do. Completed. 5 seconds left at the 12. Oh my gosh. Touchdown Chargers. They tied it. No, I can't. No. This ain't legitimate. There's no way. No. There's still overtime. Folks. No way. Oh my gosh. 283 says 163 likes. Smash that like button, please. Thank you for hitting that like button, 283. And please do, if you like what you're listening to, hit that like button for me. Very much so. I would appreciate it. As well as want to thank the sponsor. If you guys are looking for, Charles Riley, I missed another one of your donations. Do you remember a couple of summers ago when the Amanua UFO traveled through our solar system? That was a trip. I've seen a few of those shots, Charles, and it's hard because you'll get the shots where they'll say, they see this thing moving through, and you go, yeah, and it looks like a little dot on the screen. And they're like, yeah, that's as big as our moon. And it's moving intelligently. Those are always the most chilling ones they do. It sounds familiar. I'll look it back up, Charles, after the live stream. But it's not ringing any bells. But I've seen a few of those shots that they've showed at times, including by retired military personnel, showing some of the shots that like NASA's taken the solar system of ships flowing through. There's some shots of ships traveling very close to the sun. Potentially, it's been thought about as far as maybe very close to the sun, and it's been thought about as far as trying to maybe collect energy or something by them doing it. But I'll take a look at that, man. Herbicide says Griffey's career average is 283, Ichiro's 311. So that's actually closer than I would have thought, Herbicide. I would have thought Ichiro's up around 330 and Griffey around 280-ish. And Griffey's got a distinct difference in the amount of home runs and doubles he hit in his career. So the power was on Griffey's, on-base percentage, power. Maybe Ichiro's got him slightly edged as far as a fielder. But tell me what their on-base percentage is for their career. Tell me what that says, Herbicide. I'd be interested on that one. Herbicide says Griffey hits 2,781 to Ichiro's 3,089. Yeah. Again, that's what Ichiro did is he got hits. You know what I mean? He got a lot of singles in his career, which is great. That's awesome. But that's really that's what he was. He was a great fielder who hit a lot of singles, MSR Rook says Ichiro had a better arm than Griffey. Yeah, but Griffey still had a plus arm as a center fielder. So Ichiro had one of the better arms you would ever see out of a fielder. Griffey still had a plus arm. So I don't know if there was a distinct difference. Like the same difference you see in how much in their batting average, 284 to 311, is about maybe what you would see as far as their arm strength is concerned. Randall says if Derek Carr were on the Colts, they're the second best team in the AFC. Agreed. David Phillips says, how long before Brandon acknowledges the fact? Are we talking about UFOs? If Steelers go down, it's a Seahawks victory. What do you mean, David? If the Steelers go down, it's Seahawks victory? Well, yeah, I mean, whenever the Steelers lose, it's good for us. I guess what you're saying. We have a tie. Oh my gosh, we got a freaking tie. Go for the tie, take kneel downs in the overtime, says David. Boy, the NFL world would turn on its ear, David, if they did that. There would be so much anger and it would be, woo! There would be some anger, I'll tell you that. There would be some mad, angry elves out there if that went that way. Give me the tie, baby, says Go Hawks 05. 283-128. If they tie, does that mean both teams make the playoffs? Yes, 283. Yeah. 370 for Griff, 355 for Ichiro. What's that? Oh, on base percentage. So there you go. I mean, you'd think that Ichiro should be, as a leadoff hitter, and this is where I knock Ichiro just a little bit herbicide, but I think you got to knock him a little bit for this, is that, Ichiro just was not willing to take enough walks in the course of his career. I think it's the one real valid thing you can put upon him. I don't know that there was any great thing that you could look at with Griffey and say that outside the injuries as he got later in his career, but there was anything you could look at him as a player that he'd say does too much of this, strikes out too much, doesn't hit for enough contact, doesn't hit for enough power, doesn't hit for enough average. Everything he did was really good upper level. Whereas with Ichiro on that point, the fact he didn't draw walks cost the team at times. His unwillingness to sometimes and willingness to sometimes swing outside of the zone of pitches. Sometimes they went for hits. Sometimes they'd be weak grounders over to the fielder. But again, we are parsing between the two best players in the Mariners' history as well. Let me acknowledge that. Ichiro's number 2, Griffey's number 1, but Ichiro's number 2. So we do get to the point where we are parsing between two very, very good players at the end of the day. David Phillips says this is karma payback for Pittsburgh. Oh, I get what you're meaning now, David, being that if we get a tie, then Pittsburgh's out of the playoffs. I love it. Yes. David says a tie is a Super Bowl victory for me. The tears of the Steeler fans. Ethan says, remember that guy who challenged Ichiro and Ichiro threw his ass out at third base? Don't challenge Ichiro. Freaking awesome. Yeah, that was a laser beam. One of the greatest throws you'll ever see, a guy going from first to third on a base hit. And he absolutely... That thing was on a line. There was no loop to that thing at all. He threw that thing on a dead line. Herbicide says Ichiro crushed Griffin stolen bases. He did. Some of this comes a little bit to the value of stolen bases. But yes, he did. David Phillips says, volume off on the game, listening to Brandon. Sounds good, my guy. We'll get some updates here on it. I'm not watching it live myself right now because I don't have my laptop, so I'm going to have to just look at the game cast here on this one. Paul Thurs, I haven't been able to flow the whole stream. Been at work. Can you rehash your reaction to the NFC playoff matchups? Yeah, I actually haven't really looked at them really too deeply as of yet. Let's take a look. So we got the Packers with the first round bye, right? Looks like. Clinched the division and bye, yep. So you got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, get to play the least. So Cowboys, 49ers. And then what do we got? We got the Buccaneers and the Cardinals. Is that our other game? And then you got I don't know. I got to find out what the matchups are here, so tell me what they are in the chat. I'll react to them. It's not coming up on ESPN on the playoff tracker thing that they usually have. Daily lines. Why don't they have the... why don't you have the playoffs? I want to see the playoff thing. They usually show that stuff. Odd. All right, 10 minutes here to go. Carter throws you short, incomplete pass, 2nd and 10. If this is a tie, I'm going to freak out. There's just no way. Remember the guy who's challenged Ichiro? David Phillips says one of the ultimate all-time great games right now going on. Volume off, game, listening to Brandon. All right. Let's roll. Well, let me put it on here. Let me get on my thing here. turn it on. I'll probably score just as I flip it on. But let's check it out. Let's see what goes down here. I have a Griffey autographed ball and a non-autographed rookie card. Nice, ADL. I've got about 50 Griffey rookie cards I'm sitting on. That's my retirement. It's my retirement. Come on, I want to watch the game. ESPN's thing isn't the game on? Isn't it on ESPN right now? Am I off on that? Is it on a different channel? Probably on Paramount Plus or some stupid crap like that. I don't know, it's not coming up for me. All right. Well, you got the Raiders already got up the field. Field goal's good. Game over. Wow, that was quick. As I'm trying, I told you as soon as I brought it up, they'd go down and score. Well, conspiracy theory dies away. The Raiders win this one out. Get in the playoffs. I'll have to go back and check this game out. You know, both these teams laid it all on the line in this particular game. Good to the Chargers to get back into it, but boy, Chargers still end up kind of crapping the bed a bit this year from where they were expected to be, which is at least a playoff team here going into the second season with Justin Herbert. Tough. Charles Riley, $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, I believe when Ichiro made that throw, Niall said it looked like something out of Star Wars. Brando, look on some lines like that. I do, Charles. I need to get some patented lines. I do. So you got to work on them in the background. You got to find them, and they got to sound like they just come off the cuff. But that's what we got to work on this offseason, Charles, is we need some good, like with Niall, Star Wars or Grand Salami or the old timey magic. Like all that stuff. I gotta find a couple of those little phrases I can call upon for next year, Charles. So we gotta help me work on these a little bit. So he says, come on, Jacobs, quit these first downs. Washi Visquez says, Griffey wore his hat in an incorrect fashion, made my blood boil. Just kidding. Okay, I'm glad you said just kidding. I was like, yeah, I thought it was all right. So the Steelers do get in. Damn it, Steelers always get the breaks. So Voodoo Magic, we got Bucks Philly. So obviously I think I would still lean towards giving the Bucks the win in that particular game. I know they're down some receivers at this point, but I think that their defense is going to be enough to hold down Philly to let them carry through on the day on that one. So I would give the Bucks, I think they win by at least 7 to 10 points in that game. ADL, Griffey crushed Ichiro in the swag factor. Ichiro never talked to anyone. Griffey had video games and was in rap videos. The whole world wore backward hats after he did what he did and still does. Very well said, ADL Williams. I'm with you on that one. Arizona Cardinals are going to go up against the Rams. Well, I definitely think that the Rams are going to win that game against Arizona. That's, of course, at home in L.A. Now, Arizona did beat L.A., and they beat the brakes off of L.A. In the early season at home in L.A. But Arizona, as we saw today, this is not Arizona at their full strength. No DeAndre Hopkins, no Rondale Moore, no J.J. Watt. They certainly seem to be just kind of muddling through a little bit as a football team over the last 6-7 games of the season, Arizona does. And that's with getting even, I think, out a Cowboy win a week ago. So they've had some wins. They're still a very solid team. And the Rams aren't exactly playing lights out right now. But I do think that's just a better matchup for the Rams in this game. They'll be able to generate pressure on Kyler, and it'll be just enough in that respect. So I do probably give Rams the win in that one. San Francisco and Dallas. Boy, I have to wonder how San Francisco is going to be able to stop the passing attack of the Cowboys when it's all said and done. I just feel like they're not going to have quite enough to get that done. I think they're going to be able to run the ball pretty decently on Dallas. So I think both offenses are going to sort of be able to attack the defensive weaknesses, and which weakness can hold strong enough to carry the day. That's what's going to probably derive and choose how that matchup plays out. But I will give Dallas the edge. They're playing at home, but nothing by more than maybe that's a 1 to 3 point kind of win right there. I think the Rams are a 4-point win, and I think the Bucks Phillies 7 to 10 points. That's my... Oh, the game's not over. That's right. I turned it off. I shouldn't have. What was it on? It's on NBC. Okay. I forgot you get the second chance. You get actually a second chance. Let's go Chargers. Oh, my God. This game's crazy. This game's crazy, y'all. Megan Cockroger says, you'll never beat the holy catfish as a phrase, B. Challenge accepted, Megan. Challenge accepted. I don't have to beat it. I just have to equal it. I just have to equal it. I don't got to be faster than Rabel. I just got to be as fast as Rabel. Oh my gosh, what is going on here? What to watch? Let me watch NBC. Stop being so stupid. God, these streaming services suck. Are you sure it's NBC? I'm seeing it up here on my streaming service for NBC. Goodness gracious. Why do they make this stuff so counterintuitive? Like it's like they don't want you to watch shows. They just throw a bunch of crap at you and then you got to go bury down. I don't think it's on NBC, folks. Is it NBC? Or are they just not showing it for some reason here? What the hell? What the hell? Don't give up on me, dude. Rick Riz and the crew are fun to listen to. Dave Sims, who is hit and miss with his calls, had an incredible call when Mitch Hanger, I can't say his name right now, had the crazy clutch base hit in the second to the last game. He did. I saw that call. That was a good one. I liked it. All right, live. That's what I need to do. It's because the game's gone over. It doesn't show it on the damn app. I can't get it up. I don't know what's up. They're in field goal range? Okay. Paul says, I would wait and see who Arizona gets back for the playoffs before I predict that game. If they do get DeAndre Hopkins back, I'll say I give the edge to Arizona. But if they're playing without DeAndre, then I don't give them the edge. It would kind of come down to that for me with him. Randall says, say, whoa, Cunningham. Go Herbert. I like that kid. I do. I like that kid too. David says premature projection ration. Sounds good. Oh, goodness. Game not over. Don't be that dude, says Herbicide. Don't give me that dude. NBC, why is it not coming up for me then? It's not coming up for me. My stream's jacked. Randall says, who's better, either Bosa, Bro, or Max Crosby? I take Nick Bosa of all three of them. I go with Nick. But Max has been pretty amazing this year. I can't deny. He's been pretty good. Yeah, for some reason it's not letting me bring like the live stuff up. I don't know. Streaming stuff is still a work in progress, I tell you, with these go off channel things. With these weird go off channel things. So it looks like the Chargers are in field goal range here. Herbert's going to try to get the touchdown, and the field goal is up and good. 32-32. The tie is back on, folks. The tie is back on. Megan says, throw the Dixon jersey on it, B. Daniel, I don't know if you answered this. I had to leave for a second. I'm going to start watching Western movies. Any advice? Raquel Welch looks insanely hot in 100 Rifles. Well, obviously you go for the straightforward ones, right? So obviously The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Obviously Unforgiven. What's the one? Somebody in the chat will mention the one. What's the one that? There's some good Kevin Costner ones, obviously. Open Range. Dances with Wolves is kind of a Western, sort of Westerny. Silverado. How about that one? There's a good one for you. So this is one that often isn't spoken about in Westerns. A great Western. Not a lot of people have seen. Kevin Kline's in it. Danny Glover's in it. Got a young, there's a few people. A lot of actors you'd recognize in that particular picture, and a really good film. But Silverado's a good one to go check out. That'd be one I recommend. Pale Rider, Randall mentions a good one. That's another good one. The Outlaw, Josie Wales. Watched that one the other night. Still holds up pretty darn good. There's a fun one with Sam Raimi a couple years ago, more of a modern one, which would be The Quick and the Dead. It's not as much of a classic movie, and Sharon Stone can get a little grating in that film. But Gene Hackman does a nice twirl as a bad guy, and some good performances in that one. Fun little Sam Raimi film. Very Raimi-like in its tone. Megan says, Silverado, I've not seen that in years. It holds up, Megan. It holds up. It's aged very well. And it's got its own feel of as a Western. Silverado does. It doesn't feel like, some of those Eastwood Westerns can feel a little similar, especially the For a Few Dollars More and Good Bad. They all kind of run together. They're meant to. They're a trilogy. But Silverado's got its own kind of feel to it. Lawrence Kasdan, guy that wrote Star Wars, but I think directed and wrote that movie. Young Guns 1 and 2, good. I like 1 better a little bit. Two's got some fun moments though. You want your knife back? It's got some moods. It's got some interesting ones. All right, so we got 4 minutes and 30 seconds left here in overtime, 32-32. The Raiders are bringing the ball up the field here. Derek Carr with a nice pass here to Brian Edwards for 17 big yards. It's anybody's game now. Anybody's game. And if you can commit to it, you're asking for a nice suggestion. Somebody mentions Lonesome Dove in there too, Daniel. If you ever get a chance, it's a commitment, but if you get a chance to watch the original, not the 10 that they made after it, but the original miniseries Lonesome Dove with Tommy Lee Jones and Robert Duvall. Go back and check that one out. Another really awesome miniseries back in the day. One of my favorite all-time miniseries. Don't get a lot of miniseries anymore, do we? Hang 'em High. It's another good one. And Raquel Welch is insanely hot. You are correct on that. I don't care. That's one of the any era she hot. And Young Guns, it was fun. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It's very almost kind of tongue-in-cheeky a little bit, but yeah, good one nonetheless. Awesome Bon Jovi soundtrack too, by the way. Blazing Saddles is good. Quickly Down Under, a little Tom Selleck reference, yeah. And I'll tell you, anytime you get a chance to have, excuse me, any chance you ever can get a chance to watch, who am I trying to think of? Alan Rickman. You get a chance to watch Alan Rickman as a in an evil role, be it Die Hard, be it Robin Hood, or be it in Quickly Down Under. You take the chance to do it. You don't care who stars. He's the bad guy. You're watching that movie. And Quickly Down Under is a great film. About a guy that can hit really long shots with his rifle. Just a solid film. Randall says, if you watch the True Grit remake, make sure it's the John Wayne movie and not the remake. Yeah, the remake was kind of a weird one for me too. It's like it was a well-made movie, well-written movie, well-acted movie, and I still didn't walk away liking it very much. Kind of random with the whole girl losing her arm at the end thing. I didn't quite get that either. All right, they're driving here. Raiders are driving. 1st and 10, 2-minute warning. They're past the 50-yard line. Voodoo Magic Bad Girls equals bad movie. Yeah, there were some times during the 90s where they were trying to make these very stylish Westerns. And they just completely lost the whole spirit of what made good Westerns good in the first place. Dunkirk's amazing. I haven't had a chance to take Dunkirk. I've been meaning to get around to that. I have a love-hate relationship with Christopher Nolan. Sometimes I think he's awesome. Sometimes he just drives me incredibly insane. Randall says, I started watching the Marvel movies. Just started watching them? My goodness. I've never really watched them. Found an article that showed the chronological order. Knocked out 3 over the weekend. They're good movies, man. They've lost themselves a little bit lately, but for a while there, they couldn't miss. They couldn't miss. First down Raiders, 2 minutes. Oh, God, folks. Well, there's agreement in place now. Now, they come back after the 2-minute warning. Derek Carr takes a knee. Elliott is like, tie this game and send the Steelers back. Send them back to the abyss. Send them back into their dark, dirty hole. ADL Williams, the Roy Rogers Show is fun from time to time. Brings you back to a simpler time. Happy trails to you until we meet again. I like it. It was a different era. Sundance, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid is another Western you got to check out if you haven't. That's another one that to me is a timeless film. Paul, I've been following the Dallas defense last month. They're not as good as their rank suggests. Check out the conversion rate they have against the rush. Shanahan, long time wasting drive, wins this. I could be talked into it, Paul. I don't have a firm drive on either of them with those two teams, and I agree with you. Yeah, I know that Dallas is not playing their best ball now, and they were playing, especially on the defensive side of the ball, they were playing better a little early on this year, which is odd because they were playing better when they basically were down Lawrence and down Randy Gregory, which those two guys should help and improve that defense when they're in there, not hurt or hinder them or cause them to be worse. It's kind of odd, but you talked me into it. I'll go with the Niners, man. I worry about the 49ers corners, and you have all those receivers the Cowboys have to throw to, albeit they are down now Michael Gallup, so it's only the 2 guys you really have as much. L.A. Clark says, tie the game. Tie the game. 7 yards. It's going to bring up a 3rd and 4. And they don't get the conversion here. I think you attempt that field goal, and that's a long field goal. It's like a 55-yarder right there. Herbicide, you guys see 1917? I did. I liked it okay. I didn't love it. I liked it. And I like Sam Mendes as a director. Timeout by the Raiders. They're going to think about what they're going to do next year. Laughing out loud, they're totally just running the clock off. Megan says, you are dead to me, B. Nolan is a god. I didn't say he's a bad director. I just said I have a love-hate relationship with him. Like his stuff, the first one he did that's his like underground one he did with the guy that tattoos his skin and everything's in reverse. Love it. Great film. Love it. Dark Knight. Love it. Great film. The movie he made with Al Pacino and Robin Williams. I think that might be my favorite movie of his, actually, where Robin Williams is not a serial killer, but a killer. So like when he hits it out for me, he hits it out. But then when I got to watch a movie making where I can't hear the dialogue because he's got grinding sounds over the top, and I have to like rewatch the scene 10 times on a complicated movie that's reliant on me hearing that dialogue to know what's going on, that's when he drives me nuts. That's when I go a little bit crazy. And sometimes it seems like they're very, his movies are very much intellectual exercises that don't always have a lot of soul behind them. But again, he's a great director, a great eye. I just have a love and hate relationship. Memento's a great movie. Oh, Raiders are in field goal range. 2 seconds to go. Timeout by Las Vegas, kicking from the 30-yard line. It's going to be about a 45-yard kick from that spot. About a 45-yarder. Well, if there's agreement in place, that kicker's going to shank that thing to the left. Insomnia, that's the name of the movie. Insomnia is a great flick. Great flick. Insomnia. The dynamic between Robin Williams and Al Pacino in that was just awesome. And Al Pacino, really good performance there. A little more dialed down than when he normally is at. They told him to miss. Oh, he made it. 35-32. Kick is good from 47 yards out. He just says, please miss. Megan says, you love Nolan, you love Marvel, but Nolan is a no for you. What the actual? No, Megan, I didn't say I'm out on Nolan. I said he can drive. He just draws me a little crazy. You know, he'll win me in one respect and he'll lose me in another respect a little bit. So Memento, Insomnia, Dark Knight Rises. I love those films. Those are like flawless movies to me. But Inception and the whole backwards bullet thing, which just seems more of a play on his Memento stuff a little bit and just playing that out in a different way. That's where it kind of I like him. I feel like they just churn out sometimes a little bit better work at times. A little bit better. I think he's capable of more, I guess. I look at Nolan like I look at Russ, Megan. He's a star. I need more star-defining performances. Inception was good. It wasn't bad. I didn't hate it. It kind of got a little meandering for me. ADL Williams says, Kitty unhappy at the no tie. It's that or the fact she hasn't got any love in about 8 hours. So it's one of the two. GoXL5 says, my disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined. David Phillip, all's well in Pittsburgh. Well, take onus from this, David. They're not winning a playoff game, right? Pittsburgh's not winning any playoff games. So they got in, they snuck in the back door. They got the breaks breaking in their favor again. But it ain't going to go very far with that team. Paul Third said, did you watch the Snyder Cut? I did, and I loved it. I don't know what the hell Josh Whedon was trying to do. I have no idea what he was trying to accomplish. You know? And it's a miracle that we got a good Josh Whedon movie that we did with the first Marvel flick with all the Avengers coming together, the first one, because the guy seems to be, I almost would call him a hack after the movie he put together. Now, he's put up behind it a little bit. He had to take over production midway. It wasn't his dream, but he really took it in a weird direction. But I thought Snyder did a good job. And Snyder's another one of those guys who sometimes with me, it's like a little bit all visual, a little bit all slap and dash, not a lot of feeling behind it always, not a lot of depth to it. But he did a good job. And some of that is what the DC universe, you're going to make a comic book movie. It's going to be, just by the given nature of it, there's going to be a little bit of a lack of probably depth to them. That's just what you give with a comic book movie in general. Herbicide says, you guys ever see Dreamscape? I have, but it's been a long time. Jacob says, got to go to bed. Long day at work tomorrow night. Y'all have a good one, Jacob. Thank you for hanging on in here throughout the process. And Jacob, thank you for all your donations today on the chat, my guy. You put like $80. You, Charles, Megan, all of you folks just put so much money on the chat. Thank you so much on the donations. Levi Loquist, I just wanted Claypool to be owned. I just wanted Claypool to be owned? What do you mean by that, Levi? Hi, Jacob Taha. How you doing, Jacob? Good to see you. If you like tearjerkers, watch Blue Bayou. I don't like tearjerkers. I want to be happy. I watch movies to get away. I watch movies to escape the troubles of life. David says, at least now we can watch Pittsburgh lose big next week. That's right. Movie Dennis Quaid, 1984, Dreamscape. Oh, no, I haven't seen that one. I was thinking of Interscape. Is it Dreamscape or Interscape? Is that the one where he's shrunken down and he's put inside of the guy? Elliot Clark, you have to fire the Chargers head coach for calling that timeout. I mean, you try to ice him. I hate the icing him. I really do. Just coaches, let the game play out. The icing him is stupid. Ethan, I love that Snyder cut too. The score of it was awesome too. Yeah, Snyder, I think, really started to understand as he went along. And look, he's... I think those kind of movies are Snyder's wheelhouse, Snyder, by the way, put together some of my favorite 15 opening minutes to a movie ever with Dawn of the Dead. That opening of Dawn of the Dead, if you go back and watch that 15 minutes that he did, it's a good movie all the way through, in my opinion. Solid remake. But boy, the energy and spirit he captured in that first 15 minutes was amazing. Dab Carlson's a hell of a kicker. He is. Ethan says, what about Joker and Logan? Films like that are comic book movies that transcend the genre so damn good. Yeah, they do. I didn't like Joker as much as many other people did, I think. But it was a well-made movie, well-acted movie, well-written movie. Can't deny that. Had some great scenes in it. Logan I did like quite a bit. Nothing better than getting to watch Wolverine be just completely brutal. No PG-13. He gets to use those knife hands for what they're worth, what they would look like. Voodoo Magic says Inner Space. Yeah, I think that's what he meant by dreamscape. I think do you mean Interspace? Maybe it does sound familiar that Dennis had a dreamscape movie too, but I'm thinking of Interspace. Paul there, JW was trying to apply the Marvel, Josh Whedon was trying to apply the Marvel movie style, but the whole Justice League and lead-up movies were meant to have a Nolan Dark Knight seriousness, not Avengers quirkiness. Well said, Paul. Yeah, he definitely tried to apply that to it, and it just didn't work with the tone that was in place already, the groundwork that Schneider had laid. Elliot says, well, I mean, it wasn't about icing. It was about letting the clock burn more. Oh, okay, Elliot. I have to say, and I wasn't watching this live, so I'm not sure as to what was happening on it. And Megan says, Ethan, Tech World watched Joker and It Part 2 on a plane back from Christchurch a couple years ago. Not good for someone who hates clowns and flying. Inner Space, that's what it was, yeah. That's another good movie, folks. You're looking for another good movie from the 80s. There's just a good, fun 80s flick to watch. Inner Space. Ethan says, Man of Steel is also super underrated. I agree, it is underrated. I like that movie. Love it, and I saw it years after the first time I saw it. Herbicide says, no, I meant Dreamscape. Same concept as Inception, playing with people's dreams. I'll take a look at it, Herbicide. I'll check it out, man. It sounded familiar, but I don't think I saw it in 84 at that time. I was a young buck back then. Ellie says, boo, bad ending. Chargers are out again. Chargers chargered it again, right? Chargers always screwing it up at the end. Screw it up at the end. Good in the beginning, finish you off at the end. If they were a lover, they'd be all about foreplay and being done 5 minutes into the act. Oh, goodness. Levi Loquist says Claypool has tweeted thank you, Jags, and was celebrating like they were for sure going to the playoffs. I really just him and the Steelers to be kicked out. I don't like Claypool. He's just cocky. Yeah, Claypool is what people thought DK Metcalf is, I feel like. That's what Claypool actually is what some Seahawks fans think of DK Metcalf. No, that's what Claypool is. Go look at him. It's everything you think and you don't think you like about DK is what you see in Chase Claypool. My opinion. Paul third, Australians also hate Cowboy fans. Good, Paul. It's just more evidence just that I point to say that Australians are all really, whether they know it or not, Seahawks fans by de facto. Levi says Chargers had a classic Chargers moment. They did. This is what the Chargers do. It's what they do every year. It doesn't matter the coach, doesn't matter the personnel, doesn't matter whether they're in San Diego, doesn't matter whether they're in Los Angeles. They are always going to muck it up at the end. You can always count on the Chargers to piss it away at the end. Herbicide's Breaking Away, Cape Fear, a lot of great movies out there. Yeah, those are good. I like them. Megan says Snyder's best movie, Watchmen, B. I got to say that's his most impressive work, not my favorite Schneider movie. I mean, I might go with like 300 if I'm pressed for a favorite Schneider movie for the impact that movie had and what it was. But Watchmen, you've got to give him credit. I mean, that's an unfilmable graphical novel. It's hard to do Alan Moore's work any justice at all. Very few have ever really been able to knock it out. And even those that knock it out tend to have to leave the source material behind in order to do so. Schneider didn't leave the source material behind with Watchmen. They had to cut out a little bit of some stuff, but it was stuff that was properly cut out, and he still did a great job, and it's an amazing visual display as a movie. Also an awesome job by the guy that turned in the Rorschach character. He was just great in that. I mean, just that guy knew the role he was getting, and he really, really dove into it. Levi says, do you like Marvel movies? And if so, did you like Spider-Man No Way Home? I'm keeping it in my back pocket, Levi, so I've got to do this with the movie industry right now. There's so many crap films that come out every year, so few good ones, that I like to keep a little reservoir of like, when it's a night I want to sit down and watch a movie, I know I'm going to get a good movie watching experience. Because I just don't like taking these risks anymore. Too many bad experiences that I've had to sit through. So I'm super hyped to watch Superman No Way Home, but I'm kind of trying to keep it in that backfield. I'll do this with like a series. Like I'm doing this with Yellowstone right now too. Like I haven't watched Yellowstone, plan on watching it at some point, though I hear this season kind of went off the rails a little bit. But you keep a couple of those in your back pocket. So when if you get sick or you got a couple of days downtime somewhere, you got something you can reach into if you need to really go to it. But I am stoked on it. I liked a lot of the Marvel movies. They have really, once they've gone to these series, lost me just a little bit. And like the Eternals, I had no interest in going in. I have no interest watching the Eternals. There's nothing, and I think that they are a little bit stuck in now of being trapped in a little bit of a formulaic lane of things where the other prior movies didn't have that formula in place. So it was new, it was unique. Now it isn't new and unique, so the superpowered character going against the slightly over superpowered character, you got to kind of do away with that storyline. The love interest getting kidnapped, you got to kind of do away with that storyline, right? The hero losing his powers, got to kind of do away with that storyline. And instead they end up replaying these out too often for me. I get kind of wore out at it with some of the recent one, but a lot of the old stuff. I love the Iron Man movies. I love the last Thor movie. I thought they did a great job with that one. The Guardians of the Galaxy was great. I loved how they closed out. I thought they did a great job of closing out the Avengers storyline with what they had built up going back 15 something odd years or whatever. Most of those I liked. Most of those, even if I didn't love them, I liked them. But some of the recent ones have been sort of okay. Okay. I mean, in a good way, Megan. I mean, Seahawks fans are naturals. Australian fans should be natural Seahawks fans. It's a good thing. Paul Third, how much in a game pass is the USD? I have to split it with my brother. It's a fortune down here. It's something like, I think they charged $100 this year for it, Paul, which was a lot reduced than what they'd done in the past, I think. I believe. Jackie Earl Haley. Yeah, he's awesome, Megan. And he's got that guy. That's a guy with some, he can stretch out a little bit too, right? It always blew me away. There was the movie Will Ferrell did, the basketball movie a couple years ago, and he plays this funny stoner in it. And boy, you would never have taken that. That's the same guy that was playing Rorschach from the Watchmen movie. Parab, you a fan of Edgar Wright movies like Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz? Dude's one of the best comedic directors out there. I want to like him more, Proth. I do. And I can't knock anything about him. I love Shaun of the Dead. I liked Hot Fuzz. But some of the other stuff I've not liked as much as others do as far as the fan favorite. He's got the Michael Cera movie he made. He's got a very, very great visual eye. He can do some wild things on the screen with his vision of things. I really want to like him more, Proth. I feel like I should like him more. But I just not quite up as much like the movie that they just did where they're bar hopping and they're going through like 8 different bars at World's End. Boy, that one lost me. I tried on that one and that one just lost me completely. But he's absolutely fantastic visual eye. He can write good dialogue, usually works in the good dialogue as well. His movies usually are pretty original. Gotta give him that. I don't hate him. He's all right. I just wish I loved him more. Danny W. Korea has some really great movies going back to even like 2002. Memories of a Murderer. You a fan of any of the movies? Old Boy, Parasite, The Handmaid's Tale, etc. Not as much on the Asian cinema for whatever reason. I just haven't been able to get onto it as much. Probably should, Daniel. I can't knock it. I don't knock anything about it. I've been meaning to get to some of these that have been referenced before. I just haven't gotten over to it. It's for whatever reason, Asian cinema just hasn't captured me very much. I don't know why. I've got nothing against it. Just it hasn't. Ethan says, watch Gangs of New York for the first time. My goodness, Daniel Day-Lewis. I saw this comment in a video. He doesn't act, he becomes. I think I liked him just a touch more in There Will Be Blood. It's fair enough on it. It's a pick your poison with that. Both of those are phenomenal all-time performances, I would argue. But that's just what Daniel Day-Lewis does. Is he's just a phenomenal actor. Just doesn't do enough, in my opinion. I'd love to see more of him. Yeah, he was great in that role. Absolutely great. Had the American flag eagle in his fake eye in the movie. It's pretty cool, his glass eye. Yami says, Jesus, I just watched the highlights. The Cards got away with so many holds. Carroll was freaking out about it over and over on the sideline, Yami, and he just couldn't get it. I think we finally got one call late in the game, but he just couldn't get a call on his guys throughout the course of the game. It's brutal. Brutal. Ethan, Daniel Day-Lewis made DiCaprio look like an B actor in that movie. I thought Paul Dano stood his ground in There Will Be Blood. He was fantastic. Yeah, Daniel definitely overshadowed DiCaprio in that movie, I thought, too. Yeah, I did. He kind of acted circles around him a little bit. You know, DiCaprio trying to just hold on for dear life with his little Irish accent. And yeah, Paul Dano did good against him. Paul Dano's going to be a good villain in the upcoming Batman movie. I don't know whether that movie's going to sink or swim, but Dano's going to be a good villain. You can count on that. Herbicide says the Grand Budapest Hotel was entertaining. That's another director, a little bit like Edgar Wright. I put him in the same place. I like him a little bit more than the Edgar Wright director. Forget his name. He did one movie I loved of his that I absolutely loved. If you guys haven't seen it, another offbeat but very good, very funny, poignant movie called The Life Aquatic. You get a chance, go check out that. One of Bill Murray's really good roles, really good part. Doesn't play necessarily a nice guy, but just a good, really funny, good film. Megan Gock Rogers says Jackie Earl Haley played Freddy Krueger as well. No, he didn't. Nope. You're thinking of somebody else. You're thinking of Robert Englund. Paul Third, so we are paying $251.69 USD, man. Well, the one thing is, Paul, is look, don't pay it right now. Hold off if you can, because as they get into the off season, they'll discount it, I think. Once they get through the season, there usually is that should come in. The NEW says, you watch Parasite. If you haven't, start with that one movie of the year and well-deserved. I'll check it out. I'll bet that's the family that takes over the other family's life kind of thing. I'll take a look. I've been meaning to get to it. And again, I'm not anti-Asian cinema. I just haven't gotten around to them as much as I probably should. Maxwell says, late, but still here. Sorry, busy day. No worries. Better late than never, bet. Herbicide, Jackie Earl Haley was in Breaking Away. He was. D-Nugget, is Paul Dano still alive? He is. He's going to be the villain, the Riddler in the Batman movie. Levi Loquest, what should we do with Pete? At some points, his conservative calls work and we win, but other times I'm just pissed with his calls. I can tell you what I'd like to do, Levi, but I can tell you what's also going to likely happen. I'd like to move on from Coach Carroll. I'd like to go in a different direction at this point in time. I think it's time. I think the team's going to remain with him, though. I'm ready for a change, though, personally. Royal Tenenbaums was also great, Herbicide. Great recommendation. Yeah, that one in Life Aquatic, I put both side by side as just, was it Wes Anderson, is I guess the guy's name? Another director that I do like. Some of his tones of his movies start to run about the same. You know, they all have that kind of same feel to it. That's why I relate a little bit to Edgar Wright, where it's a little bit like you feel like you've been down that road before a little bit. But a very original, unique director. And boy, he got a great final performance out of Gene Hackman in the Royal Tenenbaums. A lot like you got out of Bill Murray in Life Aquatic. Just a great performance of, you're playing an older character and how just the way they did it. Imperfect older characters. Megan says, Anderson B? Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou. Charles says, Brando, he did play a young Freddy in a movie I've never seen, but if Megan sells me on it, I'll watch. Oh, he was the Freddy in the remake. My bad. Okay. I'm a Robert Englund guy, so I don't know. I don't watch these remakes anymore. I'm done with the remakes. I can't do them anymore. I've been remaked out. Emmett 21, hey Brandon, what are some free agents we should sign this offseason? Emmett, give me till Wednesday, okay? Let me have Wednesday to take another look at the list out there. I've not done a lot of preparation for free agents this offseason yet. I've been just kind of lasered and focused on the season and is Carroll going to remain? Is Wilson going to remain? Some of this has got to be decided on that end of things, right? Because if we're going to be in a rebuild with a new coach, new general manager, that's going to change what would be our outlook for free agents this offseason. Whereas if Carroll remains, Schneider remains, Wilson remains, that also would change the outlook. So we've got to get a little bit of an answer first on what's going to happen with the first ball that needs to drop. But once that happens, I will prepare I'll do it kind of as a special live stream show, Emmett, where I'll really unveil those. Teron Armstead is the guy that stands out number one to me above all else. He'd be my number one priority on the board, but I need to look at some other guys too. Ethan Deckworld says Baby Driver was really good. I tried with Baby Driver. This is where Edgar Wright, I'll try with him. And just the main character with the autism thing going, and he puts the music in, and the music annoyed the hell out of me. Again, he's a very talented technical director. I can't deny that. Paul Anderson B. That's right. Paul Anderson, not Wes Anderson. It's Paul Anderson. That's right. You're right, Bangin. Megan says, I didn't see the remake due to anxiety. I'll say this about Freddy too. The Friday, the Nightmare on Elm Street original movie messed me up as a kid. My dad let me watch that thing at a way too young an age. And that thing gave me nightmares for years. Like that movie messed me up for some reason. 23, how are you still able to talk after 8 hours of streaming? Wow. I don't know, man. Sometimes I don't know. I just keep going. Have you seen any of The Boys on Amazon Prime? It's amazing. I loved the first season. It was as impressive a first season of a show as I've seen in a few years, kind of frankly. The second season, I think, fell off quite a bit. But the first season was great. I loved how they put the superhero genre on its ear and spun it. I just hope they can go back to more of that first season tenure here in season 3, but I will be watching season 3. Levi Quist, Slowquist, have you ever seen Tenet directed by Christopher Nolan? It's one of the most visually stunning movies while also very complex. It made me truly want to understand it. Yeah, I've started it and stopped it a few times, Levi. I just can't get wrapped into it. I really don't like Nolan when he decides to have sound effects go over the top of the characters talking so that I have to rewind it 3 times to hear what the characters say. I don't appreciate that from the director, and it drives me a little bit nuts. And it's been a problem of his in the past in certain movies in the past, but it really became on full display here in Tenet, I think. A lot of people love it. I've got to probably go back and watch it fully through. So I'll own this one as my own sort of deficiency and just under not being able to appreciate it or getting hung up on whatever thing. I've watched like 10 different YouTube videos explaining the whole concept of the film. I still don't get it. I'm a relatively smart guy. I can pretty much understand things if I truly try to understand them. I still don't get the whole backwards moving concept of things and how that all worked in that universe. I don't. It still leaves me sort of confused the more I learn about it. Seahawks W said, I said Penny was going to make a comeback. And he did. You're right. Man, the Highest Castle was also awesome. It's another one I intend to check out at some point. Herbicide says, I like the second season of The Boys better than the first. Well, fair enough. I liked a little bit more of the first season to it. It just got me in a bit better way for me. Go Hawks 05, you plan on watching the national championship as a Bama fan? Of course, I'm rooting for the Tide, but Georgia can definitely steal this game. It's going to be an insane game. I do think it's got to be a lot more competitive than the 2 games they played in the playoffs prior to that game, Go Hawks. Somebody was asking me if I was going to stream during the game tomorrow. Probably not that, but I'll probably check it out. I will probably check it out. I'm going to need to probably scouting a few of these guys that are in this game. So, Danny W says, I saw Pet Sematary with my dad when I was 5. The movie came out at like 15 to 20 years ago before I was born. But yeah, anyways, I watched it and was traumatized when the little boy slices the Achilles. Oh, I know. It's brutal. His hand comes out and the guy's walking and it slices it right across the back. Woo! Woo! I know the scene you're talking about. Yeah, that one got me too in the movie theater. Ugh. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, at Megan Gok Roger, of course, we all know Brando is no fool. His only flaw is his left-handedness, and I hope he strides through all the death traps and right-handed people set for him. Signed, Megan's mom. Thank you for the $10 donation, Charles. They're going to give me eventually. Look, I already got a Band-Aid here on this left hand. They're already trying to get me, Charles. They're already trying to take me out. Us lefties, we're a dying breed, man, in a right-handed world, I tell you. A dying breed in a right-handed world. Herbicide says, Misery got the best scene ever. No, the hobbling scene. Yes, the hobbling scene where she takes the jackhammer to both of his feet, does basically a quandary digs to both of James Caan's legs. What's interesting about that is that they actually dialed that down from what it was in the novel. In the novel, the woman actually hacks his feet off completely. Doesn't just break his feet, but hacks them off completely. And that was a very dark Stephen King movie done right. They don't always get Stephen King right, but that was one of the ones that did it right. Seahawks W, you guys think Russ is staying? I think he is. GoX05 says, scout all the running backs and some of Georgia's front 7. I will. Tell you what, they've got a hell of a defensive tackle, a big 350-pound boy he can move. He can move. Voodoo Magic says, I saw The Exorcist at 5 and had to sleep in my parents' room. It's a truly disturbing film. Even now, it's got some very disturbing scenes. That would be disturbing if they came out today. I don't think you could make that. I don't think you could make that movie today. Having a young girl jamming a cross in her. Yeah, that was. Daniel, Pet Sematary came out a couple of years before I was born, actually. Okay. I asked earlier, but never heard your answer. Will we cut Myers the last 2 games he made his kicks? I think you cut him, Berg Show. You're paying him $4 million a year. That's a significant amount of money to be paying a kicker who didn't even, in 2 of his 3 years, have given you below league average play at the kicker position. If you're going to give us that out of 2 of your 3 years, I don't think that you want to continue to pay that guy money. So I think he does get released. You can save about $4 million from moving off from him. So I do think he does get released. Seahawks Gaming says, where was this during the regular season? Took a while, didn't it? Danny W says, I'm going to hold you to watching Parasite. I'll ask again when you stream in a week or so. Or if you don't like that, I can't recommend much more. But if you do, there's some movies better than the same director. Well, I'll try to watch it too, Daniel. Please do understand though too with it. I don't watch, right now with this channel and my regular job that I have going on. I know I say this, but like right now I literally am basically drowning every day. I've had to cut out basically all of my video game playing. I maybe get to watch a movie once every like 2 weeks. The prep on the show, doing the show, 8 hours of streaming, going in, then I got my work is just killing me at every different turn right now. I've got so much on my plate. So I'm running out of hours in the day. I'd love to be watching more movies than I did. Somebody mentioned No Way Home. Like I'd love to have gone and checked out that movie. I blink my eyes right now. I wake up, blink my eyes, and it's like the day's over with. It's incredible. But I will get to Parasite. I promise you, I will watch it. I know it's a good movie. And Charles, thank you for all your donations on the channel, man. Every stream you come in hot, heavy with those donos. I appreciate you. Megan says, be honest, B. You got those of the sticking plasters for other reasons, right? Sticking plasters? What's sticking plasters? What do you mean by sticking plasters? Paul says, I saw a short of the Rams using fake crowd noise today. Isn't that illegal? Embarrassment for the division champs. Yeah, that is embarrassing, and that is illegal. 100% illegal. But I'm not surprised. I'm sure the NFL will overlook it because they want the LA franchise to be vibrant and great at any cost, frankly. And as well, we also know there are really not a lot of Los Angeles fans in LA that are Rams fans, despite the fact that they're a former LA Ram team going back 20, 30 years ago, right? Just as a fan base that has a hard time supporting franchises there. They do. Just is what it is. Seahawks W says, Hawks Nest, yay or nay on keeping Ken Norton? I tend to say you keep him if you're going to keep Coach Carroll. I don't think that there's anything that it does as far as do much. It doesn't change much to move on from Norton if Carroll still remains. So you just might as well roll with Norton. I think it's more Carroll's defense than anything else. Oh, okay. The sticking plasters, you got those of the sticking plasters for other reasons, right? Sticking plasters? You got to, Megan, what do you mean by sticking plasters? You got me wondering what that is. Megan, it was totally brutal in the novel. Disappointed me that it wasn't in the movie B. Was looking forward to it. Yeah, one of my favorite books I like to read was On Writing by Stephen King, talking a lot about the art of writing. And he talked about specifically that choice that was made by Rob Reiner at the time to remove the scene from the book and make it to more of a broken foot rather than cutting the feet off. And King was very much against it, but in retrospect, King became very much in favor of it because he thought that it would have been too much for fans back then to see the feet getting cut off. It might have changed that movie a little bit, you know. Seahawks Gaming, we need more Parkinson. We do. You're going to get more of him, though. Remember, he's the only tight end right now on the roster due to return next season. Both of your 2 guys are free agents right now. Prob, yo, since the season is over, can we start doing movie analysis streams on this channel for a bit? I'm enjoying this discourse. Hey, maybe so. If this becomes more of a thing, we'll make this more of a thing. You know, I'm open to it. Herbicide says, I'm thinking I'm done. I hope everybody has a wonderful night or day. Yeah, this season is over. Can't wait for next. See you later. Hey, you have a good one, Herbicide. I appreciate you, my guy. Have yourself a good night, a great rest of the week. Maybe see you on Wednesday. Berg Show says, which kicker will we sign then? Myers was perfect last year. However, this year he cost us a few games. Do you chalk it up to just an off year? I don't, Berg Show. I tend to look at kickers outside of the rare, maybe 2 or 3 in the sport and say it's basically the same down the line. That you're going to get a guy that's going to basically kick right around the same percentage when it's all said and done. And so if that's going to be the case, what's the point in really paying more for one than the other? If they wanted to replicate Berkshire, what they did with Dixon, let's say they went and decided in this draft, we're going to go get the best kicker in this draft, the best kicker in college football, and we'll go get him in the 5th round. If they want to take that track with it, you got a talented kicker, you're not paying a lot of money, I'm okay with that. But I think that you have to take a little bit of a lesson learned from this Berkshire that you don't pay kickers. You also paid a lot of money to Steven Hauschka, who was also limited as a kicker throughout your time of paying him money. I know a lot of the fans love Hauschka, but he couldn't kick anything past 43 yards. That's not a kicker you pay top of the money market prices for. So I just think it's the nature of the position. It's an up and down position, Berkshire. You mentioned last year him being perfect, which is great. But guess what? The year before that, he was below league average as well. Below league average, great. Below league average. 4th season comes, do I pay for you? Probably not. Damon Severinson, interesting that we lost 5 one-score games this season. Hopes Diggs is okay. Does sound like Diggs is going to be okay, Damon. It sounds like no ligament damage, clean break. Will be back in 4 months, which is good for him and his free agent possibilities. And yep, you had a lot of games that came down to the wire on this. I will say, Damon, when you play this method as approach as a football team, and over the last few years you've played this approach, where if you look at your plus to minus ratio on points, you're very close to being evened up at the end of the year. And even in years you've gone to the playoffs, even in the years last year where you went to and won the division, you play with fire, you're eventually going to get burned. You know, I would argue on that. We happen to get burned this year. Megan Rockrod, you're on your hands, Band-Aids or whatever you call them. That's what we call them. Yes. We got it. We call them Band-Aids. And here, since we're talking about gross horror movies, since we're talking about gross horror films, I'll show you guys my little, look at this thing. Look what I did to my thumb. I don't think it'll show up very well. There. Look at that thing. I jacked my thumb up. There we go. Doesn't look as bad, I don't think, on the video. It's just deep cut. I took off a good half inch of skin. Drug Squidward, what's your plan for the offseason? My plan consists of this. Depending on what happens with Carroll, let's say Carroll and Russell run it back. If that's the case, then you go all in on next season. You utilize every bit up of your cap space that you can, maximize it to the utmost. You go all in on offensive line, and then your second priority would be the defensive line, in my opinion. I'd make those my priorities. I'd look to rebuild the trenches a little bit. That would be the path that I would go as at the front and the head of this, Drunk. But basically, the key component of this would be making an absolute priority of going all in, which you didn't do this offseason, right? You left $13 million on the table this year. That's not an all-in approach. You go back the past year, you had $50 million to spend. You handed out a lot of 1 and 2 year deals. That's not an all-in approach. They need to be all in. That's the plan for the offseason. Or be all in on the rebuild. But don't go the middle road. I say this is the fork in the road. You go here or you go here. There's no middle path. And this front office and this coaching staff too often want to go down the middle path. Seahawks W, Jordan Brooks, 20 tackles. Woo! Oh, he was tackling everything out there. I'm not surprised it got up to 20. He wanted that record. He wanted to break Bobby's record. And he did it from the will and not the middle, which is even more impressive. Voodoo, I get it. Watching your streams for 8 hours can take up our movie watching time too. Yeah, it does, man. I'm not complaining. I'll make the sacrifice. I have much more fun in here with you guys than some of the movie watching experiences I've had recently. So it's a sacrifice I'm happily content to make. Ethan, these last 2 weeks, I felt like I'm treading water from my high school stuff. We have to now start this piece of garbage 12-page minimum paper in freaking math class. In math class! What the F? Hang in there, Ethan. You've almost turned the midway point, or you just turned the midway point, so you're getting around there. Seahawks W, so we can sack Kyler Murray 5 times, but we can't lay a finger on any other quarterback. One of the more mobile guys in the sport, right, Seahawks W? And you're able to bring him down consistently, hit him all over the place today, yeah. Drunk Squidward signed Penny to a 1-year deal worth a shot. Drunk, I would. I'd maybe even do a 2-year, $8 million deal, if that's what it took, or 2-year, maybe $10 million deal even, maybe. I don't want to go very much. I would not go any higher than that. I'd like to do this about a 1-year free, 1-year, $4 million deal. But we'll see if there's maybe some competition from other NFL teams out there looking to bring in his services, liking what he's shown in the back half of the schedule. Seahawks W says we need to keep DJ Reed and Diggs for sure. I'm open to keeping DJ Reed as long as he's not going to cost where Shaquille Griffin cost. I'm not paying him $14.5 million on average per year. I won't do that. I'm not coming close to that. Unfortunately, Seahawks W, you can't pay Quandre Diggs. You're paying $17.5 million to Jamal Adams. You can't put $30 million to the safety position. No team in the NFL is paying both of their safeties top money. Let me repeat that one more time because I think this doesn't get heard enough. No NFL team is paying both of their safeties top of the market money at the same time. It's just something you can't do. I understand why people want it, but it's just, he's earned it. Don't get me wrong, Seahawks W. Diggs has earned a contract extension, but that factor alone eliminates the Seahawks from being able to re-sign him. Berg Show, I think Houska was way better than Myers. He had a bigger leg than Myers. His nickname was House Money. By the way, I was a kicker in high school and also played soccer. I like kickers. Berg Show, I studied this stuff for years. Okay, Houska could not kick past 43 yards. That was his limit. And it impacted us a lot of times where we had to take a punter out there for a kick that should be a 53, 54, 55-yard kick, and you were bringing a punter out there. So I think you're misremembering this a little bit. Myers has a much bigger leg than Hauschka. That was the big claim to fame in bringing Myers in versus not having Hauschka here anymore. That's the big reason they moved on for Hauschka, who still got a job with the Buffalo Bills after he left Seattle. Seattle moved on from him because of the fact that his leg was limited. He just didn't have a big leg. Ethan says, I burnt my finger the other day, had to keep it in front of all the fan all night or else it felt like the fire of Mount Doom was upon it. Yeah, mine's just starting to finally quiet down a little bit. Megan says, unless you slice it straight through, you have nothing to moan about. I don't know. I get to moan a little bit. Edwin Munoz, crazy. You still going, bro? Props. Oh, thanks, man. We're wrapping it up here. Berkshire, what's your plan for the channel during the playoffs? Is there no moves for a few months with the Hawks? What will you talk about? The other playoff teams? We've got a few things where there's always things to talk about, Berg Show. I'll say that. We are going to look a little bit more deeper into the team itself. We'll look back on the season. We'll be looking at free agent possibilities. We'll be looking at trade possibilities. We might not be looking at coaching possibilities. So we're going to be riding it out through, kind of taking it with the lay of the land a little bit by how it plays out, Berg Show. I'll definitely be going live when there's breaking news that comes down the track. I do three straight days in a row of draft coverage during the draft. So we'll be doing that. I'll be going live on the day of free agency. That's also a day we do that. So we'll be staying with the same pace. I'll still be doing 2 shows a week. We may not be going for as long on the shows, but we still will be going live at least twice a week and 3 times when you consider the every other week me and Brendan do. But it'll be more pointed, more direct Berg Show. It'll be more lasered in on certain items and topics of discussion. Maybe we'll be talking movies. Edwin Munoz, sign J.J. Smith-Schuster? Maybe. I mean, he hasn't done a whole lot as of late. He hasn't done a whole lot the second that Antonio Brown left, and that double coverage was going to Antonio, and he's getting the single coverage. He's not been as effective as a player as he once was, but still a young guy. Probably was not going to cost a tremendous amount coming off an injury this year. Drug Squidder, Brooks is the most improved player. He went from a D to a B+. I could sign up with that, Drunk. I could sign up with that. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Drunk Squidder, Blair has been a disappointment, sad to say. He is. I don't think it's been a lack of play, but it's been more of the injury situation. He just can't stay healthy. Just can't stay healthy. Ethan, yeah, I'm hanging in there. Lots to look forward to. And I got accepted by my first college, so that's exciting. Not a top choice of mine, but still something. Well, at least you're through the down end of the school, too. You got a tough run here coming into college, but then once you're through that, you're done. No more. It's finished, right? That's the part I remember looking at as I got through the end of high school. It's like, we're getting near the end of this stuff. Megan says, Myers is not a patch on the Aussie. Hashtag just saying. Drunk Twitter, Black Monday is among us. Brian Griffin, how in the hell are you still here? I was here like 5 hours ago. I don't know, Brian. I just like to talk, man. I like to hear the sound of my own voice. Brian Myers, my hope is we talk about Blair's 2022 season like we're talking about Penny's last 5 weeks. That'd be nice, Brian. And look, the kid still is very talented. He can play either safety position. You're going to have a need at free safety. He's going to have every probably chance to take that starting spot at the free safety. Love to see it. Ethan says all the other colleges' decisions are still pending, probably around March, April. Well, I hope you get into the one you want, my guy. Charles, I'm willing to talk coaching possibilities even with signed head coaches and coordinators. All right. Well, I definitely think that's going to be maybe our next topic of discussion on Wednesday, depending on what we hear about with Coach Carroll and company. Edwin Munoz, remember when the Seahawks had the chance for J.J. Watt, but then went with Malik McDowell? I do, sadly, Edwin. We also had a chance for Budda Baker in that draft and chose Malik McDowell instead. But the Watt one really hurts. Though I do wonder with Watt if he would be as effective playing as a down lineman in our defense as he is standing up. It's a little bit of the concept that I apply with Chandler Jones. It's not ubiquitous to say if a guy's great at standing up as an outside 3-4 linebacker that he's also going to be equally great when you have him put his hand in the ground. You might lose something with that. Not always, but you might lose something. ADL Williams, don't sign receivers. We need to fix them lines. Yes, sir. Ian Ali, I had hope for Everett to maybe break out to a near Pro Bowl tight end, but the truth is that he is a 400 to 500 yard receiver and a 4 to 5 touchdown tight end. Resign or let walk. I think he's good for what he is, Ion. As I look at it, you have a need on your team for the H-back tight end, the Joker tight end, as Coach Carroll's called it within his offense throughout his history, even going back to Trojans. And this is a tight end that you're a little bit of you're in between your receiver and your tight end, right? As far as a body type goes. I think he fills that role well. I think he's better than Hollister. I think he's got yak ability better than Hollister. I think he catches the ball better than Hollister. Did he have a breakout? No. But I think he was solid for the most part throughout this year, and I would be happy to bring him back on a similar contract to what we had him on this year. 1 year, $4 million deal, 1 year, $5 million deal, 2 year, $10 million deal, whatever you want to do. Something in that lane would be okay value from my standpoint. Berg Show says, are you just a Seahawks fan or do you watch other teams? Will you be watching the playoffs and who are you reading for? I am just a Seahawks fan, but I do watch other teams because it helps me round out my football knowledge, and I like watching football. I don't have anybody else that I root for. I only root for one team in football. So it's hard for me to bring myself to, I can't do it. I can't physically bring myself to root for another team, but I do like watching it. JJ Upperly, Penny tied Jonathan Taylor for the most 25-yard plus runs on a season with 1/3 of the attempts. That earns Penny a contract. It does indeed, JJ, and one of the things that might hold him back from coming back to Seattle is that there might be a team in the league that offers him a decent deal, saying, Seattle didn't use you right throughout your career. You're now through the other end of these injuries. You're now ready to roll. We're going to give you a few million to make this go. I could see a team doing that. I could see a team like the New England Patriots doing that, Absolutely. 283-128, besides Myers and LJ Collier, who do you think will get cut? My list as it stands right now is, to your point, LJ Collier and Jason Myers. My two other guys beyond that would be Benson Mayowa, who you're going to save $1.5 million if you move off from him, and then Chris Carson, who you would save $3.425 million by moving off from him. Those would be my other two guys that would be my likely cut candidates, with an outside chance that Gabe Jackson is the last guy where you could save $3 million if you go out there and address the left guard position and then move Damian Lewis back to right guard. Drunk Squidder, Vic Fangio is the first coach gone. He is. They got their game done, I think, on Thursday night, so he was out a little earlier. But, yeah, they're going to go, I think, with an offensive-minded coach. Charles says, is Marquise Blair going to be the next Rashad Penny? I dare him to be. I hope he is. Vector 7 says, man, are you still on? I love to leave you guys in awe with how long I'm on. This ain't even hard work for me. So it's not even hard. I love doing this, man. Berg Show, do you think Big Ben will come back for one more year? I've always liked him for some reason. No, I think he retires. The reports have been, Berg Show, that he is going to retire. Drunk says Everett should work on those hands. They've been good for most of the year. They've been good for most of the year. Even above upper level, solid. He just had a bad drop in this game. Seahawks W, there's not many tight ends better than Everett. He just needs more targets. Basically, Russ has the worst third down percentage in the entire NFL, targets for everyone. I'm with you. I'm still overall looking at a bad game in the Niners, 3 turnovers. He had this bad drop in this game, but you take those away, and there's a lot more of that season beyond just this little small sample size of these bad moments. It's been more good than bad with Everett. And I know it was a bad play today. It was a bad drop today, but he's overall been a benefit to this team. He's been a help to this team this season. George Squidward, haven't heard Jacob Hollister's name in months. I don't think he's even in the sport anymore. Aon Ollie, would you get into a bidding war for Penny? Like, what if a team gives Penny $7 million? No. Nope. Don't go past $5 million. I'll go two-year, $10 million deal is the top of the top for me. He's earned a new contract. But quite frankly, I don't like I don't like in the first place really spending money on running backs. Running backs and cornerbacks should be the two positional groups on this team that you don't put a lot of assets into, in my opinion, as far as monetarily is concerned. So when you get into $7 million a year for a running back, you know what I mean? I don't know if I can do that. Berg Show, do you think a team will offer penny insane money like Jags did for Shaq? No, because I don't think running backs tend to get paid very often anyway in football. I do think that Ayan Ali brings up a possible offer that's out there. Some team could go, here's a 2-year, $15 million deal for you, Penny. You know, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. And I've got to bail at that point if that's what the offer is with it. Voodoo Magic says Ray Allen or Dale Ellis, who had the smoother 3-point shot. Ray Allen had probably one of the smoothest shots in basketball history. I mean, it doesn't get prettier than that. But Dale was a marksman. So Ray just had that just unbelievable form, though. I mean, it's like how you would draw it up in a factory for a player to have that type of form. Real One says you should get yourself a Sony ZVE10 for your streaming camera. I highly recommend looking into it. Let me write that down, man. I've been looking at cameras, and the problem I ran into with on a lot of these Real Ones is that these cameras, especially when they've got the video capture card in it, if you go for 8-9 hours like I stream, then you end up like burning the cards out. The cameras get really, really hot. You know, you can get some malfunctions. So it's held me back a little bit from getting a good streaming camera because I'm worried about that because I streamed for a long time. But let me look into it, man. I hadn't heard of that model, so I've looked into a couple other ones, but I will take a look. The next 2 upgrades I want to do for the channel are going to be a camera and a new microphone. So I think I'm going to get an XLR mark for the mic for the next microphone. Factor 7 says, I really hope we keep Penny. I'd be sad if he goes all Pro Bowler with someone else. McDowell 2.0 almost. Yeah, almost. Northwest Fugitive. Holy moly, what a game tonight. Raiders are my favorite AFC team. Faux show. They face so much adversity. They did indeed. Props to them in that respect. Props to them, man. They did not have it easy this year. It was not made easy for that Raider team, and they got it done. And Derek Carr, he's earned a couple of rungs up in the ladder from my standpoint as far as how I view him as a quarterback. Hawk 7-10. Colin Cowherd said that someone that worked in Seattle said Russ wants a new offensive-minded head coach. Go watch the volume. He posted it like 2 hours ago. I will check it out after the stream. Hawk 7-10. Interesting to check out and see what Colin's got to say. And he indeed is tapped into Russell. He is a source for Russell's people and Russell himself. So if he says something, there's something to it probably. 283. It hurts knowing the Jets have our pick at number 7. It's number 10, 283. We ended out at number 10 overall, I believe. Berg Show, didn't Shaq get like 3 for $45 million from the Jacks? I don't even think Shaq even had an interception this year. Totally overrated. Totally overrated, Berg Show. It was a horrible contract by the Jags. Awful by the Jags. I don't know what he got in total on the contract, but it's $14.5 million per year on average, which is an insane amount to give Shaquille Griffin for a guy that doesn't get interceptions, for a guy that can get picked on. I thought it was a dumb contract. I've expected somebody to pay him around $10 million. 14.5 was insane. 283128, DJ is 10 times better than Shaq. Glad we didn't pay him. TJ is 10 times better than Shaq. Absolutely. Way better player. Drug Squidder, if Penny leaves, who should we pick up? Marlon Mack, Melvin Gordon, or draft a running back? I'd probably try to draft a guy drunk. I'd probably draft a guy. Neither of those two guys do much for me at this point. Marlon's had major injury. Melvin's not been as good when he was with the Chargers. Real Ones, totally valid. It basically replaces your webcam with a DSLR quality and plugs it in via USB. I love your channel. Oh, thank you, Real Ones. I appreciate you, man. Very kind of you to say. And thank you for the suggestion, because I've been a little bit with both of the mics and the cameras right now, and I get a little bit overwhelmed, and then I just don't buy anything, because I don't want to buy the wrong one and have some stupid BS problem come up, like it's burning out, it's burning out video cards or something because I'm going too long. You know what I mean? But I appreciate it, man. I'll look in for sure, because these are the next 2 purchases really soon that I want to make going into this offseason. I think it'll help out the channel quite a bit, upgrading both of those 2 elements. Berg Show, a very underrated point guard. Shooter was Mark Price for the Cavs. He would have made the Hall of Fame if he played a few more years. Agreed. Mark was great. Amazing shooter. One of the best all-time, I think, foul line guys. I think like 93 or 94% for his career. He had ball handles. He could pass. Had a good Cavs team. Good Cavs team. They just ran into Jordan every year when they were good. But Bryce was good. Aon Ali, how did we beat Kyler Murray and not Colt McCoy? Well, I think some of this Aon has to come with Russell Wilson's health, right? Russell's at the part when last time he played the Cardinals, Russell's just coming back from that broken finger injury. We've already heard about the fact that he wasn't at 100%, fighting through that injury throughout the year. I think that that's a valid thing to point to a little bit. Your offense was really held back in that game. Colt McCoy definitely got a little bit of the better end of it. Look, Kyler didn't play horrible in this game. Kyler was pretty efficient in this game. But I really do think it comes down to just Russell wasn't right and ready when he came back. Edwin Munoz, how to stop Russell, run cover 2. He will never throw to the middle. That's been the kryptonite over the past year and a half, Edwin. This is one of the nice things, though, that when you have a running game that works, now it doesn't rely necessarily on Russell Wilson having to dink and dunk and beat you with the short stuff. If your running game can be as devastating as it's been with Rashad Penny, you bring that safety up into the box to help out in the running game, and now you get single high looks back. 283-128 says our weakness is backup quarterbacks. That has been a problem for years going back. Seahawks W, best shooter is I look so high, Sam Perkins. Yeah, Sam used to get lit before the game, man. That guy looked high as hell. But a great three-point shooter. You wouldn't find a better three-point shooter before. This is back. He was shooting threes as a center before it was trendy to do so. I loved his motion too. He had like this slow wind up of a mechanism of a shot. But when he shot it, it was on point. Northwest Fugitive, these division games are so bizarre. Jags beat Colts. Niners still own the Rams. Hawks always split with Arizona. It is what it is. I always say when people look at division games and try to take too much away from them, I say you got to look at them as sort of different from regular NFL games because it's you play these teams twice a year. You can't disguise as much. You can't surprise as much. It sort of levels the playing field between the two teams. It makes it much harder to predict outcomes, I think. Drug Squidward, I hate State Farm Stadiums. So many bad injuries and terrible memories. The stadium's been brutal on us, Drunk. I was blaming it on the field turf there early on my stream, and people corrected me. It's actually natural grass, so I can't even blame it on that. But, man, we lost all of our Legion of Boom in that secondary, right? Sherm, Cam, Earl, Quandre, Rashad Penny a couple of years ago. Been brutal. Berkshaw says, will Adrian Peterson retire, try to play again? Will he be back with us as a player or possibly a coach? He's turned Penny into a star. Very well, maybe. How about a player coach, Berkshaw? We've never seen that in football. We've seen it in baseball. Pete Rose was once the head coach as far as also a player on the roster. He could bring himself off the bench. What if we did that again? Adrian could be the coach and the fifth running back on the roster. How about that? All right. Well, we are now 9 hours into the stream. I have got to go get some food. I'm hungry. We have hit the end here of the road. If you do like what you're listening to, I do ask you, please do hit that like button for me as well. And as well, too, we are trying to lock down the sponsorship here with Manscaped.com long-term. We need to get a couple more sales in here to kind of lock this in long-term into the foreseeable future. So if you do have any needs for your manscaping needs, go over there to Manscaped.com. Use my code NEST. Save yourself 20% off and free worldwide shipping. It's a win-win-win. Help your balls out. Help out the channel. Help out everybody. John Robinson, are we really going to depend on Rashad Penny? Laughing out loud. What's your sweet spot for his price in free agency? Also, what's a good sleeper later round running back we could spell Penny with? I wouldn't want to just depend on Rashad Penny going forward, John. I wouldn't want to operate from that realm of things. I think where I want to land with this, John, is learning the lessons of the past. So rather than looking for the bell cow back, how about we look for more of an assemblage of running backs? You know, that they're all sort of equally talented to a degree, or they all have their certain different type of talent that they bring to the table. I like bringing Rashad Penny back. I have a price that I'm going up to, and that's as far as I go. I think I don't really want to go past a 1-year, $4 million deal, or let's say maybe a 2-year, $10 million deal. I don't want to go past that. That's the highest of the height that I really will go. I've not looked at the running backs deep enough yet, John, to give you a good sleeper yet, but I will soon. This is down where we're turning my coverage to, and I'll be able to dive into this a little more deeper. The season ended up just taking up a lot of my time in that respect. But I will be getting around to the running backs. I'll be looking at them in depth, John, because let's face it, we have to. We're going to be picking one of them. So let's look at these guys to see what there is out there, what's offering. So bear with me on that one. I'll get back to you as far as on the running backs go. But again, I would like to go with somebody else in addition to Penny. I wouldn't just ride with Penny and say like, okay, that's our new bell cow. Get rid of Carson. And then you have DJ Dallas, Travis Homer, and some other also ran on the roster. I don't think that that's a good methodology to go at this with. Ian Ali says, one good thing with being eliminated for a while now, none of these heartbreaks and rages. It's a little nice. Boring, but nice. Yeah, that's right. No heartbreaks this year. Yeah, no heartbreaks. We already made our peace with it's a losing season a couple of weeks ago. So we've arrived at a place where it is now. We've already made our peace. We've gone through our 7 stages of grief. Seahawks W, we sweep the Niners every year, laughing out loud. Please out, Hawks Nest. Thanks for the vids. Thank you, Seahawks W. Appreciate you, man. Berkshow says you're a beast. Thanks, Berkshow. Appreciate you, brother. Kind of you to say. I'm a beast because I enjoy talking with you guys. Charles with a $10 donation, finishing up the chat right. Got a couple donations finishing this off right. I appreciate you guys, man. Very kind of you. I think we might have set a record today with the amount of donations we had in on the channel. Might have pushed up over like $300 or something. So thank you to all of you on that. Charles says, Brando, here's a question. What do head coaches actually do when having offensive coordinator and defensive coordinators? My guess is they only insert themselves into the fray when they think there's an issue. So head coaches call timeouts. I think the head coach is there to oversee. He's over there. He's there to motivate. He's there to make sure that the whole thing is running together as one, that it's not disparate parts, but everything is coming together like the circle is being completed by everybody in their process a little bit. I think a normal head coach doesn't tend to insert themselves on the offense or defensive side of the ball unless there's something really out of whack or they've got a real firm gut instinct about the direction they want to go on either side of the ball. And so I think it's more rare that the coach does that. I think Carroll does it a little bit more often than other coaches do. I don't know that for sure, but that's my instinct on this, is that he has a little more say on both of those sides of the ball maybe than at times he should. I do think a lot of it also is in the preparation though, Charles, because remember there's a whole week of preparation that goes into play, and I think coaches have a lot of say at that point in time too. It depends on the coach, depends on the coach's expertise. Sean McVay was brought in the Rams to be specifically the offensive-minded coach, to stay on that side of the ball. They brought Wade Phillips in to take the defensive side of the ball completely off of his plate. So it's different situation to situation. Every place is unique and has a different balance of how the head coach runs it. But in general, you're all right. In general, that is the way that does play out. Don't forget as well, they got to call the timeouts, but then as well, they got to do the challenge flags too. Challenge flags, do you go for the onside kick? Ethan Deckworld says 9 hours. Well done. Thank you, Ethan. Appreciate you, man. Edwin Munoz. Hey, you seen Davin Cook's brother? A little bit on it. I got to go into a little bit more into looking at him. Isn't it the kid out of Georgia? Watched him a little bit, but not deeply yet. Tim says, laughing out loud. What did I say? Tim coming in at the end with some strong troll action. Love it, Tim. Scarecrow Bar 66. Thank you, Scarecrow, for the $5 donation. Says, pardon me, but is it true this is the first time Sean McVay lost a game that he was winning at halftime? I do believe that that's a true stat. Scarecrow Bar 66. I do believe that is a true stat. I've seen that somewhere else. So, yes, and thank you for the donation. At least I can do yours. Let me bring it up just to make sure. Winning at halftime. I think he had a lot of games, too. He had stacked up. 43 straight games. 43 straight games. McVay, when he was winning at halftime, won the game. Wow, Scarecrow Bar ending it off strong with that stat. I like that. Yeah. That's a good mark and a testament to how good a coach Sean McVay is. How he knows how to close games out. He knows how to close games out. If he gets up on you, he will close you out. You need to be up on the Rams. You need to seek with it, which is all that much more. We need to get points up earlier on in the game. Bergshow says, will you be doing Mariners on this channel during baseball season? I will, Bergs, if it's okay with the chat. If I don't lose too many subscribers, if people are not hissing like my cats can hiss from time to time when I go and do it, I'd love to do it. It is my original love, baseball. I think the Mariners are going to be good this year. I think they're going to be worth talking about. And if the chat wants to do it, if they're down to do it and be a part of this, I'm happy to do it. I'd love doing it. Certainly does open up the door to be able to just chat baseball because it is a little more slower paced. Tim Jobs says, we're winning the Super Bowl. I'm betting my house on it. I want to see that deed. I want to see that deed on that bet. I want to see that deed on that bet, Tim. Come on now. You ain't betting your house on that. As Jay Epperly says, you'll be homeless next week. Adel Williams, he says he's ending the stream, which means he's on for 2 more hours. Megan says, behold the power of large and 12s jersey. Take care and talk soon. You have a good one, Megan. Thank you so much for all your support on the channel and staying in the chat through the whole time. I know you got to get up real early this morning, so see you on Wednesday. Scarecrow says, yep, it's confirmed. He's 45-1 as of today for games he's winning at halftime. Well, maybe now we start to see him backslide on this realm, Scarecrow. Maybe his luck's finally run out. JJ Epperly, laughing out loud, but you can't hate on this grind and his love to talk ball. And there's reason we all come back every week because we love talking ball with Brandon. That's it. I always say it. Like, if I was just sitting here talking on my own, this wouldn't go for past an hour. It's the interaction at the chat. It's the back and forth. You guys stay on here for 9 hours. I'm 9 hours in the chat here with people filling my chat up. You guys are right here. You know, you guys give props to me, props to you. You're the ones staying along here with me. You're the ones listening to my dumbass talk all this time and going off on my tangents and going off on my rants and my bad jokes. And you guys stay with me on that. So it's people ask me, why go long? Why go long? Because I love it and because you guys are awesome. It's fun to talk with you guys about all these subjects, be it Seahawks, Mariners, movies. The discussion's always lively here, and it makes it easy to do this. It's not, I always say I blink my eyes and time go by. It does not feel like 9 hours have gone by today. It doesn't. It's just like, dink. Oh, there's the clock. 9 hours, we're done. Oh, geez, where'd time go? I feel like I go into, like, if you guys ever watch Old School, I always reference it like this. You go watch Old School with Will Ferrell, and he has this ridiculous dance number he does where they've got to try to earn their way into the college as a frat. And he's dancing with this little stick with the furry thing on the end where it's absolutely silly and ridiculous. And he does this intricate dance that he gets into, and then he finishes and they get him and he like snaps out of a trance. He's like, what happened? And like, oh, you did this today. This is an awesome show. I feel like that's like with people. I go into my trance. I get out of it. I'm like, oh, show's over with. It's just like that. Paul Third says, how much of McVay's early success was because of Todd Gurley? I feel like he comes across smarter in press conferences than his play calling, not the wonder kid they make him out to be. I don't know, Paul. I mean, he's been very successful as a head coach there from day one. And the prior coach that was there, Jeff Fisher, was not successful. And we can't say, well, it's because he got to inherit that juggernaut of a Jared Goff, right? So I get a little bit more in the land of giving him the props that he kind of deserves on this. I do. They've been able to sustain as a roster despite having some losses. It helps that Aaron Donald has been a game-wrecking force since day one that he's arrived and maintained that epic level of play throughout. I mean, that part can't be overstated, but he lost Gurley and still maintained a good team. He had Goff with a pin in his thumb last year against us, and they still beat us. I got to feel like he probably had a little bit to do with them bringing Brandon Staley in as a defensive coordinator to replace Wade Phillips, and that being a good move. So I like it with it. Voodoo Magic, you should gain subs with Seattle Homer for multiple sports teams. I would think maybe so, Voodoo. I think we maybe get a few Mariner people out there looking for some good content out there. God bless those Mariner YouTubers that are out there. They've had a rough road these past few years. Ethan, we were like 48-0 when leading at halftime by 4 or more points, but that was broken last year. Yeah, it was. Yeah, we were also very good in that realm of things. Megan says, I might dip out for the Mariners chat, B. Fair enough, Megan. Fair enough. Understandable. Food Gamer, you think Cody Barton can be a good replacement for Bobby? He played really good today, and Brooks has been playing so good today. He just needs to improve his coverage skills. Well, if the Seahawks want to save that $16.6 million of Bobby, that's the way to do it. It's a good way to do it. You want to go with those 2 linebackers at that point, you can go much cheaper. I do think Cody Barton has played pretty close to what Bobby Wagner's level of play was when Bobby was in there. Bobby maybe got a few more tackles. Cody's maybe a little bit better in coverage. I've always said that, Jordan Brooks' best position is middle linebacker. Even with him playing pretty well here at the Will, his best position would be middle linebacker. But what I also understand is that Cody Barton cannot play the Sam and he cannot play the Will. So do you move Cody out of the middle to make him a below league average Will linebacker so that you can have Jordan Brooks as an above average to an elite middle linebacker? Or do you take Jordan Brooks at an above average Will linebacker and potentially Cody Barton at an above average middle linebacker play? I think you go with the latter if you got to make that choice. Bergshow says Russ is overreaching. He said he wants to win 3 more Super Bowls. Get real, Russ. He's a man who always got starry eyes. You can't say that about him. He's got starry eyes, doesn't he? TJ says game scripting kind of makes sense if referees and officials are in on it, but I don't understand how people say that the players are in on it as well. Agree, TJ. I just don't think the players would be. That's too many people to keep quiet. And somebody's going to speak up eventually. But if they did it more in the background of the way you're talking about, more subtly, it's possible. Voodoo Magic, since we are in overtime on the stream, are you going for the tie or the win? I go for the win, baby. I only know how to go for the win. There is no such thing in tie in my world. Voodoo Gamer, the upcoming week, Jody Allen is going to meet with Pete about his future with the team. I hope she fires him. Change is needed, especially after this season. I'm okay with that, Food Gamer. That's along where I think I'd like to go with this as well. We'll see if it plays out that way. But that's the way I'd like to see it go. Berkshow says, if Russ stays, what will his next contract be? 4 years, $40 million per? Probably more like 45. Probably 45 is what he's going to want. Maybe he takes a discount on the next contract, but that would be a little bit of a discount. As funny as that is to say, Berkshow, because the cap, of course, has been increasing now at that point by the time he signs that next deal. Okay. Well, we got past 9 hours and 10 minutes in. That's a strong day. I think we're going to go ahead and finish up on this note now. Thank you again, folks, for coming on in here. So many donations. Please do, if you are hearing this live or in replay, hit that like button for me on your way out the door. I do appreciate it. It helps this channel grow out tremendously. We had a fantastic year this year. Just a great year as far as the stream goes. The chat was lively. I got to say, too, you guys are as respectful towards each other and even towards me as much as I could ever ask for. It's part that I do love about this channel is we have a lot of disagreement in the chat. And it never seems to get personal. It never seems to get childish. Yeah, people can disagree respectfully, disagree intellectually. I love that about the channel, but it's been so lively and awesome with you guys over here, just interacting throughout this year. It's been a painful year. It's been one of the toughest years of watching football in my Seahawks fandom as I've ever come across. I mean, it has been just brutal at times, brutal. But you guys have been there with me every step of the way. No bandwagoners exist in this dojo. You know what I mean? No bandwagoners here. You guys are true bleeding blue. I don't care if you hail from the southern tip of Australia to the highest point of Alaska. You are a true 12. You are part of this family, and we are a family. We're going to be crossing 3 years as a channel here, February, at the start of February, and the growth has just continued on through. We just keep piling on. We keep growing. Thank you to all of you, all of the new subscribers this year that jumped on aboard the stream, to the many more that are coming on here as we're driving to 6,000. If you're not subscribed, get subscribed. We're almost to 6,000. I'd love to hit that mark before we hit the 3-year spot. It means we're getting thousands of subscriber growth every single year, which is just awesome. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. It's been an amazing season as far as the stream, but maybe not the games on the field, but who knows? Maybe we start to turn this around a little bit. I've got some great big plans for the future on this channel in the next couple of months to help us get through this off season. I got a couple of little bits and comedic bits I'm going to be doing with my green screen to make you guys laugh, get us back into feeling a little bit happier about this team, a little bit better state, along with, of course, increasing the streams, increasing the talk and whatnot. Voodoo Magic with the $10 donation says, for the Mariners decor, I will put it towards that, Voodoo. And maybe we'll get a set. I'm going to have a couple of backdrops in my new place. So I'm going to have my main backdrop with my Seahawks stuff on one side. We'll have another part of the room, which will have my full green screen. And it's going to be like I got that big long green screen that's like ceiling to floor and 15 feet wide. So we're going to get that as well. So maybe I got to get another little patch set up for my Mariners end, and I could just move between the different, I'll move between the different departments in my place. It's got a nice thing about being a bachelor. You get to set the place up however the hell you want. It could be an eyesore. It could be ugly as far as women goes, but it looks all beautiful to me. Thank you, Voodoo, though. I know you put a few ducats here on this stream. Very kind of you to do so. Scarecrow Bar, Charles Riley, who came in with, always comes about 100, 150 a stream every single time. Jacob Kessinger came up with the $80. Randall McDaniel came in hot. My goodness. Megan Gock, Roger, Corey Spring. Roxanne Roll, of course, coming in. My goodness. Tom Cox. I can't even get to all of you guys. Fitness, Jonathan Salazar, Keldon, Barry Sotoro, Matthew Silverstein, Not for Sale. Jesus. We had a lot of donations in this chat. You guys are very kind for doing so. Thank you for all that support to the channel. I have the most vibrant community, the most supportive community of anybody out there in YouTube. I'll take the Pepsi challenge against anybody. Anybody. Folks, it went in the can this year. It went sideways. It got a little bit broken. Our Hall of Fame quarterback got broken. Our head coach looked lost at times, but they found their way through. They found a little bit of a light at the end of that tunnel. No, it's not a playoff season. No, it's not a Super Bowl championship winning season. No, we're going to have to wait for that. But the signs are there. We can return back to that mountaintop. Dark days have been upon us, but let's push those days past. Let's get back to the light. Let's get back to the sun. Let's get back to pressing for championships. Let's get back to letting the rest of the NFL know what we are about here in Seattle. And that's not about mediocrity. That's not about consistently winning. That's about being an elite football team. That's about going for it. So let's go for it, Seahawks fans. Let's get back after it this offseason. Let's attack, foot down, pedal to the metal, and let's see if we can't turn this around, get ourselves back there next year. Thank you to all of you, and don't you ever forget it, even in this dark times, even when you don't get to the playoffs, even when the whole rest of the NFC West goes to the playoffs and we got to be the ones still sitting at home. Don't you ever forget, never ever forget. Go Hawks.